Welcome to the nationwide cable car survival game. 10 billion people on Blue Star aged between 16 and 60 have all been transmitted here simultaneously. Everyone has been assigned cable cars of identical quality. The cable line stretches into infinity. The cable car is your most crucial lifeline in this world. Gather supplies, strengthen your cable car, and cling to survival. When Sumu regained consciousness, he found himself confined within a narrow space. To be precise, it was a cable car of barely 1 square meter. Glass walls enclosed him on all sides with a tightly sealed door on each flank. Sumu glanced outside and his pupils abruptly contracted. High altitude. An extreme height. Beneath his feet stretched a dense jungle. The trees appeared as tiny sesame seeds. By rough estimation, he was at least 100 meters above the ground. About 10 meters ahead and behind, he could see identical cable cars suspended on the same cable, the line vanishing beyond his sight. Having read countless survival web novels, Sumu instantly grasped the nature of the situation. It was the legendary survival game. The entire globe had been thrown into it. Yet, cable car survival. He had heard of highway survival, train survival, island survival, even giant fish survival. But cable cars. Survival games generally revolve around scavenging supplies, and this one explicitly required collecting resources. Yet if the cable car kept moving endlessly, how was he supposed to get off? Sumu pulled his gaze back and carefully surveyed the cramped interior. On the left wall hung a firefighter's axe, on the right wall hung a mountaineering backpack. Beyond these there was nothing else. Directly beneath the front glass where a seat should have been stood, instead a console resembling an arcade machine. The screen was dark for now, and a manual lay atop the panel. On the cover, 4 bold characters proclaimed survival code. Sumu reached out, took it, and opened it. 1. Inside the cable car, no one can enter without your permission. Meanwhile, as long as the cable car remains intact, no living creature can harm you. 2. When you perform no operations on the cable car, it enters an idle state. In idle, it consumes no energy. Its speed remains stable, averaging 5 kilometers per hour. 3. The cable car initially provides only a 112 cubic meter space. By upgrading it, you can gain larger space and stronger defenses to withstand lethal threats. 4. Along the route, once per day, you may choose a location to descend, search for supplies, and then locate an extraction point to evacuate. After extraction, you will return to your cable car. Please note you are advised to use this opportunity during daytime, for the night is extremely dangerous, and the cable car may be attacked, requiring your direct control. Of course, if you are convinced that your cable car is sufficiently robust and your own strength sufficiently formidable, you may disregard this rule. 5. Here, everything has been digitized. Anything you see can be enhanced. Call out, and the system interface will appear. The instant he finished reading, the manual dissolved into motes of light, converging before Sumu to form a virtual interface. On the left side of the interface stood a human silhouette, arms outstretched. Several empty slots flanked the figure, clearly intended for equipable items. Beneath it lay the attribute panel. Name Sumu. Level 1. Race human. Hunger 80. Strength 8. Constitution 7. Agility 8. Spirit 16. On the right side appeared a cable car model. Vehicle cable car. Level 1. Armor 10. Load capacity 2 tons. Space 2 cubic meters. Iron roller, durability 100. Fuel 0. External weapons none. Sumu studied the model, focusing on the point where the cable car's roof connected to the cable. It was not welded solid like conventional cable cars, but joined through a roller. So with fuel, that roller could actually move along the cable. He frowned slightly. If this thing started sliding at speed, wouldn't it crash into the cable car ahead? As he was pondering, a cold mechanical voice suddenly echoed in his ears. Cable line no. 886 area announcement. Supplies and treasure chests along the route have been allocated. You may choose to descend at any time. Note: choose your landing point with care. It will affect your probability of finding supplies. So it had already begun. Sumu did not rush to a decision. For now, the information was far too scarce. He needed to learn more. He reached out and tapped the blinking area channel icon. Cable line no. 886 area channel participants 10001000. The chat interface burst open, messages streaming past in a blur. Holy crap, we've really transmigrated. Help. I don't want to die. I want to go home. Can someone tell me what's going on? Why am I in such a high place? Damn, that stupid Earth online game finally doesn't matter anymore. Survival is survival. At least this time it's fair. Everyone's a cable car rider. Once a day, descent to collect supplies, and then evacuate. This feels kind of like Delta action. Is anyone seeing my messages? Is there someone next to me? Stop shouting, you up there. With 1 cable car every 10 meters, who exactly do you expect to see? Sumu skimmed past the panic and pointless pleas, focusing instead on a few calmer discussions. Do you think this game is meant to force everyone into a free-for-all? I've got a military-grade shovel hanging here. Are our starter items all the same? They're different. Mine's a skinning knife. I've got a sickle. I've got a hoe. Doesn't feel like this is meant for combat. These are all support tools. We're supposed to gather supplies. As long as we don't attack one another, this game doesn't seem that dangerous, right? That's nice in theory, but ever heard of the law of the jungle? Human hearts are hard to fathom. Let's agree on this: if anyone kills another person before dying, they must post the killer's name. Every avatar and username is clearly marked in this chat. No one can hide. Yes. Right now, only mutual cooperation can keep us alive. I suggest we all choose the same drop zone, so we can look out for one another. I'll start us off. My name is Luo Lijun, and these are my attributes. A new message appeared, followed by a shared attribute panel. Name: Luo Lijun. Strength: 13. Constitution: 11. Spirit: 6. I'm a physical education teacher. If you trust me, we can form a team and move together. The channel instantly exploded. 13 strength. I only have 6. I've got 8. 13. Coach Luo, take me with you. I'm in. Sumu watched the flood of messages without chiming in, instead analyzing swiftly in silence. Everyone's initial items were auxiliary tools rather than weapons. The design intent did not seem to be pushing them into mutual slaughter. Moreover, if this were merely about the law of the jungle and mutual suspicion, the survival mode would be far too simple. Yes, far too simple. They all came from peacetime, especially the Huaxia people. They might be wary of strangers, but not to the point of attacking lethally at first sight. Therefore, other threats must exist. Monsters. Or something else entirely. And as someone in the channel had pointed out, the pattern of searching for loot and extracting felt very much like Delta Action. He had played Delta Action himself, though it featured not only player-versus-player conflict, but hostile NPC forces as well. In that game, those NPCs were relatively weak, but that was merely within game parameters. If the difficulty here were tuned higher. With that thought, Sumu typed a single line into the public chat. Just a reminder to everyone, based on my guess, this game very likely includes monsters or other hostile creatures. Simply guarding against people won't be enough. His message went out, and responses soon followed. Yeah, I think so too. What survival game doesn't have monsters? I've read a lot of survival web novels. There are always monsters in this kind of scenario, otherwise the difficulty is way too low. Wait, now that you mention it, I just remembered. When I looked down earlier, I thought I saw a strange figure. What kind of figure? Something vaguely human, but definitely not human and not an animal either. It moved too fast so I couldn't see clearly. I saw it too. Right under the cable car in the jungle. It flashed past in an instant. Don't freak me out like that. That just means we need teams even more. Luo, coach, I'm with you. I'm joining too. In no time, messages about joining Luo Lijun's team flooded the channel. Sumu watched for a while, then fell silent. He turned his gaze back to the window. From a height of around 100 meters, a thick jungle spread below. The glass could only open a small vent for air, making it impossible to lean out. He could only peer downward through the pane. He truly could not see anything clearly. He lifted his head and looked ahead and behind again. His vision extended for roughly 1 kilometer. Beyond that, everything was completely shrouded in a thick gray mist obscuring all detail. This fog. As Sumu studied it, another notification suddenly rang out, different from the earlier announcement. This time the voice felt much closer, as though echoing directly within his mind. Host soul confirmed. Talent awakening in progress. Talent awakening successful. Host possesses unique talent level 1 off 3 choice unique. Your current level is 1. Please draw your first talent. Hearing this, Sumu's eyes could not help but light up. Awakening a talent. That must be his cheat, his golden finger. As he was still pondering, 3 cards with gilded edges suddenly manifested out of thin air before him, then began to flip over one after another. 3 choices were clearly listed before his eyes. Option 1, information. Each day randomly obtain 1 piece of intelligence. There is a 20 chance to obtain 2 and a 10 chance to obtain 3. Option 2, personal strength, permanently increased by 50. Option 3, construction, when crafting buildings, equipment, and other items required time, is reduced by 10. Can I not have them all? Sumu stared at the 3 options. Each one looked rather useful. However, that kind of joking, I'll take everything scenario from internet memes did not exist here. He had to choose carefully. After a brief moment of thought, he first eliminated option 3. In the early stage, he was utterly penniless, without even basic resources. With what was he supposed to build structures or craft equipment? A 10 reduction in time sounded nice, but under the premise of having 0 resources, that effect was as good as non-existent. Moreover, according to the usual logic of construction games, early buildings never take long to complete. Such a bonus would only truly shine in the mid to late stages. Sumu's gaze then lingered between option 1 and option 2. Option 2, personal type, strength permanently increased by 50. It certainly looked tempting. Yet after careful calculation, he currently had only 8 points of strength. A 50 increase was merely 4 points. 12 points of strength were indeed better than now, but far from decisive. Such percentage-based bonuses would be tremendous in the later stages, but in the beginning they could not compare to solid fixed gains. As for option 1, intelligence, here he understood nothing. What lay nearby? What was the strength of the monsters? Where were supplies distributed? What did evacuation points look like? Everything was unknown. At least one piece of intelligence per day. Such an advantage in the early stage was practically a bug-level existence. Even in the later stages, the value of intelligence would never diminish. Sumu no longer hesitated and reached out to tap option 1. Choice confirmed. With the accompanying prompt, the gilded card dissolved directly into motes of light and merged into his body. Talent: obtained daily intelligence, current level LV1 effect. Each day randomly obtain 1 piece of intelligence. 20 chance to obtain 2, 10 chance to obtain 3. Current available, uses 1, use now. Sumu nodded. Usage confirmed. Intelligence, 1 at the convenience store in Hepping Town located 53 kilometers from your current cable car, there is a bronze treasure chest. There is no danger nearby, you may safely obtain the resources. Intelligence 2 in the backyard of the police station located 32 kilometers from your current cable car, there is a silver treasure chest. Please note that LV3 mutant creatures are roaming in that area. 2 pieces. Sumu was slightly taken aback. A 20 chance, and he had actually hit it. It seemed his luck today was quite good. As soon as he finished reading the 2 pieces of intel, 2 green coordinate points suddenly surfaced in his field of vision, marked directly within the mist-filled region ahead. Though he still could not pierce the thick, gray fog, the 2 coordinates precisely indicated distance and direction, as clear as map markers in a game. Sumu quickly began to analyze. First, it could be confirmed that there was a town more than 20 kilometers away. At the cable car's speed of 5 kilometers per hour, reaching it would take a little over 4 hours. That travel time was within acceptable limits. 2 chests, 1 bronze, 1 silver. According to standard game logic, bronze would certainly be inferior to silver. But at the location of the silver chest, LV3 mutant creatures were roaming. LV3. He still did not know the exact standards for monster power in this world, but since the level 3 was explicitly marked while he himself was only LV1, it was clear that such creatures were not opponents he could casually handle. They were at least highly dangerous. First acquire the bronze chest, then observe the monster's actual strength over there to decide whether to attempt the silver. Sumu made his decision swiftly. And in the mere 10-odd seconds that he spent thinking, a prompt sounded again in his mind. Your cable car is currently LV1 and has gained 1 talent 3 choice. The cable car's level counted as well. Sumu's eyes lit up. In the next instant, 3 gilded cards appeared once more before him, though this time, there was a slight difference. The second card bore a flame-shaped icon, within which 2 characters spelled luck. What was this? Sumu felt a bit puzzled. In the next moment, the cards flipped over one by one. Option 1, information: obtain a monster compendium. When your gaze observes mutant creatures, you may obtain a more detailed attribute panel for the monsters, which will be automatically recorded. Depending on compendium unlock progress, corresponding attributes will be slightly increased. Option 2, personal: any of your attacks will lock onto a monster's weak point. Rule: option 3, construction: when crafting equipment and buildings, resource consumption is reduced by 10. Rule: was this the difference brought about by luck? After reading that line, Sumu finished the remaining 2 options. This time he hesitated almost not at all. Option 3, construction type, was directly discarded. A 10 resource reduction was certainly useful, but compared with the other 2 choices, it was clearly lacking. Option 1, the monster compendium. This ability was very practical. Being able to view detailed monster attributes meant he could judge in advance whether he could fight and how he should fight. It also increased attributes according to unlock progress, making it a growth type ability. However, his gaze fell on the parentheses after option 2. Rule. He had read countless novels and naturally understood how terrifying rule-type abilities could be. Rules were iron laws. Unyielding, unreasonable, beyond refutation. Any of your attacks will lock onto a monster's weak point. This meant that even if he swung blindly with his eyes closed, every slash would strike precisely at a vital point. He would not need to know where the weak point was, would not need to time his strikes, would not even need to aim. The instant an attack was launched, the weak point would present itself. Such an ability might be less visually straightforward than raw attribute boosts in the early stage, but the further he advanced, the more monstrous it would become. Moreover, option 1's monster compendium stated that when his gaze observed mutant creatures, he could obtain a more detailed attribute panel. From that word, more detailed, did it not imply that even ordinary observation could already provide basic monster attributes, merely less comprehensive? And what was the purpose of obtaining monster attributes? It was simply to compare and judge the monster's strength. Even basic attributes were enough for a rough evaluation. The additional detail mainly served to determine how to fight where the weak points lay. If his attacks automatically locked onto weak points, was that not equivalent to knowing them? Obtaining information through observation and having attacks lock onto weak points were essentially 2 different dimensions of capability. Sumu reached out and tapped option 2. Choice confirmed. The gilded card likewise turned into motes of light and merged into his body. As before, Sumu felt nothing at all. Presumably, it would only manifest when he actually encountered monsters. Sumu thought to himself that he could find an opportunity to test it later. With his choices made, there were still more than 4 hours until arrival at Hepping Town. Sumu did not idle. He shifted his gaze to the chat channel. He had just awakened a talent, and it was an awakening rather than a bound system. This implied that others could also awaken talents. He wanted to see whether anyone was sharing information on this. These 4 hours of downtime were perfect for gathering intel from the chat channel. Though such a channel was inefficient, it was currently his only avenue. Just like in games, information obtained by a lone player could never match that gained through collective sharing. Sumu opened the chat channel. It was obvious that the rate of message scrolling had slowed significantly compared to before. Even the 99 notification was gone. The entire channel seemed to have fallen into a kind of silence. Just as Sumu was feeling puzzled, a message from someone named Luo Lijun broke the stillness. Anyone who has not joined a team, yet do so as soon as possible. In 3 minutes, I will depart to gather supplies. Also, here's some news. Just now I had 13 points of strength, and I have awakened a grade strength type talent, increasing strength by 50. The moment this message appeared, the channel exploded. Awakened a talent. We can awaken talents. Damn, I thought I was the only one who awakened, didn't expect you to. But mine isn't a grade talent that increases speed by 20. I obtained a grade fireball technique. Why do I have nothing? Brother Luo, you're going down that quickly. Not going to wait longer. Luo Lijun, please take me with you. Luo Lijun replied, I skipped breakfast today, and my hunger bar has already started dropping. The longer we delay, the worse our stamina will get, so sooner is obviously better. Reading these messages, Sumu frowned slightly. The eagerness Luo Lijun displayed was a little too intense. Normally, if someone awakened a talent, would their first instinct not be to keep it hidden? This person was either painfully straightforward or his ambitions were great, and he intended to use this early window to build his own power. Regardless, Luo Lijun had spared him considerable effort. From these discussions, Sumu confirmed 3 things. First, awakened talents were indeed not unique to him. A certain proportion of people had triggered awakenings, just like he had. Second, judging from the current chatter in the channel, the awakening rate was roughly around 5%. Of course, it might be higher since many people would undoubtedly choose to hide their talents as he had. Third, his talent was unlike theirs. Luo Lijun's talent was grade with a 50 strength increase. Another person had a grade with 20 speed. Someone else had obtained grade fireball, all marked with levels. His own talent, however, bore no grade designation. Fourth, though each of his level-up 3 choice talents lacked levels, he could compare them horizontally against these graded talents. For instance, the first set's option 2, the 50 strength boost, corresponded to a grade talent. Meanwhile, for the construction type time reduction, he had seen in chat that a 5% reduction was grade, 10% should reach grade. As for the first set's option 1, the intelligence talent, if it were to be graded, it would undoubtedly be grade or above. Clearly, his talent mechanism was entirely different from theirs. Others could only obtain a single talent, whereas each time he leveled up, both he and his cable car could choose 1 talent apiece. What did that signify? It meant that as his level rose, the number of his talents would steadily grow, his capabilities would continuously compound, and the gap between him and ordinary people would become ever wider. Yet Sumu did not become arrogant. First, this regional channel contained only 1,000 people, and the highest talent publicly displayed so far was merely grade. Who knew whether anyone was concealing something of higher level? Second, the population of Blue Star was several times that of the Earth from his previous life, reaching over 40 billion. Even if high-tier talents had only a 1 in 10,000 chance of occurring, that would still mean 4 million people possessing them. More importantly, those he would likely have to confront were not these ordinary people. The higher their talents, the more terrifying the inherent danger level of this world would be. Otherwise, this would not be a trial of survival. Sumu withdrew from his thoughts and continued to watch the chat channel. At this moment, Luo Lijun had already gathered a group of people and was issuing final calls to action in the channel. We are ready. Those I messaged privately assemble at the designated location. Big bro, what's the situation down there really like? We beg for a live stream. Share it with us. Brother Luo, come back alive. Messages flooded the channel more and more rapidly, yet there was no reply from Luo Lijun's side. Sumu was waiting as well. He wanted to see whether Luo Lijun's expedition could yield any valuable intel. Yet, just as he was thinking this, announcement in cable line area 886, player Luo Lijun has been killed by an LV-1 mutant creature. The icy voice resounded through the entire channel. The instant the notification popped up, the chat interface seemed to have a pause button pressed. Everyone was stunned. After a long while, everyone finally reacted. What the hell? Luo Lijun is dead. Wasn't he in level talent? With 13 points of strength and a 50 increase, that's almost 20 points. That's nearly twice my strength. How long has it been since he went down? Not even a minute. How can a level 1 monster be this fierce? The channel erupted with chaos. Sumu furrowed his brows. A level 1 monster, a talent with strength close to 20 points, and he was gone, just like that. He glanced again at his target area. There were actually level 3 mutated creatures there. He had to be more cautious. What exactly happened? Where are the people who went down with Luo Legion? Speak up. Someone started to mention those who had responded to the team invitation before, but there was no response. It was only then that everyone noticed the number of people in the top right corner of the channel, originally 1,000, had now dropped to 999. Only one person had died. But what about those who teamed up with Luo Legion? Luo Legion called so many people to team up, and he was the only one who jumped. Damn, they're all cowards. You guys didn't jump, did you? Exactly. Let someone else take the lead while you stay back. Luo Legion trusted you all so much. Accusations flew, but those who had teamed up remained silent. Sumu looked at these comments, frowning slightly. He had always believed that human nature was inherently selfish, and this behavior was not surprising. Faced with the unknown, it was the most rational choice for someone to step forward as a scout, while others observed. But the problem was so many had responded to the team invitation. Surely at least a few should have gone down with him. The channel was filled with curses, yet those who had teamed up collectively fell silent, which was abnormal. Unless... An idea suddenly struck Sumu. The cable car was spaced 10 meters apart, and with 1,000 people in the channel it formed a long line of cables stretching 10 kilometers. Moreover, the game did not have a team descent function. The so-called team was merely a verbal agreement. This meant that unless one was extraordinarily lucky, 2 people would not land in the same spot at the same time. Sumu recalled Luo Legion saying he would jump within 3 minutes. Why was it set to 3 minutes? Sumu did not believe he was only skipping breakfast in the morning. If that was the case, it was probably the least. The greater possibility was that he had his eye on a certain landing spot, and after discussing it with those people decided to gather at that location. Those who had teamed up likely hadn't reached that spot yet when they heard the news of Luo Legion's death. They naturally did not dare to jump again, and then everyone began to hesitate, discuss, and became speechless, ultimately choosing to remain silent. After analyzing this, Sumu did not hesitate and typed in the channel, "Is it possible that those who teamed up with Luo Legion haven't reached the spot where he landed?" The cable car has a position every 10 meters. Although it's not long with 1,000 people here, they should have passed the same position in order. The farthest apart could be 10 kilometers, which could explain Luo Legion. Others might be several kilometers away from that point, making it impossible to jump together. Ask those who teamed up if they haven't reached that location yet. As Sumu sent this message, the atmosphere of suspicion that had shrouded the channel eased slightly. Damn, that makes sense. We overlooked this point. The cable car doesn't move side by side, there is a front and back. In the next moment someone responded, "That's true." Luo Legion privately informed us that he found a village with a tall water tower in the middle and told us to land and gather there. But I'm still at least 3 kilometers away, and at the speed of the cable car it will take me over half an hour. I'm also in that group. I'm even farther away, it'll probably take me over an hour to arrive. That's right, I'm also in the group. We hadn't had a chance to jump before hearing he died. Someone else said, "We can see a town from our side, but I should clarify that I didn't team up with him. On our side it's quite desolate, so it seems we are indeed very far apart, and everyone sees different." As these explanations emerged, those who had initially doubted gradually accepted this explanation. The shadow of distrust that had hovered in the channel dissipated significantly, and everyone returned to normal chatting, shifting the topic to discussing the strength of the monsters and the necessity of teaming up. "It seems this game is indeed dangerous. We must team up. According to the game rules, choosing a suitable landing point is crucial. The resources in the town will be richer, but there will surely be more monsters. Hey, I noticed that the cable car has numbers. Can we team up using the cable car numbers? That way at least we can ensure that everyone lands around the same time." Exactly. The cable car numbers should be arranged in order, and people adjacent can act together. The atmosphere in the channel gradually returned to normal as everyone began discussing how to team up more effectively and how to deal with the monsters. Sumu chose not to speak further. The reason he pointed this out was not due to any lofty ideals. On the contrary, he always thought of himself as a selfish person. The main reason for sharing this insight was that he did not want the entire channel to fall into mutual suspicion. In the current situation with monsters present, unity against external threats was the best approach. If people began to suspect each other, the atmosphere would worsen, and then not only would they have to guard against monsters, but also against their own kind. While such vigilance is valid, it should not lead to an environment of outright hostility where trust is non-existent. If that were the case, the environment would become extremely hostile, and the nightmare-like difficulty would directly escalate to a hellish level. Who would want to increase their own difficulty? With just a few words he managed to restore trust, so why not? Moreover, Sumu believed that in the survival novels he had read, resources could be exchanged or traded. He could not possibly gather completely satisfactory resources every time he would inevitably need to trade with others along the way. The more people died here, the fewer things he could exchange which would not benefit his development. Shaking his head, Sumu pulled back his thoughts and turned his gaze out the window. The cable car continued to move at a steady speed. Not far ahead, a dense forest suddenly revealed a gap. There was a cluster of green-tiled houses reminiscent of a typical southern village. In the center of the village, a conspicuous water tower stood out prominently above the surrounding buildings. This was where Luo Lijun had jumped. The cable car swiftly glided above the village. Sumu strained to look down, and through the glass, he could vaguely see figures moving below. They were green. The creature did not hide in the forest, but moved in the open space of the village, easily identifiable. It was slightly faster than a normal person. Encountering one person might pose a danger, but if a few people work together, they should be able to handle it. Sumu shook his head. However, it was best to avoid provoking it. The cable car passed over the village and continued onward. For the next 4 hours, Sumu kept a close eye on the chat channel. During this time, quite a few more people died. The number in the top right corner dropped from 999 to 921. But a wealth of information was also accumulated. He finally figured out the identity of that green monster. It was a goblin. Someone shared the attributes panel. They observed goblin, LV1 strength, 18 constitution, 15 agility, 9 spirit, 5 strength, nearing 3 times that of an ordinary person, with other attributes also about double. Moreover, these creatures were social animals. Fortunately, the number of goblins nearby was not too high. Usually they encountered 23 at a time, and more often a lone one. Another piece of news was that while goblins had high stats, there was still a chance to defeat them. The initial tools provided by the system, like axes and hoes, could deal significant damage. There were already teams that had killed goblins. Moreover, defeating them yielded some basic supplies. However, it seemed no particularly special items dropped. Of course, there were not many people in the channel who had killed goblins and spoke about it. It was also possible that some were concealing the items they obtained. These individuals also reported that resources gathered in the wild were minimal, mostly wild fruits obtained in densely wooded areas. Those lucky enough could find treasure chests, but they were primarily gray. Most of the items found were basic supplies like canned food and bottled water. Of course, this information was not comprehensive, and some might have found good items, but not mentioned them. However, Sumu was quite satisfied with the information gathered. At least he understood one thing: he could temporarily stop thinking about that silver treasure chest. With the attributes of level 1 goblins being so high, it would take several people to deal with them, and there was no way he could defeat a level 3. Just as he made this judgment, he was only about 100 meters away from the first green coordinate point, the convenience store in Peacetown. Sumu picked up the backpack hanging on the cable car and grabbed the axe, preparing himself. Climbing backpack can carry 20 kilograms of supplies. Fire axe, armor penetration 10, a durability 100. Note, the greater the strength, the higher the damage dealt. Holding this fire axe gave Sumu a slight sense of security. He then opened the system panel. Current landing attempts 1. Would you like to consume an attempt to land? Sumu did not rush to confirm, but instead stared intently through the glass at what lay below. As the cable car moved slowly, the scene below gradually came into focus. It was a typical town layout, scattered with several rows of low buildings. At the center was a narrow street lined with various shops. And his target, the convenience store, was located at an inconspicuous spot in the middle of the street, looking quite blurry from above. If he didn't know it was there, he would not have been able to find it. At the same time, he carefully observed whether there were any green figures wandering on the street. None. At least within the visible range, he did not see anything that moved. The entire town was eerily quiet. But the intel stated no danger in the vicinity. Feel free to gather resources, so Sumu could only choose to trust the accuracy of his talent for now. The green coordinate point was getting closer. 50 meters. 30 meters. 10 meters. 0 meters. Now's the time. Sumu pressed confirm. The cable car doors opened automatically, and a black vortex appeared out of thin air, its edges flowing with a dark purple glow unfathomably deep. Sumu took a deep breath, gripped the fire axe tightly, and stepped in. From the moment he stepped into the vortex until he exited, it was as if he had lost his sight for an instant, only to have it restored immediately. Sumu tightened his grip on the axe, ready to enter a state of vigilance, as his eyes quickly adapted to the changes in light. Although the intel indicated that there was no danger nearby, Sumu did not fully relax his guard. Soon he realized he was in an extremely simple convenience store. Only a dozen square meters in size, with snack items displayed on shelves resembling delivery racks. A single glance was enough to scan the entire area. He found nothing unusual. Sumu finally let out a sigh of relief. After a brief moment of relaxation, he immediately began to search the room. In the corner, he quickly spotted an iron box about a meter wide, emanating a bronze color. A bronze treasure chest. Without hesitation, Sumu walked over. The treasure chest was unlocked and opened directly. Inside lay a vest-like object that resembled a bulletproof vest. Acquired basic bulletproof vest white grade level 2 armor value 15 durability 100100 weight 5 kilograms. Seeing this item, Sumu did not hesitate and quickly donned it. In the next moment, the character model on the system panel displayed a new piece of armor on the upper body alongside detailed information. Upper body reduces damage from level 1 biological attacks by 75 or level 2 biological attacks by 50 and decreases progressively for level 3 and above. Note this damage reduction effect only applies to ordinary mutated biological entities. The effect decreases by 50 against higher quality mutated beings, elites, leaders, etc. And increases progressively. Upon seeing the note about reduced effectiveness against high-quality mutated beings, Sumu frowned. This was not good news. Not because the armor was ineffective against high-quality mutated beings, but because it meant that among beings of the same level, those of higher quality would undoubtedly possess significantly stronger combat capabilities, resulting in a vast disparity from ordinary creatures. Otherwise, the damage reduction effect would not be so drastically diminished. However, his thoughts only lingered for a moment. Sumu quickly scanned the shelves in the store. This was clearly a convenience store in a small town resembling those in rural areas, primarily selling snacks, spicy strips, and items like milk or gift boxes typically given during holidays. These were evidently not suitable supplies for survival. Fortunately, Sumu still found instant noodles and biscuits on the shelves. He quickly stuffed them into his backpack. He also found a box of chocolates and a few bottles of water. As for the spicy strips, he shook his head. Such items would make one extremely thirsty, wasting water. At least for now, he wouldn't prepare for them. Soon Sumu had filled his backpack to the brim. Passing by the tobacco and alcohol counter, he stuffed a few packs of cigarettes into his pants pocket. 3 or 4 packs. Although he did not smoke, cigarettes were undoubtedly important for some smokers. They could be used for trading later. He then slung the backpack over his shoulder. After doing so, Sumu felt a heavy weight on his back. At this moment, his load had reached 12 kilograms. Sumu glanced at his character panel, which indicated that his maximum carrying capacity was 80 gene, equivalent to 40 kilograms. Once he reached 40 kilograms, he would be unable to run, and at 20 kilograms his speed would be severely affected. 80 gene should relate to his 8 points of strength. Fortunately, 12 kilograms was still within an acceptable range. After organizing the supplies he planned to take, Sumu opened the system panel. Earlier, when he had landed, a map had popped up in the lower right corner. He had been too busy collecting supplies to examine it closely. Now he needed to take a look. He opened the map, and a transparent image appeared before him, prominently displaying. At this moment, the entire Peace Town was shrouded in darkness, with only the convenience store he was currently in lit up. It seemed he needed to traverse the area to illuminate the map's details. At this moment, Sumu noticed not the store, but the retreat icons located at the upper right and upper left corners of the map. The meaning was clear: he could retreat back to the cable car by reaching these locations. He chose the right side without a second thought, because the one near the upper left corner was on the side that previously had the coordinates for the second silver treasure chest. If he went there, he would likely pass through that coordinate. There was a level 3 monster there. He currently had no ability to deal with it. As for observing or waiting, Sumu did not hesitate. He had cheats. As long as he developed properly and cautiously, he would grow stronger. For now, taking one step at a time was the most prudent approach. Thus, Sumu decisively chose the retreat point on the right side. After completing these tasks, he picked up the axe and slightly opened the glass door, peering outside. Ahead lay a street. However, to his surprise, there were no monsters in sight. Yet he remained cautious, slowly making his way out. Along the way, he encountered no monsters. This made Sumu furrow his brow, because it was too quiet, which one must know that even in the wild, the probability of encountering monsters was relatively high. However, not encountering any monsters was better. Sumu did not want to engage in a fight at this moment. Throughout the journey, Sumu passed many houses. According to normal game logic, he could search each one, as these houses might also contain supplies, or perhaps even treasure chests. But Sumu dared not enter. If he were to encounter a mutated creature inside, it would be truly dangerous. As he continued forward, he encountered no monsters, and easily arrived at the designated location. However, he encountered a strange phenomenon as he approached this area. He could vaguely hear sounds resembling but the sounds were not very clear, as if coming from a distance. Sumu did not intend to investigate. He even suspected whether other people had landed nearby. Regardless of whether it was true or not, he had no intention of checking. He then arrived at the designated retreat point. It was a 4-story building. In this small town, it was a rather conspicuous structure. Most buildings were traditional, with green tiles, and few were 2 stories or so. Sumu glanced around and frowned. The retreat point is actually on the top floor. Looking at the map with the black fog cleared, the retreat portal was indeed at the top of the building. But there was no other option. He could only explore inside. Shaking his head, Sumu shifted his gaze back to the building in front of him. The first floor had a rolling shutter door which was open so it wouldn't make too much noise. The first floor was quite spacious, seemingly used for parking. After looking around and finding no signs of danger, Su-mu cautiously made his way toward the staircase. He quickly arrived at the stairway. Looking up from below, he heard no sounds and saw nothing strange, then proceeded directly upstairs. The hallway was somewhat dark. There was a light switch on the wall, but Su-mu did not dare to turn it on, fearing that it might alert any lurking monsters. He climbed quietly. In the darkness, he could only hear his own breathing. Fortunately, he did not encounter, however, just as he was about to reach the corner of the second floor, he suddenly spotted a green figure ahead. Su-mu didn't even have time to react. He felt a tremendous force hit his chest, causing his internal organs to churn. It was only after receiving such a heavy blow that Su-mu noticed the figure ahead. A green creature much shorter than him. After the sudden impact, Su-mu's adrenaline surged. Following this blow, the creature seemed a bit exhausted, giving Su-mu a moment to counterattack. But due to the darkness, he couldn't see clearly, he could only swing randomly. At that moment, Su-mu felt that no matter how wildly he swung the axe, every strike found its mark. Blood splattered onto his face. By the time he regained his senses from the rush, the figure in front of him was already a bloody mess. Killed L1 Elder Goblin Experience 1. Hearing this notification, Su-mu gasped for air. His hands still trembled, but he forced himself to calm down. He finally got a clear look. It was a hunchbacked goblin, its skin wrinkled like dried tree bark, yet the muscles were exceptionally sinewy. From the bulge on its chest, it was likely a female goblin. Old, ugly, yet filled with a sense of strength. After killing this goblin, he noticed a wooden box on the ground. Su-mu did not immediately pick it up, but instead surveyed the entire hallway again, remaining on guard. After waiting for a while, and confirming no other creatures appeared, he gently touched his chest. It still ached faintly. This was a level 1 goblin. He had the 75 damage reduction effect. Had it not been for this level 2 armor, that strike might have killed him. Simultaneously, he was grateful that the creature did not strike his head or other vital areas, though otherwise the consequences would have been unimaginable. Gathering his thoughts, Su-mu finally went to open the wooden box. Acquired chocolate 1, acquired mineral. Su-mu picked up the chocolate and stuffed it into his pocket, then grabbed the mineral water, gulping down a few sips before gently placing the bottle next to the stairs. He then prepared to continue upstairs. At that moment, he heard a strange noise coming from behind the door on the second floor. Su-mu frowned. Were there more monsters? Without a second thought, he rushed upstairs. He needed to reach the top quickly to teleport away. He ran all the way to the 4th floor. There were no footsteps of pursuit from below. However, Su-mu did not relax. Upon reaching the 4th floor, he noticed the door was open. A strong sense of unease washed over him. Moreover, the same strange noises were emanating from inside. With tension mounting, Su-mu could only grip his axe tightly. There was no choice but to charge in. He made no hesitation, moving upward without a second thought, fully prepared for battle. Yet, upon reaching the entrance to the 4th floor, he was not attacked. What astonished him more was the sight inside. The source of the sounds was indeed goblins. However, they were goblin infants, crawling, rolling, and playing on the ground like babies. Some were stumbling as they walked, while others curled up in corners. The entire room was filled with a strong smell of blood. Some infants were gnawing on something. That was an arm, internal organs, dried human hands. Su-mu suppressed his nausea, carefully examining the small goblins that barely reached his knees. In the next moment, their data appeared before his eyes. Goblin Cub, LV1. Strength 4. Constitution 3. Agility 5. Spirit 1. Remarks: immature goblin combat power, only 1/5 of an adult. Indeed, there is a difference between levels 1 and 1. At this moment, the small goblins also noticed Su-mu. A few larger ones stopped their movements, tilting their heads to look at him, with dried blood still hanging at the corners of their mouths, drool dripping from their chins. Others, even smaller ones, just blinked in confusion and made chirping sounds as if they were puzzled. Su-mu looked at them, and then at the human remains on the ground. There was no trace of pity. He gripped his axe tightly and stepped inside. While dealing with these goblins, Su-mu took the opportunity to experiment with his talent. Any attack will lock onto monster weakness to see how it worked. When he fought with that old goblin earlier, adrenaline surged, and he swung his axe wildly without any rational thought. In the dark environment, he hadn't noticed how this effect specifically worked. Now was the perfect time to verify it. Su-mu approached the nearest small goblin. That little creature opened its mouth to bite as it saw someone approaching, seeming to mistake him for food. Su-mu swung his axe casually, slashing diagonally, without even aiming at any specific part. However, at the moment the axe was about to fall, it felt as if something guided it, perfectly aligning with the goblin's head. Splat. Green blood splattered. One hit, one kill. Su-mu frowned and moved on to the next one. This time he deliberately aimed for its leg. But just as the axe was about to make contact, that pulling force came again, and the blade struck the goblin's head directly. Another one dead. Su-mu's gaze sharpened. The third one. He no longer held back, swinging freely. Each strike resonated with the dull thud of the axe biting into flesh, and each time it was aimed at the head. Whether the small goblins were running, crawling, or attempting to fight back, as long as they were within range, their heads would inexplicably appear in the trajectory of the axe. Sumu even attempted a sweeping strike. Logically, such an area attack would be difficult to precisely hit vital spots, but the result was 3 small goblins had their heads cleaved in half simultaneously. All hits. This talent. Sumu took a deep breath, shaken internally. Rule-based abilities truly defy logic. There was only one left. Sumu did not approach directly, but stood 2 meters away, weighing the fire axe in his hand. He wanted to try throwing it. With a strong flick, the axe spun through the air, its trajectory not very precise, even slightly deviating. But just then the little goblin happened to look up and took a step forward. This step caused its head to meet the axe perfectly. Thud. Again a headshot. This. He actually predicted it. Sumu was astonished. The power of this rule was truly unreasonable. Suppressing his surprise, Sumu walked over, picked up the axe, and looked at the green blood and corpses covering the ground, feeling a slight churn in his stomach. Fortunately, he was gradually adapting, especially when he noticed that each corpse had dropped a wooden box beside it, and the prompt sound kept ringing in his mind. The discomfort was significantly alleviated. Experience gained for killing LV1 Goblin Cub 1. Experience gained for killing LV1 Goblin Cub 1. Experience gained for killing LV1 Goblin Cub 1. In this room, there were a total of 13 small goblins. 13 experience points earned. Then Sumu quickly opened all 13 boxes they dropped. The first few boxes contained ordinary supplies: biscuits, chocolate, mineral water, bread. Until the third box, his movements paused. Acquired Universal Level 2 Cable Car Upgrade Blueprint. A yellowed blueprint depicting the structure of the cable car, annotated with various data and material requirements. Sumu quickly examined it. Universal Level 2 Cable Car Upgrade Blueprint. Required materials: several iron ingots, several high-strength glass essences. Sumu frowned slightly, noting that the required quantities of materials were not specified. Perhaps he would see them on the cable car. Sumu shook his head, ceasing to speculate, and continued to open boxes. In the fifth box, acquired iron ingot 1. A palm-sized iron block, heavy, weighing about 1 kilogram. Remark: material for upgrading the cable car. Good stuff. Sumu's eyes lit up. The cable car upgrade required iron ingots, and although he didn't know the specific quantity, yet it wouldn't hurt to stock up in advance. The seventh box. Acquired high-strength glass essence 1. A transparent block about the size of a billiard ball, also weighing about 1 kilogram. Another upgrade material. Sumu's spirits lifted, and he became even more enthusiastic about opening boxes. Biscuits, water, chocolate, iron ingots, glass. Sumu glanced at the quantities he had obtained for iron ingots and 3 pieces of glass. Iron ingot 4. High-strength glass essence 3. Several biscuits, mineral water, and chocolate, enough to last several days. And most importantly, upgrade blueprints. Sumu looked at the accumulated supplies. His backpack was already full, so he could only pull out a blanket from the bed in the room. The blanket smelled heavily of urine and blood, but Sumu paid no mind. He wrapped all these items up, then placed them at the door of the 4th floor. At this moment, he did not immediately retreat. He remembered hearing those sounds before going upstairs, and since nothing had come up for so long, it proved that the lower floors were likely in the same situation. Only cubs, no adult individuals. Sumu gripped his axe tightly and cautiously made his way to the 3rd floor. The door on the 3rd floor was also ajar. Pushing the door open, the scene inside was just like the 4th floor. A dozen small goblins were playing, biting, and crawling. Without any hesitation, Sumu stepped inside and began to clean up. 3 minutes later, the ground was covered in green blood. Experience gained 1. Experience gained 1. Experience gained 1. Quickly gathering, he wrapped everything up in another sheet, then continued downstairs. 2nd floor. The same scene. Experience gained 1. Experience gained 1. Experience gained 1. Acquired high-strength glass essence 1. Acquired iron ingot 1. Acquired fuel 1L. After collecting everything, Sumu looked at his current experience. Current experience, 54,100. He needed 46 more points to reach level 2. This is not the most important. The most important thing is that after clearing this path, experience 54,100. And enough food and water to last half a month. Of course, the most important thing was acquiring a large amount of materials. However, Sumu did not clean up immediately. This was clearly the lair of the monsters. Although he didn't know why only one old goblin was guarding it, staying longer meant more danger, so he quickly packed all the supplies in the sheet and carried them upstairs. He went up from the 1st floor. By the time he reached the 3rd floor, his load had already reached 38 kilograms, making it difficult to walk. He needed to catch his breath with every step. Fortunately, the evacuation point was on the rooftop of the 4th floor, which wasn't too far to drag. Although it was a bit heavy, he could manage to reach it with some grit. Sumu carried 3 large bundles along with the backpack on his back, inching upward step by step. By the time he finally reached the rooftop, he was already drenched in sweat, gasping for breath. He set down the bundles and leaned against his knees, breathing heavily. At that moment, the sounds of battle from afar became clearer. The sounds he had heard downstairs were faint before. Now on the rooftop, without the obstruction of buildings, the sounds bang, bang, boom, mixed with the roars and screams of monsters. Sumu instinctively turned to look in the direction the sounds were coming from. Then his pupils constricted sharply. In the distance, about a kilometer away, lay the direction of the police station, which was a relatively open parking lot. At this moment, a chaotic battle was taking place there. At least 100 green figures, goblins, adult goblins. They wielded wooden clubs and stone axes, forming a circle and frantically attacking the massive creature in the center. And those massive creatures were minotaurs. It was the first time Sumu had seen such beings. They were at least twice the size of an average person, covered in brown or black fur with a pair of curved horns atop their heads, wielding enormous stone hammers or wooden mallets. A total of 7 or 8 minotaurs were surrounded by hundreds of goblins, yet they showed no sign of being at a disadvantage. Especially the one in the center. Its size was at least 3 times that of an average person. It was pitch black all over, its hair standing up like steel needles, and every charge could knock 4 or 5 goblins away, with its massive stone hammer sweeping through and clearing a space. When the goblin's wooden clubs struck it felt like a mere tickle, barely scratching its skin. Yet with each of its counterattacks, several goblins would lose their lives. On the ground lay 2 or 3 dozen goblin corpses with green blood pooling into small streams. Yet the goblins continued to charge forward fearless. Sumu watched in astonishment. He finally understood why this goblin nest only had young ones, and a single old goblin that could barely move. It turned out that all the adults had gone to fight the minotaurs. Did monsters also kill each other? Sumu deeply etched this information into his mind. However, he quickly withdrew his gaze, preparing to step into the vortex to escape. As for scavenging, that thought had never crossed his mind. Without hesitation, he grabbed the 3 wrapped packages and quickly moved forward. Just as he was about to step into the vortex, his gaze caught a corner ahead. Then he froze as if time had stopped. In the corner of the rooftop, near the water tank, lay a box quietly. Its silver sheen glimmered slightly in the sunlight. That was a silver treasure chest. He acted almost without hesitation. Sumu dashed to the corner, squatted down, and placed both hands on the silver box. It was also unlocked. The lid opened easily. The moment he saw the 3 items inside, Sumu's eyes lit up. The first thing he noticed was a completely black firearm. Its design was rugged, exuding a cold metallic luster with a non-slip texture on the grip, and the barrel was slightly longer than a conventional handgun, with a clear sight and aiming point. The overall feel conveyed a sense of violent aesthetics. Next to the firearm lay a glass bead the size of a thumb. No, it wasn't an ordinary glass bead. In the center of the bead, one half was a burning crimson flame seeming to dance endlessly. The other half was a frosty white, exuding a chilling aura, with 2 completely opposite energies trapped within the transparent sphere, looking extremely beautiful. The final item was a potion. It was a test tube about the thickness of a finger, containing a deep blue liquid that glimmered slightly in the sunset. Sumu didn't examine it closely, as this was undoubtedly the lair of monsters. Staying longer only increased the danger. He quickly gathered the 3 items. A series of notification sounds rang in his ears. Acquired M500 revolver green, acquired Icefire dual seed green, acquired small strength amplification potion green. With the items in hand, Sumu hesitated not at all. He immediately turned around, picked up the 3 wrapped packages from the ground, gritted his teeth to shoulder them, and strode towards the evacuation point. The purple-black vortex swirled quietly in the center of the rooftop. The moment he stepped in, a 10-second loading bar appeared before him. When the loading finished, the familiar sensation of weightlessness hit him once again. In the blink of an eye, when Sumu opened his eyes, he was back in that cramped 1 square meter space. The cable, familiar glass, familiar walls, familiar axe, and backpack hooks. Sumu exhaled deeply, unloading the 3 large packages from his shoulder and the hiking bag from his back. The already cramped cable car was instantly filled to the brim. The 3 wrapped packages piled at his feet, taking up almost half the space. The hiking bag squeezed into a corner. Sumu could only curl his legs up, sitting on top of the packages, finding it difficult even to turn around. But at this moment, he couldn't care about that. First, he needed to count his gains. Sumu unwrapped the 3 packages in turn, and the supplies tumbled out, forming a small mountain. While sorting, he silently counted in his mind. First were the cable car upgrade materials. Universal Level 2 Cable Car Upgrade Blueprint 1 Iron Ingots 11 High-Strength Glass Essence 8. Then came the living supplies. Chocolate 24 bars, enough for several days. Instant noodles 22 packs, various flavors. Mineral water 34 bottles. 500 milliliters each. Bread, 32 pieces vacuum-packed, with a long shelf life. Cigarettes, 3 packs. Soft genois, unopened. These supplies, if used sparingly, would be enough for about 10 days of living. The only problem was, there was too little space. Sumu looked at the supplies piled around his feet, and shook his head helplessly. Originally just a 1 square meter space, now there was almost no place to step. He could only sit cross-legged on the pile of packages, his back almost pressed against the glass. He needed to upgrade the cable car as soon as possible. Sumu set the upgrade materials aside separately, and tried to neatly stack the living supplies in the corner. After finishing all this, he took out the 3 items he had obtained from the silver treasure chest. The first was the gun. M500 revolver, green, level LV3 type, ranged weapon, base firepower, 22 magazine capacity, 5 rounds, current bullets, 7 rounds, including loaded rate of fire, single action, approximately 0.3 seconds per shot, optimal range, 50 meters, best accuracy, effective, within 100 meters, damage, significantly decreases, beyond 100 meters, recoil high. Stability in a hip, fire accuracy 65, within 50 meters, firepower value 22. For the firepower value, Sumu didn't have much of a concept. However, judging by the damage he dealt with the axe before, this thing should be similar to reality. For instance, looking at the very robust goblin. Even a single axe strike couldn't withstand it. Especially when hitting a weak point, it would be a direct kill. And with a gun, as long as it hits a weak point, it would also be a direct kill. Of course, there should still be some differences from reality, so Sumu equipped it immediately. He was ready to see if there would be detailed data, like with armor. As Sumu equipped it, in the next moment, a firearm appeared in his right hand on the character model in the system panel, displaying detailed information beside it. Holding a level 3 weapon, green, when attacking level 4 elite mutated creatures, damage is reduced by 25. When attacking level 5 elite mutated creatures, damage is reduced by 50, and subsequently decreases in turns. When attacking level 1 elite mutated creatures, damage increases by 50. When attacking level 2 elite mutated creatures, damage increases by 25. When attacking, there is an additional damage bonus against low-quality creatures, while the effect decreases against higher-level creatures. Sumu roughly assessed the overall effect of this equipment. Equipment is classified by levels and grades. The higher both are, the greater the damage increase. Simply put, his current handgun is on par with LV3 green grade, which should be elite-level monsters, and it increases damage against creatures below level 3 or below the elite monster level. Of course, there may also be monsters above level 3, but below elite monsters, or below level 3, but above elite monsters. There should be a calculation involved, but he is currently unaware. Nonetheless, the power of this gun is undeniable, at least for now it is absolutely sufficient. The only regret is that he currently has only 7 bullets. There is also no way to obtain more bullets. He can only wait to see if there are any relevant clues in the channel. After some thought, Sumu set the handgun aside, and picked up the glass bead. Icefire dual seed, green type, special plant seed effects. After planting, it can grow into Icefire dual cotton, and the harvested cotton can be used to make temperature-controlled clothing. Temperature-controlled clothing effect, when worn, it can adjust the temperature from 15 degrees to 40 degrees, and also provides slight physical protection. Growth cycle, 15 days. Growth conditions must be planted in at least 1 cubic meter of soil, watered daily, and kept in light. Note, this plant has high environmental requirements. If not cared for properly, it may wilt. Sumu looked at this introduction, frowning slightly. Clothes that can withstand extreme temperatures. The practicality of this item is unquestionable. If he encounters extremely cold or hot environments later on, the value of this clothing would be immeasurable. But the problem is how to plant it. Watering daily and maintaining light. This is all well and good. The cable car is surrounded by glass, and there is plenty of sunlight during the day. Watering can also be done with mineral water. The troublesome part is the soil. He looked at his cable car. Right now, he couldn't even fit a flower pot in, let alone a cubic meter of soil. Even if there was enough space, transporting the soil would require at least 2 trips, as a cubic meter of soil is not light. Sumu shook his head and carefully stored the seeds. They are not needed for now, but they must be kept for later. He will consider planting them when the cable car is upgraded and the space and resources are sufficient. Finally, he picked up the bottle of blue potion. Small strength enhancement potion, green type, consumable effects, permanently increases strength by 10 points upon consumption. Note, this potion is only effective for the first use by each individual. Repeated use is ineffective. Permanently increasing strength by 10 points. Sumu's eyes lit up. Through this journey, he has deeply understood the importance of strength. Carrying capacity, attack power, and even melee combat suppression all correlate with strength. He originally only had 8 points of strength, and this potion directly adds 10 points. Without any hesitation, Sumu twisted off the cap and downed the potion in one gulp. The liquid slid down his throat with a slight coolness quickly spreading throughout his limbs. The next second, a warm sensation rose from his abdomen, swiftly flowing through his entire body. His muscles tightened slightly, and his bones made a faint cracking sound, as if something was growing and strengthening within him. After about 5 seconds, everything returned to calm. Sumu clenched his fist. He could clearly feel that his strength had become greater. Before carrying those 3 bundles upstairs had him gasping for breath. 38 kilograms was already but now, Sumu reached down and grabbed a bundled bedsheet, which contained 10 bottles of mineral water and some food weighing at least a dozen kilograms. Easily, without any effort. He then tried stacking the 3 bundles together and lifting them in one go. Although it was still somewhat strenuous, it was clearly much easier than before. 18 points of strength. Sumu opened his personal panel and the data had been updated. Name, Sumu level 1 race. Human hunger level 65 strength, 18 constitution, 7 spirit, 16 strength, jumped directly from 8 points to 18 points, allowing him to carry up to 90 kilograms. More than doubling. Sumu nodded in satisfaction. Moreover, with 18 points of strength, he was now on par with those adult goblins. If combined with the talent any attack will lock onto the monster's weakness, his chances in close combat have greatly increased. However, now is not the time to be complacent. He glanced out the window. The sky was starting to darken. According to the survival guidelines, the night is extremely dangerous, and the cable car might come under attack. He must quickly strengthen the cable car. Sumu took out the Universal Level 2 cable car upgrade blueprint. Now that the blueprint was inside the cable car, the data had indeed changed. On the blueprint, the originally blurry values are now clearly displayed with 4 upgrade directions. Direction 1 defensive type consumes iron ingots 10. After upgrading, the cable car's armor increases to 40, the space expands to 4 cubic meters, and it can bear 4 tons. Direction 2 balance type consumes iron ingots 7, high strength, glass essence 3. After upgrading, the cable car's armor increases to 30, the space expands to 4 cubic meters, and it can bear 4 tons. Direction 3 vision type consumes iron ingots 2, high strength, glass essence 8. After upgrading, the cable car's armor increases to 20A, the space expands to 4 cubic meters, and it can bear 4 tons. Obtains the feature panoramic view, significantly increases glass ratio, providing a wider observation range. Direction 4 special type consumes iron ingots 7, high strength, glass essence 3, ice fire dual seed 1. After upgrading, the cable car's armor increases to 20A, the space expands to 4 cubic meters, and it can bear 4 tons. Obtains the feature warm in winter and cool in summer, can automatically adjust the cable car's internal temperature to a comfortable range between 15 degrees and 40 degrees, capable of handling non-extreme weather, significantly weakening the impact of extreme heat and cold caused by weather changes. Sumu hesitated for almost no time and directly pointed at direction 4. The armor is according to the highest standard. He originally could not plant the Icefire dual seed. There is not even a handful of soil to fit in the cable car, let alone a cubic meter. Rather than letting it go to waste, it is better to use it for the upgrade. Moreover, the warm in winter and cool in summer feature is extremely practical. Selection successful. Upgrade of the cable car has begun. Estimated time 2 hours. Please be patient. Current upgrade progress 0. Sumu glanced out the window. The sky had already darkened. By the time the upgrade was complete, it would be complete, somewhat helpless, but he knew from the previous choice that construction-related upgrades required time. He naturally understood this would take time, but he was excited about the talent selection that would come after the upgrade, though fortunately the wait was not too long. He withdrew his gaze and picked up the fuel he had scavenged from the goblin nest. A total of 6 liters. On the right wall of the cable car, where there was once emptiness, now there was a small fuel filling port. Sumu unscrewed the cap and slowly poured in the fuel. A system prompt appeared. Detected fuel injection, current fuel level 3L. The cable car's power system has been activated. Operable accelerate decelerate. Current maximum speed 20 km/h. Note, at full fuel capacity 3L it can support a continuous driving speed of 300 km. 300 km on just 3 liters of fuel. Sumu raised an eyebrow. This means that at full fuel capacity at the maximum speed of 20 km/h it can run continuously for 15 hours. However, he was more concerned about another issue. If he accelerated, would he collide with the cable car in front? Sumu glanced ahead through the glass. About 10 meters ahead, another cable car was swaying gently on the same cable line, moving at the exact same speed as his. If he accelerated now, that 10-meter distance would vanish in an instant. Unless this cable line has some kind of rule preventing cable cars from colliding. Sumu pondered for a moment and did not dare to try. Since the game designed an acceleration feature, it must have its purpose. Perhaps it is needed for a quick escape in case of danger, or maybe cable cars cannot collide with each other. He would verify it later if he had the chance. He carefully stored the remaining 3 liters of fuel. Fuel seemed more precious than food at the moment. He tried to avoid using it as much as possible. After finishing these tasks, Sumu sat back down on the pile of packages and opened the chat channel. It had been over 5 hours since he crossed over. The number of people in the upper right corner of the channel had dropped from 1,000 to 903. 97 people had died. The death rate was close to 10. And this was just the first day, and most people had not even attempted to land. Sumu scrolled through the chat records trying to gather more information. At this moment, the atmosphere in the channel was completely different from during the day. Many were starting to feel hunger, frantically spamming for supplies. Can someone lend me a bottle of water? My hunger value has dropped to 40. If I don't eat something soon, I will really— Is there a big shot who can spare some food? Even half a piece of bread would do. Please give me a can. If I make it big later, I will definitely repay. Who can spare some food or drink? A good person will have peace for life. Sumu glanced at those begging for charity and ignored them. According to the information he was seeing on the screen, almost anyone who had gone out to search would have at least a little bit of supplies. Those asking for supplies in this channel were either trying to get something for nothing or had never been down before. He checked the time. It was almost 6 o'clock and the sky had begun to darken. At this point, landing would likely mean groping around in the dark. Survival guidelines clearly stated that night was extremely dangerous. These people didn't even dare to attempt landing during the day. Now they expect others to give them supplies. Sumu shook his head and scrolled past. He had thought clearly about this. He was not a person of great virtue. With supplies so scarce, he could not afford to give to these people. Moreover, in this survival game, being soft-hearted often led to the quickest demise. However, aside from those begging for donations, there were indeed some legitimate traits. Selling wild fruits 5, in exchange for a bottle of water, or a staple food. Freshly picked berries, just trade for a biscuit. Iron ingot 1, in exchange for 5 bottles of mineral water or 5 portions of food. High-strength glass essence 1, in exchange for 6 portions of food, no bargaining. Sumu frowned slightly at these prices. 5 portions of food for 1 iron ingot. Based on his harvest today, killing a goblin pup could drop a box, and with good luck, he might get an iron ingot or glass, but the probability is only about 1/3. It would also drop food and water. Calculating this way, the cost of 5 portions of food for 1 iron ingot isn't too outrageous. But the problem is, he looked at his current food supply. Sumu opened his backpack and checked the supplies inside: 34 bottles of mineral water, 22 packs of instant noodles, 32 portions of bread, 24 bars of chocolate, and 3 packs of cigarettes. Actually, it wasn't too much. It would last about 10 days. Moreover, he didn't lack these materials right now. After leveling up to level 2, who knew what would be needed for level 3? What if he didn't need them? If he traded them away now, it would be harder to buy them later. And with supplies so tight now, the next landing might not be as lucky as today, finding a place with food. If he landed among monsters, it would be a miracle to survive and come back, let alone scavenge for supplies. After thinking it over, Sumu decided not to trade for now. These food supplies would need to be exchanged for more useful materials. He continued to scroll down. The messages in the channel were moving fast, asking to buy, selling, complaining, and wailing, all mixed together. However, there was not a single message that caught Sumu's eye. Helpless Sumu simply sent out a message offering food in exchange for blueprints. Unfortunately, there was still nothing. Most of the private messages he received were requests for supplies, borrowing food, and even calling him cold-hearted, all of which Sumu ignored. But not a single person came to trade blueprints with him. He didn't know if it was because these blueprints were hard to come by, or if these people had them, but were unwilling to trade, waiting for a better price. But Sumu thought for a moment that obtaining these blueprints should involve only 2 processes, either killing monsters or opening treasure chests. If one had the strength to kill monsters, they could obtain food, and naturally wouldn't need to trade. And obtaining such blueprints from treasure chests would also prove that the other party had a certain degree of luck. Of course, perhaps the first day wasn't that difficult, as long as one went down, they wouldn't have too bad luck encountering monsters face to face. If they teamed up searching for some supplies and food, wouldn't be too hard, so these people had what they needed, but did not engage in trades. Sumu couldn't force them. Then after looking for a while, there were still no gains. The sky grew darker. Just as the sun was about to completely set, a message suddenly popped up in Sumu's view. Selling level 1 strength breakthrough talisman, exchange for 20 portions of food or water. Can also be exchanged with blueprints, with each blueprint counting as 10 portions. Sumu's gaze instantly froze. Level 1 strength breakthrough talisman. He opened the details of the message, and the properties of the talisman appeared before his eyes. Level 1 strength breakthrough talisman, type consumable effect. When LV1 experience reaches 100,100, using it will allow a breakthrough to LV2, and forcibly direct the attribute points gained after leveling up towards the strength attribute. After reading, Sumu slightly furrowed his brows. He needed this item to level up from 1 to 2. This was too much of a ripoff. He had originally thought that accumulating enough experience would result in an automatic upgrade, but it seemed far from that simple. Moreover, from the loot boxes dropped after defeating monsters, he had only obtained basic supplies like food, water, iron ingots, and glass essence. He had never seen this kind of talisman. The drop rate of this item must be very low. However, according to the description, this item not only relates to whether one can level up, but also influences the direction of attribute growth after leveling up, favoring the strength attribute. This meant that without this talisman, the direction of attribute growth after leveling up would be random. With good luck, one might randomly get the desired attribute. With bad luck, with this talisman, at least the direction could be controlled. Sumu looked at his panel, which showed 54,100 experience, and then glanced back at the sales message. It had to be secured. He clicked on the avatar of the person who sent the message. The other party was a girl named Lin Yue, and her avatar suggested she was in her early 20s with long hair, cascading down looking quite pleasant. Sumu did not hesitate, and opened a private chat. Private chat: Sumu, hello, is that breakthrough talisman still available? The other party replied quickly. Private chat: Lin Yue, yes, do you want to buy it? Private chat: Sumu, can the price be negotiated? 20 portions of food and water is something no one can produce at this stage. Although Sumu could produce that food all at once, the price was still negotiable. Private chat: Lin Yue, do you have blueprints can be exchanged for 10 portions? Private chat: Sumu, I don't have any. Private chat: Lin Yue, do you have any warm supplies? Clothes or blankets can be exchanged for 3 portions. Sumu raised his eyebrows slightly upon seeing this message. Warm supplies for 3 portions. This price. Sumu actually felt it was quite reasonable. After all, based on the daytime, whether it should be early summer or late autumn, and the temperature difference at night wouldn't be too great, this stuff shouldn't be worth much. However, since the other party wanted to collect it, it likely wasn't that simple. After all, at this time, food was the most scarce resource. Thinking of this, Sumu tentatively asked private chat: Sumu, I do have warm supplies, but I also need food and water for myself, so I can't spare too much. I have a bottle of mineral water, a loaf of bread, plus 3 pieces of warm supplies. Would that be enough for your talisman? Private chat: Lin Yue. Private chat: Lin Yue, your bargaining is too harsh, right? 3 pieces of warm supplies only count for 9 portions, plus the water and bread makes it only 11 portions. I'm asking for 20 portions. Private chat: Sumu, everyone is struggling in the early stages. Food is incredibly important during this time. The other side fell silent for a few seconds. Private chat: Lin Yue, if you know food is important, why are you willing to trade? Are you close to leveling up? Private chat: Sumu, how could that be? I'm barely managing to run away from monsters. I just feel that this item will definitely be useful in the future, so I want to stock up in advance to avoid getting stuck when I actually need to level up. A few more seconds of silence. Private chat: Lin Yue. Alright, add 1 more portion of food, and we have a deal. Sumu looked at this message, not feeling delighted about not getting the short end of the stick, but instead deep in thought. This price was clearly unreasonable, yet the other party accepted it. In the early stages, food and other resources were so important, yet she was willing to trade for warm supplies. Unless she knew that it would be very cold tonight, and not just a regular cold. That's why she was so eager to hoard warm supplies, even willing to trade such a rare item as the breakthrough talisman. Sumu did not press further. Such information gaps would not be revealed, even if he asked her. Should he proceed with this trade? He instinctively glanced at the 3 sheets piled by his feet. Those were the ones he had torn off from the goblin nest to bundle up supplies. They were stained with green blood and had a strong odor of urine and fishiness, filling the entire cable car with an indescribable stench. Initially, he had thought about throwing these sheets away, but the glass window of the cable car was too small for him to do so. Forget it, these blankets were of no use to him, while food was far more valuable, and he couldn't give away that much. Moreover, these things were too smelly. After hesitating for a moment, Sumu typed again, private chat: Sumu, I really can't offer anything more. How about this? I can add 1.5 portions of bread, but I can't give any more. Private chat: Lin Yue, deal. Sumu found a loaf of bread and divided it into 2 portions, and then opened the trading interface to place a bottle of mineral water, 1.5 portions of bread, and those 3 crumpled sheets. He clicked confirm. The other party also clicked confirm. Transaction complete. The next second, Sumu held a yellowed talisman in his hand, palm-sized, with complex patterns drawn in cinnabar, faintly shimmering with light. Level 1 Strength Breakthrough Talisman, White Type, Consumable Effect. When LV1 experience reaches 100,100, using it will allow a breakthrough to LV2 and forcibly direct the attribute points gained after leveling up towards the Strength attribute. Sumu carefully stored the talisman. He now had 54,100 experience, needing 46 more points. Once he reached LV2, this talisman would come in handy. Just as Sumu was feeling satisfied, the private chat interface suddenly exploded. Private chat: Lin Yue. Private chat: Lin Yue, where did you get this blanket? Private chat: Lin Yue, oh my god, it stinks too much. Private chat: Lin Yue, did you pull it out from a toy? Private chat: Lin Yue, respond. Sumu looked at this series of messages, the corners of his mouth. He could imagine the expression of the girl on the other side, most likely pinching her nose, typing with a look of disgust, her fingers trembling. But this question, he had no way to answer. Surely he couldn't say, "I just killed a dozen goblin pups and packed up supplies with their sheets," could he? Exposing his resources was a small matter. It would be troublesome if it attracted the attention of someone with ulterior motives. Sumu silently closed the private chat. No matter how much the other party bombarded him, he was determined not to reply. At this moment on the other side of the cable car, a young girl with long hair was staring at the 3 sheets that suddenly appeared before her. The smile on her face had not yet fully blossomed when she was nearly overwhelmed by a wave of putrid odor. The smell. It was a mix of the stench of blood, urine, sweat, and some indescribable decaying odor. After several hours of being sealed, it erupted at that moment. Ugh! Lin Yue covered her mouth, forcing herself to suppress her nausea as she kicked the 3 sheets into the corner. She opened the window of the cable car, letting the cold wind in, which allowed her to breathe somewhat easier. This bastard. She gritted her teeth and opened a private chat, only to find that the other party had stopped responding. After taking a few deep breaths, Lin Yue gradually calmed down. She looked closely at the 3 sheets. Though they were foul-smelling, they were indeed genuine blankets. Moreover, judging by the material, they were the kind of old-fashioned cotton quilts commonly used in rural areas, thick and warm. The most crucial thing was, she glanced at the encroaching night outside the window, feeling the increasingly evident chill in the air. Tonight it would be very cold. Extremely cold. Forget it. Lin Yue pinched her nose, using 2 fingers to lift the sheets, trying her best not to let them touch her. Considering I can sell them for a high price later, I won't hold it against you. She carefully folded the sheets and placed them in a corner of the cable car. That guy named Sumu thought he had the upper hand. This actually relieved me of any guilt. Just wait, once the temperature drops below 0 tonight, you'll be the one crying. Let's see what you'll do to beg me then. Sumu naturally had no idea about this. After shutting down the private chat, he continued browsing the channel. As the sky grew darker, the atmosphere in the channel became increasingly anxious. Messages requesting food and water rolled in like a tide. Some were even attempting to exchange items like iron ingots and glass essence, but very few were willing to trade. These items couldn't be eaten or keep one warm in hand, they were just a pile of scrap metal. Sumu glanced at his supplies, and then at the iron ingots for food requests in the channel. After hesitating, he still did not make a move. Aside from blueprints and special items, he would not trade anything for now. As for those who didn't dare to attempt even the first descent, Sumu shook his head. He was not a saint, and had no obligation to save these people. After browsing a bit more, Sumu noticed a phenomenon: those who truly had the strength to kill monsters hardly spoke in the channel. Occasionally someone would share their experiences, but they only offered useless advice like, "Goblins are strong, it's advisable to team up," without mentioning specifics about drops, treasure locations, or monster weaknesses. This was the mindset of a normal survivor. Silent wealth, never too wordy. Sumu withdrew his gaze, ready to close the channel, when he suddenly felt a chill sweep over him. He instinctively looked up at the window. The sky was completely dark now, but it was not the normal darkness of night. Outside the window was a pure, thick darkness without even a hint of moonlight. That layer of gray mist became heavier at night, enveloping the entire world, obscuring vision completely. And the chill was seeping in through the cracks in the glass. Sumu glanced at the temperature displayed on the system interface. Current temperature outside the cable car, 8 degrees. He remembered that during the day, it was at least over 20. It had dropped by over 10 degrees just after nightfall, and the chill was still intensifying. Sumu tightened his clothes and closed the window gap to the smallest. But it was useless. That cold was not merely a drop in temperature, but an invasive chill that penetrated to the bone. It was as if something was lurking in the mist, causing one's soul to tremble. The channel had exploded with messages. Damn, it's freezing. What time is it? It's gotta be below 0, right? Does anyone know what's going on with this cursed weather? It was over 20 degrees during the day, and now it's directly below 0. Help! I don't have warm clothes. I'm going to freeze to death. Just then a message suddenly popped up. Lin Yue selling warm supplies. 3 cotton blankets. Top-notch insulation. 10 food supplies, or 1 blueprint, no other exchanges, no bargaining. Sumu raised an eyebrow upon seeing this message. 10 items. Earlier he exchanged 3 warm supplies for 9 food items, plus a bottle of water, and 2 loaves of bread, getting a talisman in return. Now Lin Yue had turned 3 blankets into a price of 10 food items each, or 1 blueprint. This flip had earned her more than double. Sumu looked at that message, and then at the increasingly cold weather outside. She certainly knew it would be very cold tonight. Otherwise, she wouldn't have specifically asked if there were warm supplies during the trade, nor would she be selling at a high price at this time. But how did she know? Sumu fell into deep thought. The first thing that came to mind was talent. She might have awakened the ability to sense the weather. But upon further reflection, that seemed unlikely. If her talent was just sensing the weather, how did she obtain that level 1 strength breakthrough talisman? After all, he had killed dozens of goblin pups and hadn't dropped a single talisman. This item's drop rate was undoubtedly pitifully low. One either needed to open a better treasure chest or kill stronger monsters. Could someone who could only sense the weather possess such strength? Unless she had other teammates, or had miraculously opened a good treasure chest. Forget it. Sumu shook his head, deciding not to speculate further. There was no way to guess, and others wouldn't tell you either, just like one couldn't disclose their own talents. But one thing he was very certain of: Lin Yue was not simple. She was smart, had information, and dared to take action. He needed to keep an eye on her in the future. As for holding a grudge, Sumu didn't feel that way. Trading was a matter of mutual consent. He got what he needed, and she profited from the information gap. They were both using their own abilities. If anything, he should thank her. If she hadn't urgently needed warm supplies, she wouldn't have traded him for this. As for now going to get warm supplies. Sumu glanced at the upgrade progress bar. Cable car upgrade progress 87. Almost there. Just a little longer. The temperature outside the window continued to drop. 8C. 6C. 4C. Sumu curled up among the piles of bags, his whole body shaking. His hands and feet had already turned purple from the cold, and the breath he exhaled formed a thin layer of frost on the glass. Those without warm supplies in the chat were already wailing. It's too cold. I feel like I'm going to die. Is there anyone to save me? I don't want to die. If I had known, I would have gone down during the day. Being killed by a goblin would be better than freezing to death. Damn, I regret it. I shouldn't have hesitated. Below Lin Yue's sales post there were already hundreds of requests from buyers. But her attitude was resolute: 10 portions of food or 1 blueprint, no exchanges, otherwise no bargaining. Someone attempted to trade iron ingots, but was ignored. Someone tried to trade glass essence, and was also ignored. One person played the pity card, saying they were about to freeze to death, begging her for kindness, but was still ignored. Sumu watched this scene and felt a bit of admiration for the woman. She was tough and decisive. In such an environment, those who are soft-hearted don't survive long. It was getting colder. Fortunately, the temperature outside stopped fluctuating when it reached 4C. This temperature was very low. However, if one's physical condition wasn't too poor, they should be able to endure it. Of course, suffering a bit this night was inevitable. At this moment, Sumu rubbed his hands while watching the progress bar. 98. 99. 100. Ding. Cable car upgrade complete. In an instant, the entire cable car underwent a tremendous transformation. The originally thin layer of iron plate had now become thick and solid, gleaming with a cold metallic luster. The surrounding glass also became more transparent and resilient, clearly twice as thick as before. The entire shape of the cable car became more rectangular, its red and white paint covering the previously rusted iron. Most notably, a thin layer of transparent film seemed to envelop the interior and exterior of the cabin, barely visible, yet undeniably present. In the next moment, the chill dissipated. A wave of warmth surged in from all directions, instantly driving away the cold from Sumu. He looked down at the system prompt: cable car upgraded to LV2, current armor 40, current space 4 cubic meters, current load capacity 4 tons, acquired trait winter warmth and summer coolness. The cable car's temperature automatically adjusts to a comfortable range for the human body, 20C to 5C, able to withstand external temperatures from 15C to 40C. Comfortable. Unprecedented comfort. Sumu exhaled deeply and moved his stiff hands and feet. Just then that familiar prompt sounded in his ear: your cable car is currently at LV2, gaining 1 talent selection from 3 options. It's here. Sumu's spirit lifted. In the next second, 3 golden cards floated before his eyes. To his surprise, the second card displayed that flame icon again with the word luck written inside. Another lucky option. Sumu was delighted looking at the 3 options after flipping the card. Option 1, information type. When investigating others' information, you can detect the other party's talent. If the other party has a shielding talent, it cannot be detected. When used on monsters, more detailed attribute information can be obtained. Limited to 3 uses per day with a maximum of 10 accumulative uses. Option 2, personal type. Your attacks will trigger an additional attack upon hitting. Option 3, construction type. When building or crafting equipment, there is a 1 chance of a random qualitative change. Is my luck this good? Another rule type option appeared. Sumu's gaze immediately locked onto option 2. The last time any attack will lock on a monster weaknesses had already made him experience the terrifying power of rule type abilities. Even with eyes closed, he could land critical hits with every strike. Even throwing could be predicted. This unreasonable ability was simply a bug. And this additional attack upon hit, if understood literally, 1 slash would equate to 2 slashes. A single gunshot would count as 2. Moreover, would the additional triggered attack also enjoy the effect of locking onto weaknesses? If so, Sumu took a deep breath. Then his output capacity would directly double, or even more. As for options 1 and 3, the information type ability is indeed useful, though being able to see others' talents would be a significant trump card when encountering ill-intentioned individuals in the future. But the problem is limited to 3 uses per day is too restrictive. And when used on monsters, it's only obtaining more detailed attribute information, which pales in comparison to locking onto weaknesses. The one qualitative change probability of option 3 is purely a gamble. Although it would be exhilarating if triggered, a 1 probability is simply too low and completely uncontrollable. Without hesitation, Sumu pointed to option 2. Selection successful. The golden card transformed into light spots and merged into his body. As before, there was no sensation. But Sumu knew that his strength had risen another level. He tried to swing his fist into the air. There was no reaction. It seemed that he needed to actually attack a target to trigger it. Sumu withdrew his hand and looked out the window. The thick fog remained and darkness still enveloped. Yet inside his cable car, it was warm as spring. In the chat, those still shivering in the cold wind continued to wail, plead for help, and curse. Below Lin Yue's sales post, someone had already gritted their teeth and exchanged a blanket for a blueprint. Sumu took a glance and then withdrew his gaze. He glanced outside again where the thick fog swirled. Vaguely, it seemed something enormous was slowly moving within the mist. Sumu took a look and then ignored it. That kind of thing was beyond his ability to handle. Instead of staring outside in fear, it was better to treat it as if it didn't exist. At the same time, Sumu also stopped focusing on the chat channel and forced himself to sleep. After all, maintaining good physical condition and rest would give him more energy to search for supplies tomorrow. Whether it was because he had been tense all day or because searching for supplies had drained a lot of energy, he quickly fell into a deep sleep. In his sleep, Sumu vaguely heard the sound of raindrops tapping against the window outside. Initially, he paid it no mind, thinking it was just the rain. In his sleep, Sumu vaguely heard the sound of raindrops tapping against the window outside. Initially, he paid it no mind, thinking it was just the rain. Sumu slightly opened his eyes for a glance. Yet that mere glance instantly awakened him, and he abruptly flipped over to sit up. That was no rain sound. Outside, something was violently crashing into his cable car. Due to the darkness and thick fog, Sumu couldn't clearly see what was colliding with him, only able to vaguely discern the rough outline of something about the size of a fist. He instinctively glanced at the cable car's armor value. Current armor 40/40, durability 99, no damage at all. Those fist-sized objects crashing against the glass left not even a scratch. Sumu let out a sigh of relief. He recalled the earlier warning. Nights were extremely dangerous. However, this danger didn't seem as terrifying as he had imagined. But soon Sumu felt something was off. His cable car was a level 2, with an armor value of 40. What if it were a level 1 cable car? With only 10 points of armor and glass, could it withstand such continuous impacts? Sumu immediately opened the chat channel. Sure enough, the channel was in uproar. What the hell is that thing outside? It's slamming into my cable car. My cable car is shaking violently. It feels like it can't take it anymore. Does anyone know how to deal with them? I already have dents on my glass. It's over, it's over. If this goes on, will my cable car break, and will I fall from the sky? I tried using an axe to hit the glass to scare them away, but it didn't work at all. Can someone save me? I don't want to die. I already have cracks in my glass. Does anyone have a solution? Sumu looked at these messages, and then at the number of people in the upper right corner. It was around 2 in the morning. The number had dropped from 903 to 812. In just a few hours, nearly 100 people had died. It was unclear whether some people died from the cold from the attacks of these monsters, or if some chose to descend in the middle of the night. Whichever it was, it indicated that the cruelty of this world exceeded imagination. A sense of desolation spread through the channel. I can't live like this. So cold and dangerous. I can't even see what's happening outside. It's pitch black, and I don't even know who to fight back against. It's so hopeless. I really want to go home. Sumu looked at these messages, understanding in his heart. The reason he felt these monsters posed no threat was that he had already upgraded his cable car to level 2. Those still at level 1 were currently struggling on the brink of life and death. At that moment, he noticed a flurry of messages in the private chat channel. Opening it, the flashing avatar at the top was unmistakably Lin Yue. There were a few unread messages. Sumu thought he had already read all the messages before sleeping. Clearly, even if she was angry, she wouldn't come back to scold him again, right? He clicked to open it. Private chat Lin Yue 0113, are you there? Private chat Lin Yue 0115, I need to talk to you about something. Private chat Lin Yue 0114, hey? Are you asleep? Private chat Lin Yue 0137, wake up, and reply, I have a trade. Sumu looked at the time. The monsters had started crashing into the cable car around 1 o'clock. He typed a reply, private chat Sumu, what is it? The other party responded almost immediately. Private chat Lin Yue finally replied. I thought you had frozen to death or been smashed by a monster. Sumu frowned. Private chat Sumu, let's talk business. Private chat Lin Yue, do you have fuel? If so, I'm willing to trade with you. Sumu raised an eyebrow. How did she know he had fuel? But then he thought that she was probably testing him. After all, many people in the channel were looking to buy fuel, but few were actually selling it. After a moment of thought, Sumu replied, private chat Sumu, what will you trade for it? Private chat Lin Yue, so you do have some. They'll trade you food. Sumu glanced at the pile of supplies at his feet. Instant noodles, bread, bottled water, chocolate, enough to last him for over 10 days. Private chat Sumu, I don't lack food, no deal. The other side was silent for a few seconds. Apparently they were mocking the fact that someone had said earlier they didn't have enough food. Private chat Lin Yue, then what do you want? Private chat Sumu, blueprints. If I remember correctly, you should have traded quite a few blueprints. Before sleeping, he had noticed that after Lin Yue sold those 3 blankets, she seemed to have taken out some warm supplies. Given her shrewdness, she must have earned quite a few blueprints from it. Private chat Lin Yue, are you trying to take advantage of my misfortune? Sumu did not reply. After a few seconds, the other party sent another message. Private chat Lin Yue, what kind of blueprints do you want? Sumu did not rush to answer, but instead asked back. Private chat Sumu, before we trade, I want to ask, what do you need? Because of the previous incident with the warm supplies, Sumu realized that the other party likely had some kind of information channel. Now she was urgently collecting fuel, which must have a reason. The other party replied quickly this time. Private chat Lin Yue, what else could it be? There are monsters attacking the cable cars outside. Fuel can increase the cable car's speed, naturally, allowing one to escape this position more quickly. Sumu was taken aback. So that's how cable car fuel is used. Upon reflection, it indeed made sense. Using fuel to accelerate and escape from this dense monster area would naturally allow one to avoid attacks. It was just that he hadn't considered it at all since he hadn't suffered any damage. Private chat Lin Yue, wait, you actually don't know this use. Then having fuel means you must have a better way to deal with these monsters. Private chat Lin Yue, could it be that the person who upgraded to a level 2 cable car mentioned in the channel is you? Sumu frowned. Had this issue been discussed in the channel? He searched through the chat records using the keyword level 2 and indeed saw someone discussing. I feel like I just saw that cable car in front suddenly grow larger. Was I seeing things? I saw it too. It suddenly changed, doubling in size. Damn, that must be an upgrade. Has someone upgraded so quickly already? Big shot, please take me with you. I want to cling to your coattails. Sumu fell silent. His cable car had indeed transformed to level 2, its space doubled, and its appearance changed, making it hard to hide. Even though it was dark when it changed, the distance between the cable cars was so close that someone must have seen it. However, he had no obligation to answer that question. Fortunately, Lin Yue did not press further and directly sent over several blueprints. In a private chat, Lin Yue said, here are all the blueprints I have. Take a look and see which one you want. Sumu opened it to find 5 blueprints in total. Blueprint for roller, white, used to make a standard cable car roller. Blueprint for animal trap, white, used to craft an animal trap, LV1. Required materials, iron ingot 1. Can be placed in the external weapon slot of the cable car to trap small mutated creatures. It can also be placed on the ground for trapping. It has strong gripping power, and the probability of escape depends on the level and quality of the target. Blueprint for planting station, white, used to craft a planting station, LV1. Required materials, iron ingot 2, wood 5. Can be suspended under the cable car or placed on top, occupying an area of 1 square meter. Used for planting plants. Collection skill book, learn to gain the skill collection. It allows the collection of common flowers and herbs, increasing the probability of obtaining white quality or higher resources. The success rate of collection depends on the quality of the target and the level of one's skills. Decomposition skill book, learn to gain the skill decomposition. Can decompose common items, increasing the probability of obtaining white quality or higher resources, yielding corresponding materials. 5 blueprints. Sumu couldn't help but click his tongue. How much has this guy profited from the warmth supplies? In a private chat, Sumu said, a barrel of fuel for these 5 blueprints. In a private chat, Lin Yue replied, are you crazy? A barrel of fuel for 5 blueprints. At most 1. In a private chat, Sumu insisted for blueprints. In a private chat, Lin Yue exclaimed, you're taking advantage of me. At most 1, if you have 2 barrels of fuel, I can give you 3 blueprints. In a private chat, Lin Yue said, this is my bottom line, if necessary I can wait and see if anyone else has fuel. In a private chat, Lin Yue asked, if it really comes to it, would you trade? Sumu looked at these messages and quickly calculated in his mind. From the other party's messages, it was clear she had other means to deal with this attack, otherwise she wouldn't be so confident. This person is indeed not simple. The items he got on the first day seemed to be more than hers. As for his claim of exchanging 4 blueprints, that was just to drive a hard bargain. Exchanging 2 barrels of fuel for 3 blueprints seemed to be the limit. Sumu did not hesitate and began to make his selections. First was the blueprint for the animal trap. This was a type of trap and could be placed on the cable car. He wanted to see if using the animal trap to catch the creatures that collided with the cable car would yield experience. If it worked, he might level up to level 2 by tonight. This definitely needed to be exchanged. Next were the collection and decomposition skills. The collection skill would be too wasteful if he encountered white quality resources and had no skill to collect them. Decomposition is even better. It allows the decomposition of common items to obtain materials, which is likely one of the important sources for acquiring materials. Considering the drop rate from killing monsters, the probability of obtaining materials like iron ingots was too low. Besides, given the strength of these monsters, who could kill them like he did? But decomposition is different. If he found a window from a regular house, decomposition would yield glass essence. If he found a car or iron door, he could get iron ingots. This is a significant way to acquire materials. As for the roller blueprint, it wasn't urgent for now. The roller on his original cable car was still in good condition, so there was no need to rush. The planting station was also not needed. He had no seeds on hand, and acquiring soil was quite troublesome. It would likely be a while before he could use it, even if he got it. In a private chat, Su-Mu said, "Animal trap collection decomposition. These 3 blueprints. 2 barrels of fuel." In a private chat, Lin Yue replied, "You have a good selection." Su-Mu tentatively replied, "Since you brought them out, these shouldn't be all your possessions. You must have better items, or perhaps these are not very useful to you right now." In a private chat, Lin Yue responded, "Don't test me. I won't test you either. Let's keep it a fair trade." Su-Mu agreed with this statement. In a private chat, Su-Mu concluded, "Deal." The two opened the trading interface. Su-Mu put in 2 barrels of fuel, and Lin Yue placed 3 blueprints. Click to confirm. Trade completed. Su-Mu now had 3 slightly yellowed blueprints in hand. He first opened the collection skill book and decomposition skill book. Do you want to learn collection? Do you want to learn decomposition? Confirmed consecutively. 2 beams of light flashed and skill icons appeared on his system panel. Collection LV10100. Decomposition LV10100. Looking at the experience points behind these, Su-Mu's eyes lit up. These 2 skills could be upgraded. It should be like in other games, as long as enough collection is done, the experience will accumulate and lead to leveling up. However, Su-Mu's biggest worry was, would upgrading these require breakthrough scrolls or something similar later on? But now is not the time to think about that. He opened the 3rd blueprint. Blueprint for Animal Trap White. Crafting an Animal Trap LV1 requires Iron Ingot 1. Can be placed in the external weapon slot of the cable car to lure mutated creatures. It can also be placed on the ground to trap other mutated creatures. It has strong gripping power, and the probability of escape depends on the level and quality of the captured target. Note this blueprint can only make 1. However, once you have a crafting station, you can automatically grasp this craft. Only 1 can be made. But thinking about it, since this is a blueprint, it makes sense. Moreover, once he had a crafting station, he could directly master the crafting scheme without needing to learn it again, which was acceptable. Of course, Su-Mu was more focused on one additional item here, the crafting station. It seemed that making equipment in the future would require this item. He wondered if this item had dropped, and if Lin Yue had it. Su-Mu hesitated for a moment, but decided not to ask. Even if the other party had it, he currently had nothing to trade. He looked at the last blueprint in his hand, the roller blueprint. This was a preview Lin Yue had sent him. Although he hadn't traded it over, he had noted down its attributes. Blueprint for roller white. Crafting a cable car roller requires iron ingot 2. It improves the stability of the cable car's movement. This item would definitely be useful in the future. But the most important thing right now. Su-Mu cast his gaze outside the window. Those fist-sized flying creatures were still frantically colliding against the glass. Tap tap tap, tap tap tap, intensely like rain. Su-Mu took out an iron ingot and opened the animal trap blueprint. Do you want to craft an animal trap LV1? Consumes iron ingot 1. Confirmation. In the next moment, the iron ingot in his hand transformed into flowing light and merged with the blueprint. Approximately 3 seconds later, a metal clamp about half a meter in size appeared in his hand. Beast Trap LV1 White Type Trap Capture Range. Small creatures escape rate. Ordinary creatures cannot escape. 1 for LV1 mutated creatures 50, for LV2 mutated creatures 99, for LV3 mutated creatures. Elite quality escape probability increases by an additional 50 for each quality level. Durability 30-30. Current status, not deployed. Su-Mu held the beast trap and opened the cable car's control interface. Originally, there was only 1 weapon loaded outside the cable car located on the roof, but after upgrading to level 2, another one was added above. Would you like to deploy the beast trap? Confirmation. In the next moment, a slot appeared out of thin air above the cable car, and the beast trap was securely embedded within it. Through the control interface, Su-Mu could vaguely see the metal clamp hanging above the cable car, emitting a faint cold light in the darkness. Meanwhile, those flying creatures continued to crash violently against the cable car. Outside the cable car, the fist-sized flying creatures were still madly hitting the glass. Thud thud thud, thud thud thud, dense as rain. But for the already upgraded level 2 cable car, such impacts were utterly trivial. Armor 40 points, durability only decreased by 1. Su-Mu could even leisurely sit on a pile of packages observing the blurry figures through the glass. It was just hard to see clearly. It was too dark. Coupled with the dense fog, those flying creatures appeared to him only as moving shadows, sometimes diving, sometimes circling, frantically crashing into the cable car. Sumu withdrew his gaze and shifted his attention to the recently deployed beast trap. Whether this thing could catch prey was purely a matter of luck. He waited for nearly 10 minutes, but nothing happened. Outside the window, those monsters were still flying and crashing around, but none approached the location of the beast trap. Sumu was not in a hurry. He opened the chat channel, browsing through information while waiting. The channel was still filled with cries of despair. "My glass is cracked. It's cracked. Help. Does anyone have a solution? I can't hold on much longer. Those damn things are still crashing. Don't they get tired? Who can lend me some fuel? I will definitely pay you back." After watching for a while, Sumu quietly turned it off. He couldn't help. Just then a prompt sound suddenly rang in his ears. "Ding. The beast trap has captured prey." Sumu's spirits lifted, and he immediately opened the browsing interface of the cable car. The screen switched to the roof. The metal clamp he had just deployed was now closed, pinching a fist-sized creature in its gap. The creature struggled desperately, its wings flapping wildly, but the steel teeth of the beast trap held its body firmly, not budging an inch. Beast trap status: prey captured. Looking at the capture prompt, Sumu did not rush to retrieve the prey. He didn't even know what that thing was. Even if it was captured, it wouldn't be let inside. What if it escaped later? Besides, who could say for sure if this thing had any special abilities? He decided to wait until it died. So Sumu continued to wait. The sounds of crashing outside remained dense, but the struggling creature caught in the beast trap was slowing down, its flapping becoming less frequent. About 3 minutes later, ding. Killed LV1 Phantom Creature Experience 1. It was indeed level 1. Only then did Sumu click on Retrieve Prey. In the next moment, the beast trap on the roof vanished into thin air, and the body within it appeared inside the cable car. The clamp fell at Sumu's feet with a dull metallic clink. Sumu looked down. The creature was indeed dead. It was about the size of an adult's fist, with an overall outline resembling a bat, having wings, claws, and a round body. But upon closer inspection, it was completely different from a bat. Firstly, the face. That face looked far too human. Not completely, but a distorted outline of a human face. It had a nose and eyes and a mouth that stretched to the ears, filled with sharp teeth. At this moment, those eyes of different sizes were wide open, staring unblinking at Sumu. Secondly, the skin. It was not like the thin membrane of a bat's wings, but rather. Sumu poked it with the handle of his axe. Hard. Very hard. It felt like dried soil or some kind of keratin layer, producing a slight thump sound when struck. Lastly, the color. Grayish-brown, similar to the color of soil. No wonder it was almost invisible in the darkness. Overall, this creature. How should one say it? Strange. Just looking at it made Sumu feel an unsettling chill, a sense of discomfort that was hard to articulate. As if something was trying to burrow into his mind, instinctively making him want to look away. Sumu took a deep breath and opened the system to check the detailed information. Phantom Bat, LV1 race, Phantom attribute. Note the lowest level creature of the Phantom race, social, nocturnal, enjoys colliding with moving objects. Attributes cannot be viewed, relevant illustrations or talents are required. Unable to view. Sumu frowned. This was the first time he encountered such a situation. When he previously looked at goblins, although he needed to get close to see the attributes, he could at least see them. But this Phantom Bat directly displayed a question mark. Phantom race. This world not only has mutated creatures, but also this race called Phantom. Sumu noted this name in his mind. Then he attempted to use the Decompose skill. Would you like to decompose Phantom Bat? Confirmation. A soft glow flashed. Decomposition failed. Obtain Nutrient 1. Decomposition Experience 1. Decomposition failed. Sumu was slightly taken aback. He carefully looked at the system prompt. Decomposition failed, but he obtained nutrients and experience. This meant that even if decomposition failed, he could still get something, just not the usual decomposed product. Nutrient White type special material effect can be used to cultivate phantom plants or shade-loving plants, accelerating their growth. This thing. Sumu thought of his ice-fired dual cotton seed. That thing needed to be planted in soil, watered daily, and kept in light. And the effect of the nutrient is to accelerate growth, specifically noted as shade-loving plants. Is ice-fired dual cotton shade-loving? Not sure. But even if it can be used, there is currently no place to plant it. Sumu stored the nutrient and looked at the box on the cable car's attributes. It was a wooden box dropped by the killed Phantom Bat. He wondered if it could be kept until daybreak. Just as he was observing it prompt, this item is located outside the cable car, and the current cable car is under attack, unable to be picked up. Clicking to pick it up is a privilege of the cable car LV2. Sumu? No wonder. He glanced outside. Those Phantom Bats were still crashing violently. Although the frequency was somewhat lower than before, it was still occurring. He would have to wait until they calmed down. Sumu withdrew his gaze and continued to focus on the beast trap. Having had a successful first capture, his expectations for this thing were high. Sure enough, after a few minutes, ding, The beast trap has captured prey. Killed LV1 Phantom Bat Experience 1. Another one. Sumu clicked on retrieve prey again, repeating the previous process, checking the body, attempting decomposition, obtaining nutrients, then watching the box that couldn't be picked up. However, this time, he noticed a detail: the durability of the beast trap had decreased. Opening the status bar revealed beast trap LV1 white durability 2830. Each capture decreased durability by 1 point. Sumu frowned slightly. At this rate of consumption, a beast trap could capture at most 30 times before breaking. But on second thought, that seemed reasonable. After all, it was a common trap of white quality. It being able to capture was already good enough. How long could he expect it to last? Ding. The beast trap has captured prey. Killed LV1 Phantom Bat Experience 1. Ding. Ding. The beast trap has captured prey. Killed LV1 Phantom Bat Experience 1. Ding. The beast trap has captured prey. Killed LV1 Phantom Bat Experience 1. Experience points are slowly but steadily increasing. 545, 761, 6570. Meanwhile, the durability of the animal trap is also continuously decreasing. The first animal trap, 292822726. This continued until around 3 in the morning. It seems the cable car is gradually drifting out of this area dense with weird bats. Sumu glanced at the durability of the animal trap, which is down to 14. Kill count 16. 16 points of experience gained. Unfortunately, not every weird bat drops. Out of 16, only 4 boxes dropped. Sumu looked at the cable car's durability again. 99. It has decreased by 1. Though not much, this is a signal. If this continues, these creatures could indeed wear down the cable car's durability. He must not be careless. He needs to upgrade the cable car as soon as possible. Taking advantage of the slowed attack frequency, with only 1 or 2 collisions every 10 seconds, Sumu attempted to click on the wooden boxes on the cable car's screen. They are now pickable. However, they need to be clicked one by one, which is a bit troublesome. He clicked 3 times and 4 wooden boxes were directly teleported into the cable car. Sumu opened them one by one. Acquired weird crystal 1, acquired weird crystal 1, acquired weird crystal 1, weird crystal. Sumu picked up a piece and examined it closely. Weird crystal white type, basic material effect, basic material required for crafting and modifying equipment and enhancing items. This is completely different from what he obtained from killing goblins during the day. During the day, killing goblin pups yielded practical resources like food, water, iron ingots, and glass essence. However, killing weird bats at night drops materials related to the weird race like weird crystals. No food, no water source, and no fuel. 2 different systems. Sumu noted this discovery. When he opened the 4th box, his movement paused. Inside the box lay not a weird crystal, but a yellowed blueprint. Acquired crafting table blueprint white. Sumu's eyes brightened. Crafting table. Previously, when he saw the animal trap blueprint, the system prompted that once you possess a crafting table, you can automatically master this crafting plan. He was still pondering where to get this item, not expecting it to drop right now. Sumu hurriedly checked the blueprint. Crafting table blueprint white crafting table LV1 required materials iron ingot 3, high strength glass essence 1, weird crystal 2. Wood 5 area approximately 1 square meter normal table size function can craft various low-level items that have been mastered. Some blueprints need to be completed at the crafting table. Weird crystal. It should indeed be the weird crystal, right? What? Sumu frowned. He has iron ingots. He used 7 pieces to upgrade the cable car and 1 piece to make the animal trap, leaving him with 3. He also has glass essence. Used 3 to upgrade the cable car, leaving 5. He just got 3 weird crystals, which is enough. The only thing missing is wood. He has none at all. This item didn't drop from killing goblins during the day, nor from weird bats at night. Sumu opened the trading channel. Sumu quickly made a purchase request. Fortunately, someone had it. 5 portions of food for 5 pieces of wood. He also spent 3 portions of food to trade for 1 iron ingot, completing the materials. Actually, the price could have been a bit lower, but Sumu was too lazy to haggle since he needed to quickly craft the crafting table within a short time. Because there were still some leftover monsters at this time. Although the attack interval has lengthened, there are still some. He could make another animal trap. Try to gain as much experience as possible. He knows that such a good opportunity for experience is rare. He doesn't believe he will be as lucky as when he encountered goblin pups before. Wood gray type basic material source trees, decomposing wooden items. Sumu wasted no time and immediately clicked open the crafting table blueprint. Do you want to craft crafting table LV1? Consuming iron ingot 3, high strength glass essence 1, weird crystal 2, wood 5. Confirm. In the next second, all materials disappeared from his inventory. A faint glow gathered inside the cable car, slowly taking shape. About 10 minutes later, a metal table about 1 meter square and half a meter high appeared in front of Sumu. It was deep gray in color with a smooth and flat surface and fixed slots at the corners, looking like some kind of workstation. Crafting table LV1 white function craft items that have been mastered craftable list animal trap LV1 white materials required for upgrade weird crystal 20 steel 5, bulletproof glass 2, weird wood 1. Sumu looked at the description and frowned slightly. This crafting table upgrade does not rely on experience, only requiring material conditions, which is good news. However, steel bulletproof glass and weird wood. He speculated that steel and bulletproof glass could probably drop from daytime monster kills or be obtained using decomposition skills from certain items. But weird wood. Just the name suggests it's related to the weird race. It's likely obtained from these monsters at night or through some special means. But thinking about this now is too far off. Just being able to make the crafting table is satisfying enough. Sumu pushed the crafting table into a corner. The already cramped cable car, filled with supplies, became even more crowded. For cubic meters of space sounds large, but in reality it's just about 2 meters long, 2 meters wide, and 1 meter high of three-dimensional space. With the crafting table stacked supplies and himself turning around is basically difficult. But Sumu couldn't care about that. He clicked on the crafting table interface. Sure enough, now there is only animal trap as an option. Do you want to craft animal trap LV1 white? Consuming iron ingot 1. Confirm. 2 minutes later, a brand new animal trap appeared in his hands. Sumu placed it into the external weapons slot of the cable car. Then he took out the corpses of the weird bats he had killed one by one, attempting to decompose them. Decomposition failed, gained nutrient 1, decomposition experience 1. Decomposition failed, gained nutrient 1, decomposition experience 1. Decomposition failed, gained nutrient 1, decomposition experience 1. 16 corpses all failed to decompose. But Sumu breathed a sigh of relief instead. Even if decomposition fails, gaining nutrients and experience is already quite good. Nutrient, although he can't use this item for now, he will eventually need to plant, so it might come in handy. Moreover, decomposition experience also increased by 16 points. Sumu opened the skill panel. Decomposition LV1 16,100, gathering LV1 0100. He needs 84 more points of experience to reach level 2. What changes will level 2 decomposition bring? Just as Sumu was pondering, the sounds of collisions outside suddenly became dense again. Tap tap tap, tap tap tap, more intense than any previous time. Sumu raised his head to look out the window. Although it was still unclear, he could feel an overwhelming sense of pressure even through the glass. He opened the cable car status. Trap 1 triggering. Ding. Trap caught prey. Ding. Trap caught prey. The two notifications sounded almost simultaneously. Sumu's spirit surged. Was this the final sprint? The impacts outside grew increasingly frantic, as if the phantom bats were launching their last charge. Sumu fixed his gaze on the status of the two traps. Trap 1, capturing LV1 phantom bat, escape probability 1. Escape failed, killing in progress. Trap 2, capturing LV1 phantom bat, escape probability 1. Ding. Killed LV1 phantom bat, experience 1. Ding. Killed LV1 phantom bat, experience 1. Another hour passed. Experience 91,100. Then, it fell quiet. There were no more sounds of impact outside. Those shadows gradually disappeared into the thick fog, as if they had never existed. Sumu stared blankly at the experience bar. 91,100. Just 9 points left. Sumu took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. Forget it. Some things cannot be forced. He glanced at the time. It was 4:20 in the morning. There were still a few hours until dawn. Sumu retracted the two traps. The second trap had 18 durability left, and the first only had 8. Then he clicked to pick up the dropped boxes. This time luck was on his side with 7 boxes. Sumu opened them one by one. Acquired Phantom Crystal 1, 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 7 Phantom Crystals. No blueprints. Sumu felt no disappointment. Blueprints have a low drop rate. To get one for a crafting station was already good luck. He stored all the Phantom Crystals and looked at the number of nutrients, 37 portions. Adding the harvest from the first day of killing goblin pups, his current supplies were as follows: food 33 bottles of mineral water, 22 packs of instant noodles, 25 loaves of bread, 5 portions, 24 chocolate bars, materials glass essence 4, phantom crystal 8, nutrients 37, fuel 1 L, special items, level 1 strength type, breakthrough talisman 1 M, 500 revolver 1, 7 bullets, blueprints, planting station blueprint, not learned skills, gathering LV1, decompose LV1, 37,100 experience, level 1, 91,100. Sumu looked at the 91 and felt an itch in his heart. Just 9 points short. If another wave came, he could level up to level 2. Unfortunately, Sumu shook his head, forcing himself not to think about it. Although he felt an itch in his heart, he could only accept this outcome. After all, gaining 37 points of experience in a single night was already a pleasant surprise. To think that during the day he had fought desperately to kill so many goblin pups, and only gained 54 points. He was about to close his eyes for a short nap, when suddenly, thud, a dull impact. It was not the previous rain-like, dense, tapping sounds, but rather the sensation of someone slamming a large clump of wet mud against the glass. Sumu snapped his eyes open. What on earth? Outside was still pitch black, the thick fog rolling, nothing was clear. But he could clearly feel that this impact was completely different from those phantom bats before. The previous impacts were light, fragmented, and dense. This impact was heavy, muffled, and forceful. Sumu instinctively looked at the cable car status panel. Current armor 40/40, durability 98, thank goodness. The previous wave of dense impacts had only worn down one of durability in an hour. These two heavy strikes did not cause additional damage. Sumu let out a slight sigh of relief. However, before he could fully relax. Thud, 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 3 consecutive impacts. The frequency was much higher than before. Sumu frowned, staring intently outside. But all he could see was darkness, nothing else. He could only listen to the sounds. The thud sounds continued, coming every 10 seconds or so. Sumu counted while keeping an eye on the durability. 5th hit, 8th hit, 12th hit. When the thud sounds accumulated to over 20, the durability dropped from 98 to 97. Sumu's brow furrowed, even tighter. In about 5 minutes it had worn down 1. At this rate, with 2 to 3 hours until dawn, it was impossible for the durability to be depleted. But the problem was he had not found a way to repair this durability loss. He couldn't allow it to be consumed like this. Sumu reached for the handgun at his waist, but then slowly put it down. In this darkness he really couldn't hit anything. Even with the weak point attack rule. He had tested this in the goblin nest before. For example, if a small goblin was behind some cover and he knew it was there, throwing an axe wouldn't hit. Sumu guessed that he needed the opponent to be within his line of sight. Moreover, there was another problem: if he threw an axe too far away, although it could still hit the opponent's weak point, the damage would decrease. Thus he speculated that if the opponent's range exceeded his attack range, it also wouldn't hit. Now outside was pitch black, and he couldn't even see the shadow of that thing shooting, would just waste bullets. Moreover, he had a vague feeling the attack range of this thing might exceed his effective shooting range. Otherwise, based on the talent of any attack, will lock onto the monster's weak point. Even if he shot randomly with his eyes closed, the bullets should automatically hit. Sumu could only helplessly sit there listening to the continuous thud sounds outside, watching the durability drop little by little. 97. 96. After so many thuds, for over 10 minutes the durability dropped to 96. Sumu had become numb. Forget it, just treat it as a few mosquito bites. He would deal with it after dawn. However, just then, click. A crisp metallic click sounded. Sumu was stunned for a moment, and then quickly looked at the cable car operation interface. Trap 1 caught prey. Struggling status, severe escape probability 50. 45. 40. Sumu's pupils constricted. An elite phantom bat. He quickly switched to the rooftop view. Though it was pitch black, he could vaguely see a blurry outline through the system interface. That thing was much larger than a normal phantom bat. If a normal phantom bat was the size of a fist, this one was the size of a basketball. Moreover, it was struggling violently. The previous normal phantom bats, when trapped, also struggled, but their struggle was minimal and could not escape at all. But this phantom bat was clearly different. Sumu could see through the system interface that the steel teeth of the trap were trembling slightly, and the trap's durability was rapidly decreasing. Trap 1 current durability 830, struggling. Durability 1 730. Durability 1 630. Sumu's heart raced. Could this thing really escape? He almost reflexively picked up the axe while reaching for the handgun at his waist. Then he stared intensely at the struggling outline on the screen, and in an instant clicked, retrieve prey. You've been making noise for so long. Sumu decisively clicked retrieve prey. In the next moment, the animal trap and the creature appeared simultaneously inside the cable car. The trap fell to the ground with a dull metallic clang. Sumu tightened his grip on the axe with one hand, while the other remained firmly on the trigger of his pistol, aiming at the shadow, preparing himself for utmost vigilance. Already dead, he stepped forward, swinging the axe down onto the creature's head with fervor. Take that. Take this. Take that, you nuisance. The sound of the axe blade striking flesh echoed repeatedly, with green blood splattering everywhere. He didn't use the gun, as every bullet was extremely precious to him at this moment. Only after confirming the notification killed elite mysterious bat, LV1 green experience 10, did Sumu cease his actions. Once his vision adjusted, he could finally make out the outline of the creature. Basketball's eyes, dark blue skin, and a twisted human face. Its size was 3 to 4 times that of an ordinary mysterious bat, still maintaining that distorted bat-like silhouette. But its appearance was even more hideous. The human face became clearer, not a vague outline, but distinctly recognizable features. One eye was large, nearly taking up half the face, while the other was a mere slit. Its mouth stretched to the roots of its ears, filled with 3 layers of fine sharp teeth stacked like a meat grinder's blades. Its skin was not the typical gray-brown muddy texture of an ordinary mysterious bat, but instead had a dark blue sheen. Sumu poked at it with the axe handle. It was hard. Very hard. Like stone. No wonder it made such a loud thud outside. Sumu opened the system to check the details. Elite Mysterious Bat, LV1 Green Race Mysterious Attributes. Remarks: a low-level creature of the mysterious race, an evolved form of the ordinary mysterious bat. Attributes could not be viewed, relevant data or talents were needed to access it. He still couldn't check it. Sumu did not rush to dismantle it. As a green-quality elite monster, he thought to wait until his dismantling skill reached level 2 before handling it, hoping to obtain good materials. Then he looked at the ground. Besides the corpse there was a box. It was also a wooden box, but unlike the ones dropped by ordinary mysterious bats, this box had dark blue patterns embedded along its edges, giving it a more refined appearance. Sumu reached out to open it. Inside lay a yellowed blueprint. Acquired small arrow box blueprint white. Sumu's eyes lit up. Arrow box. He quickly checked the details. Small arrow box blueprint white type external weapon blueprint manufacture small arrow box LV1 materials required mysterious crystal 5 with 10 arrow box attributes. Height 0. 5 meters attack method automatic loading automatic aiming automatic shooting ignores missed loading time 10 seconds per use attack range 100 meters centered on the cable car base firepower value 15 remarks requires wooden arrows to use. Wooden arrows can be crafted at the manufacturing table. Sumu looked at this remark, his lips twitching. He had to make the wooden arrows himself. Plus iron ingots were 0. 1. Meaning 1 iron ingot could make 10 arrows. The consumption wasn't too great, but the question was, where was the crafting blueprint for wooden arrows? The system hadn't provided it. Sumu rubbed his temples. Great, he needed to find that as well. But for now he should focus on making this arrow box. After all, this thing's firepower value was only 7 points lower than his green level LV3 pistol. He wondered if it was because it was an equipped weapon or for some other reason. Moreover, this arrow box was a proactive attack weapon, unlike the trap that could only passively wait. With this, he wouldn't have to just sit there listening to the thud sounds during night attacks anymore. Of course, before that he had to level up to level 2. After just gaining 10 experience points, his experience had overflowed, losing a whole point in the process. So he took out the level 1 strength breakthrough talisman. However, Sumu did not use it immediately. Instead, he first pulled out a bottle of mineral water, twisted off the cap, and poured a little into his palm to wash the blood off his face. He used the remaining water to rinse his hands and adjusted his bloodstained jacket. It wasn't that he had any cleanliness obsession, it was just that this card-drawing moment needed a bit of ritual. Once he was cleaned up, Sumu finally picked up the talisman and took a deep breath. Do you want to use the level 1 strength breakthrough talisman? Confirm. The talisman transformed into a golden light, merging into his body. Sumu initially thought that leveling up would simply involve a flash of light and a slight increase in data. However, the next moment he realized he had underestimated the process. A warm sensation rose from his abdomen, quickly spreading to his limbs. Immediately afterward, the accumulated 100 experience points seemed to transform into a tangible white light coursing through his body, like countless small rivers cleansing every inch of flesh and every bone. The sensation was marvelous. No pain, yet he could distinctly perceive that some intense change was occurring within his body. Then an almost imperceptible foul odor emanated from him. Sumu looked down. Some gray-black viscous substance was oozing from his skin, carrying a faint fishy smell. It resembled detoxification. He didn't have time to ponder further as he felt his skin becoming tight. His muscles, which had been somewhat flabby due to long hours of sitting at the computer, now felt as if they were being tightly gripped, stretched, and reshaped by invisible hands. He could feel the lines of his chest, abs, and arms becoming more defined, his skin taut, even stretching his some. In just over 10 seconds, everything returned to calm. Sumu clenched his fist. It was different. Completely different. The previous experience of drinking a strength potion was just a feeling of becoming stronger. But now it was a refreshing sensation from the inside out, far beyond just an increase in numbers. He moved his shoulders. His previously thin frame now appeared much more balanced. While he hadn't transformed into a muscular brute, he at least looked fit and strong. Sumu opened his personal panel. Name: Sumu, level 200 race, human, hunger level 75, strength 26, constitution 8, agility 8, spirit 17. Overall, he had increased by 10 attribute points, with 8 points in strength and 1 point each in constitution and spirit. Sumu pondered. The effect of the breakthrough talisman was to force the attribute points gained from leveling up to lean towards strength, but it didn't specify how to distribute them. It seemed that the 10 attribute points were randomly allocated, but with a bias towards strength. The ratio of 8:1. He wondered if it was fixed or random. He couldn't determine that for now, and needed more samples to compare later. However, the increase of 10 attribute points was equivalent to more than a quarter of his original total attributes. Moreover, the 8 points added to strength alone raised his strength value by a third, and this increase in actual combat power was not merely a number, especially when combined with the talent of any attack will lock onto the monster's weak points. Sumu's lips curled slightly upwards. Now if he encountered that old goblin again, he could probably resolve it with a single axe blow without needing to feel anxious like he did during the day. Just then a familiar notification sound rang in his ears. Your current level is LV2. You have received a choice of 1 personal talent from 3 options. It's here. Sumu closed his eyes slowly, exhaling a breath, and then opened them again. 3 gilded cards floated before him. On the first card the flame icon appeared once more inscribed with the word luck. Another luck option. Sumu was delighted. If it weren't for the absence of this icon during his first card draw, he might have thought it was a guaranteed outcome each round. From the looks of it, he either had good fortune, or the likelihood of this luck appearing was inherently high. He didn't think much of it, and looked at the 3 options after the card flipped. Option 1 Information Type. When facing unknown blind box events with a mix of good and bad outcomes, you can always observe to obtain the best part of it. Rules. Option 2 Personal Type. Permanent increase of 100 carrying capacity. Option 3 Construction Type. When crafting items there is a 10 chance of not consuming any materials. Sumu's gaze immediately locked onto Option 1. Rules Type. Another rules type. He quickly understood the meaning of this talent. Similar to blind boxes and lotteries, he would always obtain. For example, when opening a treasure chest with multiple random items, he would end up with the best one. In a lottery, if there were different rewards available, he would draw the highest tier. Such an ability. Although he hadn't encountered any luck-based events, yet, since the game featured such a talent, there would surely be corresponding scenarios later on. Moreover, he had already experienced the value of rules-type abilities with lock weakness. It was indisputable and left no room for argument. He glanced at the other 2 options. Option 2, a 100 increase in carrying capacity. This was also quite practical. Currently, he had 26 points of strength with a carrying limit of 130 kilograms estimated at 5 times strength. Previously, it was said that 8 points of strength allowed a load of 80 gene equivalent to 40 kilograms, roughly 1 point of strength corresponding to 5 kilograms of load. A 100 increase meant his carrying capacity would double, allowing him to bring back more items when gathering resources. Option 3 offered a 10 chance of not consuming materials. When crafting gear, there was a 1 in 10 chance to get it for free. If he were to produce a large quantity of consumables, such as wooden arrows, this talent could save him a lot of materials. All options were quite good. However, rules type. A permanent god. Without any hesitation, Sumu reached out and tapped on Option 1. Selection successful. The gilded card transformed into light points and merged into his body. Everything returned to calm. After handling all of this, Sumu opened the trading channel. This time he was naturally purchasing the wood needed to craft the arrow box. However, he wasn't in a rush this time. After the elite eerie bat was killed, the patter sounds from outside completely disappeared. Those ordinary eerie bats seemed to have retreated as well, no longer appearing. The sky was about to brighten. He could take his time bargaining. Sumu sent a purchase message in the channel. Looking to buy wood, 5 portions of food for 10 portions of wood. Some private messages came in. As soon as the message was sent, someone replied immediately. However, most were inquiries like, can I exchange something else? Or can you raise the price? Which Sumu ignored entirely. Until a familiar ID popped up. Private message: Shinjun, big shot, are you buying wood again? Sumu glanced over and chuckled. Isn't this the person who sold him wood earlier? Private message: Sumu, yes, 10 portions of wood for 5 portions of food, will you take it? Private message: Shinjun, sure. Big shot, hold on, I have some. Private message: Sumu, where did you get so? The other side was silent for a few seconds, and then sent a long message. Private message: Shinjun, hey, don't mention it. The spot I landed at yesterday was terrible. Oh, I searched for a long time, and found no resources, just a forest. At that time I thought, isn't the rule of this game if you want to get rich, start by chopping trees? So I tried chopping down a tree. Private message: Shinjun, I chopped down 2 trees yesterday, and got 20 portions of wood. I sold you 5 portions earlier, leaving me with 15. I was originally worried about not being able to sell it, especially since everyone is short on food now. Who would trade food for my worthless wood? I didn't expect you, big shot, would want it. Sumu looked at this message deep in thought. Chopping trees yields wood. That's an interesting idea. Although dangerous, if he was careful and found a relatively safe spot, he could indeed secure wood steadily. However, Sumu wasn't planning to do that himself for now. He had more efficient methods to gain experience and didn't need to risk being surrounded by monsters just to chop trees. But it must be said that Shinjun was quite lucky, as this situation didn't attract monster attacks. It's worth noting that Sumu had chopped trees before, and it made quite a noise and was difficult to do. Private message: Sumu, will you chop more trees in the future? Private message: Shinjun, if you're buying, then I will chop. I don't really have other skills, and there are plenty of trees. Rather than risking a trip to town for resources, it's better to chop trees honestly. At least it's stable. Private message Sumu, alright, I'll buy all your wood in the future. 10 portions of wood for 5 portions of food, but don't chop more than 10 portions in a day. Also be careful not to attract attention from monsters. Private message Shinjun, thank you big shot. Thank you big shot. I will definitely be careful. The transaction was completed swiftly. Sumu exchanged 5 portions of food for 10 portions of wood. He had 8 eerie crystals, and the materials were sufficient. Sumu opened the crafting table and selected small arrow box. Do you want to craft small arrow box, LV1 white? Consumption eerie crystal X5, wood X10. Confirm. A faint light began to glow from the crafting table, and various materials floated into the air, starting to combine automatically. Approximately 15 minutes later, a small arrow box about 0.5 meters tall appeared inside. It was predominantly dark gray with a metal base, a mechanical structure on top, and a rotating launching device at the peak resembling a simplified version of a crossbow. Sumu retrieved a beast trap and placed the small arrow box into the external weapon slot on the top of the cable car. Do you want to place the small arrow box? Confirm. In the next moment, the arrow box snugly fitted into the slot on the roof. Sumu glanced at it through the interface. The arrow box stood quietly, and the launching device rotated automatically, seemingly scanning the surrounding environment. Unfortunately, there were no arrows. Sumu opened the crafting table again to check the crafting options for wooden arrows. Empty. No blueprint. He opened the trading channel and sent a new purchase request. Looking to buy wooden arrow crafting blueprints can exchange with food, price is negotiable. After sending it, Sumu began to ponder. As for wooden arrows, it was obvious that they only required 2 components, wood and iron. He rubbed his head. He would indeed need a large amount of wood, but he obviously couldn't chop it himself because it would weigh too much, and acquiring it was also very dangerous. Thus, he could consider purchasing from Chinjun, especially focusing on the crafting blueprints for wooden arrows. However, he would set that matter aside for the time being. After working hard through the night, he needed to catch up on some sleep, otherwise he would be mentally unfit during the day, which was very dangerous. Therefore, he closed his eyes. Before long, he fell into a deep sleep. As the sunlight pierced through his eyelids, Sumu instinctively tilted his head. It was too bright. Frowning, he opened his eyes to be greeted by a blinding golden light. The sunlight streamed through the glass of the cable car, illuminating the entire cabin. Sumu raised his hand to shield his eyes, and slowly sat up. Having curled up in a pile of packages to sleep last night, his posture was uncomfortable, and his neck felt a bit sore. However, his body felt fine, and his spirit was high. After leveling up to level 2, his overall condition seemed to have improved significantly. He glanced at the system time. 0934. He had slept for more than 4 hours. Sumu rubbed his temples and habitually glanced at the number of people in the upper right corner of the channel. 892 people. This number startled him a bit. He remembered that the number was 903 before he went asleep for the first time. After the wave of eerie bats attacked in the latter half of the night, coupled with the low temperature, he had thought at least 100 or 200 people would have died. After all, the level 1 cable car only had 10 points of armor. While the individual damage from those eerie bats was low, it could accumulate over the night enough to shatter the cable car. Not to mention that there was that elite eerie bat. How had only 11 people died? He frowned, wondering if those eerie bats had specifically targeted him in the latter half of the night. He had merely upgraded the cable car, he hadn't done anything to provoke animosity. But then he thought that the appearance of elite eerie bats was indeed a bit strange. Normal eerie bats could be found everywhere, but there should be a reason for the appearance of elite ones. Perhaps the upgrade of the cable car attracted them due to some special trait. Sumu shook his head, unable to think it through for the moment, and didn't want to delve further. He shifted his gaze back to the channel. After a night of torment, the atmosphere in the channel had noticeably changed today. Yesterday, everyone was panicking, confused, and hesitant. Today, they had started to actively organize. Come team up. We are preparing to land in a village or town to gather supplies and keep warm. Is anyone joining? I see a town nearby, not small in scale. Teaming up would reduce risk significantly. Brother Zhou, could you organize this? We will follow your lead. The retired soldier named Zhou Jinghua had clearly become the opinion leader in this area. He sent a long message. Zhou Jinghua, listen up everyone. We must go down to gather supplies today, though otherwise it will be even harder to endure tonight. But before going down, there are several principles that must be followed. First, try to team up with people who are close to you. The cable car numbers are consecutive, and adjacent people will have similar drop times, allowing them to support each other. Second, choose a landing spot in the same area as much as possible. If you can see obvious landmarks, such as a water tower, tall building, or chimney, use that as a gathering point. Third, once down, do not be greedy. Withdraw after gathering basic supplies. You must return to the cable car before dark. Fourth, do not panic when encountering monsters. Everyone knows the properties of goblins. They have high strength, but low agility, and can be defeated with teamwork. If you can't fight, just run towards the retreat point. Those willing to team up with me report your number and location. I will try to organize everyone. Below this message replies poured in by the hundreds. Some responded enthusiastically, some asked for specific operations, and others raised different opinions. Brother Joe, I think we should avoid the town. The wilderness may have fewer supplies, but it's safer. I picked wild fruits in the woods yesterday, although there weren't many, at least I returned alive. Can wild fruits keep you warm? It was so cold last night, you didn't freeze to death because of luck. If we don't gather clothes and blankets today, how will we survive tonight? Exactly where would you find clothes and blankets in the wild? We must go to inhabited areas. But if there are too many people, won't it attract more monsters? Those goblins are social creatures. The channel gradually split into 3 factions. One faction advocated for safety first, suggesting to collect wild fruits and chop trees in the wilderness, which while low on supplies posed a low risk. Another faction advocated for seeking wealth in danger, heading to towns to gather clothes, blankets, and more valuable items. There was also a faction that held a wait-and-see attitude, believing both sides had merit and unsure whom to follow. Zhou did not forcibly unify opinions, but simply stated, Zhou, everyone has their own situation, there is no pressure. Those willing to go to the town report your numbers, and I will try to organize everyone in the same area. Those willing to go to the wilderness should also form a team to support each other. Regardless of where we go, returning alive is the most important thing. Sumu watched these discussions without interjecting. The overall atmosphere was indeed quite good. Although there were surely those with ulterior motives, at least on the surface, everyone was still attempting to cooperate for survival. This was good news for him. A stable environment allows for peaceful development, otherwise encountering situations that require significant effort to guard against others would be troublesome. Although he wasn't afraid of 1 or 2 people, what if an organized group specifically targeted others? However, Sumu did not let his guard down against others. After all, in a vast forest, all kinds of birds could be found. After watching for a while, he turned off the channel and began today's main business. He opened the daily information interface. Current available uses 1. Would you like to use it? Confirmed. The familiar prompt sound rang out. Information: there is a bronze treasure chest and a level 1 lucky roulette under the pirate ship amusement facility at the Hongdo Resort 7. 23 kilometers away from your cable car. Please note that there is a LV2 mutated creature lurking in that area. 2 items. Sumu was slightly taken aback. No, upon closer inspection, this wasn't 2 pieces of information, but 1 piece containing 2 items. A bronze treasure chest and a level 1 lucky roulette. Sumu's eyes lit up. A lucky roulette. Hadn't he just chosen the rule-type talent that allowed him to gain the best part of any blind box or mixed event yesterday? And today he encountered a roulette. It was just the right opportunity to test the power of this new talent. However, his attention was soon captured by the latter part of the message. There was a LV2 mutated creature lurking. A level 2 monster. If it was a regular level 2 goblin with his current 26 points of strength combined with lock weakness and extra attack, he should be able to take it down in close combat. But if it was a green quality elite? Sumu touched the handgun at his waist. M500 revolver, level 3 green quality base, firepower value 22. To deal with a level 2 monster, according to the damage rules he had seen before, there should be damage bonuses. But the problem was he only had 7 bullets. Moreover, he didn't know what type of level 2 monster it was. Was it a goblin? Or something else? More importantly, the information only said, there is one, but that didn't mean there was really only one. Just like yesterday's silver treasure chest, the information only indicated a LV3 mutated creature, yet there were hundreds of goblins and nearly 10 minotaurs around. Of course, it was also possible that the goblins initiated the battle later, but at the very least there was more than 1 minotaur there. Sumu took a deep breath and began to analyze. The Hongdo Resort, from its name, should be a tourist attraction. The pirate ship amusement ride must be in some amusement park. In such places there is a large flow of people, numerous buildings, and complex terrain. If monsters were to lurk here, it is likely that there would be more than one. On the other hand, such open spaces provide a wide field of vision, facilitating observation and retreat. To go or not to go? Sumu hardly hesitated. To go. He had already experienced the value of the bronze treasure chest. That 2nd-level bulletproof vest saved his life. The silver treasure chest even yielded a pistol seeds and a strength potion, directly doubling his power. And the lucky roulette, just by its name, suggests it can yield good items. As for the risks, there were intelligence alerts, a pistol for protection, and new talents to enhance his abilities. If he didn't dare to go under these circumstances, would he only be eliminated by the game? Sumu made up his mind and began to prepare. He glanced at the time. It was exactly 10 o'clock. At a cable car speed of 5 kilometers per hour, it would take almost an hour and a half to reach the Hongdo Resort. There was plenty of time. Sumu first counted his supplies. There was enough food and water, no need for additional supplies. He also checked his axe. Its durability was still at 87, which was sufficient. Then he looked at the 2 animal traps. One had 18 durability left, and the other had 8. Sumu hesitated for a moment and decided to put both traps into his backpack. Although he didn't know if they would be needed today, it was better to bring them along. He then packed a bottle of water, a loaf of bread, and a few pieces of chocolate into his backpack. The axe was secured at his side, and the pistol was clipped to his other side. After finishing this, Sumu looked at the private chat on the screen. Last night, just before going to bed, he had requested blueprints for wooden arrows. He had sent out a purchase request and hadn't checked again. Now upon opening it, he found numerous red dots in the private chat section. Most were from those wanting to freeload. Big shot. Please give me some food. I'm starving. I don't have any blueprints. Can you lend me some food first? They'll pay you back tenfold. Please just give me a bottle of water. A good person will have peace for a lifetime. Some were proposing to trade other items. Would you trade iron ingots for food? I have 2 iron ingots. Glass essence for food, 3 for 1. Are you in? Sumu scrolled through them, all ignoring each message. No one had the wooden arrow blueprints. He exited the private chat and took a quick look at the trading channel. Similarly, no one was selling other blueprints. It made sense, so a whole day had passed since yesterday, and today they could gather supplies again. Those who had blueprints would have traded them long ago. They wouldn't be left until now. However, Sumu glanced at the lively team discussions in the channel. With so many people going down today, there might be more blueprints circulating by evening. He would see then. After watching for a while, time quickly passed. The cable car continued onward, getting closer to the green coordinate point. Sumu stood by the window looking outside through the glass. The scenery ahead gradually became clearer. There was a colorful cluster of buildings with red roofs, white walls, and neatly arranged villa-style houses. In the center, he could vaguely see a massive amusement facility resembling a pirate ship and also resembling a Ferris wheel. The road was painted in bright colors, and on the sign, he could faintly see the words "Welcome to Hondo Resort." Sumu glanced at the system map. The green coordinate was located within that cluster of buildings about 2 kilometers away from his current position. According to his plan, he did not intend to land directly in the village. Instead, he would circle around from the outside, as there might be many monsters in the village, and entering directly could easily lead to danger. On the outskirts, he could observe the situation inside and make specific judgments. Therefore, after scanning the area below the cable car and finding no moving monster traces, he pressed the confirm button. The next moment, the door of the cable car opened automatically, and a purple-black vortex appeared out of nowhere. Sumu took a deep breath, strapped on his backpack, held the axe in one hand and the pistol in the other, stepping into the vortex. When his vision returned, Sumu found himself in a bamboo forest. Although it was called a bamboo forest, it was not purely so. The bamboo was sparsely scattered, mixed with some broadleaf trees. The clearing in the forest was relatively open, providing a good field of vision. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting mottled shadows on the ground. Sumu scanned his surroundings. There were no signs of monsters. But he did not let his guard down, gripping the axe tightly, his gaze slowly sweeping over every shadow and every thicket. Only after confirming it was safe did he begin to observe the terrain. In the distance ahead, he could vaguely see the outlines of sparse houses. Red roofs, white walls, just like the resort buildings he had seen from the cable car. That should be the visitor center or accommodation area. Further away, the colorful amusement facilities were faintly visible. After confirming that there were no dangers around, Sumu first checked the map to determine the retreat points. Looking at these 3 retreat points, Sumu frowned. These 3 locations. One was in the direction of the town ahead, one was further back in the entire town, and the other was in a location directly opposite to his current target. Thus, his chosen retreat points could only be the one in the town and the one far ahead of the town. Which 2 to choose could only depend on the situation, but both would require moving forward. Therefore, Sumu assessed the direction and began to approach the housing area. He moved very lightly. Every few steps, he would stop to observe the surroundings, confirming there were no anomalies before continuing. He walked like this for a few minutes without any danger. The forest was very quiet, eerily so. There were no birds chirping, no insects buzzing, and even the sound of the wind was hardly discernible. Sumu frowned and continued forward. After walking for a while, a faint smell of blood wafted into his nostrils. He immediately stopped, crouched slightly, and scanned his surroundings vigilantly. There was no movement. The smell of blood was coming from ahead. Sumu tightened his grip on the axe, lowered his body, and slowly approached. After walking about 20 meters, he discovered the source at his feet. A cat. Or rather, half a cat. The body lay in the grass, torn in half at the waist by some creature. The front half was still there, while the back half was nowhere to be found. Its innards were scattered on the ground, already dried and blackened. Its fur was smeared with dirt and blood, and he could vaguely recognize that it was originally an orange house cat. Sumu crouched down to examine the wound closely. It was not a cut from a knife, nor was it struck by a blunt object. It was a bite. The edges of the wound were jagged, and the muscle fibers had been violently torn apart with clear bite marks on the bones. It seemed like something had bitten it, and then violently torn it in half. Sumu stood up, his expression growing serious. This thing looked as if it had been brutally torn apart. Although a cat's size is not large, it would require at least the biting force of a large dog to bite it in half. Moreover, judging by the bite marks, its teeth were very sharp, not those of an ordinary beast. Sumu did not linger, bypassing the corpse and continuing forward. His footsteps became lighter, and his gaze more vigilant. After walking for a few more minutes, a sudden noise came from ahead. It was not the roar of a monster, but rather footsteps. Sumu quickly ducked behind a tree, observing sideways. Through the sparse trees, he vaguely saw a shadow of a person ahead. The figure was moving in his direction at a slow pace, but with a strange posture. Its walking style was quite unnatural, with one shoulder raised and the other lowered, and its steps were somewhat staggering. Sumu frowned. Other players. It was indeed possible. Ahead was the town area, and there must be someone who had taken the cable car before him, choosing to land after seeing this cluster of buildings, just like him sneaking in from the outskirts. Anyone capable of acting alone should have some strength. Sumu had no intention of approaching. Firstly, he remained cautious of other players. Secondly, he had no plans to form a team. Thirdly, since the other party was also alone, they would certainly be cautious as well. When two people meet, the likelihood is that they would pass each other warily, which would be of no significance. However, in the next moment his brows furrowed even tighter. The figure seemed to have noticed him. Instead of choosing to bypass or ignore him, it directly ran towards him at an unexpectedly fast speed. It was much faster than a normal person's running speed. Sumu's pupils constricted. Something was off. That running style was too distorted. Its shoulders violently swung up and down, dragging one leg while the other seemed to bounce forward like a spring. The flailing of its arms was also extremely exaggerated, as if its joints were dislocated. Not human. Sumu instantly made the judgment. He did not turn to run, but gripped his axe tightly, staring intently at the increasingly approaching figure. They were originally several hundred meters apart, but due to the poor light in the woods, he hadn't seen clearly before. Now that the figure was closer, only about 100 meters away, its appearance finally became clear. That was a male corpse. Or rather, it used to be a man. Its clothes were tattered, barely recognizable as a uniform of a resort worker, a blue shirt and dark pants, but they were now soiled with blood and dirt that the original colors could not be discerned. Its complexion was ashen, with a tinge of dark green skin tightly clinging to the bones like dried jerky. The eye sockets were sunken, the eyeballs murky, and the pupils scattered in shape. Half of its lips were missing, exposing a blackened gum line, and a few remaining teeth. The most horrifying aspect was the body. Its abdomen had been hollowed out. From the chest down to the lower abdomen, there was a huge cavity. All the internal organs were gone, leaving only an empty abdominal cavity. Several ribs were broken, white bone stubs protruding with dried blood still clinging to them. One calf had a large chunk of flesh bitten off, exposing the blackened bone inside, which was why it ran that way. The other leg was intact, but the knee was twisted backward, making each step seem like a bounce. The arms were similarly affected. The left hand was missing below the elbow, the jagged stump appearing as if bitten off by something. The right hand, however, was intact, but all the fingers were bent backward at the joints, claw-like. It was rushing towards Sumu. On that distorted face, there was even a semblance of a smile. Not a smile of expression, but a purely physiological one. The lips, missing on one side, were pulled back, exposing the gums, making it look like it was smiling. Sumu felt his blood begin to boil. It was not fear. It was tension. Previously he had killed goblins, but mostly they were young ones posing little threat. Even the old goblin was dealt with in a sudden encounter in the corridor, resolved with a flurry of frantic strikes due to the spike in adrenaline. But this time he was watching this thing charge at him with his own eyes. Menacing. Distorted. Bloody. The visual impact was entirely different from facing a goblin. Sumu took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. At the same time, information about the creature appeared before his eyes. Zombie, LV1 strength, 17 constitution, 12 agility, 8 mentality, 0, similar attributes to a goblin. Slightly lower in strength, a bit lower in constitution, but agility was about the same. It could fight. Sumu tightened his grip on the axe, not reaching for his gun. Based on his past experiences with zombie games, firearms should only be used when absolutely necessary. Gunfire would attract more zombies. Although it seemed there were none around now, what if there were hidden ones? Moreover, a gunshot would announce to everyone, I am here. More importantly, he probably wouldn't need it. The creature was getting closer. 100 meters. 80, 50 meters. 30 meters. Sumu did not move. He was waiting. Waiting for the right distance. 20 meters. 15 meters. 10 meters. Just when the creature was within a dozen meters of him, Sumu suddenly swung his arm and hurled the axe with all his might. He did not aim. Or rather, he did not need to aim. The axe spun through the air, tracing an arc that wasn't particularly precise. But at that moment the creature lunged forward, its head thrusting ahead. Thud! Thud! The blade of the axe sunk precisely into its skull. It wasn't a grazing blow nor a mere cut, it was a direct cleave. The entire axe was embedded in the zombie's head, splitting that twisted skull cleanly in half. The momentum of the zombie's charge propelled it forward for a couple more steps before it crashed to the ground. It twitched a couple of times. Then it stopped. Instant kill. Sumu was not surprised by this outcome. At this moment his strength had reached 26 points, and the thrown axe had directly hit a weak point. An instant kill was within expectation. The reason Sumu had remained still for a while was that he had noticed just as he hurled the axe it seemed to have a double image. He could be certain that it was not just his eyes playing tricks. Moreover, he heard two distinct sounds when the axe struck the zombie. Even if he had thrown it quickly and it blurred his vision, his ears could not have misheard. An additional attack was triggered. So that was how it worked. Originally, Sumu thought that the extra attack would deal damage equivalent to his normal attack damage, which is the damage shown on his panel. However, before him two phantoms of axes appeared along with two distinct sounds. The damage was consistent, seemingly matching Sumu's previous expectations. But in reality the difference was vast. Imagine if you were to smear gasoline on the axe, set it ablaze, and throw it, causing continuous damage. Normally an extra attack would only involve his basic attack damage without any continuous damage. Simply put, the attack's effects would also carry over. Or if the axe is a poor metaphor, what if he were to throw an atomic bomb? That would mean two atomic bombs. This connection with a basic attack is worlds apart. Kill LV1 zombie experience 0. When the notification sound snapped, Sumu back to reality. Upon hearing this prompt, Sumu couldn't help but pause again. 0. 1. He instinctively opened the system panel and glanced at the experience bar. Level 2 0. 1200, it truly is 0. 1. Sumu frowned. Was it because he had just leveled up to level 2? Did the experience gained from killing low-level monsters decrease? But that's absurd, it shrank by tenfold. Previously he received 1 experience point for each level 1 goblin spawn he killed. Killing a level 1 bat monster also awarded 1 point. Now killing a level 1 zombie yields only 0. 1. Does that mean that after leveling up to level 2, he must hunt monsters of the same level to gain normal experience? Sumu felt somewhat helpless. But there was nothing he could do. The rules were set, complaining was useless. He stepped forward and pulled the axe from the zombie's head. Green blood and grayish brain matter splattered on the axe, emitting a rancid odor. Sumu suppressed his disgust and wiped it on the zombie's clothing. Unfortunately, there was no second axe. Otherwise this talent would be even more outrageous. Then he looked at the wooden box that had fallen beside the corpse. Opening it. Acquired mineral water 1, acquired sweet potato 1. Sumu picked up the sweet potato and examined it closely. Sweet potato, white type food seed, effect edible, can replenish hunger. Can also be planted as a seed, yielding 35 sweet potatoes upon maturity. Edible, and can be used as seeds. Sumu thought for a moment and stored the sweet potato in his backpack. Planting was not needed for now, but it might come in handy later. Moreover, this item can serve as food, which is not a loss. Next he attempted to use Decompose on the zombie's body. Decompose failed, acquired nutrients 1, damaged fabric 1, Decompose experience 1. Sure enough, it was nutrients again. Sumu looked at the additional nutrients in his hand, not picking up the ones that had fallen on the ground. He still had over 30 portions of nutrients in his vehicle. Moreover, each portion weighed nearly a pound, taking up space and weight. As long as he could decompose monsters, it wouldn't be a scarce resource. But the fabric. Sumu looked at the somewhat tattered fabric in his hand, or it must have been decomposed from the zombie's clothing. It was only palm-sized and nearly weightless. Sumu decided to keep it. He turned around and continued walking forward. After taking a few steps, a sudden commotion came from behind him. It wasn't the growl of a zombie. It was the sound of battle. Clashing noises mixed with human shouts and curses. Sumu paused his steps and looked in the direction of the sound. The sounds were coming from the right front, about 200 to 300 meters away. Through the sparse trees, he could vaguely see several figures moving. At the edge of a relatively open area in the woods, Sumu saw the group. 5 people. 3 men and 2 women. They were currently surrounding a zombie. And it was just like the ordinary zombie he had encountered earlier. But their situation. The zombie was frantically lunging at one young man. The man held a hoe, his face pale, and he was trembling severely. Every swing of the hoe seemed erratic. As the zombie rushed at him, he swung the hoe but missed. The zombie continued its assault, and he staggered back, nearly falling. "Help me," he cried out in a high-pitched voice. A nearby fat man rushed up, swinging a shovel and striking the zombie's back. Bang! The zombie staggered forward 2 steps, turned around, and lunged at the fat man. The fat man, frightened, shrank back, almost dropping the shovel. Another tall and thin man seized the opportunity to rush in from the side, wielding a sickle and slashing at the back of the zombie's neck. The sickle sunk in, but it only penetrated halfway. The zombie's neck was cut open, deep black blood spurted out, but it did not fall. Instead it turned its head and opened its mouth to bite at the tall thin man. The tall thin man jumped back in fright, forgetting to pull out the sickle. Fireball. Use the fireball quickly. Someone shouted. Behind the crowd, a young man wearing glasses clasped his hands together and chanted something. In the next moment, a fireball the size of a fist condensed from his palms and shot out with a whoosh, hitting the zombie square in the chest. Bang! The fireball exploded, causing the zombie to stagger back 2 steps, its clothing on fire and its skin sizzling. Yet it still did not fall. It continued, charging forward, lunging at the nearest fat man. What the hell, it's still not dead. The fat man was so frightened that he turned to run, but stumbled over a tree root and fell to the ground. The zombie pounced on him, mouth open to bite. At that moment, a girl nearby suddenly charged forward, bringing her fire axe down hard on the back of the zombie's head. Crack! The axe sank in. The zombie twitched a couple of times and finally fell. The clearing fell silent, only the heavy breathing of a few individuals could be heard. Is it dead? The fallen fat man lay on the ground, his voice trembling. It's dead, the girl with the axe said, panting as she sat down on the ground. The others also slumped down, some kneeling on the ground and gagging. Sumu hid behind a tree, quietly observing this scene. That zombie was exactly like the one he had just killed. 5 people, armed, coordinated, and one who could cast fireball. Yet they struggled so much. Someone almost, and he himself, took down a zombie with just 1 axe. Sumu looked down at his own hands. At that moment, he truly realized how vast the gap had grown between him and ordinary people. Killing a zombie for him was like killing a chicken. For these people, it was a life and death struggle. Sumu chose not to watch any longer. He quietly retreated and turned to leave. The commotion from these people killing zombies was too loud. The shouting, running, and the sound of fireball explosions could carry far in this quiet forest. He didn't know how many more zombies were nearby, but it was better to be cautious. The priority was to leave this area as quickly as possible. At this moment, after Sumu left, the 5 individuals in the open space were still catching their breath. That was close, said the girl sitting on the ground, patting her chest. Fortunately, your fireball technique helped a lot, otherwise the chubby guy would have been done for. Thank goodness for Xiaoyu. The boy with glasses who had used the fireball technique looked like the core of the group. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, she warned us in advance that there were monsters nearby, allowing us to prepare ahead of time. The others turned their gazes toward another girl in the group. She was a girl with a ponytail and a delicate appearance, seemingly in her early 20s. At this moment, she stood at the edge of the open space, her gaze fixed on the distant woods, seemingly lost in thought. Xiaoyu, what are you looking at? Someone asked. Nothing, it should be others. Lin Xiaoyu withdrew her gaze. Let's search for supplies first. The zombie should drop something. Everyone nodded and began to check the boxes dropped by the zombies. Lin Xiaoyu also walked over, pretending to help, but her mind was still on that fleeting glance. Her talent was danger perception beginner, able to sense hostile, dangerous creatures within approximately a 300-meter range. During the battle just now, she had vaguely sensed a presence over there. It felt very dangerous, more so than any monster she had encountered. But strangely, that presence showed no hostility. It was just there, quietly observing, and then it left. Lin Xiaoyu glanced in that direction again. Nothing was there. Was it a person? If it was a person, it could evoke such a feeling of very dangerous. She cast a glance at the boy with glasses who was picking up the boxes. His name was Zhang Mingyuan, the strongest combatant in the group, with a talent in fireball technique and a strength of 7 points at level 1. However, the feeling Zhang Mingyuan gave her was nowhere near as intense as that presence from earlier. That person must be at least level 2, right? Has someone really leveled up to level 2 so quickly? Moreover, they were acting alone. Xiaoyu. Zhang Mingyuan approached. Did you just say there was someone over there? Lin Xiaoyu came back to her senses and nodded. Yes, it should be someone like me who chose to descend in this area from Cable Car Mountain. They showed no hostility. That's good. Zhang Mingyuan sighed in relief. This area is a town, so there should be quite a few people who landed around here. But at this stage, there probably aren't many who can kill monsters alone. Let's take advantage of the fact that these zombies are not very rational and are widely dispersed to grind for more experience and supplies. Lin Xiaoyu nodded again and glanced in that direction. Nothing was there, but for some reason she made a mental note of that direction. Sumu continued on his way. After walking for about 10 minutes, the trees ahead became sparser and the view gradually opened up. Dense houses appeared. Villas with red roofs and white walls stood in neat rows. Some were residential areas, some were dining areas, and there were small shops with hanging signs. Further away, colorful amusement park facilities became clearly visible. A Ferris wheel, a carousel, and that huge pirate ship. The target was right there. Sumu stopped and carefully observed the surrounding environment. Along the way, he encountered several groups of people. Some groups of 3 or 5 were battling zombies. Others in groups of 7 or 8 cautiously navigated between the houses. Some clearly lacked strength, running away at the sight of zombies and not daring to get close. Sumu ignored them all. Regardless of whether they could kill or not, he had no intention of offering help or forming a team. Of course, these people were not competitors for him. On the contrary, seeing so many people come down to search for supplies, Sumu was quite pleased. The more people there were, the more blueprints would be discovered. As long as they found something, he could exchange it for food or materials. Rather than everyone fighting each other, it was better to take what was needed and develop together. This had always been his thought. However, there was a problem at hand. Sumu looked at the buildings ahead, frowning slightly. To get to the amusement park, he had to pass through this residential area. Surrounded by steep slopes and cliffs, he couldn't go over. If he took a detour, it would take at least another hour, and possibly longer. The longer he stayed here, the greater the risk. He could only pass through. Sumu observed carefully again. There were indeed a few zombies wandering around the outskirts of the residential area. But their numbers were few and scattered at least a couple of 100 meters apart. As long as he was careful, he could easily avoid them. Moreover, he glanced at the tightly shut doors. Since he was going through the town, why not search a bit? After rushing here, he hadn't encountered a single gray treasure chest. The drop rate in the wild was indeed pitifully low. Relying on this to get rich was simply unrealistic. But it was different inside the houses. Perhaps a drawer in one of the rooms hid some supplies. And these mindless zombie monsters were just right for practice. With that thought in mind, Sumu made up his mind, tightened his grip on the axe, and stealthily approached the nearest. At the edge of the residential area, Sumu carefully observed the street ahead. Scattered zombies wandered about the nearest one, about 150 meters away, aimlessly loitering at a street corner. Further away, there were a few more scattered sparsely. He could sneak past them. He gripped the axe tightly, lowered his body, and moved along the wall toward the nearest row of houses. A two-story small building with red brick walls, its roller shutter tightly closed, and the windows secured with anti-theft bars. Nearby were several similar structures, some with roller shutters, others with wooden doors. Sumu didn't rush towards the place with monsters. Although he came to practice, level 1 zombies only yielded 0. 1 experience, the cost-effectiveness was too low. Moreover, fighting would create noise, and if more zombies were attracted, it would be counterproductive. What he needed was to adapt to this environment. In a town fraught with danger, keeping calm and making the right judgments was enough. Sumu bypassed the first zombie and crept up to the door of that small building. The roller shutter. Made of silver-white aluminum alloy, it was locked in place on the ground. Sumu frowned. If he forced this door open, it was bound to make quite a noise. Moreover, he looked around. This row of houses was mostly fitted with tightly closed roller shutters with only a few wooden doors slightly ajar. Should he go to those open ones? Sumu shook his head. The open doors had likely been searched by others, and being open indicated that whoever entered had either died or left. In either case, it wasn't worth going there. What he needed was an untouched house. That meant he could only pick the lock. Sumu stared at the roller shutter. A sudden idea struck him. Decomposition. His decomposition skill could decompose not only corpses, but also regular items. Could this door be decomposed? Sumu placed his hand on the roller shutter and focused his thoughts. Would you like to decompose the aluminum alloy roller shutter? Decomposition will take 3 minutes, during which you cannot move. It really can. Sumu's eyes lit up, and without hesitation he chose to confirm. In the next moment his hands were pressed against the door, a faint glow spreading from his palms, covering the entire roller shutter. Hiss! Hiss! A faint sound emerged from the door, as if something was slowly being peeled away. The sound was not loud, much quieter than smashing the door, but it was still audible on the quiet street. Sumu scanned his surroundings cautiously. The nearest zombies were still wandering over 100 meters away, and seemed not to have noticed him. He relaxed slightly, and continued pressing on the door, waiting for the decomposition to finish. 3 minutes. Not too long, not too short. Sumu fixed his gaze on the decomposition progress bar, counting down each second. During this time, 2 zombies passed by the edge of his vision, but they did not turn towards him. 100. The roller shutter suddenly transformed into a wisp of light, vanishing from Sumu's hands. In its place was a palm-sized metal block. Acquired aluminum alloy X1. Sumu, is this it? A door that breaks down into a palm-sized aluminum block. He weighed the aluminum alloy piece in his hand, which was about a pound. If a whole building could be decomposed, how much material would that yield? However, upon further thought, it made sense. The decomposition in the game surely wasn't based on actual weight, but rather on the extractable materials. For a roll-up door, the parts deemed materials by the system are probably just this little bit. The good news is this method works. Compared to violently breaking down a door, the noise from decomposition is much quieter. In the future, when encountering such tightly shut doors, he could simply decompose them. Sumu stowed the aluminum alloy piece in his backpack and looked up at the door opening. After the roll-up door vanished, the interior was revealed. A typical rural style. Cement floor, whitewashed walls, a few plastic stools, and a wooden tea table against the wall. A few disposable paper cups were tossed on the tea table with blackened tea residue at the bottom. In the corner, several brooms and mops were piled up, and an old-style wall calendar hung on the wall, the date stuck in some unknown month. A small car, and that explained that the first floor was evidently used for parking by this household. He took a deep breath, tightened his grip on the axe, and with his other hand reached for the gun at his waist. After confirming there was no danger, he focused on the car in front of him. Decompose. Without hesitation. But seeing that it would take 6 hours to decompose, he completely lost interest. It was too much of a waste of time. Moreover, the decomposed items would likely be quite heavy, and he had no place to store them for now. He shook his head. Sumu arrived at the staircase of this house, and quickly scanned the area. No monsters. But he did not let his previous experience in the goblin nest told him that in such residences monsters often lurked upstairs. He moved quietly, crossing the hall to reach the stairway. He looked up. The door on the second floor was ajar with faint light seeping through the crack. It was eerily quiet. Sumu gripped his axe tightly and ascended step by step. His steps were very light, very slow. He paused after every few steps to listen for sounds. No noise. But just as he was about to step onto the second floor landing, a faint sound came from within the door. Very soft. If it weren't for his enhanced body after leveling up making his hearing sharper, he wouldn't have detected it at all. Sumu instantly halted, pressing his body against the wall. The noise inside continued. Rustling. As if something was slowly moving or dragging something. There was something. Sumu did not act immediately. He listened quietly for a while, confirming that there was only that. No other noises, no breathing, no growling. That should be manageable. Sumu gently reached out to grasp the doorknob. Not locked. He slowly turned the knob extremely carefully and gently, ensuring not to make any noise. The door opened a crack. Inside was a bedroom. Light streamed through the gaps in the curtains, casting the room in a half-lit, half-dark ambience. The bed was disheveled, and a few pieces of clothing were strewn on the floor. The wardrobe door was half open, revealing several coats hanging inside. And in the center of the room, a zombie was pacing in place. No, not pacing. It was wandering in place, taking a couple of steps, stopping, tilting its head, as if listening to something or pondering something. It resembled a middle-aged man wearing pajamas and barefoot. There were no visible injuries on its body, its complexion grayish-white with a tinge of bluish-black, skin shriveled, and eye sockets deeply sunken. Like the zombie he encountered previously, this one had naturally formed. No external injuries, no bite marks, just a direct mutation. Sumu quietly observed for 2 seconds. The zombie seemed to sense something, suddenly stopping, turning its head toward the door. Its murky eyeball met Sumu's gaze. Time seemed to freeze for a moment. The next second the zombie opened its mouth and let out a hoarse growl, lunging toward the door. Sumu did not hesitate. He forcefully pushed the door open, raising his axe in his right hand, and swung it fiercely at the lunging zombie. The axe spun through the air, tracing an arc. Thud! Thud! 2 nearly overlapping dull sounds. The axe blade struck precisely into the zombie's skull, cleaving its head in two. Black blood and grayish-white brain matter splattered everywhere. The zombie's momentum carried it forward, stumbling 2 steps before crashing to the ground. You have killed a LV1 zombie, experience 0. 1 another 0. 1. Sumu stepped forward, pulled the axe from the zombie's head, and wiped it on its pajamas. Then he looked at the wooden box that had fallen beside the corpse. Opened it. Acquired mineral water X1, acquired iron ingots X1, not bad. Sumu stowed the items away, not hurrying to leave. He first checked the entire room. Under the bed, in the wardrobe, behind the curtains, even lifting the bedding to take a look. Confirming there were no other monsters hiding, he began to scavenge for supplies. First the bed. The bedding. Thick blankets, 2 of them. 2 pillows. 2 sets of sheets. Sumu touched them, they were quite warm. But he hesitated and did not take them. Given last night's extreme cold, warm items were indeed valuable. But today, many people already knew it would be cold tonight, and surely someone would be collecting clothes and blankets. Those who didn't dare go down yesterday would also have to take a chance today, driven to despair. When everyone knows how important warm supplies are, their value will plummet. Just like Lin Yue, who profited by exploiting information disparity because she knew earlier than others. And now that information gap no longer exists. Instead of wasting backpack space on these, it would be better to gather more food and special supplies. Sumu made a judgment, turned, and left the bedroom, starting to search other places. On the second floor, besides this bedroom, there were 2 other rooms. One was a children's room, empty except for a small bed and a few toys. The other was a bathroom, with a toilet, sink, and shower head, containing nothing of value. Sumu quickly scanned the area, confirming there were no supplies, and turned to head downstairs. The first floor had the hall, kitchen, and storage room. On the stove were a few pots and bowls, and the wash basin was filled with unwashed dishes, while the trash can next to the stove had begun to smell. He opened the refrigerator. In the fridge, a few eggs, already rotten, half a cabbage wilted, a half-eaten jar of fermented tofu, and 2 cans of beer. In the freezer, a bag of frozen chicken legs, 2 bags of frozen ribs, and a box of frozen dumplings. Sumu took a careful look. The frozen meat was still good. The freezer's temperature was low enough, and it seemed there was no power outage, the meat still firm. Meat. This is good stuff. Although not as instant noodles or bread, as long as there's a way to heat it up, this is a quality source of protein. As for how to heat it, well, for now, with no direction, Sumu could only give up and look for something ready to eat. Unfortunately, there were only a few packs of milk that hadn't expired. Shaking his head, Sumu was about to leave. Then he looked at the refrigerator itself. Could this refrigerator be decomposed? He reached out and pressed on the refrigerator. Sumu's eyes brightened. Refrigeration component. This thing should be useful. Perhaps it could be used for the cable car in the future, like making a simple cooler or something. He chose to confirm without hesitation. After 5 minutes, the refrigerator vanished into a wisp of light, replaced by obtained iron ingot 1. Obtained refrigeration component 1. Obtained copper wire 3. Sumu looked at the 3 new items in his hands. The iron ingot was about the size of a palm. The refrigeration component was a metal block the same size with several interfaces on the surface resembling some kind of mechanical part. The copper wire was a thin strand about the length of 3 fingers coiled into a bundle. They were all quite light. Sumu put them away and turned to leave the kitchen. Next was the storage room. Inside were some messy items. Old newspapers, empty cardboard boxes, a few plastic basins. Sumu rummaged through, but found nothing. Finally, he looked at the zombie. He had been so focused on searching the house that he hadn't searched the corpse. Sumu crouched down and searched the zombie. In the pocket of the pajamas, he pulled out something. A phone. A Huawei phone. The screen was cracked, but the body was intact. The back was stained with black blood, and there were dried fingerprints on the buttons. Sumu pressed the power button. No response. Dead battery. No, this phone looked like it had fallen after mutation. It should still have power. He pressed and held the power button. The screen lit up for a moment, displaying the Huawei logo. Then, please enter the password. Sumu frowned. The password? He didn't know it. Moreover, the owner of the phone before it mutated was certainly dead. Even if he knew the password, there was no way to ask. Sumu thought for a moment and clicked on decompose. Do you want to decompose Huawei phone damaged? Decomposition takes 30 seconds. After decomposition, the materials obtained will be Snapdragon chip, 1 battery pack, 1 camera module, 1 speaker, 1 aluminum alloy several. Sumu. Snapdragon chip. This thing can also be decomposed. He was a bit speechless, but hesitated for a moment before choosing to confirm. 30 seconds later. Obtain Snapdragon chip 1. Obtain battery pack 1. Obtain camera module 1. Obtain speaker 1. Obtained aluminum alloy 1. Sumu looked at the pile of small parts in his hands. The chip was about the size of a fingernail with the words Snapdragon 8 Gen 3 printed on it. The battery pack was thin, marked with a capacity of 5,000 mAh. The camera module was a small piece of glass with metal. The speaker was a metal disc the size of a soybean. What use could these things have? Sumu couldn't figure it out. But his intuition told him that since they could be decomposed, they would definitely be useful in the future. Perhaps they were related to the assembly of the cable car, or certain special equipment required these precise parts. He decided to keep them. Sumu carefully stored the parts in his backpack. Then he stood up and took one last look at the room. That was about it. He had collected food, decomposed the refrigerator, and searched the corpse. It was time to move on to the next house. Sumu walked outside and glanced at the street. The few zombies were still swaying in their original spots, oblivious to the commotion over here. He breathed a sigh of relief and continued to sneak toward the next house. For the next few hours, Sumu repeated the same process. Find a closed house, decompose the door, enter, carefully search the first floor, be cautious going upstairs, kill zombies. If any, search the whole house, decompose appliances, leave. Most houses had zombies. Some had an entire family mutated, some had just one, and others were complete. Perhaps they had fled before the mutation, or they had wandered elsewhere after mutating. Sumu accepted them all. Each zombie was worth 0. 1 experience. Even a mosquito's leg is still meat. Moreover, each zombie dropped a wooden box which randomly contained food, water, iron ingots, glass essence, and occasionally special items. Although the probability was low, the sheer quantity made up for it. After searching a dozen houses, Sumu finally found something he had been eagerly anticipating in a drawer of a bedside table. A gray treasure chest. It was palm-sized, unassuming, and gray, lying beneath a few old magazines and a pile of junk. Sumu's eyes lit up, and he quickly stepped forward to open it. Obtained mineral water 1. Obtained iron ingot 2. Was that it? Sumu felt somewhat disappointed. No blueprints, no special items, no equipment. But on second thought, the gray treasure chest was the lowest level, and getting iron ingots was already quite good. After all, iron ingots were core materials for upgrading the cable car, and getting 2 iron ingots was lucky. It could take killing 7 or 8 zombies to obtain that. Of course, this also made him deeply realize how overpowered the daily information talent was. According to the information he had gathered in the group chat, those who had opened treasure chests had basically all found gray treasure chests. Only a few particularly lucky individuals encountered white treasure chests. As for the bronze chests above white, he hadn't heard of anyone opening them. Without the guidance of information, he wouldn't have been able to find bronze and silver treasure chests on the first day, let alone have the current equipment and resources. Information is always the most valuable thing. Sumu stored the iron ingots and continued to search the next house. After searching a few more rooms, he came across a small building with noticeably better decor. Behind the rolling shutter door was a spacious living room. A genuine leather sofa, a marble coffee table, a wall-mounted LCD TV, and a standing air conditioner in the corner. As usual, Sumu first searched the first floor. In the kitchen, the refrigerator was larger than the previous one, a double-door model. Upon opening it, it was stuffed to the brim. However, it was all frozen meat, frozen fish, frozen shrimp, frozen dumplings, and frozen glutinous rice balls. Somewhat helpless, he could only decompose the refrigerator. Obtained iron ingot 2. Obtained refrigeration component 2. Obtained copper wire 5. Good stuff. Next was the living room. LCD TV. Decompose. Obtained display screen 1. Obtained several chips. Obtained speaker 2. Obtained aluminum alloy 2. Standing air conditioner. Decompose. Obtained iron ingot 2. Obtained refrigeration component 1. Obtained motor 1. Obtained copper wire 3. Computer. Decompose. Obtained RTX 5060 graphics card 1. Obtained CPU 1. Obtained motherboard 1. Obtained memory stick 2. Obtained hard drive 1. Obtained power supply 1. Obtained aluminum alloy 2. Sumu looked at the pile of parts he had obtained, his mouth twitching. RTX 5060 graphics card. What use could that have in a game? Would he be able to play games on the cable car in the future? However, he still stored the graphics card. After all, the things that could be decomposed definitely had their uses. Even if they weren't useful now, they might be later. Plus, he really didn't have anything better to carry them in. In the second floor bedroom, a zombie was wandering in the room. Sumu quickly dealt with it with an axe and found a box and a phone. The phone was an Apple model. Decompose. Obtained A17 Pro chip 1. Obtained battery pack 1. Obtained camera module 1. Obtained speaker 1. Obtained titanium alloy 1. Titanium alloy. Sumu looked at the silvery metal, which was much heavier than aluminum alloy, and felt better in hand. This item should be of higher quality than aluminum alloy. He decided to keep it. Finally, Sumu noticed something on the bedside table. A flashlight. It had a black plastic casing, a metal head, and a few batteries beside it. Sumu picked it up and tested it. It still worked. A strong light that could shine for more than 10 meters. His eyes lit up. A flashlight. This item wasn't very useful during the day, but at night, especially in dense fog, where one couldn't see their hand in front of their face, it was definitely a godsend. If he had had a flashlight when those eerie bats crashed into the cable car last night, perhaps he could have seen what they looked like and even aimed with his handgun. Sumu decisively stored the flashlight and the few batteries into his backpack. Then he searched other rooms and found another 2 flashlights and several packs of batteries. He took them all. Thus, Sumu continued his search, his burden reaching 20 kilograms. Most of the contents were disassembled electronic components, such as graphics cards and cooling units, and he even found a few old phones that didn't require unlocking. At this moment, he arrived in front of a hotel. Sumu stood before the 4-story building looking up and examined. The exterior walls were covered in beige ceramic tiles. Although it had been some years, it was still well maintained. Above the entrance hung a red sign. Red Bean, and was written in 4 large characters styled in the popular golden hot press script from the 1990s, with a few letters already peeling off, revealing the rust beneath. This was the most prominent building on the entire street. Sumu retracted his gaze and quickly calculated in his mind. Throughout his search, he had opened a dozen houses, but only found 1 gray treasure chest. He wondered whether it was his bad luck or if the treasure chest drop rate was inherently low. However, based on his experience over the past 2 days, the more dangerous the location, the higher the probability of obtaining loot. Yesterday, there were 2 silver treasure chests. One was in a goblin nest surrounded by younglings, while the other was located where over 100 adult goblins were battling minotaurs. As for the inn before him, it was 4 stories tall and considered a densely populated area within the resort. The number of zombies inside surely wouldn't be small. High risk, high reward. This logic should hold true. Moreover, such places typically stockpile supplies, and logically hotels should have cafeterias or at least small convenience stores. The previous residential houses he searched had supplies that were too scattered. Items like rice and flour were impossible for him to take. Without pots and stoves, he couldn't cook anything even if he took them. But hotels were different. Such places definitely had instant noodles, biscuits, and bottled water. At the very least, he could grab a couple of fire extinguishers, which could help deal with unexpected situations later. Moreover, standing here, he also noticed the amusement park nearby. Although he could only see a few scenes, he could tell that the number of zombies there was indeed very high. At a glance, there were at least 40 or 50. He had reason to suspect that the transformation of corpses here likely occurred when there were many people playing during the day. Thus, even if there was only 1 second-level mutated creature around, he felt that it would be very difficult to gain anything from that area this time. This way he could avoid coming back empty-handed. Sumu made up his mind. Moreover, this time, he could practice at the Red Bean in familiarizing himself with the rhythm of combat in such densely packed buildings. He also wondered if he could find some good items. With this thought, he tightened his grip on the axe and walked toward the inn's entrance. The glass door was pushable and not locked. Sumu gently pushed it open. A musty smell mingled with a faint scent of blood rushed toward him. The lobby was not large, approximately 100 square meters. Directly opposite was the service desk with a marble countertop and a whole wall filled with key cabinets behind it. On the left was a resting area with several sets of leather sofas and glass coffee tables where a few yellowed magazines were tossed about. On the right was a staircase with no elevator installed. Sumu scanned the room. There were no zombies. At least not in the lobby. Of course, after a quick glance, he didn't see any treasure chests either. He stepped lightly and walked inside. It seemed he could only methodically search all the rooms inside. However, while searching the residential houses earlier, he had simply used his disassembly skill to break down the doors, which made little noise. But there was still sound. Now these were room doors, and once dismantled there would be no door left. If there were zombies inside, they could rush out directly. Moreover, dismantling a door took 3 minutes, which was a waste of time. There were at least 30 rooms in this 4-story building. Too much time wasted. But soon Sumu couldn't help but pat his head. Other residential houses had no keys, but this was a hotel, so the front desk should definitely have some. Sumu circled around to the back of the service desk and opened a drawer. Inside were a few pens, several notebooks, a box of paper clips, and a calculator. No room cards. Sumu frowned, his gaze sweeping over the cabinet before quickly noticing a set of keys in the corner. They weren't individual keys, but were strung together by an iron ring with over a dozen attached. They should be the master keys. He reached out, took them down, and weighed them in his hand. They were quite heavy. He held the keys and the axe, raising his gun in the other hand. Sumu headed for the second floor. The stairwell was dimly lit with only the green emergency exit sign on the wall emitting a faint glow. Sumu moved quietly, ascending step by step. On the second floor, the corridor was long with closed doors on either side. The overhead lights were off, and only a bit of light came from the window at the end of the hallway. Sumu glanced at the tags on the keyring. 201, 202, 203. All matched. He approached the door of room 201, took a deep breath, and gently inserted the key into the lock. Turning it. Click. The door opened. Sumu did not push the door immediately, but instead pressed himself against the side, gently pushing the door open just a crack with his axe. It was very dark inside with the curtains tightly drawn. In the next moment, something lunged at him from within. Sumu was prepared for this situation, having encountered similar occurrences before. He had almost developed muscle memory. He slightly shifted his body back to avoid the zombie's grasping hand, while his right hand swung the axe down fiercely at the incoming figure. Thud! Thud! Two nearly overlapping muffled sounds. The axe blade accurately struck the zombie's skull, cleaving its head completely in two. Instant kill. Sumu looked at the body lying on the ground, feeling somewhat sentimental. The talent of targeting weak points was truly too overpowered. No matter how the opponent lunged or how he swung, he could always hit the vital spot. Moreover, adding extra damage now equated to delivering the force of 2 axe strikes with one. Let alone a first-level zombie. Even a second-level ordinary creature would probably not withstand a few hits. Kill LV1 zombie experience 0. 1 mosquito leg. After waiting a moment, and seeing no other movements, he opened the entire room. His gaze quickly swept it. There was a double bed, a bedside table, a wardrobe, a TV cabinet, and a private bathroom. The quilt on the bed was messily piled up, and a few pieces of clothing were tossed on the floor. As his gaze swept over it, suddenly fixed on the area beside the bedside table. There against the wall lay a shimmering silver box. A bronze treasure chest. Sumu's eyes lit up. He hurried forward, crouching down with both hands pressed against the silver-blue bronze chest. Indeed, it was a bronze treasure chest identical to the one he opened yesterday. Sumu took a deep breath and opened it. Inside lay 2 items, a yellowed blueprint and a tactical vest. He picked up the blueprint first. Acquired mist dispelling lamp, white mist dispelling lamp, LV1 type built-in pendant for cable car effect. After construction, it can dispel the darkness inside the cable car and illuminate the surroundings for 10 meters at night. Required materials: high-strength glass essence 10, eerie crystal 10, tungsten wire 3. Footprint approximately 1.5 square meters, can be placed on the top of the cable car. Sumu's eyes lit up as he gazed at the blueprint. It expanded his vision in the darkness. Although it was only 10 meters, that was already quite good. He had to remember that last night, he could see nothing outside. This rendered his firearms completely useless because weak point attacks require visibility. This distance of 10 meters would allow him to see some things, increasing his options at night. He put it away and then picked up the piece of equipment. Acquired tactical vest, white type, equipment, armor value 3, weight 0.8 kilograms. Effect: provides slight physical protection when equipped. Additionally, the vest has 3 pockets for storing items. The retrieval speed for items placed within is increased by 30. Durability 5050, Su Mu's eyes brightened. This item was excellent. Although the armor only offered 3, which was far inferior to the level 2 bulletproof vest, he wore those 3 pockets were incredibly useful. He had played many shooting games and understood the function of a tactical vest. It could hold magazines, grenades, and first aid kits. When quick access was needed during combat, pulling from the vest was a completely different concept from rummaging through a backpack. Moreover, this item was lightweight and took up little space. Su Mu immediately donned the vest, adjusting it for a snug fit. The 3 pockets were located on either side of his chest and directly in front of moderate size, just enough to fit a handgun, ammunition, and some small items. He tested it by drawing his handgun from his waist and placing it in the right pocket. Then he took it out again. It was indeed much faster than drawing from his waist. Furthermore, wearing this vest over the bulletproof vest provided an extra layer of protection. While the bulletproof vest already covered his upper body, an additional layer couldn't hurt. Su Mu nodded in satisfaction. With this good start, his confidence soared. However, he still searched the room once. He opened the drawer of the bedside table. It contained a few travel brochures, a pen, and a charger. The wardrobe opened. 2 bathrobes and several hangers. The bathroom. Toothbrush, toothpaste, a comb, a small shampoo sample, and 2 unwrapped bars of soap. Su Mu stored the soap and shampoo samples in his backpack. While these items might not satisfy hunger, they would definitely come in handy later. Especially the soap. In such an environment, maintaining cleanliness could mean survival. On the TV cabinet were 2 bottles of mineral water, 2 bags of biscuits, 2 cups of instant noodles, and a box of condoms. Su Mu's eyes lit up. As expected, this place was a treasure trove of supplies. He packed everything away and then turned his gaze to the light bulb above him. Then he began to dismantle it. Dismantling for 30 seconds. After a slow wait, the dismantling was successful. He acquired tungsten wire 1. Just as he thought. He stored the tungsten wire. Then he exited the room and walked towards room 202. The same process. Open the door, turn sideways, rush in, and scan the area. Next, he opened each room one by one. Rooms 203, 204, 205. Most rooms had zombies, some with 1, others with 2. Su Mu dealt with each one, gaining 0. 1 experience per kill. Although it was little, every bit added up. Each room also contained supplies. Mineral water, biscuits, instant noodles, and occasionally chocolate, and wooden boxes dropped from every zombie containing random items like iron ingots, glass essence, and occasionally fuel. Su Mu's backpack was getting fuller, until he reached room 208 and gently inserted the key into the lock. He turned it. Click. The door opened slightly. Su Mu didn't push the door immediately. Instead, he pressed himself against the side of the door and slowly pushed it open with his axe. The scene inside made him pause for a moment. The room was similar to those he had searched before, with a double bed, bedside table, wardrobe, and TV cabinet. The difference came from the bathroom. The bathroom had a semi-transparent glass partition, frosted glass, making it impossible to see clearly inside, but he could vaguely see a figure, no, perhaps a shadow, a silhouette, that seemed to be a woman. The figure was standing under the shower head, tilting its head back, letting the water flow over its face and hair. The steam blurred the glass. It didn't look like a zombie, but Su Mu still aimed his gun towards that direction. He did not let down his guard. In this world, anything was possible. Can zombies take showers? No. But what if they could? He made no sound and did not lower his gun. After doing so, he glanced at the bedside in the room as he had caught a glimpse of a silver shadow there the moment he opened the door. It was just that there had been a sound in the bathroom, so he hadn't checked immediately. He focused his attention there first, for he always prioritized eliminating danger before seeking treasures. When he looked back at this moment, he found that it was indeed correct. There by the bed, a shiny silver chest was sitting, a silver treasure chest. However, it was already open. The lid was flipped to the side, and it was empty inside. Clearly, its contents had been taken by someone. He then focused his gaze back on the person behind the glass. Just then, the sound of water in the bathroom stopped. Then she seemed to sense something and paused her movements. Through the frosted glass, Su Mu could see the shadow glancing outside. The next second, she saw Su Mu standing in the room, and the dark muzzle of his gun in his hand. The figure's eyes widened, her mouth opened, ready to scream. But at the moment the sound was about to escape her throat, she managed to hold it back. In the bathroom, she tightly covered herself with a towel, her eyes fixed on Su Mu. What? What are you doing? Her voice was a mix of shock, embarrassment, and anger, kept very low. But it was clear that it was a woman's voice. Su Mu did not move the gun's muzzle. A human. Have you ever seen a zombie that can talk? Bastard. The woman gritted her teeth, her ears flushed. It was a misunderstanding. Su Mu's gun remained unchanged and his gaze did not waver. The other party was equally embarrassed, her ears reddening, yet she refused to turn away. I don't have the habit of leaving my back exposed to others, Su Mu said calmly. The woman bit her lips, staring After a moment, she seemed to realize something, pulled open the towel, then fixed her gaze on Sumu, picking up a piece of clothing, pretending to act nonchalant. If you want to look, go ahead. But if you dare to do anything to me, I'll drag you down with me, don't doubt it. After saying that, she began to hurriedly put on her clothes inside. The glass door was frosted, although the details were unclear, the silhouette was still vaguely visible. Sumu could see her putting on piece by piece of her clothing inside. He did not shift his gaze or lower his gun. Soon the bathroom door opened. The woman stepped out warily, eyeing Sumu while her movements appeared casual. She appeared to be around 24 or 25, with delicate features and fair skin, having just bathed, her face still adorned with a dewy blush. Her long wet hair draped over her shoulders, the tips still dripping water, soaking the fabric on her shoulder. A white t-shirt and dark casual pants made for a very ordinary outfit. However, the lazy feeling of just having bathed combined with her exquisite face would definitely make any man linger his gaze on her for a long time. Yet Sumu's gaze lingered only briefly on her face before shifting to her hands. She was drying her hair with her left hand, while her right hand was holding a grenade. It was green, oval-shaped, and could be detonated with a simple pull. Sumu's pupils constricted. He had never seen one in real life, but it was common in films. In this environment, having a grenade in the other person's hand was unexpected, but not impossible, especially since the other party had clearly opened a silver treasure chest. The woman's gaze also fell upon Sumu's face. They locked eyes for 2 seconds. She spoke first, her voice calm, yet laced with a clear warning. I told you, if you dare, we'll die together. She bit her lip. The unspoken implications following the word dare were clear. Sumu glanced at her and said lightly, the safety pin on your grenade hasn't been pulled. The woman froze for a moment, instinctively looking down at her hand. The safety ring was still properly attached. She knew that to use this thing, the safety pin had to be pulled. But if the pin was pulled, wouldn't it have to be thrown? Yet hearing what the other party said, she realized that if he truly intended to do something, she wouldn't have time to pull the pin. Her expression stiffened slightly, but she did not release the grenade in her hand. Sumu holstered his gun. This action surprised the woman as well. She stared at Sumu suspiciously, asking, what are you going to do? Sumu pointed to the open silver treasure chest on the floor. That did you open it? The woman nodded. At this point, denying it would be pointless. Sumu looked at her and suddenly asked, can we make Linuet? The woman's expression paused again. She scrutinized Sumu's face, and after a few seconds a glimmer of recognition flashed in her eyes, soon followed by a complex expression. Sumu. The name slipped from her lips with a somewhat subtle tone. They were not old acquaintances, they had only met last night. It was this very man who had traded 3 extremely smelly blankets for her breakthrough talisman. Later he exchanged 2 barrels of fuel for 3 of her blueprints. A profiteer. She had certainly seen the other party's profile picture, and this face was indeed. Sumu nodded. If there are good blueprints inside, I can trade something with you. Lin Yue raised an eyebrow. Is this a threatening trade? Sumu shook his head. No. If you have such thoughts, we can wait until we return to the cable car to trade. I won't pressure you. He spoke calmly without any hint of threat. For Sumu, although he knew the other party must have some treasures, he still had his principles. Lin Yue looked at him, a glimmer of surprise flashing in her eyes. After a few seconds she nodded. I can trade with you, but not here. Sumu did not press further. Alright. Just having priority in trading is enough. Sumu paused, and then asked, by the way, how did you know there was a silver treasure chest here? This was the question he cared about most. He had searched every room along the way. If Lin Yue had started searching from the first floor, she would have definitely encountered him earlier. But in fact, he only met her after searching room 208, and there were no signs of the previous rooms being searched. He didn't believe in such miraculous luck, just randomly opening a door to find a room with a silver treasure chest, especially one that was not filled with zombies. Lin Yue looked a bit tense, but quickly regained her composure. I cannot disclose that. Sumu glanced at her. Since she wouldn't speak, he couldn't pry it out. However, from her expression, he could roughly guess. Her talent should be related to information. And why did it feel somewhat familiar? Lin Yue draped the towel over her shoulder, her tone becoming cautious again. Alright, if you want to trade with me, please leave here now. Sumu did not move. No hurry, let me ask you one more question. Lin Yue squeezed her fingers, the grenade in her hand, starting to feel a bit heavy. Last night you used fuel to escape the danger zone, which must have taken quite some time. How did you end up here? Sumu remembered clearly that those strange bats had attacked for at least 2 hours. If Lin Yue had used fuel to escape last night, she should have landed in this area much earlier. Sumu glanced at the silver treasure chest. Previously, when he was in the small shop in Peacetown searching for that bronze treasure chest, he had noticed that after the items in a treasure chest were taken, it would disappear 10 minutes later. Although he wasn't sure, he guessed that all treasure chests should follow similar rules. Since the other party likely knew about the silver treasure chest, she must have landed nearby a long time ago, making it impossible for them to have crossed paths. Lin Yue paused for a moment. 2 hours. Then she seemed to think of something, the corners of her mouth slightly lifting. Who said fuel has to be used just for escape? Don't you know that the things attacking us last night, they are afraid of light? It should have been discussed on the forum. Sumu frowned. Last night he had been focused on how to capture the strange bats, and then went to sleep completely ignoring the discussions in the channel. Lin Yue looked at him with a smile in her eyes. So you managed to hold on for an hour? No, wait, you said 2 hours. In that case, how did you manage? Is the defense of the second-level cable car that strong? Su Mu's brows furrowed, even tighter. This person was turning his words against him. However, he had at least gained some information. The strange bats are afraid of light. Moreover, Lin Yue did not seem to be lying, as she could confirm this by checking the channel in a bit. However, he had seen the introduction of these strange bats, and it seemed that this fear of light was not mentioned. Was it because it wasn't detailed information, or was it that these nocturnal creatures were all afraid of light? Thus, the reason it wasn't written in the attributes was because it was common knowledge that did not need to be explicitly noted. After realizing this, Su Mu said nothing more and turned to leave. Just as he was about to leave, Lin Yue suddenly called out to him, "Wait a minute." Su Mu turned to look at her. Lin Yue hesitated for a moment and asked, "Do you want to trade this grenade in my hand?" Su Mu raised an eyebrow. "You can trade it to me now." Lin Yue shook her head, "Not now." "Then what are your terms?" "Smart." Lin Yue's lips curled upwards. It's nice to communicate with smart people. Su Mu didn't respond, waiting for her to continue. Lin Yue looked at him and said slowly, "To be honest, in this silver treasure chest, this grenade is actually the least valuable item. Inside there is a blueprint that I believe you will find very valuable. However, I don't mean to underestimate you, but do you really have equivalent items to trade?" Su Mu fell silent. Reflecting on it, he realized he had nothing of value to trade. He definitely couldn't part with the blueprints. The only thing he could offer was the level 2 bulletproof vest he was wearing, but that was essential for survival, so trading it was out of the question. Food. The other party seemed to be well off as well. She had managed to trade so much fuel for blueprints last night, so she must still have supplies. Lin Yue observed his silent demeanor, a glimmer of cunning in her eyes. "I know of a place that absolutely, but that place is very dangerous. If you're willing to cooperate with me." Su Mu looked at her. "Do you have specific? If you agree, I will tell you." Su Mu thought for a moment. This person's talent surely pertains to information. And why did it feel somewhat similar to his daily intelligence? "I can agree to you. But if it's too dangerous, I reserve the right to choose not to go." Lin Yue nodded. "Don't worry. If it really is dangerous, I will go with you. I wouldn't let myself die, right?" She paused, adding, "Before we go, I can clearly tell you that there is only one level 2 monster there. But according to my guess, it should be at least of green quality. There may also be some other mutated monsters around." Su Mu frowned. "Level 2. There may also be some other mutated monsters around. Why did that sound somewhat familiar? How will the loot be divided?" 50-50. Su Mu shook his head. Lin Yue raised an eyebrow. "I provide the information, don't go overboard." Su Mu looked at her, saying seriously, "It will be divided based on contribution. Otherwise we will both hold back, and that could easily lead to problems. When facing such monsters, we must strike to kill." At the edge of the forest, Su Mu and Lin Yue stood side by side behind a thick banyan tree, their gazes crossing over a clearing of more than 20 meters, landing on the amusement park ahead. That was the area of the swinging pendulum and the high-speed roller coaster. The enormous mechanical arm rose high, with the seats hanging from its end, swaying slightly in the wind, emitting creaking metallic sounds. The roller coaster's track meandered and twisted, with several colorful cars skewed on the track, some even overturned. But none of this was the main point. The focus was on the figures wandering between the amusement attractions. Zombies. A dense swarm of zombies. Su Mu roughly counted, and there were no less than 200 within his line of sight alone. They were dressed in various clothes. Some in tourist short sleeves and shorts, others in workers' uniforms, and a few young people in cosplay costumes. At this moment they all appeared in a uniform grayish-white tone, their skin shriveled and their movements stiff. They were not clustered together, but were scattered across the entire area, wandering in groups of 2 or 3. Some were pacing back and forth beneath the swinging pendulum, others slowly traversing the roller coaster tracks, and a few stood at the highest point of the track, tilting their heads back, as if enjoying sunlight that did not exist. Each was in a bizarre standby state. Their bodies swaying slightly, their heads occasionally turning, with hollow eye sockets scanning their surroundings, but with no clear target. Su Mu was all too familiar with this state. Previously, when searching through residences, those wandering the streets were just like this. Without a target, they resembled soulless puppets, mechanically repeating simple actions. But once there was any disturbance, that would lead to a frenzied onslaught. In this situation, anyone daring to step into this area, even if just to step on a pebble and make a slight sound, would face the fate of being swarmed and beaten by over 200 zombies. No one could survive. Su Mu retracted his gaze and looked at Lin Yue beside him, saying, "Do you think we can get over there to find the place you mentioned in this situation?" Lin Yue frowned, staring at that area for a good while, before slowly speaking. This is more troublesome than I. She took out a folded map from her backpack and unfolded it. It was a color-printed guide map of the Red Bean Resort marking the locations of various areas. However, Lin Yue shifted her tone. It shouldn't be too complicated to draw these zombies away. She looked up at Su Mu, her eyes carrying a hint of determined analysis. I've studied the behavior patterns of these zombies. They are sensitive to sound, and also to the smell of blood. We can approach this from both angles. She pointed to another building on the map. This is the service center located on the east side of the amusement park. If we can get there to use the broadcast system, we can attract most of the zombies to one spot. Then we can head to our target location. Sumu looked at the map, his brow slightly furrowed. Service center. Are you sure? Lin Yue paused for a moment, then followed Sumu's gaze. On the map, the location of the service center required passing through the areas of the carousel and the spinning chairs. And from their current position, there were indeed quite a few zombies wandering in those two areas as well. Although the numbers weren't as dense as here, it was nearly impossible to sneak past quietly. What about the second method? Sumu asked. Lin Yue bit her lip, falling silent for a few seconds. The second method is more complicated. It involves using the smell of blood to attract zombies, but the range is too small, and it can only draw a small portion at a time. The zombies here are too dispersed. Relying on the smell of blood to lure them one by one would take too much time. Moreover, she paused, adding with some helplessness, we also don't have anything to create the smell of blood. We can't just kill someone on the spot, can we? Sumu nodded. Indeed, the range attracted by the smell of blood was limited, and it required a continuous supply of fresh blood to maintain the effect. With the zombies so scattered here, using this method to lure them away would likely take most of the day. And if anything goes wrong during the process, and we get surrounded by a few zombies, that would be a hassle. So currently the only option we have is the first method, Sumu said. Lin Yue shrugged, then looked at him, her eyes carrying a hint of scrutiny. Since you mentioned distributing the spoils based on contributions, I naturally want my share for providing the information. But you also need to provide an equivalent contribution, or you might end up with nothing. If you want to offset the value of this task of attracting the zombies, can you manage it? If you can, I'll give you 50-50. Sumu shook his head. Too dangerous. I don't think splitting it 50-50 is worth it. Lin Yue raised an eyebrow, as if she had anticipated this response. After all, wanting to cross this area to activate the broadcast at the service center was indeed very dangerous. She thought for a moment, and slowly said, at most, I'll give you one more share than me. She paused, adding, and you need to understand that even if we can attract most of the zombies to a designated spot, there are still subsequent troubles to face. That level 2 mutated creature may not necessarily be lured away by sound. We still have to confront it. Sumu listened to her analysis and remained silent for a few seconds. Then he nodded. Then it settled. I'll attract these creatures away, and during the distribution, I'll take 60 and you take 40. Lin Yue was about to say something, when Sumu suddenly changed the subject. By the way, you still haven't told me where that place. I can't just take your word for it, and do something so dangerous. Lin Yue glanced at him, then raised her hand, pointing into the distance. That location. Sumu followed the direction she was pointing. Deep within the amusement park, amidst a dazzling array of attractions, there was a building with a distinctly different style. With gray-black exterior walls, a pointed roof, and narrow Gothic-style windows, it even had some tattered decorations hanging at the porch. The haunted house of Red Bean Resort. Sumu gazed in that direction, lost in thought. Initially, he had thought that the information the other party obtained was the same place as his own daily intelligence. But now it seemed he had overthought it. His information pointed to the pirate ship area, while Lin Yue's goal was the haunted house. Different locations, different targets. He retracted his gaze and began rummaging through his backpack. Lin Yue assumed he was preparing supplies for the service center and didn't ask further, focusing on the direction of the haunted house, planning the route for later. However, she soon noticed something was off. Sumu pulled out a mobile phone from his bag. It was not an ordinary phone, but one with a cracked screen smeared with dark blood. Then he took out a coil of rope. Lin Yue looked at him in confusion, unsure of what he was doing. Sumu tightly tied one end of the rope to the handle of an axe, and the other end to the phone, tying a secure knot. Then he weighed it in his hand, seemingly testing its sturdiness. Lin Yue finally couldn't hold back any longer. You. What are you doing? Sumu didn't even look up. Can you climb tree? Lin Yue was taken aback. No, but. Forget it, it doesn't matter. Before Lin Yue could react, Sumu had already stood up, gripping the axe tied to the phone tightly, and swung it hard. The axe whistled through the air, spinning as it flew towards the amusement park ahead. Lin Yue's pupils constricted. You. She nearly cried out in instinctive alarm, but choked the sound back the moment it escaped her lips, fearing it might draw the zombies. Yet it was already too late. The axe traced a perfect arc through the air, soaring over 20 meters of open ground before descending with uncanny precision into the densest cluster of zombies. He did not even glance to see the result. Turning on his heel, he sprinted. 3 swift strides brought him beneath the nearest towering tree, where he scrambled upward with hands and feet scaling it in mere seconds. Then gripping a thick sturdy branch he turned and extended his hand toward Lin Yue. Climb up now. Lin Yue stood utterly stunned. She had yet to recover from the dizzying realization. Su Mu has gone mad, when a piercing shrill sound erupted from afar. Beep 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 beep. The alarm tone of an Apple smartphone. In the vast hollow expanse of the abandoned amusement park the sound was deafening. Lin Yue's face drained of color. It was over. The thought flashed across her mind. Damn it. With no time to hesitate, she seized Su Mu's outstretched hand. In the next instant a tremendous force surged through her, lifting her cleanly off the ground weightless and effortless until she landed beside him atop the broad branch. They were pressed tightly together, sharing the same precarious perch. Lin Yue paid no heed to the intimacy of their position, and her entire focus was riveted on the distant spectacle, so arresting it left her utterly motionless. Before them the zombies stirred. At first only those nearest paused mid-stride, their hollow eye sockets slowly pivoting toward the source of the sound. Then more followed, then still more, surging like a tide from every corner beneath the spinning pendulum ride along the surf coaster track, even from the distant carousel zone. All converged upon that single point, not shuffling but sprinting. Within mere seconds the once densely packed horde surged forward like a living wave racing 80 meters away from their hiding place. Even behind them, in the sparse woodland, several stragglers had been idling. Now drawn by the sound they lurched unsteadily toward the same destination. Only then did she notice the axe Su Mu had hurled earlier, lying at least 70 or 80 meters away. Not 20 meters, not 30, 70, 80 meters. And its landing was terrifyingly precise, planted squarely into a zombie's skull. The blade sank deep into the bone, the creature didn't even twitch before collapsing rigidly to the ground. Tied to the axe handle the smartphone hung perfectly aligned along the corpse's side, the alarm blaring unobstructed across the entire area. Lin Yue stared blankly at the scene, her mind utterly void. Long moments passed before she finally forced herself to turn, her gaze meeting Su Mu's mere inches away. How did you do that? Her voice was parched. Su Mu watched the impaled corpse in the distance, calm and detached. Just like that. He lifted his hand, mimicking a light, effortless throw. Lin Yue fell silent. 70 meters. An axe, hurled 70 meters, and embedded with surgical precision into a zombie's head. Was he even human? She suddenly recalled the look in his eyes when he'd asked, "Can you climb trees?" Not a question, but a declaration. He'd never intended to use any loudspeaker. He'd had his own plan all along. Couldn't you have told me before? Lin Yue gritted her teeth, lowering her voice. Su Mu replied casually, "I only just remembered, was testing it out." Lin Yue. Testing it. Testing with our lives. She drew a slow, steadying breath, forcing composure. Regardless, the outcome was undeniably effective. The smartphone alarm had drawn at least 90% of the zombies. The haunted house direction now lay eerily vacant. No wandering figures remained. With caution they could slip through in absolute silence. Yet, she glanced down and realized a new complication. They were still squeezed onto the same. One of Su Mu's hands gripped the trunk, the other still held her wrist, unreleased since hauling her up. She leaned almost entirely against him, acutely aware of his body heat, and the faint complex scent clinging to him, sweat, iron, and something rawer, deeper. No, it was more than that. Her back pressed flush against his chest, his chin hovered just above her crown, his warm breath brushing softly against her hair. Lin Yue's cheeks flared crimson. She tried to pull away, but the branch swayed at the slightest movement. Peering down she saw the ground at least 3 or 4 meters below. Not high enough to break bones, but high enough that a clumsy landing would echo loudly, risking the attention of zombies still lingering nearby. "You? Let go first," she whispered, striving for calm. Su Mu glanced down, only then seeming to register just how intimate their proximity truly was. He released her wrist, but the branch offered little room, so even freed they remained pressed shoulder to shoulder. Lin Yue felt her ears burn. She turned her head aside, feigning continued vigilance, but her thoughts churned chaotic and unfocused. Silence stretched for over 10 seconds. Su Mu broke it, voice low and hushed. "Do you have a reliable weapon?" "I've thrown mine." Lin Yue blinked, then answered reflexively, "I have a heavy wrench in my bag. Lend it to me for a while. We can't make noise entering the haunted house. Though if we find something better I'll return it. She murmured in assent, then lapsed again into quiet. She could feel his gaze lingering on her, assessing, unreadable. That scrutiny made her even more uneasy. A few moments later the last of the zombies had fully converged around the phone, packed tightly, grotesque, and unnerving. Around them silence reigned absolute. "We can descend," Su Mu said. He dropped from the branch first, light as shadow, landing without a whisper. Lin Yue stood poised on the branch, staring down at the ground, hesitant. This height. Not dangerously high, yet far from trivial. Jumping wouldn't injure her, but the landing would surely be ungainly. Need assistance? Sumu looked up, adding plus 50%. Her fleeting gratitude evaporated instantly. No. She clenched her jaw, inhaled deeply. She landed solidly. No stumble. No twist. Not even a waver. Sumu raised an eyebrow. Unexpected. In most narratives, such a jump would end in sprains, or worse. Had that happened, he could have reasonably claimed a larger share of whatever reward awaited inside. Instead, he sighed inwardly. Lin Yue brushed dust from her palms, rummaged in her backpack, and pulled out the oversized wrench, handing it to Sumu with palpable irritation. Sumu accepted it, smoothly weighed it in his palm, and nodded in quiet approval. Then he lifted his gaze to Lin Yue. Tell me, given how many zombies are here, you must still believe you can enter. So you likely hold some hidden advantage. I have a firearm, you know that, but it's probably unusable here. Still, I've developed methods for dealing with level 1 zombies. His words were plain matter-of-fact. Either she revealed her trump card now, or risked being dismissed as dead weight. Lin Yue shot him a sharp glance, then withdrew a grenade from inside her coat. Here, satisfied. Are you insane? That's a haunted house. Sumu frowned. One detonation, and forget whether we're blown apart, the blast would instantly summon every nearby zombie. We'd be surrounded, trapped like dumplings in a boiling pot. Of course I know that. Lin Yue reached into her bag again, and produced a talismanic paper charm. Water blue in color and palm-sized, it was adorned with intricate silver patterns that subtly sparkled with flowing light. The effect of this talisman is to isolate sound within a 20-meter radius lasting for 20 minutes. Sumu's eyes lit up. He took the talisman and examined its properties carefully. Silencing barrier talisman, white type, consumable effect after use within a circular area of 20 meters radius centered on the user. All sound is prevented from leaving the barrier. Simultaneously, sounds from outside the barrier cannot enter, but it is ineffective within. Lasts for 20 minutes. Good stuff. Sumu's heart stirred. If I have this, then I can use my gun during a battle in the haunted house. Even grenades wouldn't be out of the question. Of course, unless absolutely necessary, he wouldn't use it. He looked up at Lin Yue and asked, did you also get this from a silver treasure chest? Sumu was somewhat surprised. Why did this guy always get such good things? Lin Yue glanced at Sumu with disdain and shook her head. No need to probe further, it's not. I bought it from someone else. I don't know if they got it from a box, or if it was due to some talent. Who was that person? Sumu asked directly. In his mind, if he could find that person, and if they had talent, buying more of these talismans would make encountering large groups of monsters much easier. After all, his talent allows him to locate treasure chests which are often guarded by monsters. As long as he uses the silencing barrier to isolate sound, he can safely clear out monsters and open chests without worrying about attracting more enemies. Lin Yue raised a finger. The meaning was clear. Sumu frowned. Are you trying to take advantage of me? Just for one piece of information, you want a 10% cut? No. Lin Yue shook her head, a slight smile on her lips. What I mean is I'll take one more share of the final you wish. Sumu sneered. Since that person is selling this, I just need to pay attention to the channel, and I can Lin Yue looked at him, smiling, without saying a word. The smile carried a meaning of give it a try. Sumu furrowed his brows. Sumu frowned at her words. He needed this item for the pirate ship. It was a necessity. And he glanced at Lin Yue, quickly calculating in his mind. It wouldn't hurt to agree to her. Once they entered the haunted house and encountered that second-level mutated creature, it would be uncertain who would contribute more. Once the monsters were dealt with, the distribution ratio could certainly be discussed again. With this thought, Sumu glared at her and said, all right. Hearing Sumu's response, Lin Yue revealed a triumphant smile and said that person's name is Zhou Jinghua. Upon hearing this name, Sumu felt a sense of familiarity and thought for a moment before remembering. Zhou Jinghua, the retired soldier who was quite active in the channel, organizing everyone to land at the same location, had a certain ability to gather people. Judging by the route he wanted to take, it seemed he aimed to lead everyone. I wonder if I can trade with him. Sumu attempted to send a message to him, wanting to trade for the talisman. However, it seemed that the other party was busy or simply did not notice and completely ignored him. Sumu looked up at Lin Yue. Lin Yue had an expression of as expected on her face and smiled, saying, what's wrong? Not replying to you. Sumu remained silent. Lin Yue pulled out another identical talisman from her bag and waved it in front of him. If you want, I have one more here. For the resources obtained later, I want 8%. Swindler. Sumu squeezed out 2 words through gritted teeth. Naturally, he would not agree. Lin Yue raised an eyebrow, the smile on her face instantly becoming dangerous. You know very well who the real swindler is. Think back to before, when you traded 3 stinky sheets for my breakthrough talisman, claiming that food was tight. Later, you used 2 barrels of fuel to exchange for 3 of my blueprints. Ahem. All right. Hearing her mention this, Sumu coughed awkwardly to interrupt her. Let's go into the haunted house first. Lin Yue huffed and stopped talking. The two cautiously peeked from behind a tree, observing their surroundings. In the distance, the zombies were still gathered around the phone, densely packed together with occasional faint growls. But they were far enough away to pose no threat to them. Nearby, the path leading to the haunted house was indeed empty. "Let's go," Sumu whispered and took the lead. Lin Yue followed closely behind. They moved quietly, sticking to the shadows of the buildings, quickly and silently passing through the area. They encountered no zombies along the way. Soon the gray-black haunted house appeared before them. A typical horror-themed building, its outer walls painted a deep gray, the windows boarded up, and a tattered spider web decoration hanging from the porch. The front door was a heavy wooden door slightly ajar, with a chill seeping through the crack. Above the door, a crooked sign bore blood-red letters. Haunted House of Horrors. Sumu stopped, took a deep breath. One hand gripping the wrench, while the other moved toward the gun at his waist. Ultimately, he decided to rely primarily on the gun. After all, Lin Yue's intel indicated that there were second-level mutated creatures here, likely of green quality or higher. Using a wrench as a melee weapon in a confined space against such level monsters would be too dangerous. "Stay close to me," he said softly. "Don't stray too far, but don't stay too close either. I'm not used to turning my back to others." Lin Yue nodded. She didn't know when she had also pulled out her gear. A circular shield approximately half a meter in diameter, its silvery metal surface gleaming faintly with reinforced patterns along the edge. Sumu glanced at it. He cannot view the attributes of others' equipped items. It seemed it was already equipped, so he couldn't check. He didn't ask further and withdrew his gaze. Lin Yue did not explain, merely raised the shield in front of her, her other hand holding a grenade. Of course, the safety hadn't been pulled yet. "This talisman can only be used for 20 minutes, if it exceeds this time." Saying this, she tossed the talisman, which stuck to the wall of the haunted house. In the next second, a layer of nearly invisible transparent membrane expanded from her, as the center covering an area of about 20 meters around. Silencing barrier activated. Remaining time 1959. Let's go. Sumu took a deep breath and pushed open the slightly ajar wooden door. Creak. The door hinges emitted a sharp screech, but within the barrier the sound only echoed in their ears, not transmitting outside at all. Beyond the door was darkness. A complete and thick darkness, like an abyss that swallowed all light. Sumu pulled out his flashlight from his backpack and turned it on. The pure white beam pierced through the darkness, illuminating the scene ahead. A narrow corridor. On either side of the walls hung eerie picture frames, all depicting distorted human faces, the eye sockets hollowed out, as if something inside was peering out. Several broken chandeliers hung from the ceiling, the lamp holders rusted, and the wires exposed. At the end of the corridor, a turn could be vaguely seen. Sumu tightened his grip on the gun and stepped forward. Behind him, Lin Yue held the shield and followed closely by his side. Behind the door lay a realm of darkness. A complete, dense darkness akin to an abyss capable of swallowing all light. The beam of the flashlight pierced into it, illuminating only 5 or 6 meters ahead, disappearing into nothingness beyond that, as if swallowed by some entity. Sumu tightened his grip on the pistol and stepped forward. Beside him, Lin Yue held up a shield, walking close to his side, maintaining a distance of about half a meter. His feet made a faint rustling sound against the ground. Sumu glanced down. The floor was covered with a thick layer of dust along with some chaotic footprints. It was unclear whether they were left by previous visitors or something else. Eerie frames hung on the walls on both sides. As the flashlight swept across, distorted human faces came into view. Some were screaming, some were crying, while others had completely misaligned features, with eyes located where their mouth should be and mouths twisted to the roots of their ears. As the flashlight swept across, distorted human faces came into view. Some were screaming, some were crying, while others had completely misaligned. Sumu shifted the flashlight away and continued forward. Several broken chandeliers hung from the ceiling, their frames rusted, with exposed wires swaying slightly as they passed, producing a faint creaking sound. The corridor was long, much longer than it appeared from the outside. Sumu counted his steps, walking about 20 meters, and still encountered a turn with those eerie frames on either side. "This haunted house is deeper than I imagined," he murmured. His voice echoed in the empty corridor, accompanied by a peculiar buzzing sound. Lin Yue did not respond. Sumu glanced at her. She was staring intently at a painting on the left, holding the shield high, nearly covering half her face. "What's wrong?" "That painting." Lin Yue's voice was a bit strained. "I just saw its eyes move." Sumu shone the flashlight over. A screaming man's face appeared with 2 black holes where the eyes should be. There was no movement. "It's just a trick of the light," Sumu said. "These haunted houses love to play such tricks, using light and shadow to create illusions." Lin Yue took a deep breath and nodded. The two continued walking. After several more meters, a turn finally appeared ahead. Sumu slowed his pace, pressed against the wall, and extended the flashlight to take a look. A narrower corridor. On either side there were no longer frames, but tightly closed doors. Yellowed paper notes were stuck on the doors with some blurry handwriting vaguely discernible as words like morgue dissection room and specimen room. At the end of the corridor a larger space could be faintly seen. This haunted house is quite professionally done, Sumu remarked. Lin Yue caught up, glanced at the door signs, her lips twitching. Have you ever been to a haunted house before? Sumu replied casually while walking forward. In college, I went to the haunted house at Happy Valley with some roommates. It was set up just like this with corridors, rooms, and props that jumped out at you unexpectedly. At first it was a bit scary, but I got used to it and found it boring. He paused, the flashlight illuminating the word morgue on one of the doors, but those were all real people in costumes chasing you. Here, there shouldn't be any real people left, right? Upon hearing this, Lin Yue felt relieved. That's good. At least we don't have to worry about someone jumping out to scare us halfway through. We don't need to worry about people, Sumu said. He stopped, turned to look at Lin Yue, the flashlight casting an eerie light up from below, shadowing his face. But tell me, do you think there might be? Lin Yue's pupils constricted slightly. Don't say such things. Her voice was noticeably trembling. Say such things, say. Sumu raised an eyebrow. This is not our original world. There are zombies, goblins, and eerie bats. Encountering a ghost would not be surprising, would it? Lin Yue tightened her grip on the shield. Sumu continued, think about it, that level 2 mutated creature, what if it's not a zombie, but a real ghost? Would the grenade in your hand be of any use to it? Would my firearms be of any use? Lin Yue fell silent. A few seconds later she gritted her teeth and said, you've mentioned both good and bad things. What exactly do you want? Sumu shrugged, nothing much, just a reminder. But since it's level 2, don't worry too much. No matter how strong it is, we can handle it. Lin Yue. Just as she was about to say something, suddenly, crash. An object fell straight down from the ceiling, landing right in front of the two. It was a skeleton. Pale bones, hollow eye sockets, and a few tattered cloths hanging from it. It hung there before them, less than half a meter from Lin Yue's face, swaying slightly on a thin, transparent thread. Lin Yue's pupils dilated instantly. She bit her lip hard, suppressing the scream that had surged to her throat. However, her whole body trembled, and the shield nearly slipped from her grasp. Sumu glanced at her. This woman had quite the endurance. Just as he was about to say something, his peripheral vision caught sight of something in the darkness ahead. A huge silhouette. The beam of the flashlight illuminated it, revealing a figure standing there, at least 2 meters tall, massive, standing still. Sumu's pupils slightly contracted. He gripped his pistol tightly, keeping the flashlight's beam firmly locked on that direction. It was a monster. No, it looked more like a humanoid figure stitched together from various scraps. Its enormous body was at least twice the width of an average person. Its skin presented an abnormal whitish-gray color, densely stitched with thick black threads, resembling a patchwork of numerous body fragments. Its head was wrapped in layer upon layer of burlap, completely obscuring its features. The burlap was stained with dark red splotches resembling dried blood. Only at the position of its eyes could 2 sunken depressions be vaguely seen, within which something seemed to glow faintly. To its left lay a massive axe. The axe was nearly as tall as it was, with a wide blade glinting coldly. The handle was a heavy iron chain, one end connected to the axe, the other end was connected to the wall. A chain. Sumu spotted that chain. A wrist-thick iron chain extending from the monster's waist, fixed to a metal ring in the wall. The chain was taut, clearly pulled tight. Just as he took in all this, the figure moved. It suddenly lifted its head, the burlap-wrapped head turning towards Sumu. Fast. Too fast. Despite its massive frame, its movements were astonishingly swift. In the blink of an eye, it lunged forward at least 3 meters. The chain rattled violently, and the metal ring on the wall emitted a creaking sound under the strain. Sumu hesitated not at all. He pulled the trigger. Bang. Bang. 2 gunshots exploded in the narrow corridor, deafening. But the figure merely hesitated slightly, and continued to charge forward. Another 2 meters. The chain tightened further. Sumu maintained a stoic expression, but the figure merely hesitated slightly, and continued to charge forward. Another 2 meters. The chain tightened further. Sumu maintained a stoic expression, his finger continuously pulling the trigger. Bang. 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 Followed by 12 shots, almost blending into one. His arm rose slightly with the recoil, but his gaze remained locked on the approaching figure. Each bullet precisely hit the same spot. The head wrapped in layers of burlap. The monster's movements finally came to a halt. Its massive body swayed, the momentum of its charge abruptly stopping. Then, like a small mountain, it collapsed with a thunderous crash. The ground trembled. The chain rattled as it retracted, falling to the floor with a dull metallic clatter. Killed LV2 Elite Giant Axe Wielder Blue Experience 30. The system's prompt echoed in his ears. Sumu slowly exhaled, his grip on the gun unwavering. Everything happened too quickly. From the moment he fired until the monster fell, it was only a second or two. It was only at this moment that he felt his heartbeat quickening, adrenaline surging through his veins. Beside him, Lin Yue was completely stunned. She held up her shield, maintaining a defensive posture, but her eyes were wide-mouthed, slightly agape, staring at Su Mu in disbelief. You. She opened her mouth, but couldn't utter a word. Su Mu ignored her and shone the flashlight on the fallen corpse. The light pierced the darkness, clearly illuminating the outline of the monster. It was indeed a monster. No, rather than a monster, it was a creation. A patchwork. A massive body at least 2 meters tall, stitched together from various scraps. Some scraps were grayish-white skin, others dark brown muscle, and some even exposed bone fragments. Thick black threads were densely sewn onto it like patches on a broken doll. Its head was wrapped in layers of burlap, hiding its features completely. At this moment, the burlap had been shredded by bullets, revealing the blurred flesh and blood within. Dark red liquid was oozing from the wound, pooling on the ground. To the left, the massive axe lay quietly. The blade glimmered coldly in the dark, and the iron chain on the handle extended to a metal ring on the wall. That ring had been deformed, its edges fraying, almost torn apart. Su Mu looked at the chain, feeling a chill run down his back. If it weren't for this chain, with the monster's speed, just now it could have covered at least 5 meters in 2 seconds. If he had waited half a second longer to shoot, or if the bullet hadn't hit its vital spot immediately, that massive axe could have already struck his head. But he dared not dwell on it. Killing this monster did not mean the crisis was over, and the gunfire would surely attract the other monsters in the haunted house. However, he still turned to Lin Yue. "Hand me the grenade." Lin Yue was taken aback, frowning. "What for?" Su Mu shook the gun in his hand. "I'm out of bullets." "Are you sure there's only one monster like this? If another comes with your reaction speed, we're definitely doomed." Lin Yue's expression shifted slightly. She instinctively glanced around. There were several closed doors in this space. Who knew what was hidden behind them? After hesitating for 2 seconds, she pulled a grenade from her waist and handed it to Su Mu. Then from another pocket she pulled out another one and held it tightly. "Don't get any funny ideas." She fixed her gaze on Su Mu, her eyes vigilant. "I said if we die together." Su Mu found her wariness somewhat amusing. At a time like this, still thinking about dying together. He said nothing, took the grenade, and directly pulled the safety pin. The sound of the metal pin hitting the ground echoed clearly in the quiet space. Lin Yue's eyelids twitched, and she gripped the grenade tighter. Su Mu held the grenade in his right hand, raised the flashlight and wrenched with his left, but did not begin to search the room carefully. Instead, he waited. There's no danger now. The gunfire just now would have attracted anything else if there were. After half a minute, Su Mu let out a sigh of relief, and Lin Yue nodded. Nevertheless, both of them scanned the corners of the room once more. At that moment, Lin Yue approached the monster's side. What kind of monster is this?" Her voice, but she still cautiously leaned closer, staring at the corpse with eyes full of horror. Su Mu did not answer. Information about the monster already appeared in his view. Giant Axeman, LV2 blue race, stitched corpse, strength 72, constitution 65, agility 28, spirit 5, skills, charge, burst acceleration. For a short time, cranium smash. There's a chance of causing double damage when attacking with the giant axe. Note: a monster stitched together from multiple corpses, immensely strong and bloodthirsty. Usually bound by chains somewhere as a guardian. 72 points of strength. Su Mu frowned slightly. This attribute was roughly 4 times that of a normal level 1 zombie. If he faced it heat-in with his 26 points of strength, even with his talent enhancement, he would definitely not fare well. Not to mention that 65 points of constitution, its tough skin would likely withstand ordinary attacks. But fortunately, he glanced at the gun he had placed in the tactical vest. M500 revolver, LV3, green quality base, firepower value 22. Combined with weakness lock and extra attack, it was equivalent to hitting the head 12 times, resulting in an instant kill. Of course, more crucially, that chain limited its speed. If it weren't for the chain. Lin Yue leaned over and saw the attribute panel. Her pupils constricted. 72 points of strength. 65 points of constitution. Her voice pitched up. What if it weren't for that chain?" She paused, turning to Su Mu with an expression too complex to describe. "How did you do it? It was so dark I couldn't even see what it looked like, yet you hit all its shots to the head." "Luck," he replied. Lin Yue stared at him, clearly skeptical. But she also knew that this question couldn't be asked. Taking a deep breath, she forced herself to calm down and began to survey the surroundings. The flashlight swept across the space. Rather than a room, it resembled a larger exhibition hall. Various bizarre props were placed around a rusty operating table, glass jars filled with formalin and various torture devices hanging on the walls. In the center of the room, behind the monster's corpse, a massive turntable stood silently. Lin Yue's eyes lit up. "That's it." Su Mu looked over. Behind the monster was a turntable. The turntable was about the height of a person, made of metal, its surface mottled, looking quite aged. The turntable was divided into 6 sections, 3 colored and 3 pure black. The colored sections were marked with different patterns: a scroll, a book, and a fruit. The patterns were exquisite with bright colors evoking a sense of fondness. Meanwhile, the black sections were completely empty. Pure thick and impenetrable black. Above the turntable, there was a line of text. Fortune and misfortune, turntable, good luck and bad luck each occupy half notice, extremely dangerous. Lin Yue's expression grew serious as she read those words. Fortune and misfortune are evenly, she murmured to herself, while at that moment Su Mu turned to her and said, for this roulette, I want to land on 2 colored areas. Do you have any objections to this distribution? Moreover, I will spin first. After I land on the first, it will be your turn. Lin Yue raised an eyebrow. On what grounds? That monster was dealt with by me. Su Mu pointed to the corpse on the ground. Lin Yue fell silent for a moment, then frowned. Did you not see that line of text? Extremely dangerous. Do you know what misfortune entails? She pointed at the nearby corpse. I even suspect that this monster was summoned by the previous person who spun misfortune. If we land on misfortune, we might face something even more terrifying. Su Mu nodded. I know. That's why I want to spin first. Lin Yue stared at him, her gaze complex. She always felt that this guy had some hidden cards. But she also knew that arguing at this time was futile. He indeed exerted the greatest effort, even though he still had grenades in hand. If it came to a fallout, she might not necessarily benefit. Fine. But after you complete your first spin, if you land on fortune, I will then spin again, and the probability of danger will change to 35. That's unfair. That's your concern, Su Mu said. You can also choose not to spin. Lin Yue fell silent. A few seconds later she said, in that case, all items from the roulette will belong to you. All items on the ground, I want all the items drawn. Su Mu shook his head. Impossible. The previous distribution plan was 6 for you and 4 for me. Su Mu said, but you exerted the most effort in killing the monsters here. You emptied your bullets. You saw how formidable that monster was. 72 points in strength, 65 points in vitality. If it weren't for that chain, both of us might have been dead by now. So I propose 7 for me and 3 for you. Lin Yue paused, but knew that this distribution was already quite favorable. The other party did not say 82 points, so even if she gained some advantage, it was acceptable. Then she pointed at the roulette. This roulette I have already entirely given to you to spin. You still want to split the items on the ground 7 to 3. Su Mu looked at her calmly and said, you know the roulette is very dangerous. Naturally, I cannot complete all the spins. What is allocated to you is yours, and the items on the ground will also be split 7 to 3. This is non-negotiable. Lin Yue bit her lip. She knew that this distribution was the best outcome she could negotiate. After all, the other party held absolute dominance. If it came to a fallout, her few grenades might not intimidate him. Fine. She finally nodded. Then let's divide the items on the ground first. Who knows what you might draw from the roulette? What if it is extremely dangerous? Su Mu had no objections. The two of them walked over to the corpse of the giant axe wielder. Beside the corpse lay a box. Not an ordinary wooden box, but a metallic box emitting a faint. Lin Yue's eyes brightened. Su Mu squatted down and opened the box. 3 beams of light simultaneously entered their view. The first item was a deep blue armor. With a metallic texture and complex patterns, it looked far superior to his white bulletproof vest. Obtained anti-collision level bulletproof vest, LV2 blue type armor value 50, weight 3. 5 kilograms, effect when equipped reduces force by 20 when attacked by heavy weapons. Durability 200,200. The second item was a yellowed blueprint. Obtained crafting table blueprint, white type building blueprint, effect can produce a crafting table, LV. The crafting table can be used to create equipment items and repair damaged equipment. The third item was the size of a palm. It displayed a deep blue color throughout with long slender leaves and fine serrations. The entire plant was enveloped in a faint halo, giving it an extraordinary appearance. Obtained blue-silver grass, green type cultivable plant, effect once planted successfully, it can assist in combat. Once mature, it releases the skill blue-silver entangle, entangling the target with its roots, preventing movement for 3 seconds. Cooldown time is 1 minute. Growth cycle 10 days. Growth conditions must be planted in at least 0.5 cubic meters of soil, watered once daily, and kept under light. Prefers shade, avoids direct sunlight. Note: cannot use skills during seedling stage, requires careful care. All 3 items are quite good. Su Mu looked at these items knowing that even without the roulette this haul was a huge profit. The blue armor, 50 armor value with an additional passive of reducing force by 20. His white bulletproof vest only provides 15, which is a direct increase of over 3 times. Moreover, blue quality provides higher damage reduction against low-quality creatures. Wearing this, even a regular level 1 zombie would probably not break through his defenses. The crafting table blueprint. He already had a production table that could create basic items like traps. This crafting table was clearly meant for crafting and repairing equipment. With this, he could craft weapons and armor himself in the future, no longer relying solely on luck to open treasure chests. Blue silver grass. A cultivable combat plant. Blue-silver entangle, a control skill lasting 3 seconds. Although it is only green quality, it is a control skill. In battle, 3 seconds of control is enough to determine life and death. To put it simply, Sumu wanted it as well. Sumu turned to glance at Lin Yue beside him. She was also staring at the 3 items, her eyes filled with desire. Their gazes met in the air. The air seemed to freeze for a moment. Sumu clearly saw Lin Yue tighten her grip on the shield, while her other hand stealthily moved towards where a grenade was tucked away. She was also on guard, also calculating. A thought flashed through Sumu. If I were to turn hostile, now how quickly could I take her down? The answer quickly emerged, not even a... With 56 points in strength combined with the skills target weakness and extra attack, a single axe, even if she pulled the grenade's pin, it would be too late. But he quickly dismissed that thought. Boundaries. One must have boundaries. He had to uphold his boundaries, otherwise in this world, he would completely degenerate into an emotionless killing machine. Moreover, this woman was more useful alive than dead. She had information-related talents, courage, and intelligence, and there would be many opportunities to cooperate in the future. For these 3 items, or rather for 1 item, it was not worth killing. He retracted his gaze and calmly said, based on contribution distribution, I will choose 1 item first, is that okay? Lin Yue was taken aback. Sumu's gaze swept over 3 items. The blue armor. A necessity. With this, his survival ability would be greatly enhanced. Moreover, he was about to head towards the pirate ship facing that level 2 mutated creature and the surrounding monsters. The thicker the armor, the better. The crafting table blueprint. Important. However, with his experience in crafting, he knew that such items could be obtained as long as he stayed alive. Additionally, the materials needed for the crafting table were quite a lot, and even if he obtained them now, they wouldn't be of immediate use. Blue-silver grass. Highly valuable, but it requires time to cultivate. He currently didn't even have a place to plant anything, so having it would just mean storing it. He reached out and picked up the blue armor. I choose this one. There was a hint of disappointment in Lin Yue. She actually wanted the armor as well, but she said nothing and picked up the crafting table blueprint instead. Finally, both of them looked towards the blue-silver grass. How do we divide this? Lin Yue asked. Sumu thought for a moment. This grass is still a seedling and cannot use any skills. Once it is cultivated, its value will be even higher. If you want it, you can exchange it for something. He'll take 70 of its value. I don't have anything. If you do that, Sumu rummaged through his backpack and pulled out the white bulletproof vest he had swapped out. This level 2 white armor, 15 armor value. While it may not be as good as the blue one, it is still something that can save a life. Lin Yue looked at the armor, and then at the blue-silver grass, shaking her head. Not enough. The value of the blue-silver grass is far beyond that. Moreover, once it is cultivated, it can be traded for better. Then how about this? I'll leave the blue-silver grass with you. Once you cultivate it, I'll exchange it for something of equal value. As collateral, I'll take this grenade from you. He took out the grenade he had previously obtained from Lin Yue, reset the safety, and weighed it in his hand. Lin Yue stared at him, biting her lip. She knew this collateral was fair. Although the value of the grenade was not as good as the blue-silver grass, it was sufficient as a temporary pledge. Furthermore, if the other party truly wanted to rob her, they could have acted right now, so there was no need for all this roundabout negotiation. Alright, she nodded. Sumu tucked the grenade into the pocket of his tactical vest. Then he said, once we've divided everything, I'll start spinning the wheel. Do you want to leave? Lin Yue carefully tucked the blue-silver grass into her backpack, glanced at the huge axe beside the corpse, and then looked at Sumu. You're definitely going to dismantle them once I leave, right? Don't forget that the dismantling blueprint was sold to you by me. Sumu smiled. Do you have the dismantling skill? His meaning was clear. If he was dismantling, it should count towards the sharing. Lin Yue raised an eyebrow. Who said I don't? She walked over to the giant axe and placed her hand on it. Do you want to dismantle the giant axe, Blue? Dismantling will take 1 minute. 1 minute, she said. If we dismantle it together, it will only take 30 seconds. Sumu walked over and looked at her. This woman was indeed selling him blueprints of things she already possessed. That made it all the more frightening considering how much she had brought. He pondered in his heart, and also placed his hand on the axe. Do you want to assist in dismantling the giant axe, Blue? Confirm. 2 streams of faint light spread from the palms of both individuals, covering the entire giant axe. After 30 seconds, the giant axe turned into a beam of light replaced by 4 palm-sized metal blocks. Obtained alloy block 2. Sumu looked at Lin Yue, who also had 2 blocks in her hands. Half each, Lin Yue said. Sumu nodded, not paying attention to the distribution, and stored the alloy blocks in his backpack. Then they turned to the corpse. Both of them used dismantling at the same time. After 30 seconds, the corpse vanished, leaving behind a pile of nutrients. Significantly larger and heavier than the nutrients dropped by ordinary monsters. Obtained advanced nutrients 3. Sumu looked at the 3 hefty portions of nutrients in his hand, each one 3 times larger than the ordinary nutrients. Advanced nutrients green type special material effect can be used to cultivate high-quality plants, greatly accelerating growth with a chance to enhance plant quality. Not bad, but still half each. He would take 1.5 portions while Lin Yue would take 1. The nutrients couldn't be split in half, so they had to take turns. Sumu took 2 portions, Lin Yue took 1, and they would make up for it next time. Finally, Sumu picked up an item from beside the corpse. It was a notebook with a leather cover that had already turned yellow and brittle. Both of them looked at the notebook simultaneously, but Sumu was quicker and held it in his hand. Lin Yue bit her lip and said, "Let's see what it is." Obtained yellowed notebook. Sumu opened it and found it filled with messy handwriting like a person's diary. Lin Yue leaned over to take a look and frowned. "What is this?" "A diary," Sumu replied. "It should belong to this monster before it died." "Does this also need to be divided, Oi?" Sumu inquired. Lin Yue replied, "I don't have the habit of reading others' diaries. You can keep it, but—" "No, wait. You have to show it to me once you finish reading it." Sumu couldn't help but smile at her contradictory words, and simply put the notebook into his bag. Thus, everything around the corpse was divided. Lin Yue glanced at the fortune wheel, and then at Sumu. "Are you really going to spin it?" "With a 50-50 chance, are you sure?" Sumu did not answer but waved his hand at her. "If you want to leave, you can go." Lin Yue paused for a moment, then understood. He didn't want her to see the outcome of the spin. She pouted, but said nothing more, turning to walk outside. After taking a few steps, she turned back. "Don't die." After saying this, she quickened her pace and vanished at the end of the corridor. Sumu watched her leave before turning his gaze to the wheel. The fortune wheel. Good fortune and misfortune each accounted for half. Extremely dangerous. He smiled, took a few steps closer, and carefully observed the wheel. There were 6 sections, 3 colored, and 3 pure black. On the colored sections the patterns were clearly visible. On the black sections, nothing could be seen. Pure darkness, as if it could swallow all light. Sumu stared at those black sections for a few seconds before shifting his gaze to the edge of the wheel. There he noticed a slight indentation. Extremely subtle. It was almost undetectable to the naked eye, situated at the junction between the colored and black sections, nearly blending in with the wheel's patterns. Sumu's gaze lingered on that indentation for a moment. If he could see this, the rules truly defied reason. A faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Is this what it means to always obtain the best part when facing a half-good, half-bad event? It isn't about luck, but about observation. He could see details that others could not. The subtle flaws of the wheel, the slight deviation of the pointer, and even some indescribable guidance. He reached out and pressed on the slight groove on the wheel. A prompt appeared before him. Warning: the wheel must be spun 3 times, and it cannot be manually stopped, or the pointer will directly point to misfortune. Sumu did not hesitate. Warning: the wheel must be spun 3 times, and it cannot be manually stopped, or the pointer will directly point to misfortune. Sumu watched quietly. After 3 seconds the wheel slowly came to a stop. The pointer firmly landed on the first colored section. Precisely the spot he had pointed to. On that colored section adorned with patterns. As the pointer stopped, "Congratulations, you have obtained Tactical Missile Blueprint Blue." A yellowed blueprint appeared in his hand. Sumu looked down. Tactical Missile Blueprint Blue type, external weapon blueprint, can craft tactical missile launcher. Level 1 blue, required materials: iron ingot 50, high-strength glass essence 20, mysterious crystal 30, alloy block 10, chip 5, motor 2, TNT 1, black, aluminum powder 1. Missile attributes: attack range 5,000 meters, base firepower value 2,000, explosion radius 10 meters. Remarks: extremely powerful, use with caution. Sumu. Tactical missiles. If they can truly be manufactured, what fear would there be of monsters? A single shot, and all Tier 2 and 3 foes would be reduced to ashes. But upon seeing the long list of materials he regained his composure. 50 iron ingots. He currently had only a dozen. 30 strange crystals. He only had 3. Alloy blocks, chips, motors. These were even scarcer. Having the blueprints, but lacking materials, was tantamount to having nothing. Still there was hope. Sumu carefully stored the blueprints, his gaze once again fixed on the spinning wheel. If the first item was so good, the others would surely not be inferior. Naturally, he wanted to see what else could be produced. Besides, with Lin Weiner being as cautious as she was, she probably wouldn't dare to spin it herself. He looked back at the spinning wheel. As the first spin concluded, the sections on the wheel changed. The originally colorful 3 sections now had only 2 remaining, and the black sections remained 3. This meant that there were now 2 colorful and 3 black sections on the wheel. A 25 probability of landing on good fortune. It was all the same to him. He once again examined the spinning wheel closely. Soon he noticed subtle indentations on the remaining 2 colorful sections. They were even more subtle than before, almost invisible to the naked eye. Yet he could clearly see them. He reached out and tapped on the second indentation. Spin. The wheel started to rotate once more. 3 seconds later it came to a halt. The pointer firmly rested on the second colorful section. Congratulations. You have obtained Strength Fruit Blue, a fruit the size of a fist appeared in his hand. It was entirely deep purple with a faint glow flowing over its surface, exuding an enticing Strength Fruit Blue type consumable effect permanently increases strength by 30 points upon consumption with no side effects. Note this fruit is only effective upon first consumption, subsequent uses are ineffective. 30 points of strength. Sumu's pupils constricted. His current strength was 26 points. Eating this fruit would directly raise it to 56 points. Without any hesitation, he bit into it directly. The flesh melted in his mouth, transforming into a warm current that surged through his limbs. Immediately afterward, a strong heat rose from his abdomen, rapidly spreading to every cell in his body. Sumu could clearly feel his muscles swelling, tearing, and reorganizing. He looked down at his arm. The muscles there moved as if alive, with countless small snakes seemingly writhing beneath his skin. Moments later, everything returned to calm, back to its original state. Sumu clenched his fist. At the moment he clenched his fist, the veins on his forearm bulged sharply, muscles swelling and expanding at a visible speed. The previously normal lines became distinct, every fiber seeming to be rewoven by an invisible force, tightly bound together. Not just the forearm. He felt his entire arm changing. The biceps bulged high, stretching the short sleeves to their limits. The deltoids expanded outward, making the contours of his shoulders broader. Even the forearm's extensors and flexors became distinct, every muscle resembling a meticulously carved marble statue. That sense of power was not the kind achieved through balance training at a gym. It was explosive, filled with pride. It felt as if he could punch through a cow if he wished. Sumu gazed at his arm, clearly seeing the muscles twitching slightly, a sign of overwhelming strength. He could even feel the blood rushing through his veins faster than before, each heartbeat delivering a stronger surge of energy throughout his body. He slowly relaxed his hand. As he released the fist, the bulging muscles gradually settled, the veins receding beneath the skin, and his arm returned to its normal thickness. Yet the quality of that change remained. It was no longer the slack state of before, but rather a firm line that maintained its definition even when relaxed. Sumu clenched his fist again. Bang! The muscles swelled once more, the veins bulging again. In the transition between clenching and relaxing, he felt like two completely different individuals. Interesting, he murmured to himself. Speaking, he opened the panel. Name Sumu, level 20. 1200. Interesting, he murmured to himself. Speaking, he opened the panel. Name Sumu, level 20. 1200. This value had already surpassed half of that giant axe wielder's. Sumu took a deep breath, suppressing his excitement. There was one last chance left. He looked at the spinning wheel. Now there was only one colorful section and 3 black sections remaining. A 14 probability. Sumu carefully observed the last remaining colorful section. Indeed, there was also an indentation there. More subtle than the previous two. He reached out and tapped on the indentation. Spin. The wheel began to rotate. This time it spun particularly slowly. The pointer passed through black before slowly approaching that last colorful section. Sumu stared at the pointer, completely still. Eventually it came to a steady stop on the colorful section. Congratulations. You have obtained Profession Skill Book Battlefield Medic Blue. A light blue skill book appeared in his hand. Profession Skill Book Battlefield Medic Blue type. Profession Skill Book effect allows you to change class to Battlefield Medic Blue upon use. Class change condition. Level reaches LV3. Profession Skills. Note, after changing class you will gain a profession-specific attribute growth direction. Battlefield Medic. A healer profession. Sumu looked at the skill book, feeling somewhat conflicted. With his current attributes, changing to a Battlefield Medic would clearly be a waste. With 56 points of strength combined with target weakness and extra attack, he would definitely be far stronger than a healer. But a class change book like this was something that could be encountered but not sought after. Forget it, it requires level 3 to use. By the time he reaches that level he might be able to obtain something better. He stored it in his backpack. 3 spins of the wheel, all yielding good fortune. Sumu cast one last glance at the spinning wheel. At this moment there were only 3 sections left, all black, a silent void of black. He turned around and walked outside. Stepping out of the haunted house, the sunlight outside was blinding. Sumu squinted his eyes to adapt to the light, scanning his surroundings. He did not see Lin Weiner's figure. This woman was indeed quite alert. Although they had agreed to wait for him to come out, she still hid away. Sumu paid no mind to it, and quickly walked over to the wall, reaching out to pull down the silencing barrier talisman. The talisman still displayed the remaining time. 9 minutes and 32 seconds. Indeed, as long as this item was not fully consumed it could be recovered and reused, the only pity being that time was still counting down. He hadn't mentioned it before, but he had been waiting for this moment. Carefully storing the talisman, Sumu lifted his gaze towards the direction indicated behind him. The pirate ship. His daily intelligence pointed to that location. The bronze treasure chest. and the level 1 lucky spin wheel were directly beneath the pirate ship. From the position of the haunted house, the pirate ship was only about 20 meters away. But there was a fake mountain in between, completely blocking his line of sight. Over there was also a tier 2 mutated creature, but with his current strength. With 56 points of strength, blue armor, grenades, and this silencing barrier talisman that still had over 7 minutes left, he should be able to fight. Just as Su-mu was preparing to set off, he heard light footsteps behind him. He turned around and saw Lin Weiner walking out from the distant woods. "Are you done?" she asked, her eyes filled with curiosity and vigilance. Su-mu nodded. "How did it go?" "Not bad." Lin Yue stared at him, clearly trying to discern something from his expression. But Su-mu's face showed no emotion. She couldn't help but ask, "What good things did you get?" Su-mu glanced at her and replied no comment. Lin Yue huffed, not pursuing the matter further, but instead looked towards the haunted house. Su-mu then said, "It's your turn." In truth, saying this made Su-mu feel slightly uneasy. After all, he had already used up all 3 chances. He couldn't say "I've run out" now that she was about to go. However, he showed no signs of concern, simply gazing calmly at her. Lin Yue was silent for a few seconds before slowly shaking her head. "Forget it. I'm not as reckless as you. Though this thing can yield good results, the probability of encountering misfortune is too high. Besides, you have already tried once and clearly encountered good fortune. If I try again, the chance of misfortune would reach 23. I'm not willing to gamble." She paused, looking at Su-mu. "Unless you're willing to help me deal with any monsters that might appear inside. In that case, I might consider trying it out." Su-mu was taken aback. He hadn't expected her to be so straightforward. She directly laid out her cards and made her conditions clear. This made him feel a bit guilty, but at the same time he felt relieved. It sounded like she was not planning to try turning the wheel. "In that case," Su-mu said, "I'll go for a second turn." Lin Yue's eyes widened. "Are you crazy? With a 13 chance, you still want to try?" Su-mu replied calmly, "I usually—" Lin Yue scrutinized him with a complex gaze. In her eyes, this guy must have some trump card, either to deal with the monsters that might be summoned or a way to avoid disaster. In any case, he believed he could manage the dangers posed by misfortune, which is why he dared to gamble. But she couldn't. She didn't have that confidence. "All right then." She gritted her teeth. "I'll let you have this turn. But you owe me a favor." Su-mu smiled. "I don't owe you anything. If it comes down to it, you can try it yourself. Your luck can't always be that bad, right?" Lin Yue's face darkened instantly. Her luck was indeed not very good. She was well aware of this. Su-mu observed her expression, his smile broadening as he turned and walked towards the haunted house. As he stepped into the entrance, he glanced back. Lin Yue had retreated far behind a tree, watching from a distance. He stood behind the door for about a minute, pretending to take his second turn, then casually strolled out. Lin Yue peeked out from behind the tree, incredulously asking, "Did you really turn the wheel?" Su-mu nodded. "Did you get good luck again?" "Yes." Lin Yue walked quickly towards him, appraising him from. He seemed completely unharmed, not even a wrinkle in his clothes, let alone signs of battle. "Is your luck really that good?" Her voice was thick with skepticism. Su-mu chuckled. "Sometimes you just have to take a chance, turning a bicycle into a motorcycle. A 25 chance is quite favorable, don't you think?" Lin Yue took a deep breath, suppressing her shock and doubts. She stared at Su-mu, trying to find any flaws in his expression. But all she saw was a faint and inscrutable smile. "All right," Su-mu said, "that's it. Let's part ways." He glanced at the time. Another 2 or 3 minutes had passed, and the silent barrier rune still had about 7 minutes left. He wanted to check the pirate ship. After speaking, he walked in another direction, completely ignoring Lin Yue behind him. After a few steps, he suddenly stopped and turned back to look at her. By the way, he revealed a mischievous smile. "Actually, that wheel has a bug. If you gently spin the pointer really lightly and slowly, you can control it to land on good luck. Moreover, you can use your hand to block it, forcibly stopping it." Lin Yue was taken aback. "Really?" "Of course." Su-mu said earnestly, "Otherwise, how do you think I did it?" After saying that, he waved his hand and quickly disappeared behind the rockery. Lin Yue stood rooted to the spot, watching his retreating figure with a furrowed brow. Could it really be that simple of a bug? And why was this guy being so kind? Regardless, she had to go check it out. She hesitated for a few seconds, then turned around and walked back to the haunted house. Inside, it was still pitch black. She turned on her flashlight and hurried down the corridor, arriving in front of the wheel. The wheel was still there, but the sections above. There were only 3 left, all black. He had taken all the good ones. Lin Yue was momentarily stunned, then instinctively reached out to press on the wheel. A prompt appeared. "All good luck rewards for this will have been claimed. Do you want to continue spinning?" Note: spinning must involve the wheel turning 3 times and must not be manually stopped, otherwise the pointer will directly point to misfortune. Note: the remaining sections are all misfortune. After spinning, it will randomly trigger misfortune events, including, but not limited to, summoning monsters, casting curses, deducting attributes, etc. Lin Yue. She gritted her teeth and exclaimed, "Su-mu." But soon she forced herself to calm down. That guy was playing her. But before long she calmed down. But if it wasn't a bug, how did he manage to hit good luck 3 times in a row? 3 times in a row with a probability of 1/2, 1/3, and 1/6 hitting good luck consecutively would mean a 1 in 36 chance. What kind of incredible luck was that? Lin Yue stood in the darkness staring at the wheel that only had misfortune left her mood complicated to the extreme. Ultimately, she could only stamp her foot in frustration and turn to leave. As she exited the haunted house, the sunlight was blinding. She glanced back at the eerie building, muttering to herself, how can someone be this lucky? Regarding Lin Yui's subsequent complaints, Su Mu was completely unaware. However, he could guess. Given that woman's personality, she would definitely return to the haunted house to check immediately after he left. Thus, before leaving, he deliberately said those words, not really expecting to deceive her, but rather afraid that she would interpret the situation in favor of her own talents. From his understanding of this unscrupulous merchant, the other party would undoubtedly not believe his fabricated story and would certainly go verify it personally. And when they saw the rules on the roulette, they would definitely breathe a sigh of relief. After all, if there were a bug that she didn't take advantage of and the other party relied on luck, it was clear that the latter would be more acceptable. Once she accepted this, her first thought would naturally be that the other party was just too lucky, and she wouldn't speculate too much. Of course, there was another reason. He was simply teasing this unscrupulous merchant. However, these small interludes were quickly cast aside from his mind. At this moment, he had already left the haunted house area, taking a long detour toward the pirate ship. Along the way, Su Mu maintained a high level of vigilance. His right hand gripped the only remaining grenade, the one he had collateralized from Lin Yue, with the safety pin already half removed, ready to be fully pulled at any moment. In his left hand, he held the silent barrier talisman that had 5 minutes remaining, along with a large wrench. He had already thought it through. If there were a level 2 monster near the pirate ship, or if the terrain was complicated and hard to observe, he would throw the talisman and grenade without hesitation. As for whether the grenade would damage the treasure chest and the roulette, it was no longer a concern. The blue-quality giant axe wielder in the haunted house had left too deep an impression on him. 72 points of strength, 65 points of constitution. If it weren't for that chain restriction, if it weren't for his handgun, if it weren't for his quick reflexes, he would have already met his end. He did not wish to face that kind of monster again. Moreover, his handgun was now out of bullets, leaving only 1 grenade. If he encountered the same thing again, he wasn't sure he would be so lucky. So the strategy was simple: if it can explode, then explode. Once done, run away. If the treasure chest and roulette were damaged, so be it. A life and safety were paramount. With this thought in mind, Su Mu rounded the artificial hill and finally spotted the pirate ship area. Then he looked at the scene before him, stunned. It wasn't that there were too many monsters here. It was that there were none at all. The pirate ship stood quietly under the sunlight, the red and blue hull already faded, its massive body hanging on the struts. The ticket booth's gate was tightly closed, and beside it stood a sign that read equipment under maintenance temporarily closed. The sign was already tilted and covered in dust. Su Mu stood at the edge of the artificial hill, carefully scanning the area. No zombies. Not a single one. The grayish-white shadows that should have been roaming here had completely vanished. He recalled the zombies that he had lured away with his phone alarm. That direction, indeed, seemed to have a part that ran past here. But even so, by common sense, there should have been a few stragglers left behind. Yet here there was not a single one. Clearly this was because when the zombie tide broke out here, it just happened to be under maintenance, and with this location lacking other game facilities, there were naturally not many visitors, hence few zombies. Su Mu observed for a while longer, confirming that there were no anomalies before shifting his gaze toward the area beneath the pirate ship. There a bronze treasure chest lay quietly in the shadow directly beneath the ship. Beside the treasure chest was a 0.5% high roulette, similar in size to the one in the haunted house, but in a dark golden color, looking less eerie. Su Mu frowned slightly. The intel indicated that there was a level 2 mutated creature lurking here. But looking at the situation now, where was it? He observed a bit closer. Suddenly he thought of a possibility. The pirate ship was just behind the haunted house. Although it took him over 200 meters to get here, it was mostly due to circling around the artificial hill. And the straight line distance from here to the haunted house was probably only about 40 to 50 meters. It was only because there was an artificial hill in between that it completely blocked the line of sight. The giant axe wielder he had killed in the haunted house. A level 2 blue quality, exactly the right level. So when the intel said there was a level 2 mutated creature lurking, could it possibly refer to that one? The more Su Mu thought about it, the more reasonable it seemed. In other words, if Lin Yue hadn't taken him to the haunted house, he could have bypassed the artificial hill and directly come here to retrieve the treasure chest, and roulette, never encountering that terrifying stitched corpse. Thinking of this, Su Mu couldn't help but feel amused. He recalled the events of today. First he encountered Lin Yue, then was dragged to the haunted house fighting for his life, nearly losing it, only to discover that the place she was headed to had the same guardian monster as the one he was going to. What was this? A blessing in disguise. No, that wasn't it. He thought carefully. If he hadn't met Lin Yue today and had directly come to the pirate ship, what would have happened? Most likely he would have seen not a single zombie here, happily retrieved the treasure chest, then spun the resource roulette for a prize. And that would have been the end of it. Because that giant axe wielder was still locked in the haunted house, and would not have affected him at all. So strictly speaking, it was Lin Yue who brought him to the area with monsters, forcing him to fight a tough battle. But then he thought, if it weren't for Lin Yue, he wouldn't have obtained that blue armor, the crafting table blueprint, the blue silver grass, nor that strength fruit. Counting it all up, he actually came out ahead. And what about Lin Yue? She took the risk of her life to guide him, and ended up with just a crafting table blueprint, half a portion of feed, half a portion of alloy, and a blue silver grass that needed time to cultivate. The biggest gain. That luck roulette which he spun 3 times, and got all the good fortune. If it had been him alone, Lin Yue likely would have met her end. With the same intel about a level 2 monster, one was extremely dangerous, while the other couldn't even be seen. How could a person be so unlucky? Sumu shook his head. Putting aside those chaotic thoughts, he began to carefully observe the surroundings of the pirate ship. Although it seemed there were no zombies, he dared not let his guard down. What if there are invisible monsters? What if there are those that lay motionless on the ground? After waiting a few more minutes, and confirming that there were no abnormalities, he cautiously stepped out from behind the fake mountain. Treading lightly, he kept close to the shadows of the buildings, inching closer to the pirate ship. The barrier gate at the ticket checkpoint was not high, and he easily vaulted over it with one hand. In the shadow beneath the ship, a bronze treasure chest lay quietly, its surface covered in dust. Sumu did not immediately open it, but instead circled around the pirate ship, ensuring that there were no hidden monsters in every corner. Safe. Only then did he crouch down, pressing both hands on the treasure chest. Opening it, 2 beams of light simultaneously caught his eye. The first item was a pair of leg guards. Made of dark gray fabric, the knee area had reinforced padding, and there were pockets on both sides about the size of a palm. They felt sturdy to the touch, yet were surprisingly light. Obtain tactical leg guards, white type armor value 5, weight 0. 8 kilograms. Effect provides slight physical protection to the legs when equipped. The left pocket allows for quick access to cold weapons, daggers, short swords, etc. With a 30 increase in retrieval speed. Durability 5050. Su Mu's eyes lit up. Good stuff. Previously he had obtained a tactical vest that allowed for quick access to handguns and grenades. Now he had tactical leg guards for quick access to cold weapons. Without hesitation, he put on the leg guards. Adjusting the fit, they were just right. The left pocket was conveniently positioned on the outer thigh, easily reachable. He tried to insert a large wrench, but it was too big. However, a dagger or short sword should fit perfectly. He would need to get a dagger later. Sumu thought to himself, looking at the second item. A yellowed blueprint. Obtained level 3 protective cable car blueprint type, cable car upgrade blueprint effect. Can upgrade LV2 cable car to LV3, with an emphasis on protective upgrades. Required materials: steel ingots 9, tempered glass 1. This was not the universal blueprint from before, but one with a fixed direction. Sumu frowned slightly at the material requirements on the blueprint. Steel ingots 9, tempered glass 1. He did not have either of these items. Steel ingots were likely advanced materials derived from iron ingots, requiring drops from higher-level monsters. Tempered glass was similarly an advanced version of glass essence. He needed to find a way to obtain them. Sumu carefully stored the blueprint and looked at the last item in the treasure chest. A self-heating hot pot. In a red packaging box, the words "spicy tender beef" were printed along with a cartoon cow giving a thumbs up. Sumu's eyes brightened. A self-heating hot pot. This item was worthless in his original world, but in this one, it was simply a supreme delicacy. The whole day he had eaten nothing but bread, biscuits, and chocolate. While they filled his stomach, they left his mouth feeling bland. Now seeing this self-heating hot pot, his salivary glands instantly began to work. He would eat it as soon as he got back tonight. Sumu stuffed the self-heating hot pot into his backpack, feeling elated. Then he stood up and walked towards the nearby turning wheel. Unlike the cursed wheel in the haunted house, this one lacked any eerie atmosphere of misfortune. It was just an ordinary lottery machine. With a dark golden metallic texture, it was half a person tall and had intricate patterns on its surface. The wheel was divided into 6 sections, each adorned with different designs. Steel ingots 10, tempered glass essence 3, compressed biscuits 10, steel ingots 3, a small book, and a blank space. There were 6 sections, and apart from the book, there was only a finger's width of a gap. Sumu noted the description above the wheel: resource wheel. Spending a cursed crystal allows 1 rotation, randomly obtaining materials within the sections. First rotation consumes cursed crystal 1, second rotation consumes cursed crystal 10, third rotation consumes cursed crystal 100, and so on, with each subsequent rotation costing 10 times the last. Note: materials drawn from the wheel will not be replenished. Once exhausted, it stops. This is not a misfortune wheel. Thus not all wheels are called misfortune wheels, a normal wheel should work like this. Even if he didn't win, there would be no danger. The worst outcome would be landing on a blank and getting nothing. Previously, when Su-mu saw that misfortune wheel, he thought all wheels were like that, half good luck and half misfortune, where a slight misstep could trigger a deadly crisis. Now seeing this ordinary resource wheel, he finally realized that misfortune wheel was not conventional at all. Thinking of this, Su-mu suddenly realized how unfortunate Lin Yue was. If she hadn't encountered him, she would have had to face that level 2 blue quality giant axe wielder. With her limited strength, it was very likely she wouldn't be able to defeat it. Even if she won by a stroke of luck, she would probably pay a heavy price. Then she would see that misfortune wheel. Given her personality, upon seeing the description, half good luck and half misfortune, she would likely hesitate, but ultimately wouldn't be able to resist the temptation to gamble. After all, a wheel like that was too tempting. Then, with a 12 chance of landing on misfortune. Given her luck, Su-mu was almost certain she would land on misfortune. And what would that misfortune be? Summoning monsters, casting curses, deducing attributes. No matter which one, given her situation at the time, she would likely end up handing her life over. Su-mu shook his head. How could one be this unfortunate? He pulled his thoughts back and looked again at the resource. The sections were about the same size, but upon closer inspection, the section for that small book was actually slightly narrower than the others, occupying only about one of the entire wheel. The other sections, including the blank one, each occupied about 20. This meant that the probability of landing on that small book was only 1. If luck was not on his side, he might have to spin up to the 6th time. The first time costs 1 cursed crystal, the second time 10 crystals, the third time 100, and the fourth time 1000. To spin for the 6th time would require 100 cursed crystals. To spend a full 100 cursed crystals. Just to obtain that most precious item. Su-mu was somewhat speechless. The designer of this wheel must be very good at math. However, he was even more curious whether his talent in the face of unknown blind box events with mixed outcomes he could always observe to obtain the best part. Would it work on this wheel? Literally, mixed outcomes implies there are both good and bad results. Did it have to be exactly half? He glanced at the cursed crystals in his backpack. There were 3 left. Previously, he had killed many cursed bats in the haunted house and broken down the giant axe wielder, accumulating a total of 8 crystals. He used 5 crystals to make a small arrow box, leaving him with 3 crystals. He could only spin once. No matter if it worked or not, he had to observe and give it a try. Su-mu walked around the wheel, carefully observing every detail. Soon he noticed an extremely subtle detail. The coin slot at the bottom of the wheel. It was a palm with recess for placing cursed crystals. On the edge of the recess there was an almost invisible small bump. Extremely subtle. If he hadn't been looking for it deliberately, he would never have discovered it. Su-mu pressed his hand against the bump. There was no response. He thought for a moment, took a cursed crystal from his backpack, pressed it against the bump, and then let it slide down the recess. The crystal fell into the coin slot with a soft click. The patterns on the surface of the wheel faintly lit up. Su-mu did not immediately spin, but focused on the pointer on the wheel. He noticed that when his gaze fell on the section depicting the small book, the pointer seemed to quiver slightly. Extremely subtle. If he hadn't been watching closely, he wouldn't have noticed at all. The corners of Su-mu's mouth lifted slightly. Indeed, it was possible. He took a deep breath and reached out to spin the wheel. The spinning wheel began to rotate, the pointer swiftly gliding over various segments. Iron ingots, glass essence, mineral water, compressed biscuit, steel ingots, a small book, and a blank space. According to the rules, the wheel must spin more than 3 times and cannot be stopped manually. Su-mu watched quietly. After 3 spins, the speed of the wheel slowed down. The pointer slowly slid past the iron ingots, the glass essence, and the mineral water. Then it steadily came to a stop on that small book. Seeing this, Su-mu felt a surge of joy in his heart. Not only did it land on the best option on the first try, but more importantly, he could make a judgment based on this result. The skill from his talent regarding this rule was far stronger than he had imagined. When faced with unknown blind boxes that contained both good and bad, one could always observe to obtain the best part. This meant that there were both good and bad items inside. It did not have to be a 50-50 chance of good and bad, as long as there was something bad it was sufficient. Su-mu thought that as long as he believed there was something bad inside, he could observe to acquire the best item among. He even suspected that the subtle changes he noticed were intentionally created by this rule rather than being inherent rules of the spinning wheel itself. This skill was far more powerful than he had imagined. With this thought, Su-mu felt a slight excitement, then forced himself to calm down and focused his gaze on the book in his hand. A dark golden skill book appeared in Su-mu's hand. The cover depicted a long spear. Not a firearm, but a cold weapon spear. The silver-white spear body with a crimson tassel and the sharp spear tip gleamed coldly. Su-mu's pupils constricted. Purple. He quickly checked the detailed information. Professional Skill Book Spear Master Purple Type Professional Skill Book Effect can change class to Spear Master Purple after use class change condition. Level reaches LV3 class introduction. A combat profession using a spear as a weapon skilled in frontal breakthroughs and area damage. After class change, the growth of strength is greatly enhanced and gains professional skills breaking army strike and sweeping thousands. Remarks Purple Quality Profession with massive growth potential. Purple. Sumu took a deep breath, suppressing the excitement in his heart. Previously, he had obtained a blue quality combat medic from the fortune wheel, which was already quite good. To his surprise, he had obtained a purple quality professional skill book from this ordinary spinning wheel. Spearmaster. The name alone indicated it was a high-output profession. Compared to the support role of the combat medic, this was clearly more suitable for him. With 56 points of strength combined with lock weakness and extra attack, plus the skills of the Spearmaster, Sumu couldn't help but imagine how powerful he would be at that time. He carefully stored the skill book in his backpack, keeping it alongside the blue one. Both required level 3 to use. If he didn't find something better before reaching level 3, he would learn it directly. After this spin, Sumu looked at the wheel again. Now one item in the grid was missing. That small book was gone, replaced by a blank space. But the other supplies were still there. He glanced at the 2 remaining strange crystals in his backpack. To spin again, he needed 10. Not enough. If possible, he hoped to land on that tempered glass, as there were 3 pieces, which would at least solve one material. But there were no ifs. It seemed that one thing to do in the future was to gather strange crystals as much as possible, so that when he encountered such a spinning wheel, he wouldn't lack the crystals for the first spin. Sumu shook his head. He didn't linger here too long. Although there were no zombies for now, his position was exposed in an open area, which was too dangerous. He quickly withdrew. Sumu moved stealthily along the shadow of the rockery, soon leaving the pirate ship area. He chose a relatively safe spot. A large banyan tree lush with branches and leaves with a trunk so thick that it would take 2 people to wrap around it. Located on the edge of the resort at least 200 to 300 meters away from the area where the zombies gathered, it offered a clear view and easy retreat. Sumu climbed up the tree in a few moves and found a thick enough branch to sit on. Then he glanced at the map. 3 retreat points. The closest one was on the east side of the resort, about 2 kilometers away from his current position. With his current strength, as long as he didn't encounter a horde of zombies, he would have no problem getting there. But he didn't rush to move. He needed to contemplate one question: where to obtain tempered glass essence and steel ingots. These 2 items were needed to upgrade the cable car to level 3. Since he already had the blueprint, the materials needed to be prepared as soon as possible. Sumu leaned against the tree trunk, quickly analyzing in his mind. The first thing that came to mind was the car he had seen before. Compared to other items, that car required a full 10 hours to disassemble, the longest time, and it was very likely to yield high-level materials. Moreover, the main composition of a car is steel, so the probability of obtaining steel ingots should be high. Additionally, he considered killing level 2 monsters. Sumu leaned more towards killing level 2 monsters. After all, disassembling a car takes 10 hours, which is too long. Killing monsters not only yields materials, but also grants experience points. But the problem lies in the difficulty of killing level 2 monsters in such a dense horde of zombies. He didn't even know if there were any level 2 monsters among those zombies. However, it was worth a try. He touched the grenade at his waist. The one he had traded from Lin Yue, and the safe. If he threw a grenade into that group of zombies, he could determine whether there were level 2 monsters inside based on the experience points gained. If there were, a single explosion would affect a large area and the experience would definitely be substantial. But grenades are life-saving items. Although they have a delay in truly dangerous situations, they would be incredibly useful against the monsters at the treasure chest location. Moreover, there was a critical issue: throwing a grenade here would attract more zombies. Even if he managed to blow those monsters up, he wouldn't have the chance to loot the boxes they dropped. Surrounded by dense zombies, daring to approach was simply suicidal. If he could obtain a few more grenades, he could easily use them to level up. He contemplated finding a densely populated zombie area, throwing a grenade to blast a large area, and then making a quick escape. With that thought, he recalled the grenades Lin Yue had. That woman must have at least one more. No, given her businesslike nature, she probably has more than 2. Although he didn't know where she had obtained them, it was indeed unusual for someone to have so many grenades at this early stage. But that wasn't important. What mattered was that she still had them. However, getting her to trade this item. Sumu looked at the book titled Field Medic Blue in his backpack. This professional book was now useless to him. The purple gunner was right there, who would still use a blue healer. It should be an irresistible bargaining chip for the other party. With this thought, Sumu opened a private chat and sent a message to Lin Yue. Are you there? There's a business deal. He originally thought the other party would take a while to reply, but unexpectedly the message was returned almost immediately. How dare you contact me? Sumu naturally knew what the other party was referring to. The wheel of misfortune that was left, along with the bug nonsense that was said before he left. With Lin Yuwei's personality, she must have checked immediately and then realized she had been played. He chose not to reply to that. At such times explaining would only put him in a passive position. He directly stated the matter, there's a business deal, are you in or out? Not interested. Lin Yue replied quickly, I won't do business with a scammer. Unless you return my spins. Seeing this, Su Mu knew that the other party actually wanted to negotiate, merely using this matter to leverage. The implication was clear: if they wanted to cooperate again, that trap needed an explanation. Su Mu certainly wouldn't accept that loss. I asked you before, and you said it was too dangerous and refused to spin. The other party sent a heh. Su Mu frowned. This guy was trying to leverage his current need for help. Thinking carefully, he had just separated from the other party not long ago and proposed a deal indicating urgency, so the other party was taking advantage of this opportunity to raise the price. A scammer truly was a scammer. He didn't waste any more words and directly sent the attributes of Field Medic Blue. Now the bargaining chip was in his hands, and he didn't believe this book wouldn't attract the other party. However, Su Mu was disappointed. After sending, the other party still ignored him. But he wasn't anxious. He believed this professional book would definitely be a tremendous temptation. Moreover, he could also guess the other party's personality. She was probably pretending to be calm, not replying to show indifference, and then to negotiate. Because if it were him, he would do the same. But now the bargaining chip was in his hands, and if he didn't make this deal, there were plenty of others who would. Without saying another word, Su Mu directly posted the information of this professional book on the public screen. As soon as the message was sent, the entire channel erupted. What the hell? A professional book? What is this? Can it change jobs? Blue quality. I don't even have a white talent, and they're already offering a blue professional book. Big shot, please take me with you. I want to cling to your leg. Where did this thing come from? Please give me a strategy. Su Mu, I'm willing to trade all my possessions for it. Su Mu's private chat was instantly flooded, the message notifications were flashing wildly, and he couldn't keep up. He directly turned on stranger message filtering. Within 3 seconds of doing this, Lin Yuwei's message followed. Business, of course. If you don't want to buy, there are plenty of others who do. The other party was silent for a few seconds before sending a message. What do you want? Su Mu directly asked, do you have tempered glass essence and steel ingots? The other party quickly replied, I have a few tempered glass essences, but no steel ingots. Su Mu frowned. A few tempered glass essences. This woman actually had them. He continued to ask, do you have any information related to steel ingots? No. Lin Yue replied, but I might know some places where they could be found. Lin Yue said, but this is only a possibility, it's not necessarily accurate. Go on. If I tell you this information, I want priority purchasing rights for that professional book. Su Mu thought for a moment and readily agreed, sure. After all, there were probably not many people in the channel who could afford this professional book. Moreover, aside from Lin Yue, there probably wouldn't be anyone else who could offer him something satisfactory. This woman had grenades on her which were quite useful to him right now. Receiving Su Mu's affirmation, Lin Yue quickly sent a lengthy message. Based on my analysis, to obtain steel ingots and tempered glass essences, one would need to defeat monsters of level 2 or higher. And it might not just be level 2, they must be green quality or above. Another method is to decompose. But the items to be decomposed are particular. Have you noticed that normally when decomposing, some items take an unusually long time, clearly unreasonably long? Su Mu's eyes narrowed slightly. He had indeed noticed. That car took 10 hours. Lin Yue continued, for example, when I decomposed this tempered glass essence, it was taken from a balcony. Less than 1 square meter of tempered glass took a full hour to decompose. Yet I decomposed a refrigerator which was much larger in under 30 seconds. So I estimate that to decompose the steel ingots you must find items made of steel, and they must be the type that takes a long time to decompose. I haven't encountered any yet. Think if you have seen any. Su Mu looked at this message, pondering. A car. Understood. He replied, so what do you want to trade for that professional book? The other party remained silent for a long time. After a full 2 minutes, Lin Yue finally replied, the value of this professional skill book is too high. It's basically impossible to find someone who can offer equivalent materials early on. Su Mu frowned slightly. Was she trying to get credit? Just as he was about to refuse, Lin Yue sent another message, but I can trade you a blueprint. Don't worry, this blueprint will be much more practical and of a higher grade than the ones I traded you before, even to the point where you can't refuse. Of course, just this isn't enough. I can also provide you with a piece of information. But that information might take some time to materialize. Of course, all these are still not enough. I think you came to me because you see that I have something you need. You can just ask directly. Su Mu looked at this message, his heart slightly shaken. A blueprint, when it came from the other person's mouth, is higher grade, more practical. It meant it was definitely on a completely different level from those blueprints from yesterday. Moreover, the other party even said it was something you can't refuse, proving that this blueprint indeed possessed extraordinary value. But the question was, where did Lin Yue get so many resources? Su Mu remembered her purchasing warm supplies last night. Trading quilts for blueprints, she indeed made a profit. But could she really earn so much just from that? That seemed unlikely. Even if she managed to gather a batch of warm supplies in a short time, the quantity wouldn't be too large, especially since most people were busy collecting food in the early stages. Who would think that it would be so cold at night in such hot weather and go gather warm supplies? Moreover, she had already provided more than 6 blueprints yesterday. If she still had, then the number of blueprints she had on her would be terrifying. Not to mention there might be even higher level ones, which implied she might have studied some of them too. Blueprint for crafting 9mm bullets green. Type consumable blueprint. Effect can craft 9mm bullets. Required materials copper 0. 1 gunpowder 0. 1. Crafting quantity 1 round per attempt. Bullet characteristics: upon hitting a target, there is a 30% chance to trigger a minor explosion causing additional damage. Note: must be used with firearms of the same or higher grade to trigger the explosion effect. A few simple words instantly made Su-mu understand why the other party was so confident that this was a condition he could not refuse. He currently had a gun, but what he lacked the most was bullets. Moreover, he had just told Lin Yue that he was out of bullets. Without bullets, that M500 in his hand would just be a piece of scrap metal. And this blueprint directly solved that problem. Although he currently had none of the materials mentioned, copper and gunpowder, at least he now had a direction. This blueprint was indeed something he could not refuse. One might even say if the other party only used this to trade for the profession book, he would seriously consider it. Moreover, the other party had proposed other conditions. Clearly this shrewd merchant was determined to obtain that profession book. Su-mu did not hesitate and directly stated his demand. I want all the grenades you have. The other party was silent for a few seconds before replying. I can only offer 3 grenades. I have already given you 1, and the other 2 are with me. However, to exchange for this profession book, I can give them all. 3. Fewer than he needed, but more than he had. He originally thought the other party had at most 2, but unexpectedly, there were 3. Su-mu's heart stirred, and he asked, where did you get those grenades? Are there related blueprints? This time the other party replied very quickly. You asked me a question before, so consider it a bonus from me. Now that this question involves my privacy, you also have to answer me a question. Su-mu frowned slightly. What do you want to ask? He had made up his mind that if the other party's question involved his core secret, he would never reveal it. Lin Yue's question quickly came through. Is this profession skill book something you got from that wheel of misfortune? Su-mu was taken aback. This question? He breathed a sigh of relief and directly answered yes. At that moment, in a concealed corner on the other side of the resort, Lin Yue looked at this reply with an expression that said, just as I thought. But at the same time, a strong sense of regret surged in her heart. That wheel. She had given up on it. If she had mustered the courage to spin it once, could she have also landed such a good item? No, she was very clear about her luck. If she had spun it, it would most likely have resulted in misfortune. That giant axe wielder was already terrifying enough, and if something even more formidable came along, it would be a loss. But the problem was that guy not only spun it, but did so 3 times, and all 3 times were good luck. Also, Lin Yue took a deep breath, suppressing the complex emotions in her heart, and replied. The grenades are from 3 I opened from the silver treasure chest. Su-mu looked at this message, slightly taken aback. What kind of privacy was this? He had already guessed it. He thought the other party might have blueprints related to this. However, he did not retaliate, merely responding with a casual comment, you're lucky. But that seemingly casual remark stirred a hornet's nest. The other party sent a message filled with gritted teeth. Silver treasure chests only yield 3 grenades, and you say that's good luck? Su-mu was momentarily stunned, and then sent a question, isn't 3 grenades okay? He regretted sending it the moment he did, for he had just noticed the word only. He had originally thought these items came in sets, meaning there were others aside from this. He did not expect it to be all of them. Based on the silver treasure chests he had opened, they were supposed to yield a variety of good items like armor, weapons, skill books, blueprints, and so on. As a result, this lady had 3 slots, all filled with grenades. While grenades were indeed good items, compared to these there was still a gap, especially in the early stages, having all 3 items be this. How could this person be so unlucky? At the same time, he thought to himself, fortunately he had opened the giant axe wielder's box. It was good that it was him. Shaking his head, Su-mu decided not to touch on her sore spot and changed the topic. You give me the other 2 grenades and accompany me to complete a task, and the deal will be struck. The other party was silent for a few seconds before replying. Fine. But if it's a risky task, the resources need to be split 50-50. Don't worry, it's nothing dangerous. Su-mu said. Where will we meet? Su-mu glanced at the time. It hadn't been long since they separated, and said. Just at the small grove we were at before. Okay. Private chat ended. Su-mu jumped down from the tree, stretched his limbs, and then headed towards the direction of the small grove. About 10 minutes later, the two arrived at the grove, one after the other. Su-mu stood on the tree and waved to Lin Yue, but she did not come up. Hurry with the trade. Lin Yue looked up, her tone straightforward. Su-mu nodded as Lin Yue handed over a blueprint and 2 grenades. Sumu took them and examined. The blueprint was indeed for the crafting 9mm bullets green, and the grenades were genuine. What about the tempered glass essence? Sumu asked. It's at the cable car. Lin Yue said I can't carry this with me, I'll give it to you when we get back. Don't worry, since I promised, I won't go back on my word. Sumu nodded, not in a hurry. The tempered glass essence could only be used when returning to the cable car, so there was no rush for that. However, from this statement, he obtained a piece of information. That tempered glass essence had already been acquired by Lin Yue yesterday. This meant that the other party's decomposition skill had already been obtained the day before, and it was not acquired through trade. This woman indeed had many secrets. Sumu did not delve further, packing the blueprint and grenades into his backpack. Lin Yue looked at him, raising her brow slightly. You have the items, what about the profession book? They'll give it to you after the task is completed. Sumu said matter-of-factly. Lin Yue gritted her teeth, but said nothing. What is the task you need help with? What is it? She asked. Sumu did not answer directly, but pulled out a grenade from his waist. It was exactly the one Lin Yue had given him earlier. Then he pulled the pin. Lin Yue's pupils constricted sharply. What are you doing? Sumu ignored her. His arm raised the grenade, arcing through the air towards the distant square. There was the group of zombies attracted by the phone alarm earlier. I need to verify something, Sumu said. Verification card. Lin Yue's voice changed pitch, quickly realizing, is it possible to counterfeit this thing? She cursed softly. The patterns on the surface of the wheel faintly lit up. Sumu did not immediately spin, but focused on the pointer on the wheel. He noticed that when his gaze fell on the still saying, I could have let you up from the start, but you insisted on standing below. Lin Yue shot him a fierce glare, too lazy to argue. Does this person never inform others before taking action? And who verifies goods with grenades? There are only 3 in total. If one is used for verification, wouldn't there only be 2 left? Her thoughts hadn't fully formed yet. Boom. A deafening explosion echoed from afar. Flames soared into the sky, mixed with dismembered limbs and black mist. In that instant, at least 200 to 300 zombies were blown to pieces, the shockwave toppling those around, and more zombies were knocked down by the blast, struggling to get back up. Sumu stared intently at the system notification. Killed LV1 zombie experience 0. Killed LV1 zombie experience 0. 1. Killed LV2 zombie experience 1. Killed LV1 zombie experience 0. 1. Killed LV1 zombie experience 0. 1. The notification scrolled rapidly for several seconds. Sumu quickly calculated. In total, he killed about 300 zombies, among which there were only about 15 LV2 zombies. Total experience 285 LV1 zombies 0. 128. 5 points. 15 LV2 zombies 115 points. A total of 43. 5 points. He glanced at his current experience bar, 77. 2,200. He needed 122. 8 more points to reach level 3. Verification. Lin Yue's voice came from beside him, tinged with disbelief. You call this verification? Sumu didn't reply, but looked toward the distant square. After the explosion, it was a scene of devastation. Dismembered limbs and black blood formed small streams on the ground. But more zombies. Those that weren't affected by the blast were rushing from all directions toward that area. Towards the amusement park, a dense mass of grayish-white figures was moving quickly, all attracted by the sound of the explosion. The boxes that 15 LV2 zombies dropped were lying right in the middle of that pile of corpses. But no one dared to go pick them up. Are you using this thing to level up? Lin Yue understood his intention, but immediately pointed to the woods behind them. Look, the zombies over here are starting to move too. Sumu followed her gaze. A few zombies that had been wandering sparsely at the edge of the woods were now moving toward the square. Although they were still far away and had no clear target, they were already drawn in by the sound of the explosion and began to converge. If another grenade was thrown, it would definitely attract all of them. I told you, it's just for verification. Sumu put away the remaining 2 grenades. 2 grenades are not enough to elevate him to level 3. Moreover, there are too many LV1 zombies here. Even if they were all destroyed, the experience would be too little, and there would be nothing to collect. To find more, he needed to target an area dense with LV2 zombies to maximize benefits. What he truly needed was steel ingots. Since he couldn't obtain them by killing LV2 monsters, there was only one path left. Decomposition. That car would require 10 hours to decompose. It was already close to noon, and if he started now, it would be evening by the time it was done. He had already experienced the dangers of the night yesterday. But if someone helped with the decomposition, the time could be cut in half. 5 hours. If it was completed by 5 in the evening, it wouldn't be dark yet. That was the real reason he called Lin Yue over. Sumu voiced his thoughts. Lin Yue frowned slightly after hearing this. 5 hours' time combined with the Blue Profession skill book and grenades he had already obtained could be exchanged for a Blue Profession skill book. She quickly calculated. The Blue Profession skill book, she had stayed up all night in the channel and hadn't seen anyone selling it. She understood the value of this item better than anyone else. While 5 hours might be boring, it wasn't dangerous. As long as she found a safe house to stay in, it would be fine. Okay, she nodded, but you have to tell me, do you have any other profession skill books? Sumu glanced at her, but Lin Yue gleaned the answer from his silence. A complex emotion surged within her. Frustration, envy, and an indescribable feeling. That wheel of misfortune. If she had mustered the courage to spin it back, then would she have also landed such good No. She was well aware of her luck. If she had spun it, the odds were high it would be misfortune. That giant axe wielder was terrifying enough. What if an even more powerful one came next? But the problem was that guy not only spun it, but did so 3 times, and all 3 times were good fortune. How could one have such good luck? She took a deep breath, suppressing the emotions within her, and followed Sumu back. The two returned to the previous small town. Sumu found a residential house with the door wide open, allowing them to enter directly. Inside was an old Santana, its body rusty, and the tires were flat. This one, Sumu said. The two approached the car, and simultaneously placed their hands on the hood. Do you want to assist in the decomposition of the Santana sedan? Decomposition will take 10 hours. Movement is not allowed during this time. Confirm. 2 beams of dim light spread from their palms, covering the entire car. Next it was a long wait. The two moved 2 stools and sat down beside the car. At first neither of them spoke. The atmosphere was a bit heavy. After about half an hour, Lin Yue suddenly spoke. How about we take a look at that diary? Sumu was taken aback, then rummaged through his backpack to pull out the yellowed notebook. Lin Yue moved her stool closer, peering in. There was a bit of distance between them, but Sumu could still smell a faint fragrance. The scent of body wash. He subconsciously looked at himself. The smell of blood, sweat, and the dust accumulated from the journey. This woman, under such circumstances, still had the mood to run to a guest house for a shower. He wondered if she was carefree or just had a cleanliness obsession. He silently complained as he opened the diary. However, upon seeing the first sentence, his pupils involuntarily constricted. It was the 2nd day since I arrived in this world. Driven by hunger, I had to go out in search of supplies. I have seen those terrifying monsters. But I knew that if I stayed in the house any longer, I would eventually die. Luckily, I found some wild fruits and did not encounter those monsters. Just a few lines. But Sumu's pupils suddenly constricted. From the first line, the 2nd day since arriving in this world, it was clear this person, like them, had been transported here. Previously, he thought that this monster might have been a native of this world. But now it seemed that was not the case at all. Someone had entered this game before them, and then died here. Next to him, Lin Yue also realized this. She did not speak, but began gesturing in her palm. After a few seconds, she suddenly said, "Did you notice that these characters are not Earth's writing?" Sumu was taken aback and looked back at the characters. Upon closer inspection, they indeed seemed off. The stroke structure of these characters was different from any script he recognized. Yet strangely, he could understand them, and instinctively thought they were Chinese characters. Lin Yue said this might be the rules of this world. As long as the writing is left by intelligent beings, the rules will automatically translate it. She paused, her voice becoming serious, but this indicates one thing. Before we arrived here, other civilizations had already been here. Sumu nodded. This hypothesis was reasonable. They continued reading. Day 3, I was so hungry that I decided to head to the town in search of food. Today was unfortunate. I encountered those green monsters wielding clubs in the town. I witnessed them binding a person and then treating him like livestock, smashing his head open and carrying him away like cured meat. They were too powerful, we were no match for them. Fortunately, they did not discover me, though I hid there for a few hours before daring to come out. Perhaps it was not my time to die on the road. I found some supplies. It seemed to be what the person who was taken away had. In the following entries, the diary's owner gradually navigated the path of survival in this apocalypse. He encountered various monsters. Some resembled giant crawlers with tongues that could shoot out several meters, others were humanoids wrapped in bandages exuding a decaying aura while walking, and there was a type of monster that could freely climb walls with eyes that had degenerated and hunted by sound. The diary did not list these monsters' names, only simple descriptions. But the more Sumu and Lin Yue read, the more alarmed they became. These descriptions resembled things they recognized too closely. Lickers, tyrants, nurses from Silent Hill. There was even a passage mentioning giant tentacles and entities that cannot be looked at directly. The last entry. Day 22, I discovered a hidden realm. That place was concealed beneath an abandoned church with a very discreet entrance. I do not know what is inside, but I know that if this continues, I will eventually die in the mouth of some monster. I organized the equipment I had gathered during this time and decided to explore tomorrow. If successful, perhaps I can escape this life. If I fail, then so be it. The diary ends here. The rest is blank. Sumu closed the notebook and remained silent for a long time. This person had survived for 22 days in the apocalypse. For an ordinary person with average talent and no wilderness survival experience, this was already the limit. But in the end, he still died in that hidden realm. This is probably the daily routine for normal people in this world. struggling to survive then walking towards death. Beside him Lin Yue also remained silent. After a long, while she finally spoke, her voice somewhat low. Did you notice that the monsters he described could all match characters from our Earth's games and movies? Sumu nodded. Goblins, minotaurs, zombies, lickers, tyrants, Silent Hill, nurses, Cthulhu. One or two might be coincidences, but so many is definitely not. Lin Yue continued. According to what he said, the daytime monsters have traces to follow and can be defeated. But those at night? She did not continue. Sumu understood her meaning. The eerie bats of the night, the massive shadows that flickered in the strange mist, and the phenomena that defied comprehension. They seemed more like rule-based entities rather than things that could be measured by strength. But at least we are different. Sumu said. We have the cable car. Lin Yue glanced at him and nodded. The diary holder's description did not mention the cable car, clearly indicating there were still differences. But from her expression, it was evident that this matter weighed heavily on her heart. Sumu did not say anything more. This world was too cruel. But precisely because of this, one must seize every moment to improve oneself. He had advantages, a golden finger, opportunities not available to others. If even he did not hold hope for the future, he might as well restart. After reading the diary, Lin Yue did not speak again, and silently moved the stool back to its original position. Sumu also did not disturb her, and opened the chat channel on his own. The number of people in the top right corner of the channel had dropped sharply from 892 this morning to 751. In just half a day, nearly 150 people had died. However, it could be seen that the number had begun to stabilize. Yesterday, many were still observing and had not gone out to search for supplies. But today most people, or rather all people, would choose to descend. Even if in teams, even if only active in the wilderness, the dangers of this world would not decrease. The trading information in the channel was refreshing quickly. Some were selling iron ingots, some were asking for food, some were sharing experiences, and others were sending out distress signals. Sumu scanned through the messages, but did not find what he needed. Just as he was about to close it, a private message popped up. Sender Zhou Zhenghua. Brother, sorry for not noticing your message earlier. Are you looking to trade the Silent Barrier Talisman? Are you exchanging it for that class skill book? Sumu raised an eyebrow at this message. Zhou Zhenghua, the retired soldier, who organized everyone to he had indeed asked the other party if they had the Silent Barrier Talisman, but the other party did not respond at that time. He did not expect them to reach out now. However, it was clear that the other party misunderstood, thinking he wanted to exchange for that blue class skill book. Sumu thought for a moment, and replied that class book has already been traded to someone else. But I really want the Silent Barrier Talisman. Oh, I can exchange it for other supplies. What do you think? After sending the message, Sumu waited for a while. Zhou Zhengguo's reply was neither quick nor slow. It seems I can make a trade, but what I want to exchange for is food. Food? Sumu thought for a moment. Alright, what price? Sumu asked. 15 portions of food for one item. Sumu's brows instantly furrowed. 15 portions of food for an item that could only be used for 20 minutes. This price was exorbitantly high. It was the second day of the game, and most people were still struggling for daily sustenance. 15 portions of food were enough for one person to eat for 4 or 5 days. To put it into perspective, in the channel, 3 portions of food could be exchanged for an iron ingot, and 10 portions could be traded for some blueprints. Asking for 15 portions for an item that could only last 20 minutes felt like outright robbery. He remained silent for a moment, not responding immediately. The other party seemed to realize that this price might drive people away, and sent another message. Don't worry, I'm not asking for an outrageous price. You probably found me because of Lin Wei, right? I traded with her yesterday, and she bought it at this price. I won't cheat you. Sumu turned to glance at Lin Wei, who was sitting not far away. She was lazily leaning against the wall, eyes closed in a light nap, her long hair cascading over her shoulders, breathing evenly. Sunlight seeped through the window gaps, casting a slender beam of light across her face. Sumu did not ask. With Lin Wei's personality, even if he inquired, she would only say something like that's her. Moreover, since Zhou Zhenghua could produce more than one of such talismans, he surely wouldn't be like Lin Wei, who opened 3 identical items from a single treasure chest. The probability of that was too low. The greater possibility was that he had a method for mass production. Just as Lin Wei had guessed before, it was very likely that his talent lay in this area. Such a person who could maintain long-term customers for talismans would likely have the intention of long-term cooperation. There was no need to deceive over this petty matter. Thinking of this, Sumu glanced once more at Lin Wei. This woman, clearly a merchant at heart, knew that this price was unreasonable, yet still tried to inflate the prices. It was simply despicable. He shook his head, retracting his gaze, and replied, I don't have that much food, and this price is non-negotiable. I only trade for food. Zhou Zhengguo's attitude was very firm. I assume you can get a profession book and trade with others, so you should have plenty of resources. I don't want anything else, just food. This should be the easiest thing for you to procure. Sumu felt helpless. This was indeed the truth. A blue profession skill book could not possibly have been obtained purely by luck in anyone's eyes. Someone who could produce such an item surely had sufficient resources. Even if it were him, he would think the same. He glanced at the food in his backpack. After searching the small town for half a day plus what the zombies dropped, he had only about 30 portions. That meant he would have to part with nearly half of it. However, the silence talisman was indeed practical. If it weren't for that talisman, he wouldn't even have gone to the haunted house today. And he wouldn't have been able to gather so many resources. Moreover, in similar situations in the future, this item would be a lifesaver. Sumu gritted his teeth and cleared out 15 portions of food from his backpack. 5 portions, each of bottled water, bread, and biscuits, making a total of 15. The trade was completed. A light blue talisman appeared in his hand. Silencing barrier talisman white, remaining usage time 0. Sumu carefully stored the talisman in the left pocket of his tactical vest. That pocket was specifically for quick access items with a 30 increase in retrieval speed. In critical moments, half a second could mean the difference between life and death. After doing all this, he couldn't help but ask, "Can I ask where you got this item?" After asking, he felt it was unnecessary. Such a question the other party would most likely not answer. However, to his surprise, Zhou Jingguo replied quickly, "I can tell you this, but it requires a trade. In exchange for food or equivalent information." Sumu was somewhat surprised, and then asked, "What do you need so much food for?" He remembered that Zhou Jingguo had also gone down to search for supplies today. Given his background as a retired soldier and organizational skills, acquiring food shouldn't be too difficult. Previously, he needed food to trade for the silence talisman, and now he needed food to exchange for information, which was not quite normal. Zhou Jingguo was silent for a few seconds, then sent a message to help others. Sumu frowned. At first, he felt there was something off about this statement. In this environment, who would not prioritize their own survival? Who has the time to care for others? Moreover, to use their own resources to help. But then he thought about the other party's identity and that it was only the second day of entering this world. Some people might still retain the kindness of peaceful times, which was not impossible. For such people, Sumu would not mock. This was kindness, not naivety. Because the other party was using their own ability to assist others, not being generous with someone else's resources. He simply didn't see it going far. In this world, how far can kindness go? It remains an unknown. Then no need to exchange food. Sumu said, "Let's trade information instead." "What do you want to know? Are you curious about who I traded this item to?" "No." Zhou Jingguo said, "I don't care who you traded it to, and I can guess. You being able to contact me must be related to Lin Wei. In the early stages, only she could make use of the items you had. Originally, if you were to trade this with me, I might have to find Lin Wei to pass it on. After all, the talismans I have on hand are only something she can afford to consume." Hearing this, Sumu had merely speculated, but unexpectedly, he heard somewhat strange information. Did Lin Wei really have so many resources? It made him recognize that Zhou Jingguo was the only one who could use these items. However, Sumu didn't overthink it for now. It was beyond imagination. He then inquired, "Since you proposed a condition for an information trade, what do you want to know from me?" "I want to know where you obtained that profession skill book." Zhou Jingguo said, "Of course the place you got it from is probably already in. What I mean is, was this thing obtained from a treasure chest, or was there another way?" Sumu did not hesitate. This information would eventually be discovered by others. Moreover, Lin Wei knew it as well. If he delayed, this merchant might take it for trade. It came from a spinning wheel. Sumu replied, then briefly explained the information about the luck wheel. Of course, he did not mention the ordinary resource wheel. There was a level 2 blue quality monster guarding the spinning wheel, he added. Zhou Jingguo remained silent for a moment before responding, "There are actually such things." It seemed that he would have to pay attention to looking for them in the future. But this thing was largely dependent on luck, right? Sumu did not respond to this question. Yet Zhou Jingguo quickly sent another message, "Since you've told me this, I must complete our trade. This talisman of mine was not obtained from a treasure chest, it is my talent. Or rather, it's not entirely accurate to describe it as talent, it's my profession. What I obtained at the beginning was different from others. Most others have various talents, whereas I have a living profession. A talismaker. I can use spiritual power to produce talisman paper, and I can currently create 3 per day." Sumu frowned upon hearing this, not expecting such a role to exist. He thought all individuals acquired talents, not realizing there could be such professions. However, upon reflection, it was not impossible. What he knew was only based on limited information, and everything shared in the channel was about talents, leading him to unconsciously think this way. Perhaps there were indeed a few who had living or combat professions. But this was incredibly powerful. Having a profession in the early stages offered a significant advantage over. But then he reconsidered, because at present professions could be obtained through job change books while talents were still unavailable. It could be said that there were both advantages and disadvantages. However, this world is far more complex than it appears. The transaction was completed, and the two ended their conversation. Turning off the private chat, Sumu continued to browse the channel. Time passed minute by minute, and since he and Lin Yue finished reading the diary, they hadn't spoken much. One leaned against the wall pretending to nap, while while the other sat on a bench watching the channel, each occupying a corner of the room, neither breaking the silence. Messages in the channel scrolled quickly. Most people chose to descend today, some in teams, some solo, some heading to towns, others in the wilderness. Although the death toll was still rising, it had slowed down significantly. Through the exchanges in the channel, he noticed two particularly prominent teams. One was the team led by Zhou Zhenghua. They had the largest number, steadily advancing at the edge of the town with coordination and discipline. Although their monster-killing efficiency was not high, their casualties were minimal. The other was a team of 5 gifted individuals. All members possessed combat-related talents. Some with fireball, some with windblade, and some with strength enhancement, working in perfect harmony, capable of dealing with 2 to 3 zombies independently. Someone boasted about their achievements in the channel, attracting a wave of envy. Besides that, there were also some scattered teams, and Sumu could only gauge their situation from snippets on the public screen. He glanced at the decomposition progress bar. Decomposition time, remaining 1 hour 12 minutes, there was still over an hour left. He had been busy all day, hardly stopping from morning until now. The little bit of bread he ate in the morning had already been digested, and his stomach began to growl. Sumu patted his backpack and pulled out a box of self-heating hot pot. The red packaging box had the words "spicy tender beef" printed on it, with a cartoon cow giving a thumbs up. He hesitated for a moment. If he ate it in the cable car, that small space would be filled with the smell of hot pot for days. Moreover, they didn't know what monsters they might encounter tonight. The thought of fighting while smelling hot pot was absurd. It was better to eat it now. Sumu tore open the packaging, placed the heating pack inside, added water, and covered the lid. Hiss! Steam billowed from the vent, carrying a rich, spicy aroma. Next to him, Lin Yue's nose twitched. She opened her eyes and saw the steaming, self-heating hot pot in front of Sumu, her eyes widening instantly. "Where did you get this?" Sumu didn't look up, replying, "Found it in a treasure chest." Lin Yue stared at the hot pot, her mouth moving slightly. But she said nothing, merely turned her face away and closed her eyes again. However, the enticing smell was too overpowering. Spicy, fragrant, with the unique aroma of beef fat, it layered itself into her nostrils. In a world where there were only bread and biscuits, this flavor was practically a test of one's willpower. Sumu opened the lid and speared a piece of beef with a fork. Tender, spicy, refreshing. He exhaled a breath of hot air and grabbed a piece of wide noodles. Lin Yue's eyelashes fluttered. Sumu then ate a slice of lotus root, the crunching sound especially clear in the quiet room. Lin Yue swallowed hard. Sumu finally looked up at her. The woman still leaned against the wall, her eyes closed, but her ears were already flushed. Her lips were tightly pressed, and her jaw was slightly clenched as if struggling with something. Sumu thought for a moment and said, "Want to come over and have some?" Lin Yue didn't move. "If you don't want to eat, then forget it." Sumu lowered his head and continued eating. After a few seconds of silence, he added, "I only ate because I came over to help you." Lin Yue's voice floated over from the side, her tone serious. "This meal should count as yours." Sumu's mouth twitched. Such a large bowl, he actually couldn't finish it. "All right, it's mine. Come over then." Only then did Lin Yue stand up and move her bench closer. Her movements were natural and her expression calm, but her eyes were fixed on the hot pot, betraying her true thoughts. Sumu handed her the fork. Lin Yue took it, speared a piece of beef, and put it in her mouth. Her expression instantly became rich. First satisfaction, then enjoyment, and then quickly retracted, resuming her nonchalant demeanor. "Not bad," she said. Sumu didn't call her out. The two continued eating, taking turns with the self-heating hot pot, which was already little enough to finish quickly. But perhaps it had been too long since she had eaten hot food. Lin Yue was particularly serious about eating, chewing each bite for a long time. Halfway through, she suddenly asked, "You're so good with a gun, what did you do before?" Sumu thought for a moment. He had been an ordinary office worker, and his only specialty was probably reading more novels than others. But he certainly couldn't say, "I've read a lot of novels," could he? "I'm a programmer," he casually replied. "I did military training for a while in college." It wasn't exactly a lie. The military training in college was indeed conducted in a military camp, even though he learned nothing but standing at attention and marching. Lin Yue glanced at him, her gaze sweeping around his head. "Your hair doesn't look like a programmer." "Sumu," he said irritably, "what about you? What do you do?" "Accountant," Lin Yue replied. Sumu paused for a moment and then blurted out, "No wonder." "No wonder what?" Sumu smiled. "No wonder you're so good at doing business." What he thought was, "No wonder you're such a shrewd businesswoman." Lin Yue rolled her eyes at him, not responding. The two fell silent for a while. "I'm not just an accountant," Lin Yue suddenly said. "I'm a supervisor at my company, but what I specifically do, you wouldn't understand if I told you." Sumu didn't press further. "What about you?" Lin Yue countered. "What area does a programmer work in?" "Writing bugs," Sumu replied. Lin Yue rolled her eyes at him again. "Forget it. If you don't want to say, then don't." She lowered her head and speared a piece of luncheon meat. "Anyway, I don't want to know." Sumu chuckled and casually asked, Did you get to be a supervisor because of family? Once the words left his mouth, he felt the question was a bit intrusive. Lin Yue's movements paused. The piece of luncheon meat she was holding fell back into the box. Nothing much, she said, her tone flat. I've been alone since I was young. Sumu fell silent for a moment. Same here, he said. Lin Yue raised her head and glanced at him, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes, but she quickly withdrew her gaze, continuing to eat. Then how did you get by alone before? She asked, her tone much more casual. Work, go home, read novels, Sumu replied. Occasionally go out for a stroll on weekends. Pretty boring. Yeah. Me too, Lin Yue said. Work, go home, work overtime. Sleep at home on week. The two exchanged glances, seeing a kind of tacit understanding of shared suffering in each other's eyes. After finishing the hot pot, although they were not quite friends, yet they were no longer purely in a shrewd businesswoman and dupe relationship. Sumu glanced at the time. Decomposition time, remaining 18 minutes, it was getting close. He opened the map and checked the location of the retreat points. The two closest retreat points were one to the east of the amusement park and one north of the town. The amusement park had just been bombed, so the situation was uncertain. They definitely couldn't go there. The one to the north was relatively safe, but it would take over 30 minutes to walk there. Shall we retreat together later? Sumu asked. Lin Yue was about to respond. Boom. A thunderous sound from the distance shook the earth. The entire house shook, the windows buzzing, and dust fell from the ceiling. Sumu felt the ground trembling beneath his feet, the sensation much stronger than when the grenade exploded earlier. The two instantly stood up, their expressions changing simultaneously. Sumu rushed up the stairs 2 steps at a time, with Lin Yue closely following behind. They pushed open the window and looked in the direction of the sound. In the direction of the amusement park, a massive fireball was rising. Thick smoke enveloped the flames, shooting up into the sky, and amidst the gray smoke, fragments of buildings could be seen scattering. The shockwave from the explosion knocked down nearby trees. Even from a distance, Sumu could see the dust being kicked up. What exploded? It wasn't a grenade nor ordinary explosives. The sound was at least missile level. In the distance, the zombies that were scattered about seemed to have been activated, all rushing towards the amusement park. On the streets, in the woods, and among the ruins, grayish-white figures emerged from every corner, converging into torrents as they raced towards the explosion's center. Sumu and Lin Yue exchanged glances, both seeing the same thought reflected in each other's eyes. Regardless of what that was, it was something they shouldn't get involved with. Get down. Lin Yue turned first. Hurry up and finish disassembling, let's head north. The two dashed downstairs and threw themselves beside a Santana. The disassembly progress bar had reached 97. Sumu stared at the number, his peripheral vision scanning outside. The zombies on the street had mostly moved on, but in the distance there were still a few sporadic grayish-white figures moving. 98. 99. 100. Disassembly complete. 2 beams of light dissipated simultaneously from the car. Sumu now held 5 heavy metal blocks and an engine weighing about 50 kilograms. Acquired steel ingots. 5 acquired car engine 1. He quickly stuffed the steel ingots into his backpack and lifted the engine with one hand. His strength had now reached 56 points. He could carry up to 560 gene, which is 280 kilograms. As long as his total weight didn't exceed 140 kilograms, his speed would remain unaffected. On the other side, Lin Yue also had 5 steel ingots and a gearbox larger than her upper body. That thing weighed at least 30 to 40 kilograms. Lin Yue's expression changed, hugging the gearbox with both hands, her face turning red, but she couldn't lift it at all. Without a second thought, Sumu walked over and easily picked up the gearbox with one hand, tucking it under his arm. Run! He shouted, charging out the door first. Lin Yue was momentarily stunned, her gaze landing on the gearbox under his arm, which weighed at least 30 kilograms, then glancing at the bulging backpack on his back and the engine he was carrying. How strong is this guy? She quickly calculated. The engine weighed at least 50 kilograms, the gearbox at least 30 kilograms, plus the supplies in the backpack at least over 100 kilograms. Yet he ran as if he were carrying 2 bags of rice, his strides long, and his pace quick, completely unfazed. Over 100 kilograms meant at least 200 gene of strength. When converted to attribute points, that would be at least 20 points of strength. But weight 20 points is the limit for carrying weight, and movements would be very slow, yet he could still run, proving that he was under half the limit, meaning he must have at least 40 points of strength. Based on previous performances, this guy was likely at level 2, but did level 2 get such a big boost? The thought was only a fleeting moment. Seeing that he had already run far, clearly not waiting for her, she bit her lip, quickened her pace, and followed him. The two ran along their planned route, avoiding the densely packed zombie areas, rushing towards the northern evacuation. Along the way, they encountered a few lone zombies. Sumu didn't even put down the engine, holding the gearbox and engine with his left hand, while his right hand grabbed a large wrench and swung it casually. The wrench struck precisely at the zombie's temple, and the sound of bone shattering was clearly audible. The zombie didn't even have time to scream before it fell straight down. Killed LV1 zombie experience 0. 1. He didn't stop moving the entire time. Lin Yue followed behind, watching him dispatch zombies effortlessly. Without even looking back, her heart stirred with tumultuous waves. This guy. She had felt nothing when he had a gun before, but now without bullets he could still kill zombies with just a broken wrench. Moreover, every strike hit the vital points with ridiculous accuracy. She suddenly felt a twinge of fear. If this person had harbored any ill intent during their previous interactions, she dared not think any further. The sun began to set, casting a dim yellow light. The two finally reached the northern evacuation point. In a corner of a dense forest, a swirling portal quietly hovered on a slope, its edges shimmering with a dark purple glow. Sumu set down the engine and gearbox, breathing a long sigh of relief. We made it. Lin Yue also exhaled, about to speak. Hey, I said wait a little longer, didn't I? Look, here comes a sheep for the slaughter. A slick voice came from the stairway. Sumu turned to look. 5 men emerged from the stairway, blocking the path downstairs. The leader was a bald man with a scarred face, stocky, holding a steel pipe. The other 4 were also burly, clearly part of the same group. The bald man scanned Sumu's body, then his gaze fell on Lin Yue, sizing her up from head to toe, a disturbing smile creeping across his lips. Open your bags for us to check, the bald man said, weighing the steel pipe in his hand. Hand over half your supplies, and we'll let you go. Be smart, don't force us to take action. Lin Yue's expression changed, instinctively reaching for her waist, only to find it empty. All the grenades had been given to Sumu. She looked at Sumu, her eyes signaling him to bring out the grenades to intimidate them. To her surprise, Sumu had already gripped a grenade in his hand without her noticing. But his hand was hidden behind his back, concealed tightly, giving no indication that he intended to use it as a threat. What shocked her even more was the safety pin of the grenade had already been pulled. His fingers pressed firmly on the safety lever, his thumb resting on the pull ring, his posture identical to when he had thrown a grenade before. He was counting down. Lin Yue heard his lips moving silently, forming numbers. 3, 2. Sumu glanced at her. The look in his eyes was calm, as serene as if he were asking, what do you want for dinner tonight? Get down. His voice wasn't loud, but Lin Yue heard it clearly. Her brain hadn't caught up yet, but her body reacted first. She dove to the ground. It was only when she lay down that she realized, why did I listen to him? At that moment he suddenly recalled that it must be because he hadn't listened to the other party twice before when they told him to climb the tree, leading to undesirable consequences, hence he had no choice but to comply now. He was about to ponder if this was a form of manipulation, but there was no time for further thought. At that moment, as the grenade was thrown out, the bald man saw something flying towards him and instinctively raised his hand to block it, thinking it was some sort of hidden weapon. The grenade struck him squarely on the forehead, bounced once, and landed at his feet. What is that? The words had barely left his mouth. Boom. The explosion erupted, shards flying everywhere. The 5 men didn't even have time to scream before being engulfed by the blast. Flesh, shattered bones, and severed limbs splattered in the shockwave, leaving crimson traces on the trees and ground. Lin Yue covered her head with both hands and pressed herself tightly to the ground. The shockwave from the explosion swept over her head, and the heat waves scorched her skin. Her ears buzzed, rendering her unable to hear clearly. A few seconds later, everything returned to calm. Sumu released his hands from his ears, stood up, and shook his head. The sound of the explosion echoed on the empty rooftop, causing his eardrums to throb painfully. He walked towards the pile of wreckage. All that remained on the ground were 5 heaps of minced meat and a few pieces of torn clothing. The backpacks of the 5 men were scattered in the pool of blood, covered in bits of flesh and bone fragments. Strangely, next to each corpse was a wooden box identical to those dropped by monsters after death. Sumu crouched down and opened the 5 boxes one by one. Inside were 5 backpacks. The ones those people had been carrying. Acquired Mountain Backpack 1 contains various supplies. Acquired Mountain Backpack 1 contains various supplies. 5 backpacks stuffed with supplies. Clearly these were taken from others. Sumu expressionlessly picked up each backpack and set them aside. Behind him, Lin Yue slowly got up. She looked at the 5 heaps of bloody flesh on the ground, her stomach churning. But what shocked her more was Sumu's reaction. This person was currently crouched in the pool of blood, leisurely rummaging through the backpacks smeared with bits of flesh, as if he were searching through a pile of garbage for a water bottle. His hands didn't tremble. His eyes didn't blink. What kind of programmer could do this? You? Lin Yue began, her voice somewhat hoarse. Did you really just kill them like that? Sumu didn't even lift his head. They were trying to rob me and blocked my escape. If I didn't kill them, would I just give away half my supplies? Lin Yue fell silent. It wasn't that she felt sympathy for these people, what she wanted to express was that it was too decisive. After all, as soon as the other party finished speaking, Sumu had immediately thrown the grenade, and not to mention the others, even he hadn't reacted in time. But upon reflection, she wouldn't reason with this group of people. This was indeed the optimal solution. At this moment, Sumu said nothing more. Although he also felt somewhat nauseated, disgusted by the bloody stench here, he forced himself to adapt, because he knew this was no longer a peaceful era. If he wasn't ruthless enough, it could very well be him who died. Moreover, these people looked like petty thugs, who knew if they had picked up a handgun or something. His armor was high, but it certainly wouldn't guarantee he could withstand bullets, especially if he were hit in a weak spot, so he didn't bother wasting words. He didn't give them a chance at all. After all, leaving such robbers alive would only tarnish the entire environment and pose a threat to himself. Since he had encountered them, there was no reason to let them go. He packed all 5 backpacks along with the engine and transmission and walked towards the teleportation vortex. Before stepping into the vortex, he glanced back at Lin Yue. "It's getting dark, aren't you coming?" Lin Yue looked at the setting sun in the west, then at the 5 heaps of bloody flesh on the ground, took a deep breath, and quickly followed. The two of them entered the vortex one after the other. The familiar sensation of weightlessness hit him. When Sumu opened his eyes again, he had returned to his cable car. In the cramped space, a corner piled with supplies, a crafting table leaning against the wall. Everything was just as it was when he left. Sumu set down his things and let out a long breath. Outside the window, the sun was sinking below the horizon. The last rays of twilight painted the sky a dark red, as if someone had spilled a bucket of blood on the canvas of the heavens. In the distance, the amusement park was no longer visible. Sumu stared in that direction for a few seconds before withdrawing his gaze. Then he began to tally today's gains. First, there were the equipment and blueprints. Fog dispelling light, blueprint white. Requires 10 glass essence, 10 ghost crystals, and 3 tungsten wires. It can dispel the darkness within the cable car and illuminate the surroundings for 10 meters at night. Tactical chest rig white, tactical thigh guard white, collision level bulletproof, vest LV2 blue. Armor 50, impact reduction 20. This is one of the most hardcore gains of the day. Tactical missile blueprint blue. Base firepower value 2000, explosion radius 10 meters, range 5000 meters. Unfortunately, the materials list is terrifyingly long, and for now, he could only salivate over it. 9mm bullet production blueprint green. Copper plus gunpowder with a 30 chance of triggering a minor explosion. With this, his M500 would no longer be scrap metal. Silencing barrier talisman white. Only one left usable for 20 minutes. A lifesaver in critical moments. Professional skill book, gun master purple. Can only be used at level 3 purple quality. Oh, just thinking about it is exciting. Then there were the materials. Alloy block 2, steel ingot 5. Obtained by dismantling a car. Now he just needed the 5 pieces Lin Yue had. Additionally, there was a pile of fragments gathered from previously dismantled phones, refrigerators, and air conditioners, Snapdragon chips, battery packs, camera modules, speakers, aluminum alloy, copper, wires, cooling components, motors, RTX 5060 graphics cards. All piled up in the corner, and he didn't know when he would be able to use them. 3 phones that could still power on, but their batteries were running low. At least they were usable. A few boxes of common medicines. Cold medicine, fever reducers, antibiotics, band-aids, all dug out from the drawers of those houses. 1 engine and 1 transmission weighing almost 100 kilograms together. As for food, he originally only scavenged about 30 portions in the town. After exchanging 15 portions, there wasn't much left, but those 5 fat sheep blocking the door contributed. He rummaged through their backpacks, and there were 40 to 50 portions of food alone, along with tape, screwdrivers, thermal cups, and other assorted items. Clearly these were robbed from others. However, it was a pity that there were no firearms or anything similar. Overall, it felt like a waste of a grenade. But if given the chance again, Sumu would still act without hesitation, as he was unwilling to gamble. Then he gathered the food together and roughly estimated that he now had about over 120 portions and over 40 bottles of water. Enough to last a month. Unfortunately, that blue-silver grass had been taken by Lin Yue and needed to be cultivated before it could be used. Oh, and the crafting station was also with Lin Yue. This thing was quite useful in the early stages, and he needed to find a way to trade for it. Thinking of this, Sumu also remembered the other 5 steel ingots and a piece of tempered glass essence, which were also in that woman's possession. With these in addition to what he had, it was just enough to upgrade the cable car to level 3. He glanced at the book field. Dr. Blue hesitated for a moment, but still took it out and sent it to Lin Weiner in the chat. A reply came almost instantly. A trade request popped up. 9 steel ingots and 1 piece of tempered glass essence were neatly placed in the trade slot. You must be collecting these materials for the level 3 cable car, right? Lin Weiner sent a message. Are you leveling up to level 3 so soon? No, I'm just preparing in advance. What if I need it later? Sumu replied, his lips twitching. Better to keep wealth hidden to avoid attracting unwanted attention. The other party sent a hee-hee emoji, possibly believing him. The trade was completed. Sumu looked at the neatly stacked 9 steel ingots and 1 piece of tempered glass essence in his backpack, took a deep breath, and opened the level 3 cable car upgrade blueprint. Detected materials in the cable car: steel ingot X9, Tempered glass essence X1 detected additional usable components car engine X1 transmission X1 cooling component X1 mobile phone disassembled parts Snapdragon chip battery pack speaker display screen X1 can consume 10 mystical crystals to fuse the engine and transmission into the cable car's power system. Effect slightly increases movement speed and allows for more precise control over cable car speed. Can consume 5 mystical crystals to fuse the cooling component. Effect provides minor cooling inside the cable car while consuming fuel. Can consume 2 mystical crystals to fuse the mobile phone's touchscreen and electronic components. Effect adds a small control screen to the cable car, allowing for minor adjustments to various parameters. Sumu looked at these 3 options, realizing he had no real choice. He only had 2 mystical crystals left, all earned from defeating the mystical bats last night, and he hadn't gained a single one today. Moreover, he had no intention of waiting to gather more mystical crystals. There was nothing that could stop his upgrade at this point. After all the functionalities that came with such upgrades were merely icing on the cake, he would not lose sight of his priorities. And upon closer inspection, the first option only slightly increased speed, and the more precise control seemed rather trivial. The second option offered minor cooling, but his cable car already had the feature of being warm in winter and cool in summer, able to withstand temperatures from -15 to +40 degrees. The cooling function would merely be a bonus. However, the third option, a control screen that could slightly adjust various parameters of the cable car. Although he didn't know exactly what could be adjusted, it was certainly better than nothing. Moreover, it consumed the least mystical crystals and required no waiting. Sumu decisively chose the third option. Selection successful. Cable car upgrade begins. Estimated time 8 hours. 8 hours. Sumu frowned. The previous upgrade to level 2 only took 2 hours, and now but thinking about it, it made sense. The upgrade from level 1 to level 2 was a minor upgrade, while the jump from level 2 to level 3 was significantly larger, naturally requiring more time. He glanced out the window. The sky was completely dark with thick fog swirling, making it impossible to see anything. 8 hours. It wouldn't be completed until around 3 or 4 in the morning. There was no choice but to wait. The room had also become pitch black. Right, the fog dispelling lamp. Sumu took out the blueprint from the organized gear slot in the cable car. Fog dispelling lamp, LV1 type built-in accessory for cable car effect after construction, can dispel darkness inside the cable car and illuminate a 10-meter radius at night. Required materials: high-strength glass essence X10, mystical crystals X10, tungsten wire X3. Area required approximately 1.5 square meters. Can be placed on the top of the cable car. Unfortunately, there were no mystical crystals, and even if there were, could this thing fit? If it did, his trapping device would be rendered useless. But speaking of which, do these monsters really fear light? That woman couldn't have made up an excuse, could she? Sumu recalled Lin Weiner's explanation when she first encountered him. Thinking of this, he began to search for relevant information in the chat history. To his surprise, there were quite a few discussions about it, and he scrolled down slowly. As he flipped through, a message from a few days ago caught his attention. Lin Weiner's selling oil lamps. Handcrafted, long burn time, effectively dispels darkness and monster attacks. Verified. 1 lamp per food item, first come first served. There were hundreds of replies below. I want one. Are there any left? I'll trade 2 food items. Does the big shot have any stock left? Please. Sumu was taken aback and scrolled up. Lin Weiner had been selling oil lamps since last night. Not just 1 or 2, but selling them in overwhelming quantities. He roughly estimated at least 200 to 300 lamps had been sold. If calculated as 1 lamp per food item, that would be 200 to 300 food items. And it wasn't just her. In the message records, Zhou Zhenghua was also helping her sell, along with some unfamiliar names. These people had banded together to sell at least 700 or 800 oil lamps last night. 700 or 800 food items. Sumu felt a twitch in his eyelid. Looking closely at the time these products were sold, after he sold his fuel in the early hours. Damn it. She said she was going to run away, and I believed her. What happened? They took his fuel to make oil lamps and sold hundreds of food items in return. Meanwhile, he exchanged those 2 barrels of fuel for 3 blueprints, and thought he had made a profit. Damn. A schemer. This is a schemer among schemers. More importantly, last night he mentioned how he was so lucky to encounter the elite mystical bats, only to find out that everyone was using oil lamps and the monsters all came after him. The more Sumu thought about it, the angrier he became. He opened the chat with Lin Weiner and sent 2 words, oil lamp. The meaning was simple. I have a clear idea of how much you profited from me. Lin Weiner's reply came quickly, her tone casual. You have a level 2 cable car now. Do you still need oil lamps? I can't make them anymore. However, they're not hard to make. You can decompose the glass essence to get plenty of glass fragments for containers. Just add some water, some fuel, and a bit of rice, and use a rag to make a wick and light it up. However, I think it might be difficult for you to make money from this. Lin Weiner added, these lamps burn for a long time, and those sold yesterday probably haven't even been used up yet. Sumu gritted his teeth staring at the screen. Damn, is that what I meant? He intended to question this schemer why she had hidden so much profit from him, but the other party lightly replied, do you want to give it a try too? Leaving him speechless. But despite his anger, Lin Weiner's words had indeed awakened him. In this world, not everything required blueprints to create. Many everyday items could be made by hand as long as one understood the principles. Just like the oil lamp. Glass fragments, water, fuel, rice, and a rag to make a wick, it could light up. Although it wasn't as effective as the system-produced fog-dispelling lamp, it was affordable and accessible to everyone. This woman truly had a clever mind. While flipping through these, he opened the trading channel and sent out a purchase message looking to buy wooden arrow blueprints in exchange for food prices negotiable. Once the message was sent, his private messages flooded in. But upon opening them, they were filled with nonsense like, can a big shot take me along? And can I borrow some food? Not a single one was offering to sell blueprints. As Sumu scrolled through, he was about to close it when a familiar avatar popped up. Shinjun. Brother Su, I saw your message in the channel. You must not be busy. Do you still need wood? Sumu replied yes. The other party sent over 10 pieces of wood, seemingly taking his opinion into account without cutting more. Sumu directly traded 5 pieces of food to him. Just as he was about to close it, the other party said, by the way, Brother Su, about the wooden arrow blueprints. Sumu's eyes lit up when he saw this. Do you have it? No, Shinjun replied quickly, but I have to ask. Do you specifically need the blueprints? Can my hand-carved wooden arrows work? Sumu was taken aback. Right. Although items made from blueprints have system attribute bonuses, regular physical items should still be usable, right? He thought for a moment and asked, can you make them? I can, but I don't have. Using an axe is possible, but it's slow. It would be great to have a proper knife. Try making one first and let me see if it works. Okay, just a moment. After about 7 or 8 minutes, Shinjun sent a trade request. A wooden arrow appeared in the trading panel. Sumu picked it up and took a look. It was just a sharpened stick. It was rough, but he could barely see that it was in the shape of an arrow. Common wooden spike, gray type, consumable. Wow, it can really be made. Sumu paused for a moment, then immediately tried to load it into the small arrow box. Arrow box loading. 1100. It can be loaded. Although this thing looked crude, and its damage probably wasn't high, it was better than nothing. Moreover, the arrow box has automatic aiming and shooting functions, hitting wherever aimed within 100 meters. Even if the damage per arrow is low, as long as there are enough arrows. And right now he had no better alternative. If you were to mass produce these, how many could you make in an hour? Using an axe. It's not easy, mainly because it's inconvenient to operate. If I had a knife, I could probably make around 20 in an hour. Shinjun paused. If there are no requirements for appearance, just as long as it can shoot, I could make 30 in an hour. 30 in an hour. Sumu's eyes lit up. He glanced at the craftsmanship of the previous arrow. Although rough, the shaft was relatively straight, and the tip was sharpened. If he could achieve this level with an axe, it showed that Shinjun's skills were indeed impressive. However, he then asked, how many can be produced from one piece of wood? He then asked again, how many can be produced from one piece of wood? I estimate around 30. Hearing this number, Sumu was even more delighted. One piece of wood only costs about 0.5 pieces of food, so he could make 30 arrows. Sumu thought for a moment, and said, you should try making a batch first. As for the price, 30 arrows for 3 pieces of food, does that sound good? Sounds great. Too great. Shinjun's excitement could be felt through the screen. Brother Su, how many do you want? Take as many as you can make. Sumu glanced at his food reserves and added, but I don't have too much food on hand, so I won't be able to keep exchanging food for long. Later on I might switch to exchanging for other items, and then you can trade for food yourself. No problem, no problem. Shinjun agreed quickly. Then I'll get started, and I'll contact you once I'm done. After closing the private chat, Sumu leaned against the pile of supplies and let out a long breath. The problem of wooden arrows was resolved. Although handmade items lack system bonuses, they excel in quantity. The arrow box's range of 100 meters and automatic aiming function meant that even if each arrow's damage was low, having enough of them could provide significant firepower. Moreover, the cost of these was almost zero. Shinjun could obtain wood just by chopping trees, and making arrows only required time and manpower. 30 arrows for 3 pieces of food. This deal could not be considered a loss. Brother Su, I've carved 20 arrows. Can you see if they're good? A trade request popped up showing 20 wooden arrows neatly arranged. Sumu casually picked one up to take a look. It was slightly worse than the first one, but the arrowhead was sharp enough. It was only the shaft that was rougher. Common wooden spike, gray, same as before. Not bad, Sumu replied. 2 pieces of food, right? Yes. Shinjun quickly confirmed. The trade was completed. Sumu placed all 20 arrows into the arrow box. Arrow box loading 21100, 79 more to go. Keep making them, I'll take as many as you can produce. Sumu said, I'll think of a way for the tools, see if I can get a knife or something. Alright. Shinjun was full of enthusiasm. I'll get started. After closing the private chat, Su Mu exchanged 5 pieces of food for a woodcutter's knife in the channel. He then traded it to Chen Jun. To Su Mu's surprise, Chen Jun inquired about the price and traded him 5 pieces of food. Su Mu did not refuse. After finishing all this, Su Mu glanced out the window. In the thick fog, some strange sounds and figures were. He took a look, but chose to ignore it, instead leaning against the pile of supplies and closing his eyes to rest. Having been tired all day, his stamina was considerably depleted. The cable car upgrade would still take over 6 hours, so it was just the right time to rest a bit. Moreover, based on last night's observation, these things usually flowed in during the midnight hours. He should also take a quick rest. Just as Su Mu was about to close his eyes and take a nap, a message popped up. Sender Zhou Zhenghua. Su Mu frowned slightly. He opened the message and quickly scanned through it. Brother Su, do you have any medicines? Anti-inflammatory drugs, trauma medicine, iodine, etc. Are all fine. I need a lot, and can exchange with silent runes. However, I don't have any stock at the moment. I'll have to wait until the day after tomorrow to provide them. Su Mu's frown deepened. To put it bluntly, this was asking him for credit. According to his business principles, credit was out of the question. In this day and age, no one knew if they would still be alive tomorrow. Verbal promises were no different from worthless paper. But the other party was Zhou Zhenghua, a rune master with a profession that could steadily produce 3 runes a day. Such a person is indeed worth befriending. However, just based on a single statement, who could tell if he was truly a rune master? In this day and age, one's identity is self-assigned, and it's impossible for him to just give supplies based on that. Su Mu's pupils slightly contracted. The tongue eater. He had seen similar descriptions in that diary. A gigantic crawler, its tongue capable of extending several meters, moving with astonishing speed, freely traversing walls and ceilings. Level 2 blue. He had just slain a giant axe wielder of the same level in the haunted house today, knowing well how terrifying such a monster could be. With 72 points in strength and 65 points in constitution, had it not been for the chain restricting its movement, he might not have walked out alive. Although Zhou Zhenghua and his group were numerous against a monster of this caliber, their strategy of overwhelming numbers was utterly ineffective. The tongue-eater's speed was too fast. Ordinary people stood as mere lambs waiting for slaughter before it. What are the casualties? Su Mu asked, adding, no other meaning, just trying to gauge how much medicine we might. 13 died. Zhou Zhenghua's message conveyed a heavy sense of fatigue. The injured haven't been fully counted yet, but it's estimated to be at least 30 or more. Su Mu fell silent. 13 people dead, over 30 injured. You managed to escape? Su Mu asked. I want to know what special means you must have used, right? So many people, yet they could still withdraw in the face of such a monster. It wasn't that Su Mu looked down on them, but understanding the horror of such creatures, the death of only 13 was clearly abnormal. There was silence on the other end for a while. Then Zhou Zhenghua sent a message. Your question is exactly the same as Lin Weiner's. Su Mu was taken aback. From your questions, it's evident you must have encountered monsters of this level as well, or at least come into contact with related information. Otherwise, a normal person wouldn't ask, did you escape? But would instead ask, how did you fight it? After all, logically, with so many people, a human wave tactic should have overwhelmed it. Su Mu did not refute. We have indeed encountered it, he admitted. Zhou Zhenghua did not pry further into their circumstances, but simply stated, the explosion was caused by us. Su Mu's pupils suddenly contracted. This evening's thunderous roar, that fireball shooting into the sky, the shockwave, felt even from several kilometers away. He had initially thought it was the tongue-eater causing such a disturbance, or perhaps something even more terrifying. After all, that kind of power was beyond what ordinary explosives could achieve. He never expected it was Zhou Zhenghua and his group who had caused it. Can you tell me what explosives you used, eh? Su Mu asked. This intel can offset part of the value of the medicines. Of course, if you prefer not to disclose, that's fine. He added, I've seen the scale of that explosion. Oh, it definitely wasn't something an ordinary bomb could achieve. Zhou Zhenghua's response came quickly, seemingly with no intention to conceal. We have someone in our team who can make liquefied gas tank bombs. It's modified from those household liquefied gas tanks, and you saw the power yourself. Su Mu. A liquefied gas tank bomb. Another handmade item. He had already been shocked once today by Lin Weiner's oil lamp, and he couldn't believe that another shock was coming so soon. This world truly isn't limited to just system blueprints for creating things. The knowledge and experience accumulated in the real world are equally valuable for survival here. I don't have much medicine on hand, Su Mu replied, then rummaged through his backpack to pull out the medicines he had collected today. Cold medicine, fever reducers, anti-inflammatory drugs, antibiotics, iodine, and adhesive bandages. A small heap piled haphazardly. He thought for a moment, set aside a few for emergencies, and packed up the rest. About 20 or so. Placed in the trading area. That's all I have. There was silence on the other end for quite a while. At this moment, in a cable car on the other end of the line, a middle-aged man with a square face and a stern expression was staring at the suddenly appeared medicines, his arm still bandaged and oozing blood. Behind him 3 or 4 injured people crowded in the small cable car, all waiting for medication. Zhou Xingguo looked at the more than 20 medicines in the trading area, his lips moved slightly. He had previously scoured the entire town's pharmacies and residences, finding only a few boxes of expired cold medicine and half a bottle of iodine. Yet this person casually produced so much. This was still considered not much. This person must have swept clean the entire town's supply of medicines. No wonder they had rummaged through those houses and found nothing. Thank you. He sent a message with just 2 words. Sumu replied quickly, normal transaction. You just need to give me 2 talismans later. Of course, if you're willing to help me make a liquefied gas tank bomb, then you don't have to give me those 2 talismans. Zhou Xingguo looked at this message and smiled bitterly. Let's discuss that later. He replied, I need to deal with the injured first. Alright. Sumu did not say much more. He knew that at this moment the other party was certainly busy beyond measure. Just as he was about to close the chat window, Zhou Xingguo sent another message. By the way, be cautious tonight. We encountered something strange. Sumu's finger paused. Strange. The weight of this word coming from Zhou Xingguo's lips was entirely different. A veteran who had seen mountains of corpses and seas of blood, and could use the word strange to describe something. Can you share more details? Sumu asked. I'm not sure what it was exactly. Zhou Xingguo's pace slowed as if organizing his words, but that thing looked very bizarre. The others in our team felt the same way. It appeared after we detonated the liquefied gas tank standing amidst the ruins of the explosion, watching us through the flames. What did it look like? An old man, Zhou Xingguo said, a very old man, his wrinkles as deep as if carved, dressed in gray, standing in the ruins surrounded by flames and thick smoke, yet he bore no injuries at all. Was he looking at you? Yes. Just staring motionless. The expression on his face. Zhou Xingguo paused for a few seconds. How should I put it? It seemed like he was smiling, but also not smiling. It was the kind of expression one would show upon seeing something particularly interesting. But placed on that face it appeared unsettling no matter how you looked at it. Sumu stared at this message, a chill running down his back. An old man standing amidst the ruins after the explosion, expressionlessly watching a group of people through the flames. No, it was not expressionless. He was smiling. That kind of smile that surfaces only when one sees something interesting. And then, what happened next? Sumu asked. Then we withdrew. Zhou Xingguo said the feeling. It's hard to describe, just that everything felt off. Several young men in our team, brimming with vitality, said that the sensation was like having a gun pointed at the back of their heads, but when they turned around there was nothing. It didn't pursue you. No. It just stood there watching us run. When we looked back after running far, Sumu fell silent for a moment. Understood. Thank you for telling me all this. He closed the chat window, leaning against the pile of supplies, his mind in disarray. An old man. The ruins. A bizarre smile. What exactly was this being? According to the diary, the monsters at night are mostly from the Gui clan. Gui bats, and those enormous tentacles that appear vaguely amidst the thick fog. But those only appear after dark. When Zhou Xingguo and the others detonated the liquefied gas tanks, it was not yet fully dark. So is this thing not Gui? Or does Gui not only appear at night? He pondered for a long time, but couldn't come up with a reasonable explanation. Finally, he opened the trading channel and exchanged some food for a kerosene lamp. The kind Lin Yiwei mentioned. Shards of glass mixed with water, oil, and rice with rags twisted into ropes could be lit to illuminate. It was rough, but it indeed emitted light. Sumu placed the kerosene lamp in a corner of the cable car and lit it. The warm glow spread, illuminating the entire cable car. He did not know whether this thing would be effective against the Gui, but Lin Yiwei had said that those Gui bats feared light. If that old man was also some kind of Gui, perhaps it would have some effect. Moreover, Sumu glanced outside. The thick fog swirled, obscuring everything. But he knew that there were nearly 1,000 cable cars on this cable line. Some were lit, while others were pitch dark. He did not want to be the brightest one, but he also did not want to be the only dark one. The bird that sticks its head out gets shot. If that thing really would come along the cable line with so many lit cars, why would it choose to come after him? After preparing everything, Sumu finally closed his eyes. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night, but he had to force himself to sleep for a while. Who knows what might happen later in the night? He adjusted his posture, tucking a grenade into the right pocket of his chest and resting the wrench by his leg. The tap-tap sound outside continued to intensify. The flame of the kerosene lamp flickered slightly, casting a warm glow on the glass. Sumu closed his eyes and slowly adjusted his breathing. Sleep now. No matter what that thing is, what is meant to come will come. Before that, he needed to conserve his strength. In a daze, Sumu felt the cable car shudder slightly. He suddenly opened his eyes, his hand already reaching for the wrench. Outside the window, the thick fog and darkness remained unchanged. The kerosene lamp was still lit, the flame flickering before stabilizing. The tap-tap sound continued, sounding just as it had before. Sumu stared out the window for several seconds, not noticing anything unusual, but he always felt that something was off. He glanced down at the system panel. Remaining time for cable car upgrade 3 hours 21 minutes, still early. He looked again at the cable car's durability. 100. No change. Nothing outside. Sumu frowned, observed for a while longer, confirmed there was nothing unusual, and closed his eyes again. But this time he slept lightly. Light enough that every sound outside made him frown slightly. Light enough that he could feel the cable car swaying gently in the wind and hear the faint hiss of the kerosene lamp burning. Light enough that he could sense something was out there in the fog watching this cable car. In the middle of the night, Sumu was awoken by a sound. It was not the previous tap-tap of impact, but something heavier. Thud, thud, thud. It sounded like something was knocking against the cable car's doorframe, one thud after another. Sumu jolted awake, his right hand already gripping the wrench and grenade at his waist. He stared at the cable car door, remaining completely still. Outside, the thick darkness remained, and the flame of the kerosene lamp flickered slightly, casting a yellow glow throughout the cabin. There was nothing on the doorframe, and the sound had ceased. Sumu glanced at the system panel. Remaining time for cable car upgrade 31 minutes. Cable car armor 40/40 durability 100. He looked again at the door. Intact with no signs of damage. Sumu frowned. He opened the chat channel, wanting to see if anyone else had encountered a similar situation. 2 unread messages. The first was from Lin Iwei, sent about 20 minutes ago. Did you hear any strange sounds? Yes. It sounds like something is knocking on the door. He received an almost instantaneous reply. You're only responding now. Can you still sleep? Aren't you too relaxed? Sumu did not engage with that remark, and instead asked, did you hear it on your end too? Yes, I heard it. It's not just me. I observed the activity in the channel. Quite a few people heard it, but since nothing happened, they thought it was just like yesterday's impact sound. However, I noticed that since midnight, every half an hour someone has died very precisely. In this environment, death is quite normal, like from hunger, cold, or even suicide. After all, even if everyone knows that nights are cold, food is important, and keeping warm is crucial. But going out to search for supplies is one thing, whether or not you can actually find anything is another. So while death is normal, systematic death is not. What you mean is? I mean nothing else. Liniwei replied quickly, I'm just informing you of an observation. From 1 a.m. to now, the number of deaths in the channel is very regular. Almost one every half hour, very precise. Sumu stared at this message, a chill running down his back. 1 every half hour. Systematic death. During this time, most people were asleep. Who would be counting the frequency of deaths? Unless she had been monitoring it. Given Lin Yui's personality, she must have observed for at least 2 or 3 hours to confirm the pattern before stating it so confidently. Is there a monster attack tonight? Sumu asked, like yesterday. No. Lin Yui replied. Sumu's brows knitted tighter. No Goe bats, no impacts, no battles. But people were dying systematically. He recalled the knocking sound. If he hadn't woken up, would that sound have continued? If he hadn't opened his eyes, would the thing outside have entered? He closed the chat with Lin Yui and opened the second unread message. Zhou Zhenghua. Just 3 words. He has come. Sumu stared at these 3 words, every hair on his body standing on end. He glanced at the time of sending. 1:17 a.m. It was now 3:42 a.m. More than 2 hours ago. Sumu immediately replied, what's going on? No. He sent another message, are you still there? Still no reply. Sumu glanced at Zhou Zhenghua's profile picture. Still lit. He should be alive, but there was no response. He waited a few more minutes, but still no reply. Sumu took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. He opened the channel and began to scroll through the chat history. In the early hours of the morning, although the messages were fewer than during the day, there were still people conversing. More people began to calm down, discussing their next strategies. What if we get attacked by those things like yesterday while in the cable car? What should we do? My cable car was already riddled with holes yesterday. If they come again today, I'm doomed. Can anyone help me? How can we help? The cable car is so small, there's one for each person and no one can enter another's. Exactly, I've tried. When descending, 2 people held hands to get in, but they ended up returning to their own cars. This broken system doesn't allow you to visit each other's cabins. Someone referenced the first rule of survival. In the cable car, no one can enter without your permission. Ponder this rule carefully. No one can enter without your permission. Conversely, does that mean if you allow it? The channel fell silent for a moment before erupting with excitement. Damn, that makes sense. I've tried. I had my friend tell me to come in, but nothing happened. Are you sure your friend allowed it? He definitely allowed it. He said in a private message, come on in, but I still couldn't get. No prompts popped up either. Maybe the method was wrong. Just saying it doesn't work. The system needs an interface, right? Has anyone tried climbing over? As soon as this question arose, the channel became lively. Climb over. The cable cars are suspended in midair. How can you climb? The distance between the cars is just 10 meters. The cable is right above. If someone could climb along the cable. Are you crazy? 100 meters in the air. What if you fall? Isn't it better than being crushed by monsters and dying? Exactly. And those empty cable cars. So many people died yesterday and the day before. Now there are only a bit over 800 left, at least 200 cars are empty. If we can climb into those empty cable cars, there's no one inside, meaning you don't need anyone's permission to just move in. Many people's eyes lit up at this suggestion. Indeed, the cable cars of those who have already died now hang empty on the cables. If there were a way to climb over, it would be like finding a perfect shelter. But how do we climb? The cable is so high, slippery, and there are no safety measures. We could tie ourselves with a rope and slowly move over. Do you have a rope that long? I don't, but I can figure out how to make one. Can I tear sheets and twist them into a rope? Will that be enough? The discussions in the channel grew more heated to the point where some began organizing a climbing team, discussing how to coordinate with each other. Sumu observed these messages, nodding slightly. These people were quick-witted. Finding a way out in a dire situation is a fundamental human instinct. Climbing the cable, though hazardous, is indeed a feasible option compared to waiting to die in a battered cable car. He did not participate in the discussion, but continued scrolling down. After a while, it seemed like everything was heading in a positive direction. However, upon closer inspection, there were indeed some oddities. Is someone knocking? It seems like there's something knocking at my end. I heard it too. Just a moment ago, thud, thud, thud. It scared me to death. Did you all hear it? I thought it was just... What's going on? Who is knocking? I don't know. Mine has stopped. Mine has stopped too. Could it be those things from yesterday? The sounds are similar. Damn, don't scare me. My cable car can't handle what happened yesterday anymore. These scattered messages in the chat records, if not closely examined, could easily be overlooked. But when viewed together, they sent chills down one's spine. Sumu glanced at Zhou Zhengguo's avatar. Still lit up. He pondered for a moment and sent a message to Qinjun. Are you there? After about a minute, Qinjun replied, Boss, what's up? Just let me know if there's something. Sumu breathed a sigh of relief. Nothing, just checking if you're okay. I'm doing well. Qinjun sent a smiley face. I just finished making a batch of arrows. My hands are blistered. But it's fine, I'm tough enough to handle it. Sumu checked the time and then looked at the trade request he received. Qinjun requests a trade wooden arrows 217. He remembered that just a few hours ago Qinjun had only made 20. Even if he made 30 an hour, it wouldn't be possible to produce over 200 in just a few hours. Unless he hadn't slept at all. He glanced at the cable car's upgrade progress. Only a few minutes were left, which meant that since they contacted each other it had been about 8 hours. If he had been working the whole time, making 30 an hour, he could indeed produce over 200 arrows. This guy is a real workhorse. Sumu confirmed, and the 217 wooden arrows neatly appeared before him. He first filled his small quiver. The quiver's capacity was 100 arrows, instantly jumping from 11,100 to 100,100. The remaining 100 or so arrows he piled up in a corner. 22 portions of food. Sumu placed the food in the trade section. Make sure to rest, don't overdo it. Thank you, boss. Qinjun received the food full of energy. I'm fine, anyway I can't sleep. Those sounds outside at night are eerie, so it's better to do something to distract myself. Sumu thought for a moment and added, the level 1 cable car can't withstand anything. Use the food as needed, don't hold back. Got it. I'll listen to you, boss. Closing the chat window, Sumu glanced at the cable car's upgrade progress bar. Remaining times in 059. Suddenly, he noticed something odd. He had 11 arrows, but before sleeping he remembered it was 21. This means something approached while I was asleep. Sumu quickly checked and found no kill records. It can withstand 10 arrows, damn, it must be a big thing. He took a deep breath, shook his head, and didn't think too much. He just stared at the countdown, the numbers ticking down second by second. 29. 28. 27. Ding. Cable car upgrade complete. The entire cable car jolted violently. Sumu felt the floor beneath his feet expanding. It was not an illusion, it was truly expanding. The originally 2-meter long and 2-meter wide space was being pulled and stretched by invisible hands from all directions. 4 cubic meters. 8 cubic meters. 12 cubic meters. 16 cubic meters. The walls were thickening. The cabin, which had only a thin layer of metal, appeared to be reinforced with new metal rapidly thickening to the size of a fingernail. The metallic sheen deepened, and the red and white paint glimmered with a cold light under the illumination. The glass was also changing. The once ordinary window glass had become thick and tough, as if layered with transparent armor. The most noticeable change was the control panel. Where there had been only a simple operation interface, now there was an additional touch screen the size of a palm. The screen glowed with a faint blue light, displaying various parameters of the cable car. Sumu took a deep breath and opened the system panel. Vehicle cable car level 3 armor, 100 load capacity, 16 tons space, 16 cubic meters, iron wheels durability, 100 fuel, 1L external weapons, small arrow box, 100100 animal trap, 1 features warm in winter, cool in summer. Able to withstand external temperatures from 15 degrees to 40 degrees Celsius. The armor jumped directly from 40 points to 100 points. The space expanded from 4 cubic meters to 16 cubic meters. The load capacity increased from 4 tons to 16 tons. Sumu gazed at these numbers, a slight tremor in his heart. Previously a 1 square meter space made turning around difficult. Now with 16 cubic meters, it was equivalent to a room 4 meters long, 2 meters wide, and 2 meters high. Enough to place a bed, a table, and still have ample space for storage. Unfortunately, that display screen seemed to merely serve as a control terminal without providing any additional features. Sumu thought for a moment and understood. Features like this required something special like Icefire Dual Cotton. Ordinary electronic components could only provide basic functions. However, that was not important. Being able to upgrade was sufficient. Just as he was examining the panel, the familiar notification sound rang in his ears again. It was not the gentle prompt of a 3-choice talent, but the cold mechanical voice he had heard when he first arrived in this world, echoing throughout the cable line. Cable line No. 886 area announcement detected that a survivor has upgraded the cable car to LV3, achieving the Pioneer achievement. Area function update 1. Lodging function activated. 2. Team formation function activated. Detailed functions have been added to the cable car module and personal module. Please check them yourself. Listening to this announcement, Sumu frowned slightly. He instinctively glanced at the channel. As expected, the messages had exploded. Someone has reached level 3. Who? Who is it? Big shot. Please lend me your strength. The lodging function. Finally, I can enter someone else's cable car. Team formation can also share attribute bonuses. This is amazing. Is the level 3 big shot here? Please take me along. I am willing to exchange all my possessions. Sumu watched the messages scrolling frantically on the screen, his brows gradually relaxing. Fortunately, his name was not mentioned in the announcement. He leaned against the wall, letting out a sigh of relief. He did not want to become the target of everyone. Low-key development was the way to go. However, Sumu did not rush to study these new functions, but instead focused on the 3 gilded cards that appeared before him. With the cable car reaching level 3, the 3-choice talent selection was the main highlight. Your cable car is currently at LV3, granting you 1 opportunity for a 3-choice talent selection. Sumu perked up looking at the 3 gilded cards that emerged before him. However, this time the flame icon did not appear on the cards. I forgot to wash my hands, Sumu muttered, looking at the 3 options that had flipped over. Option 1, information type. After killing more than 3 monsters of the same type, you can obtain detailed drop rate information for that monster upon scouting it again. Option 2, personal type. Gain the fireball skill and a slight fire control ability. Option 3, construction type. When crafting equipment or buildings, if the total value of required materials is less than 1 odd crystal, no materials will be consumed and no crafting time will be needed. Daily limit of 1,000 times. Sumu's gaze scanned the 3 options, his brow slightly furrowing. Option 1, information type. Being able to view the drop rate information of monsters is indeed useful. Knowing what materials monsters drop allows for targeted farming. But the problem is you have to kill more than 3 monsters of the same type to unlock it. Since he could kill 3, it meant that such monsters were no longer a threat to him. Looking at the drop rates at this point feels a bit like closing the stable door after the horse has bolted. If it were direct scouting, he would choose without hesitation. But the prerequisite of killing 3 significantly reduced the value of this ability. Option 2, personal type. Fireball skill plus slight fire control ability. Ranged attack sounds good. But the problem is he could soon change his profession to a gunner, which is a purely physical profession with strength as the main attribute. His mental strength, while not low, pales in comparison to strength. Even if he learned the fireball skill, the damage would likely not be significant. Moreover, the word slight is very subtle. Someone like Zhou Jinghua, a talisman master, can only make 3 talismans a day. This ability would only have greater limitations. Option 3, construction type. When crafting equipment or buildings, if the total value of required materials is less than 1 odd crystal, no materials will be consumed and no crafting time will be needed. Daily limit of 1,000 times. Sumu looked at this option, lost in thought. Less than 1 odd crystal. This range is too small. Just leveling up or crafting an item would require materials worth more than 1 odd crystal. This ability would basically become a decoration in the mid to late stages. He was about to give up, his finger already reaching for option 2. Then he paused. Wait a minute. He remembered the blueprint in his backpack. 9mm bullet crafting blueprint, green, required materials copper 1, gunpowder 1. These items, would their total value exceed 1 odd crystal? Sumu quickly recalled. Odd crystals drop from killing a single odd bat, and sometimes they don't drop at all. As for copper and gunpowder, although he didn't have them on hand now, logically their value should be far lower than an odd. After all, the quantities are there. Sumu's heartbeat began to accelerate. He re-examined the description of option 3. When crafting equipment or buildings, if the total value of required materials is less than 1 odd crystal, do bullets count as equipment? They should write. Consumables are also a type of equipment. And with a daily limit of 1,000 times, that's 1,000 bullets. Sumu took a deep breath, striving to calm himself. The value of this ability does not lie in what it can do now, but in what it can do combined with the blueprints. As long as he has low-value blueprints. Bullets, arrows, basic tools. He can mass-produce. No materials consumed. No time required. This is a true qualitative change. I'm going for. He no longer hesitated. Choose 3. Selection successful. The gilded card transformed into specks of light merging into his body. Sumu immediately rummaged through his backpack and pulled out the 9mm bullet production blueprint, taking a deep breath and focusing his thoughts. Detected 9mm bullet production blueprint green. Would you like to produce? Confirm. Material requirements: copper 1, gunpowder 1, current materials none, total material value estimated below 1, aging talent, mass production triggered, no material consumption, no production time required. Would you like to produce? Sumu's pupils constricted. It really can be done. Produce. In the next moment, a bright yellow bullet appeared in his hand. The copper-colored shell and sharp bullet tip gleamed coldly under the light. 9mm bullet green 1 effect. After hitting the target, there is a 30 chance to trigger a minor explosion, causing additional damage. Requires combination with a green-level firearm. Sumu held the bullet, a slight smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. He had won the gamble. Then Sumu quickly walked to the production table. He opened the production interface. However, apart from a trap production option, the entire production column. Sumu furrowed his brows, staring at the production interface for a few seconds before suddenly slapping his forehead. The production table is for basic items, such as animal traps and wooden arrows. But bullets belong to the equipment category, requiring a crafting table. The crafting table is used for making and repairing equipment. And that thing is currently in Lin Weiner's hands. Damn. Sumu cursed under his breath, leaning against the wall with a gloomy expression. It was just this last link that was missing. Without the crafting table, he had the blueprint and talent, but could only stare blankly. The free quota of 1,000 bullets per day was wasted just like that. He opened the chat window with Lin Weiner, his finger hovering over the input bar, but he hesitated to type. How to start? With that woman's shrewdness, as soon as he asked about the crafting table, she would immediately guess that he urgently needed it. At that point, don't even think about getting it for free. If she didn't skin him alive, it would be merciful. A swindler. Sumu cursed in his heart again, beginning to ponder his wording. Should he first ask about something else, casually bring up the crafting table? Or use something else as bait to get her to take the initiative? Just as he was thinking, a notification suddenly popped up on the system interface. Lin Weiner requests to share a cabin. Would you accept? Sumu was taken aback. What the hell? Before he could react, the notification disappeared. Lin Weiner canceled the cabin request. Sumu stared at the screen, his mind filled with question marks. Before he could send a message to ask, Lin Weiner's message popped up first. So it was you. A liar. Sumu's eyebrows jumped, feeling a bit guilty, but he refused to admit it on the surface. What did I lie to you about? Go check out the 2 new features released. Sumu frowned, opened the system panel, and found the explanations for the newly opened features. Cabin sharing feature explanation: meet one of the following conditions to invite others into your cabin invitation process. Inviter initiates. Sharing invitee confirms both parties enter the teleportation vortex from the same retreat location. Invitee is teleported to the inviter's cabin. The process for the requester is the same. Permission explanation: the cabin owner has absolute rights over the cabin. Invitees cannot harm the owner within the cabin. Without the owner's permission, invitees cannot take any items from the cabin. The owner can terminate the sharing at any time, expelling the invitee from the cabin. Special permission: if the cabin level reaches LV8 or the Pioneer achievement is obtained the first to upgrade the cabin to LV3, invitations can be made directly in the cabin, and if accepted, the invitee can enter the cabin immediately. Requesters follow the same rules. Cabin invitation limit is 1. After reading, Sumu raised an eyebrow. These rules are completely one-sided. Invitees in the cabin are basically just guests. No, not even guests, more like tenants living under someone else's roof, who could be kicked out at any moment. Such an unequal sharing arrangement would probably only be accepted by those whose cabins were destroyed and had no way out. However, his attention was quickly drawn to the second explanation. Team feature explanation: survivors of LV3 and above can form small teams. Current limit is 2 people. In team mode, team members cannot harm each other. Experience sharing: when the 2 are within 100 meters, experience gained from killing monsters is shared evenly. Resource distribution: customizable distribution ratio. Team limitations: teams can be formed freely on and off the cabin, but once a team is formed in the cabin, they cannot leave the team until they return to the cabin after descending. After reading, Sumu roughly understood that teaming up in the cabin meant no backstabbing, but teaming up outside was dangerous. However, the fact that teammates couldn't harm each other was quite good, alleviating the fear of accidental damage. After reading these two explanations, Sumu finally understood what Lin Weiner's earlier request for sharing meant. She was testing. Those with the Pioneer achievement can directly invite others to share, without needing to form teams or enter from the retreat point at the same time. Her request was to see if the system would pop up a message saying the other party does not meet the conditions, or something. If it did, it would mean she guessed wrong. If the request popped up directly, it would mean the other party was indeed the one who had reached level 3. And her request had successfully popped up. Although she immediately canceled, the answer was already very clear. This woman thinks quickly. Damn, if I had known this, I would have directly accepted the request and watched her play with fire. Sumu closed the feature explanation and reopened the chat window with Lin Weiner. Alright, I'll come clean, no more pretending. It's me who leveled the cabin to level 3. Shameless. Sumu looked at these two words, his mouth twitching. He had initially wanted to retort, but thinking back to his earlier words about just preparing in advance now that he was exposed, there was nothing much to argue. He fell silent for a few seconds, quickly calculating how to steer the topic toward the crafting table. Just then a trade request popped up. It was sent by Lin Weiner. In the trade bar, there was prominently displayed the blueprint for the crafting table. Sumu was stunned. He glanced at the price column. Empty. There was nothing. In other words, he only needed to click confirm to acquire this blueprint for free. Sumu stared at the blank price column, his finger hovering over the confirm button, yet he did not press it. Free things are often the most expensive. He understood this principle all too well. What do you mean? Sumu asked. No need to guess, Lin Wei quickly replied. I know you need this the most right now. Otherwise, with your personality, after I mentioned you leveling up to 3 and seeing new features, you definitely wouldn't have the nerve to come talk to me again. Sumu read this message, and a surge of frustration coursed through him. Was his demeanor that obvious? It wasn't that he was too obvious, it was that this woman was too astute. From yesterday until now, every step had been calculated meticulously by her. While he was still considering how to retort, Lin Yui's next message arrived. You just leveled up to cable car level 3. Your next goal must be to raise your personal level as well. What you currently lack is bullets. You have the blueprint, but what about the materials? Copper and gunpowder you can collect a bit in the channel, but the crafting station, I'm the only one who has it. So your goal must be me. Sumu was completely speechless. Was this woman an accountant? A supervisor? He seriously suspected she had studied psychology. No, it seemed that all leaders were adept at understanding the thoughts of those below them. He steeled himself and replied, in this situation, shouldn't you be asking for a lion's share? Exactly, it's a lion's share. Sumu looked at this message, then glanced at the blank price column. What kind of lion's share is this? So I didn't ask for anything, Lin Wei said. Sumu was even more confused. Isn't this contradictory? Not contradictory, Lin Wei replied, because what I want you currently cannot provide me with. What do you want? The right to room share. To put it simply, you need to leave your room share slot for me. If one day my cable car can't hold up anymore, I will send a request to you, and you must accept it. Sumu stared at this message, pondering for a moment before realizing the implication. His current cable car had a Pioneer achievement allowing him to directly invite others to share a room, without needing to team up or enter from the evacuation point at the same time. To put it simply, you need to leave your room share slot for me. If one day my cable car can't hold up anymore, I will send a request to you, and you must accept it. And she would be directly teleported to his cable car. This equated to an additional life. This woman truly was demanding. The value of this room share right was far beyond that of a crafting station blueprint. But after thinking it over, Sumu still clicked confirm. There were 3 reasons. First, he indeed needed the crafting station, and it was an urgent necessity. Second, although Lin Wei was clever, she was not foolish. Since she treated this slot as a life-saving card, she wouldn't easily waste it. This meant that before the cable car truly couldn't hold up, she wouldn't bother him. Plus, the other party wasn't bad-looking. Ugh, I'm a serious person. Of course, the third reason, and the most important, was that even if she really came, the ownership of the cable car was in his hands. If she had any ulterior motives, he could kick her out at any time. This deal was a win-win. The transaction was the crafting station blueprint appeared in his hands. Sumu didn't say much. Just before closing the chat window, he typed a line. It's not good for a woman to be too smart. Lin Yui's reply consisted of just a few words. I just want to survive. Sumu stared at this message, silent for a few seconds without responding. Indeed, she just wanted to survive. In this world, who doesn't? He shook his head, no longer thinking too much, and opened the cable car settings, finding the room share permission section. He turned off the switch for allow others to initiate room share requests, making it available only to Lin Wei. A promise must be fulfilled. Moreover, he didn't want others to discover that he was the one who leveled up to 3. Keeping a low profile was always the priority. After doing all this, Sumu took out the crafting station blueprint and took a deep breath. Do you want to create crafting station LV1? Consumes iron ingots 3, a high-strength glass essence 1, wood 5. Confirm. Materials disappeared from his backpack and a faint glow gathered inside the cable car. This time it took less than 5 minutes, and a metal workbench slightly larger than the crafting station appeared before him. The surface was more spacious, the structure more complex, with several pull-out drawers on both sides. Sumu eagerly opened the crafting station interface. Sure enough, there was an additional section for equipment production. He clicked in, and the 9mm bullet blueprint green was prominently listed. Sumu rubbed his hands together and opened the production interface. Unlike the crafting station, the crafting table's operating interface resembled a control panel featuring a numeric keypad for directly entering production quantities. He took a deep breath and entered 999. Detected 9mm bullet blueprint green. Do you want to produce 999 units? Each unit requires copper 1, gunpowder 1, current materials none, estimated total value of materials below 1, weird crystal unit, talent, mass production triggered, does not consume materials, no production time required. Do you want to produce? Produce. Crackle. The sound of bullets falling to the ground exploded in the cable car like a downpour, hitting a tin roof, dense, crisp, and unending. Golden bullet casings bounced, rolled, and collided on the ground, producing a melodious metallic sound. 999 bullets poured out from the crafting station, forming a small mountain at Sumu's feet. Sumu crouched down, scooping up a handful of bullets, letting them slip through his fingers. The coppery sheen glimmered under the light, each bullet brand new and hard with a cold, sharp gleam on the tips. He picked up one to inspect it closely. The casing was smooth, the primer intact, and the bullet tip sharp, indistinguishable from those produced by the system. 9mm bullet green 1 effect upon hitting the target, there is a 30% chance to trigger a minor explosion, causing additional damage. A smile crept onto Sumu's lips that he could not suppress. He took the handgun from his chest rig, loading it round by round. Click, click, click. The chamber filled with 6 rounds, and he snapped shut the cylinder, weighing it in his hand. The remaining bullets, he divided some and stuffed them into the 3 pockets of his tactical chest rig, where the retrieval speed was increased by 30% and reloading could be half a second faster. The rest were packed in the plastic bags he had previously found piled in a corner of the cable car. After finishing all this, Sumu leaned against the wall, resting the M500 on his knee, his gaze piercing through the glass into the thick fog outside. It was still pitch black outside, but he could feel something circling in the dark mist outside. Sumu watched those blurry shadows, his fingers gently tapping on the gun's body. Come on. He waited for them to come, waiting for that knocking thing to arrive. He had a gun now. 1 bullet wasn't enough, 10 wouldn't do, nor 100 or 1,000. With the talent for mass production in hand, he could have as many bullets as he wanted. Sumu gazed out the window, a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Come on. However, a minute passed, 5 minutes passed, 10 minutes passed, not to mention the knocking sound. Even the strange bats from last night didn't come close. They never appeared again. Something was off. Very off. Sumu glanced at the burning oil lamp. Was this thing really that effective? His arrow box had a shooting range of 100 meters, yet it never triggered. But he couldn't extinguish it, otherwise he wouldn't be able to see outside at all. He could only shoot aimlessly. Sumu felt somewhat speechless. He waited for another hour. 2 hours. 3 hours. The sky outside began to lighten, the thick fog gradually dissipating, and the figures of the strange bats disappeared one by one in the morning light. Nothing happened. No knocking, no strange old man, no giant strange bats. Not even a proper attack. Sumu leaned against the wall, clutching the fully loaded M500, his face a picture of frustration as he stared at the gradually brightening sky outside. He had bullets. He had a gun. But the others didn't come. He looked down at the handgun resting on his knee, and then at the mountain of bullets piled by his feet, twitching the corner of his mouth. In the end, he could only put the gun back in the chest holster and rub his aching neck. Forget it. If they weren't coming, they weren't coming. He gathered the scattered bullets and pulled out the purple occupational skill book from his backpack to take a look. Occupational skill book, gun master, purple, job change requirement level, must reach LV3. He was currently only at level 2, still far from the requirement. He had to find a way to level up today. After carefully putting away the skill book, he glanced at the sky outside, which was turning white. Just as Sumu was about to check what news the information session would bring today, a message popped up. Zhou Zhenghua. He clicked on it. The other party didn't answer the question from last night, but instead asked, is there something going on over there? Sumu paused, a slight frown forming on his brow. Do you think there should be something going on here? Zhou Zhenghua didn't respond directly, but continued speaking. Last night, a lot of people died. Sumu glanced at the number of people in the upper right corner of the channel. From last night until now, about 30 or so people were missing. While it wasn't an insignificant number during normal times compared to the hundreds who died during the day before and the night before, this number seemed somewhat calm. He didn't interrupt, waiting for the other to continue. In our team, more than 60 people escaped from that explosion last. Zhou Zhenghua's messages were sent slowly, as if he was weighing each word. In one night, over 20 people died. Almost half. Sumu's frown deepened. Over 60 people, and more than 20 died in one night. This ratio was far higher than the overall death rate of the channel, which was not normal. Is it that thing? The first thing that came to Sumu's mind was the thing Zhou Zhenghua mentioned last night. After all, it was the only abnormality. It should be. Have you seen that thing? Sumu asked. The other party fell silent for a few seconds, then sent a message that carried a hint of gritted teeth. No. I actually wanted it to come. Unfortunately, it never showed up. Sumu frowned. Then how can you be sure it? This time the silence lasted longer. After waiting for nearly half a minute, Zhou Zhenghua finally replied, because after seeing that thing yesterday, everyone became very vigilant. Only a very few people didn't take it seriously. I would ask everyone's situation every once in a while. In fact, basically about every half hour or so someone on our side would die. He paused and sent another message. I reviewed the chat records, and before they died they all heard the knocking sound. But strangely not everyone who heard the knocking sound died. I compared again. It seems that those who turned to look after hearing the knocking were fine. But if you were facing away from that sound. He didn't continue. Sumu stared at this message, feeling a chill running, facing away. He remembered that in the early morning he was indeed facing away, only waking up later to face the direction of the car door. The moment he heard the knocking sound, he opened his eyes staring at that door. So that thing didn't come in. Is your assumption accurate? Sumu asked. Inaccurate, Zhou Zhenghua said, because last night I was trying. I forced myself to face away from that sound, trying to lure it out. But nothing happened. Sumu was knowing full well that facing away might lead to trouble, yet deliberately facing away. Are you crazy? He couldn't help but ask. Only by luring it out can it be killed. Zhou Zhenghua's message was as cold and hard as a piece of iron. Since we will have to face it eventually, we might as well do it early. Otherwise more people in the team will die. And they won't have any chance. But I have this chance. Sumu fell silent. He recalled the time last night, when Zhou Zhenghua didn't reply to his messages. It turned out that the other party wasn't asleep, but was always keeping his back to the door waiting for that thing to come in the dark. He didn't know how to evaluate this behavior. Foolish, brave, or obsessive, but at least he wouldn't do that. Wait a minute. Sumu suddenly thought of a question. If it only kills your people, then how do you explain the knocking sound I heard? He heard it last night too. And not just him. The arrows he shot out, although they didn't hit any targets, the arrow box fired automatically, indicating that something was indeed within the attack range. This is what I wanted to tell you. Zhou Zhenghua's reply slowed down. This matter may have been caused by me. What do you mean? I analyzed it. That thing might lock onto its targets through the act of having seen it. Those who have seen it will be targeted by it. Last night, I asked other people in the channel who hadn't seen it. None of them heard the knocking sound. He paused. But you heard it. And so did Lin Weiner. Sumu's fingers froze. So is it because you told me what does that count? Sumu felt it was somewhat absurd, but this world was not without its possibilities. Yes, Zhou Zhenghua said, describing it to you is akin to letting you indirectly see it. Fortunately, since you haven't seen it with your own eyes, the rules may not be complete when it comes for you. You heard a knock on the door, but did not suffer any substantial attack. Sumu fell silent for a moment. This ability is indeed too bizarre. Just through verbal description one can convey gaze. The rules of this thing are even more complicated than he imagined. However, he thought for a moment. That thing must have come looking for him last night as well, but it only endured 11 arrows before leaving. Although those were just ordinary wooden arrows with limited damage, it at least indicated one thing: this thing can be harmed by physical attacks. If that is the case, then it's easy to say. As long as it shows a health bar, it can be killed. What is concerning is if it can only passively take hits. Sumu instinctively touched the handgun at his waist. If that thing dares to rush over, his fully loaded M500 would come in handy. All fears stem from insufficient firepower. This is not a joke. The only thing he worried about was the elusive nature of this thing. If it suddenly appeared from behind, a delayed reaction could indeed be dangerous. But if he was in the cable car, that thing would first have to break through the armor of the cable car to harm him. And the LV3 cable car has 100 points of armor, which should keep it occupied for a while. Moreover, they wouldn't dare to come out during the day. That's not a big problem. While Sumu was thinking, Zhou Zhenghua sent another message. So I need your help. Sumu frowned. Help? To actively hunt that thing. Without a second thought, he prepared to refuse. That thing is elusive, and taking the initiative is too dangerous. He has a handgun, and can easily deal with the monsters during the day, steadily leveling up. No matter how good the things that thing drops are, can they compare to the talents he gains from leveling up? And at night, when it comes, that is when he is at his strongest. If he can't defeat it, he would have nothing to say. It's not worth the risk. Seeing that he did not reply, Zhou Zhenghua quickly sent another message. I feel a bit bad. I was just looking to trade some items with you. Sumu did not respond immediately. The other party then sent a trade request. 2 silence talismans. This is from yesterday, Zhou Zhenghua said. There's another one that has already been traded to Lin Yue. Sumu accepted the talismans and asked, so what do you want to trade for? Any item that is offensive or defensive will do. Sumu raised an eyebrow. The other party knew he had traded with Lin Yue, but clearly Lin Yue had not disclosed the specifics of the trade. At least she didn't mention that he had a gun. That woman, after all, does have a spirit of cooperation. However, he thought it might just be that she wanted to sell at a higher price. What do you have to exchange? Sumu asked. He indeed had a white bulletproof vest he had swapped out that could be traded. He could even lend it to the other party first. After all, Zhou Zhengguo was going to deal with that unstable factor. The sooner that thing was resolved, the more at ease he would be, and the whole cable line could be more stable. Besides, the other party has silence talismans which are highly functional. But Sumu wouldn't do anything for free. That is his bottom line. He can be merciful, but he cannot break his bottom line. He can sell for a lower price, but he cannot give it away for nothing. Otherwise, whenever there is a bit of trouble in the future, people will come knocking. Once he opens this door, he will fall into a cycle of just a casual thing and end up becoming a pushover. A gas canister bomb. Zhou Zhengguo said. Sumu thought for a moment and agreed. Although he had plenty of bullets, now his need for bombs was not as urgent as last night. However, this thing is powerful and can sometimes have unexpected effects. Being prepared is never a bad thing. Furthermore, he originally intended to help the other party. The trade was completed quickly. One more thing, this item has a significant flaw. It lacks a launcher and requires a lot of strength to reach the desired throwing distance. Additionally, after being ignited, it lacks stability. The explosion time is uncertain. We have suffered losses on this front before, so use it cautiously. Sumu simply replied, understood. Then he looked at the liquefied gas canister. Simple gas canister, explosive device type, consumable description, made from a liquefied gas canister and ammonium fertilizer. It is highly powerful, use with caution. Note: handmade, no system bonuses. No stable detonation time. Oh, please throw it as soon as it is ignited. Sumu picked up the canister and weighed it. At least 20 kilograms. For an ordinary person, this thing could hardly be used as a grenade. It couldn't be thrown far at all. But with his 56 points of strength, throwing this would be more than enough. The only issue is the uncertain detonation time. This thing lacks a stable fuse. When it explodes after ignition, it all depends on luck. However, he did not expect to rely on it as a conventional weapon. Being prepared is good. Oh, leaving it in a corner to gather dust is also fine. Sumu placed the exchanged white bulletproof vest on the trading table. Thanks. Zhou Zhengguo received the gear, his tone noticeably lighter. By the way, Sumu recalled what the other party had said earlier. Why do you think only you can kill that thing? Sumu remembered what the other party had said at the beginning. Zhou Zhengguo was silent for a moment before replying, because I've reached level 2. Hearing this, Sumu paused slightly, but he was not surprised. The explosion from last night, the level 2 devourer, definitely did not escape. Combined with the experience from the surrounding zombies, it was enough for a level 1 person to level up to 2. Was there anything special when you leveled up? Sumu seized the opportunity to ask, like how attributes were added. Zhou Zhengguo did not hold back, a total of 10 attribute points, mostly leaning towards physique. 10 points. Just like when he leveled up to 2 last time. But the focus was different. It was evident that the other party had gained a physique-related evolution talisman. Of course, it could also have been a generic type, but he chose to emphasize physique. However, Zhou Zhengguo seemed to have become a bit conceited. Sumu thought the other party was so confident because leveling up to level 2 had brought about some qualitative change. Although these 10 attribute points were much stronger than an ordinary person, they were still just that. Shaking his head, Sumu made a note of that number in his heart. Then he said thanks. The other party replied with a no need and ended the conversation. Closing the chat window with Zhou Zhengguo, Sumu hesitated for a moment, but still clicked on Lin Yue's profile. Were you attacked last night? No, Lin Yue replied quickly, then countered. Why are you suddenly concerned about me? Sumu cursed inwardly. Who the hell cares about you? He just wanted to clarify whether that thing was targeting him. After all, as mentioned, it should not be too dangerous if it was not seen in person, which he definitely inferred from Lin Yue. Could it be that the elevation to the 3rd level cable car attracted the other party again? Did Zhou Zhengguo contact you? Lin Yue's message came again. Sumu did not reply. I advise you not to go hunt that thing with him unless you are completely sure. Naturally, Sumu would not go. But hearing the other party say this, he naturally retorted, Why do you care about me? Lin Yue sent a hee. After a while she continued, I'm worried you might die, and then the deal from yesterday can't be fulfilled. Sumu also replied with a hee. The two fell silent for a moment. Have you ever thought, Lin Yue suddenly said, why no other monsters attacked last night? Sumu's fingers paused. Are you saying? I'm saying there's definitely a reason why those things didn't attack. Lin Yue's speech slowed down. Either they found better prey, or something is preventing them from approaching. Sumu understood her meaning. That ghostly entity was of a high level, at least the things outside dared not come near. That's all I can say. How to judge specifically is up to you. After Lin Yue finished this sentence, she stopped sending messages. Sumu closed the chat window, leaned against the wall, and stared out at the gradually brightening sky. The fog was still thick, but in the distant skyline at the junction of thick fog and dawn, he vaguely saw a long blurry outline. like a long snake, slowly moving through the mist. Sumu stared in that direction for a long time, but could not see clearly. This world was truly terrible. He withdrew his gaze, took a deep breath, and opened the daily intelligence. Current available, uses 1. Will you use it? Confirm. Intelligence: there is a blood ginseng located 7 kilometers from your cable car at the West Mountain Slope. There are L2 level mutated creatures active in the area, please be cautious. Blood ginseng. Sumu raised an eyebrow. It's not a treasure chest nor a roulette, but something he had never heard of. From the name it sounds like some kind of rare treasure. He remembered his unused gathering skill. It could come in handy. However, it was more than 30 kilometers away. At the cable car's speed of 5 kilometers per hour, it would take more than 6 hours to arrive. With only this one piece of intelligence, today's luck wasn't that great either. Shaking his head, Sumu glanced at the sky and then at the time. He didn't want to speed up deliberately. That would be too conspicuous, not just to people, but also to other things. Moving along with the entire cable line was the least noticeable way. After all, 6 hours wasn't too long, it was just enough time for a nap. He hadn't slept well last night, due to that knocking sound, and now he felt very sleepy. Sumu placed his pistol within easy reach, leaned against the pile of supplies, and closed his eyes. This time he slept a bit more soundly than before. But he remained alert. Every sound outside the window, and every slight jolt of the cable car, could make his eyelids twitch. Fortunately, there were no such things during the day. When Sumu opened his eyes again, it was already 4 hours later. He looked at the time. It was just past 9 in the morning. Outside the window, sunlight had already penetrated the thin fog. Sumu stood up, stretched his limbs, and instinctively looked into the distance. Then he froze. The fog had dispersed. Not completely gone, but much thinner, like a light veil hanging between heaven and earth. The distant mountains, forests, and rivers were all visible in outline. What truly stunned him was about a kilometer. Another cable line. A long, endless queue of cable cars extended parallel to their line, disappearing into the distant fog. The red and white carriages glistened with the same metallic sheen in the morning light. Each carriage was spaced about 10 meters apart, neatly strung on the cable, like beads on a thread. Sumu stared at that cable line for several seconds, then opened the chat channel. Sure enough, the messages had exploded. Holy shit. Did you all see that? There's another cable line next to us. I see it. It's about a kilometer to our left. Does that mean there are other cable cars? Not just us. Of course, with over 10 billion people globally, a single cable line can only accommodate 1,000 people. How many are there? So we have nearly 2,000 people then. That feels a lot safer. There's strength in numbers, it'll be easier to form teams in the future. Sumu looked at these messages, his brows slightly furrowing. Most people were cheering, thinking more people was a good thing. After all, humans are social animals. The more people, the stronger the sense of security. But one message made him stop scrolling. A person named Zhao Lei sent a message. Is having more people necessarily good? Have you thought about whether the monsters might also increase? And who said the ones on that cable line are definitely humans? The channel fell silent instantly. After several seconds, someone finally replied, Zhao Lei, shut up. Can't you say it in a civil manner? Exactly. Who are you trying to scare? What the hell? Although everyone was cursing, Sumu noticed that the cheering voices had noticeably diminished. He understood this reaction. Zhao Lei's words were indeed uncomfortable, but he spoke the truth. Whether monsters would increase, due to population density, no one knew. More importantly, would the people on that cable line really be friendly? So far, the overall atmosphere on their cable line was quite good. Although there were 5 nuisances blocking the way, there had been no large-scale malicious incidents. In the channel, everyone was trading and forming teams normally. But what about the situation on the other cable line? Do they have someone like Zhou Zhenghua who can organize everyone? Are there any scoundrels like those 5 nuisances? Are they cooperating to survive, or is it a survival of the fittest? Sumu shook his head, not wanting to think any further. When soldiers come, meet them with soldiers. Oh, when water comes, damn it. There's no use thinking too much. He cast his gaze down towards the cable car. At this moment, the height of the cable car wasn't too high, about 200 to 300 meters above the ground. The jungle below was clearly visible. The dense treetops formed a deep green ocean, occasionally revealing some exposed rocks and winding. Vaguely, he seemed to see something swiftly darting beneath the treetops. It was too fast to see clearly, flashing past like the back of a large animal or something. He didn't want to probe further. Sumu retracted his gaze. He had studied the height of the cable car. It was not fixed. Sometimes it would rise to several thousand meters with clouds beneath his feet obscuring everything. Other times it would descend to around 100 meters, where he could count the leaves on the ground. At this height it was not entirely safe, but not dangerous either. He glanced at the map, the green coordinate point growing closer. There were still about 10 kilometers to go. It was time to get ready. Sumu crouched down, starting to check what he needed to bring. First were 2 grenades which he had exchanged from Lin Yue. He secured one in the left slot of his belt, and placed the other in the right pocket of his tactical vest. It allowed for quick access, saving half a second in critical moments. Next was the handgun. The M500 was already loaded with 7 rounds, and he added 3 more quick loaders into the left pocket of his vest. 3 loaders, 18 rounds plus the 7 in the gun were enough to handle most situations. Then he glanced at the pile of yellow ammunition at his feet, grabbed a backpack, and stuffed all the rounds inside. It felt heavy, clearly noticeable on his shoulder. Water. A bottle of mineral water went into the side pocket of the backpack. Food. 2 chocolate bars, and a pack of compressed biscuits for emergencies. Although killing monsters might yield food, one could never be too careful. Nylon rope. He dug it out from the supplies he had gathered earlier, 20 meters long, coiled, and hung on the backpack. He wasn't sure if it would be useful, but it was better to have it than not. 2 mobile phones. He had found them earlier with only about 10% battery left. He wrapped them in a plastic bag and stowed them in the backpack. These could be used as a remote alarm in conjunction with an axe to divert monsters. Finally, he took a glance at the purple professional skill book and placed it in the bag as well. It could only be used at level 3. Today's goal was to reach level 3. Sumu hoisted the backpack and weighed it. Approximately 40 to 50 kilograms. With his strength of 56, this weight felt trivial and did not hinder his movements. Just as he was about to check the map again, he suddenly remembered something. He clicked on Lin Yu Weiss' avatar. You said you owed me some intel. Oh, it's time to deliver, right? If I don't bring it up, you wouldn't mention it at all. You have no sense of credit. Lin Yue replied, who are you talking about, as being untrustworthy? The reason I didn't tell you is that this intel is extremely dangerous. After finishing that sentence, as if fearing a misunderstanding, she quickly added, I thought you wouldn't want to take that risk. Don't pull that on me. If you don't tell me, how would I know whether to go or not? Sumu said. Fine. Lin Yu Weiss' reply carried a tone of I knew you would say that. There are LV5 mutated creatures. LV5. Sumu fell silent. Although he knew levels didn't determine everything, the gap between the same levels could be vast. The level 2 giant axeman and level 2 licker were not on the same tier. But the mere number of 5 was already enough to make one hesitate. He truly could not go. However, having intel on a level 5 monster. Sumu quickly calculated in his mind. What's there? Is it a silver treasure chest, or something higher? He asked. No need to guess. There's no treasure chest, intel, Lin Yue replied. But I can tell you it's an arsenal. An arsenal? Sumu's eyes lit up. Although he had plenty of ammunition, now the limitations of the handgun, it could only hold 6 rounds at a time, and had an effective range of only 50 meters. If he could get his hands on a submachine gun, or even a sniper rifle inside. Such thoughts were enticing. But he quickly calmed down. At least not until he reached level 4 or 5 would he dare to take that risk. Even when he reached level 5, if the granted talents were not strong enough, he wouldn't consider going. Based on previous experiences, the more generous the rewards, the more dangerous the venture. Even if there were no treasure chests in that arsenal, one could guess with their toes that there would be good items. But the prerequisite for obtaining good items was you had to survive to get them. Moreover, given Lin Yu Weiss' unfortunate luck, the danger level of the intel she provided would probably increase by another 20%. However, from this conversation, Su Mu confirmed one thing. Lin Yu Weiss' talent was indeed very likely related to acquiring unknown intel. It was even somewhat similar to his daily intel. Closing the chat box, Su Mu glanced at the distant cable line, then shifted his gaze back to the channel. It was still early, and he wanted to see if he could get lucky and find something useful. The messages were scrolling quickly, but most were fragmented trades. Iron ingots for food, glass essence for water, someone selling clothes stripped from zombies. Sumu flipped through them one by one, not finding anything worth his attention. Until a message caught his finger's attention. Have you heard? Someone from that 5-person talent team has leveled up to 2. Is that true? So soon? They said it themselves. How could it be fake? They are recruiting now, but only for those with talents. Only for those with talents. Ordinary people need not apply. They said that teaming up with talented individuals is much more efficient. Ordinary people can't be of much help. Sumu looked at these messages, his brows slightly furrowed. He remembered that team. All members had combat-related talents, fireball, wind blade, strength, enhancement, working together, seamlessly capable of independently dealing with 2 or 3 zombies yesterday. Now someone had leveled up to 2. This meant their strength would increase and their expansion would be quicker. It had compared to Zhouxingguo's approach of bringing ordinary people along, this team chose a different path. Elites banding together, leaving the weak behind. In the apocalypse, this was understandable. Resources were limited, and carrying dead weight would only drag oneself down. But for ordinary people, this was undoubtedly a signal the capable were beginning to form cliques, while the rest could only fend for themselves. No one in the channel opposed this team's approach. Perhaps out of fear. After all, 5 talented individuals were already a considerable force at this stage. Or perhaps it was tacitly accepted. The law of the apocalypse, the strong take precedence, nothing more to say. Sumu shook his head. The emergence of such organizations was not good news for him. It wasn't that he feared they would threaten him. With his current strength, he wasn't afraid at all. The problem was that once these organizations formed, good items would certainly be prioritized for internal trading. What flowed into the market would only be what they deemed unworthy. If he wanted to obtain good items, he would either have to offer something they couldn't refuse, or forget it. As long as he leveled up quickly enough, the initiative would always be in his hands. Sumu closed the channel and glanced at the map. There were still 2 kilometers to the green coordinate. He could already see the general outline ahead. That so-called West Mountain was not some deep remote forest. At the foot of the mountain was a sparse cluster of buildings, not the kind of earthen houses found in the countryside, but rather suburban residences with yards, red roofs, and white walls. A few of the buildings even had signs for farmstays. The mountain itself was not high, estimated to be around 400 to 500 meters, covered with dense trees. At the mountainside, a winding pathway and several pavilions were faintly visible. It seemed to be a scenic area. Sumu stared at that patch of mountain forest for a while, not seeing any moving figures. The intel mentioned LV-2 mutated creatures. To be safe, he certainly wouldn't wait until he landed to check the location. He glanced at the area beneath the cable car. At that moment, it was passing through a dense forest, the treetops thick as if a green carpet had been laid down. The ground was invisible, nor could he see what was in the woods. He waited for the cable car to glide forward for a bit until the dense forest became somewhat sparser, allowing him to vaguely see the outline of the ground before pressing the confirmation. At this moment, he was only about a kilometer away from the target point. The cable car doors opened, and a purple-black vortex appeared. Sumu took a deep breath, gripped his handgun tightly, and stepped inside. In the moment when the sensation of weightlessness faded, Sumu had already tightened his grip on the pistol. The view had yet to come into complete focus, but the sounds of wind and rustling leaves rushed into his ears. With the gun pointed forward, his gaze swiftly scanned the surroundings. And then he froze. Less than 10 meters directly in front of him, a creature was crouched at the edge of the bushes. It had a slender body with its forelimbs noticeably bulkier than its hind limbs, claws deeply embedded in the soil. A long tail swayed. It had a slender body with its forelimbs noticeably bulkier than its hind limbs, claws deeply embedded in the soil. A long tail swayed slowly behind it, the tip forked like 2 slender daggers. Most striking were its eyes. Vertical pupils, amber-colored, gleaming with a cold light in the shade of the trees. Its ears were pointed with tufts of long hair at the tips resembling 2 antennas. Like a cat, but not a cat. A scene flashed through Sumu's mind. A cat demon from DNF. This was that very thing. The dark red fur, the forked tail, the pointed ears. He had seen it countless times in the game, but had never faced it in reality. At this moment, the cat demon had also spotted him. Its vertical pupils suddenly constricted, ears flattened, back arched, and it let out a low, guttural growl from its throat. In the next second, it pushed off the ground with its hind legs and lunged towards Sumu. The speed was astonishingly quick, much faster than a zombie. But Sumu's reaction was even swifter. Instead of using a wrench, he fired directly with the gun, as he was unaware of the creature's level and naturally opted for the strongest attack. Bang, 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 bang. An additional attack was triggered. The 4 gunshots nearly melded into one, totaling 2 attacks. The first bullet struck the cat demon's head, creating a bloody hole on its forehead. The second bullet followed closely, hitting the same spot. The cat demon's momentum suddenly halted midair, as if struck by an invisible hand, crashing down to the ground, twitching twice before lying still. Killed. LV-2 cat demon. White experience 1. Actually, the kill notification had appeared as the first attack landed, but Sumu instinctively fired a second shot before he could stop himself. After the kill, he didn't check the wooden box or the corpse. He turned and ran. The gunfire echoed too loudly in the quiet forest. No one knew what it might attract. His experience was shoot and run, never stay in place. He crouched low and quickly darted past several large trees hiding behind a thicket. He listened attentively for a moment. No footsteps, no growls, no sounds of branches snapping. After waiting a few seconds, he slowly stood up and found a sufficiently thick tree to climb. Perched on a sturdy branch, he finally had time to survey his surroundings. This was a mixed forest with pine and broadleaf trees interspersed, and there were quite a few clearings where sunlight could stream through the canopy, casting dappled shadows on the ground. There were no zombies. At least within sight, not a single one. He looked around carefully. No wandering grayish-white figures, no rigid and slow movements, not even signs of corpses. In this forest, it seemed there was only the cat demon. Sumu let out a sigh of relief and opened the system panel to glance at the recent kill record. Cat demon, LV-2 strength, 15 constitution, 26 agility, 23 spirit, 8 skills, pounce, quickly lunges at targets, causing significant damage to your claw attack, with a chance to inflict bleeding. Sumu raised an eyebrow. This speed was indeed a significant step faster than a zombie. Without the pistol, relying solely on the wrench for close combat would likely not be so easy. He glanced at the experience bar. 77. 2,200. A level 2 cat demon only granted 1 experience point. To reach level 3, he would have to kill more than 100. The road ahead was long and arduous. Sumu didn't rush to pick up the box, but first opened the map to check the locations of the retreat points. 3 retreat points all ahead of him. The nearest one was in the northeast, approximately 7 kilometers away in a straight line. The other 2 were even farther, 9 kilometers, and the other 11 kilometers. 7 kilometers. In the previous 2 drops, the nearest retreat point was only 1 or 2 kilometers away. This time it had tripled or quadrupled. Did this mean that as the cable car continued forward, the retreat points would become increasingly distant? If so, he would have to stay in the wild longer, facing more monsters and taking on greater risks. After a moment's thought, Sumu couldn't help but shake his head. There was no good solution to be found by pondering too much now. He could only develop quickly in the early stages, running faster and striking harder. He shook his head, slid down from the tree, and cautiously retraced his steps. The corpse of the cat demon still lay in place. Beside it was a palm-sized wooden box. Sumu crouched down, picked up the box, and opened it. Acquired cat demon tooth 1, just 1 tooth. No food, no water, no materials. Only 1 tooth about the length of a fingernail with dried blood still on the root. This thing should be some kind of material. Sumu put the tooth in his backpack and continued forward. He walked very cautiously along the next stretch of road. The density of cat demons in the forest was far greater than he had anticipated. After walking less than 500 meters, he encountered 3 of them. One solitary one was crouched at the base of a tree, licking its paws, while 2 others were traversing through the bushes together. Sumu did not fire his gun. He discovered a pattern. These cat demons reacted to gunfire completely differently than zombies. Zombies would swarm over at the sound, but cat demons were quite the opposite. After the first shot killed the cat demon, he noticed that the previously rustling sounds around him went silent after the gunshot. They were fleeing. Sumu experimented a few times. He quietly approached a solitary cat demon with a wrench, and with a swing of the wrench he struck it down instantly. There was no movement around. But when he shot the second one, a distinct flurry of movement came from the surrounding bush. The other cat demons had run away. They were afraid of gunfire. This discovery made him decide to use guns as little as possible, not because he was worried about the bullets. Now he had plenty of bullets. But he didn't want to scare off all the cat demons around. He was still looking to upgrade his skills with these creatures. Thus, for most of the remaining journey, Sumu relied on his wrench. A cat demon was crouched under a tree, its back turned to him. He tiptoed over, quietly raised the wrench, and brought it down. Puff! Puff! Killed LV2 cat demon. Experience 1. A cat demon peeked out from the bushes, locking eyes with him. Before the demon could pounce, Sumu had already hurled the wrench. It spun through the air and accurately struck the cat demon's head. Puff! Puff! Killed LV2 cat demon. Experience 1. 2 cat demons passed through the clearing in front of him, one in front of the other. Sumu waited for the one in front to walk by, then suddenly lunged forward, swinging the wrench at the one behind. After dealing with one, the one in front had just turned around when the wrench struck again. Puff! Puff! Experience 1. Experience 1. Occasionally, when he encountered small groups of more than 3 or particularly agile ones that were hard to approach, he would draw his gun. 1 shot was enough. Although these cat demons had about 26 points in constitution, they could not withstand a single bullet. Based on his estimates, without armor, his M500's base firepower of 22 should be able to deal 22 damage, and hitting a vital spot would double it to 44. Of course, this was just his guess, as the weapon did not display damage, and there was no detailed information about the monsters, leaving him without data support. After the gunshot, there would always be a commotion in the surrounding bushes, which quickly settled down. Thus, after an hour of alternating between shooting and walking, his experience bar had risen to 108. 3,231 experience points. 30 cat demons. He stopped, leaned against a tree, took a sip of water, and summarized his discoveries along the way. The density of cat demons in this forest was very high, but there were almost no other monsters. Throughout the journey, he hadn't seen a single zombie. This indicated that different types of monsters had territorial divisions and did not coexist. Another discovery was that the proportion of second-tier monsters was much higher than before. In the previous zombie areas, the ratio of first-tier to second-tier monsters was about 20 to 30 to 1. But here, roughly 1 in 3 cat demons was of the second tier. Although they were all LV2, there was a significant difference in attributes. He had encountered one that was noticeably larger, with strength close to 25 and agility exceeding 20, making it much more difficult to fight. Sumu glanced in the direction of his target. There was less than 100 meters left to the coordinates of the blood ginseng. He did not move forward, but stopped and climbed a tree with the best view. From previous experiences, there would definitely be something formidable guarding such treasures. The intel indicated a LV2 monster, but he estimated it would at least be of green quality, possibly even blue. He lay on the branch, staring intently at the area ahead for a full 5 minutes. There was a relatively open clearing in the forest where sunlight streamed down, illuminating the ground brightly. In the center of the clearing was a large stone, next to which grew a cluster of low bushes. However, he did not find the blood ginseng. He could only look at the green dot marked on the intel and confirm that the location should indeed be where the blood ginseng was. Sumu focused on that spot, scanning the surroundings once more. There was nothing. No wandering cat demons, no lurking shadows, not even a small animal could be seen. The area around the clearing was eerily quiet, with only the sound of the wind rustling through the treetops. Where was that LV2 monster? He waited a while longer, but still nothing. It could either be hiding too well for him to find, or it simply wasn't there. Perhaps he had just been lucky in the previous encounters happening upon monsters guarding the area. Sumu did not intend to take a gamble. He felt for the grenade at his waist and glanced at the location of the blood ginseng. It was too risky to just walk up to it. If that monster was hiding underground or could go invisible, walking closer would be like serving dinner to it. He planned to use a grenade, but he did not intend to throw it directly at the blood ginseng. What if he blew up the fruit? That would make his trip pointless. Sumu slid down the tree, retreated 20 meters, and found a position where he could see the clearing but wouldn't be directly spotted. Then he pulled the safety pin from one of the grenades and aimed at the edge of the clearing. About 5 meters away from the blood ginseng at a nearby plant. He threw it. The grenade arced through the air and landed in the bushes, precisely hitting the base of that plant. Weakness lock activated. Boom. Dirt, rubble, and broken branches flew everywhere. The shockwave knocked the surrounding bushes askew, and dust rose to a height of over a person. Sumu held his gun, staring intently through the dust at the direction of the blood ginseng. The dust gradually settled. In the center of the clearing, the large stone remained. The bushes were still there, but a large pit had been blasted with thick smoke rising. There was nothing around. No monsters rushed out, no roars, and no movement at all. Sumu waited a little longer. Still nothing. Either that monster had been killed by the grenade, or it simply wasn't here. He slowly stood up, gripping his handgun tightly, and took careful steps toward the clearing. His gun was always aimed at the direction of the blood ginseng, moving lightly, stopping every few steps to scan the area. 30 meters. 20 meters. 10 meters. Nothing. Even so, Sumu remained cautious, holding his weapon ready to spot his target and shoot at any moment. His gun remained aimed at the blood ginseng, stepping lightly, stopping every few steps to scan the area. He continued moving forward. The air still carried the scent of gunpowder, and in the distance birds, startled by the explosion, flapped their wings, flying towards the sky. Yet here it was eerily quiet. There were no insect chirps, no sound of the wind, and even his own breathing seemed unusually clear. Until Sumu reached the coordinates, he still hadn't discovered any monsters. He frowned, scanning the surroundings. Originally, he thought that upon reaching here he would need to dig for half a day, like for wild vegetables, to find the blood ginseng. After all, these things should be buried in the ground, and he didn't recognize the exposed parts at all. However, when he looked down at the ground, he was taken aback. Not because he couldn't find it, but because it was too obvious. Because what kind of plant blew? Less than half a meter from his feet, a stream of dark red liquid seeped out from the surface of the soil, as if someone had ruptured a blood vessel beneath the ground, with blood slowly oozing through the cracks in the earth. The red liquid was thick, resembling not juice, but rather fresh blood. Strangely, just the scent made Sumu feel an incredibly refreshing aura surge into his mind, invigorating him. He crouched down and gently tapped the soft soil with a wrench. With a sudden collapse, a chunk of the surface soil gave way, revealing a fist-sized pit beneath. Shrapnel. The fragments of a grenade were embedded in the walls of the pit, and several thin roots nearby had been severed, with dark red liquid oozing from the cut. At the bottom of the pit lay a ginseng-like plant, entirely crimson. It was about the length of a palm, plump and round, with its surface covered in fine patterns resembling dried blood vessels. Several roots as thick as fingers extended from the main body, one of which had been severed by shrapnel, with blood still seeping from the cut. What luck! Sumu did not expect the grenade shrapnel to graze this thing just right. If it hadn't been for that, he estimated he would have spent quite a while digging in this empty space. This thing was buried at the bottom of the pit, at least several dozen centimeters deep, and the grass leaves above looked just like ordinary weeds, indistinguishable unless observed closely. He picked up the blood ginseng along with the severed root, not checking it immediately, but quickly stuffing it into the outer pocket of his backpack. Then he scooped up several handfuls of wet soil from the ground, filling the pocket to the brim, burying the blood ginseng securely in the earth. The fragrance emanating from this thing was too enticing. He almost couldn't resist the urge to eat it directly after catching a whiff. If left in the backpack, the scent would surely escape, and it would be troublesome if it attracted something undesirable. Covering it with soil would at least help suppress the aroma. Another reason for not examining it here was that the explosion had just occurred not long ago. Although the cat demons in this forest were afraid of gunshots and explosions, he was uncertain if there were other monsters around. More importantly, reports indicated that there was a LV2 monster in this area, yet he had not encountered one on. As he approached this area, he had only killed a single ordinary second-level cat demon, which was no different from those he had encountered before. Logically speaking, such rare treasures should have more terrifying monsters guarding them. Either he was overthinking it, and there were no formidable guardians here, or like the earlier goblin nest, the guardian had temporarily left for some reason. Regardless of the situation, the sound of the explosion could potentially draw them back. Sumu zipped up his backpack, turned, and left without looking back. He ran a full kilometer without stopping until he spotted a cat demon licking its paws at the tree roots, at which point he finally paused. The fact that these creatures who feared loud noises were undisturbed indicated that the area was now safe. With a swift motion, Sumu struck the cat demon dead, with the wrench earning 0. 1 experience, then found a sturdy tree and climbed up quickly, perching on a solid branch. Blood ginseng, purple type, rare, treasure, consumable quality, purple effect, significantly enhances. Blood ginseng, purple type, rare, treasure, consumable quality, purple effect, significantly enhances vitality upon consumption and permanently increases physical attributes. The potency is extremely powerful. Please consume according to your ability, as overdosing may cause reverse flow of vitality, leading to severe consequences. Purple. Sumu's pupils constricted. This was the first time he had seen an item of purple quality. The gunman profession book he had drawn from the lottery earlier was purple, but it required level 3 to use. In contrast, this blood ginseng was something that could genuinely enhance his strength immediately. Significantly enhances vitality. The term vitality in the game usually corresponds to health, which should translate to physical attributes. However, unlike the previous fruit of strength, this one had an additional note to consume according to ability, clearly marking serious consequences. The fruit of strength added 30 points of strength without such a warning. This indicated that the effects of blood ginseng were far more potent than that of the fruit of strength. Sumu glanced down at the severed root that had been cut by the shrapnel. It was finger-thick and the cut no longer bled as if it had formed a scab. After hesitating for a moment, he pulled out a bottle of mineral water from his backpack, opened the cap, rinsed the root briefly to remove the dirt, and placed it in the bottle, gently swirling it. The clear water instantly turned a pale red, and the refreshing aroma wafted out again. Sumu took out the root, capped the bottle, and shook it. Then he tilted his head back and took a small sip. The moment the liquid went down his throat, a wave of heat erupted from his stomach, as if someone had ignited a fire in his chest. His heart raced violently, pounding heavily in his ears. The blood throughout his body felt as if it had been heated, surging from his heart to his limbs, every pore exuding warmth. It was uncomfortable, yet it was also pleasurable. The sensation was strange. Like soaking in a scalding hot spring, his skin reddened and stinging, yet his muscles relaxed completely in the warm water, every nerve tingling. After about half a minute, the heat slowly subsided. Physical attribute, 5. Sumu's eyes widened. Just soaking a root and drinking a sip of water had increased his physical attribute by 5. He glanced down at the bottle, which had turned a pale red, then looked at the root in his hand that had been rinsed. The redness on it had noticeably faded, yet some remained. He took another sip. This time the heat came on faster and subsided quicker. His heart settled after a few beats, and his body only felt slightly warm. Physical attribute 1. He drank another sip. Physical attribute 1. The effects were diminishing. Sumu frowned, opened the cap to take a look. The water was still pale red, but the liquid on the root had clearly been mostly absorbed. He picked up a root, pinched it with his fingers, and scraped its surface with his nails to squeeze out the residual sap, stirring it in the water. Then he took another gulp. Physique 3. Another gulp. Physique 1. Another gulp. He repeated this process, extracting the red sap from the root little by little, drinking it sip by sip, until the water turned from light red to almost clear, and the root faded from dark red to ash white, completely losing its effect. Sumu glanced at the panel. Physique 824. Although this physique still paled in comparison to his strength, it was no longer as grotesque. More importantly, 16 points. A root the thickness of a finger soaked in water increased his physique by 16 points. Sumu looked down at the complete blood ginseng in his hand, his throat moving. This was just one of its roots. If the sap from just the root could do this, what if he consumed the whole blood ginseng? But he did not act impulsively. While drinking that water, he could feel that. The stronger the effect, the more intense the reaction in his body. During the last sip, his heart raced as if it would leap out of his throat, and his blood vessels felt like they were about to burst from the pain. Although he ultimately endured it, if he continued, it might really end up like the description said. Chi and blood flowing backward with serious consequences. One must act within their limits. Sumu wrapped the complete blood ginseng in damp soil again and stuffed it into the deepest part of his backpack. He would take this once his body could handle it, or when he found some auxiliary means. It was too risky to consume it now. However, this single harvest was already worthwhile. Sumu leaned back against a tree branch, exhaling deeply. What he needed to do next was to head directly to the retreat point and collect experience along the way. He slid down from the tree, oriented himself, and walked northeast towards the nearest retreat point. As he proceeded, he walked at a slow pace while hunting monsters. The density of cat demons in this forest was indeed high, but he could encounter one or two within 100 meters. Sumu had figured out their habits. They would flee at the sound of gunfire, but as long as he didn't make too much noise they would go about their business. Once he got accustomed to using the wrench, his efficiency surpassed that of a gun. One swing of the wrench took one down clean and swift. However, experience gained was indeed slow. A level 1 cat demon only gave 0.1, while a level 2 gave 1. After nearly an hour of hunting around 60, his experience bar only crawled from 107 to just over 150. Sumu noticed an issue. Throughout this journey, the average level of the cat demons he encountered was around 1 to 2. He occasionally spotted a level 2, but not a single level 3. There were no traces of anything above green quality. Was it due to the geographical location? Or did this forest only suit lower-level monsters? He wasn't quite sure. But compared to the previous zombie area, the level distribution of monsters here was indeed different. In the zombie area, the ratio of level 1 to level 2 was about 20 to 1, while here it was roughly 3 to 1 with a much higher proportion of level 2, but it cut off at higher levels. Regardless, this was good news for him. At least he didn't have to worry about suddenly encountering something he couldn't handle. However, one thing made him a bit anxious. The retreat point was much farther than he had imagined. The straight-line distance on the map was only 7 kilometers, but this was a mountainous forest. He was currently halfway up the mountain, and to reach the northeastern retreat point, he would first have to descend the mountain, and then cross a flat area at the foot of the mountain to reach that marked point. At this speed, it would take at least 2 or 3 more hours to return. Fortunately, he could level up along the way, so it wasn't a wasted trip. Sumu wiped the blood off the wrench on the weeds, and continued forward. After about half an hour of walking, the slope began to ease, and the trees became more sparse. Through the gaps between the trunks, he could already see the outline at the foot of the mountain. It was a village. No, to be precise, it was a ruin. The remains of houses were scattered across the flat land at the foot of the mountain like a toppled stack of blocks. Some roofs had collapsed, revealing the dark beams inside. Some walls remained, but were covered in cracks and vines, and others were just foundations mostly swallowed by weeds and bushes. It did not look like it had just been destroyed. The degree of weathering of those bricks and stones, the thickness of the vines, and the mottled marks on the walls made it seem more like it had been eroded over a long time, or perhaps accelerated aging due to some force. It could also be a combination of both. Sumu stopped, squatting behind a thicket and carefully observing the ruins. Then he saw the cat demons. Not one or two, but a whole group. They wandered in pairs around various corners of the ruins. Some basking in the sun on collapsed rooftops, others moving between the remnants of walls, and some squatting on the well platform, licking their paws. At a glance, there were at least 20 of them. Moreover, most were level 2. Sumu's gaze swept over the cat demons just as he was about to consider whether to circumvent them suddenly. His gaze froze. In the center of the village, in front of a relatively intact shrine, crouched a cat demon that was clearly much larger. That creature was at least 2 to 3 times bigger than an ordinary cat demon, its body covered in dark green fur. Not the green of leaves, but that of a moldy, toxic green. The fur on its back stood on end like it was embedded with steel needles. Its eyes were crimson with slit pupils that were double the width of ordinary cat demons, emitting a chilling glow in the shadows. Most striking was its mouth, with curved fangs protruding from the corners, each as long as a finger, glistening with a dark green sheen. Saliva dripped from its fangs onto the ground, making a faint sizzling sound as the ground was corroded into small pits. Sumu's pupils constricted. Venomous cat demon LV2 blue species, mutated beast, strength 58, physique 48, agility 62, spirit 12, note. In mutated form of cat demon, extremely toxic, astonishing speed. It is recommended to eliminate from a distance, do not engage up close. Sumu looked at this data, quickly comparing it to the previous giant axe wielder. Strength 72, physique 65, agility 28. This venomous cat demon's strength and physique were about a third lower than the giant axe wielder, but its agility exceeded by more than 30 points. With 62 agility, it was more than twice as fast as an ordinary cat demon. A speed type. He glanced at the venomous cat demon again. On the steps of the shrine, a silver chest lay quietly there. A silver treasure chest. Sumu's gaze darted back and forth between the chest and the cat demon. To strike or not? He quickly analyzed. The venomous cat demon's physique was 52 points, which was a discrepancy compared to the giant axe wielder's 65 points. The giant axe wielder had fallen after he shot it with a round of bullets. And the giant axe wielder clearly had tough skin and thick flesh. If this venomous cat demon was like the previous cat demons with no armor, it would probably only take a few shots. Unfortunately, he couldn't see any armor, this was just his speculation. Perhaps this was what detailed attributes referred to. He hesitated. The temptation of the silver treasure chest was simply too great. Damn it, if I don't even take on a level 2 monster, that's not how I should play it. He decided to engage. Sumu quickly made a decision. However, he could not act recklessly. He needed to find a good position. He circled around the ruins and finally found an old locust tree in the southeast corner. The trunk was so thick that two people couldn't wrap their arms around it, reaching nearly 10 meters in height, with lush branches offering a wide field of view. The most crucial factor was that this tree was about 30 meters away from the location of the venomous cat demon, with no significant obstructions in between, and the treetop was high enough that the cat demon couldn't reach it even if it jumped. Ordinary cat demons could only jump 2 or 3 meters, and while this one was stronger 10 meters, Sumu unloaded his backpack and excess items, taking only a pistol, bullets, and a grenade. He climbed up to a height of 6 or 7 meters, found a sturdy branch to sit on, and hid his body behind the leaves. He peered through the gaps in the leaves. The venomous cat demon was still crouching in front of the ancestral hall, its crimson eyes half closed, as if dozing. The ordinary cat demons around showed no signs of abnormality. Sumu took a deep breath and pulled out the last grenade from his waist. He removed the safety pin, silently counted to 3 in his mind, then aimed at the venomous cat demon's head and threw it with all his might. The grenade traced an arc in the air, accurately falling towards the top of the venomous cat demon. Just as the grenade was about to land on its head, the cat demon moved. Its reaction was so swift that it was hard to believe it had just been dozing. Almost at the same moment the grenade was released, it suddenly opened its eyes, its crimson vertical pupils locking on Sumu's direction. Then it moved. Yet despite this, the grenade still hit its head, but it did not explode. Sumu even failed to see how it had moved. He only saw a shadow of dark green launching from its original position, moving so fast that it left an afterimage in the air. The grenade struck the stone steps of the ancestral hall, bouncing once. Boom. When the explosion sounded, the venomous cat demon had already fled at least 15 meters away. Shrapnel and debris scattered everywhere, and several nearby ordinary cat demons were blown to bits, howling as they fell. But the venomous cat demon, it was not seriously injured. Sumu clearly saw several pieces of shrapnel grazed its back, creating cuts on its dark green fur, from which dark green blood seeped out. But that was all. Most of the grenade's power had been evaded. It wasn't that it had escaped the blast radius, it had already fled before the grenade hit the ground. This reaction speed. Sumu had no time to think further. The venomous cat demon had already turned towards his direction, its crimson eyes filled with ferocity. It charged toward him with astonishing speed. 30 meters was a distance that would take an ordinary person several seconds to cover, but for this creature it might be just the blink of an eye. Sumu raised his gun and fired. Bang, 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 bang. 7 bullets rained down. The first 2 hit their mark. He could feel the subtle pull when the skill lock weakness activated. But starting from the third shot, that sensation, because the cat demon had dashed into the shadows of the treetops. The branches and leaves obstructed his view. Though it was only for a moment, that instant of blockage rendered his talent ineffective. Without sight, there could be no lock-on. After firing 6 shots, the venomous cat demon had already reached beneath the tree. It did not stop, it sprang off the ground with its hind legs, launching its body like a cannonball towards Sumu. 4 to 5 meters. It jumped 4 to 5 meters high. Its claws nearly grazed the soles of Sumu's feet, leaving 4 deep gashes on the trunk. At the edges of the claw marks, dark green venom seeped into the bark, hissing as it corroded with white, smoke rising and a pungent smell wafting toward him. Sumu didn't even have time to feel fear. He stared intently at the cat demon. It missed its first strike, landing back on the ground, and immediately springing up again for a second attack. This time it jumped even higher. Sumu did not retreat. He grasped the branch above his head with one hand, and swung his entire body out, using his other hand to wield a large wrench, smashing it down with the force of his momentum. The wrench struck the top of the venomous cat demon's head with a dull crack. The cat demon's body tilted, deviating from its original trajectory, and it crashed heavily to the ground, rolling twice. It did not die. Sumu could hear it letting out a painful howl on the ground, its claws scraping against the dirt with a sound as grating as metal against metal. But he couldn't afford to check. He swung back to the branch, one hand quickly retrieving a speed loader from his chest and loading it into the revolver. 1 round. 2 rounds. He only had time to load 2 rounds. The venomous cat demon had already climbed back up from the ground. A noticeable dent marked its head, and dark green blood streamed down its forehead, smearing half of its eye. Yet its movements had not slowed much. Its crimson single eye fixed intently on Sumu, a low growl emanating from its throat. It lunged at him once more. This time Sumu did not dodge. He perched on the branch, both hands gripping the gun, aiming at the charging cat demon. 2 shots. Bang, bang. The two gunshots almost merged into one. The first bullet struck the cat demon's forehead, shattering its already concave skull. The second shot followed, closely penetrating through the same bullet hole and exploding within its cranial cavity. The venomous cat demon's momentum froze midair. Its body seemed to have been pressed pause, stopping less than 2 meters in front of Sumu for a brief moment. Then it fell straight down, crashing to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. Kill LV2 Blue Venomous Cat Demon Experience 30. Sumu gasped for breath, his hand holding the gun still trembling slightly. He looked down. The 4 claw marks on the trunk were deep enough to fit a finger. The surrounding bark had been corroded to black by the venom, still emitting white smoke. If that claw had scratched him earlier, it would have been unbearable, especially since this creature clearly had poison. He did not continue to think, quickly filling the chamber, the gun barrel pointing downwards as he surveyed his surroundings. The ordinary cat demons had already been startled by the explosion. A few were running towards the tree at a brisk pace. However, Sumu was no longer anxious. Compared to the venomous cat demons, these creatures moved as if they were merely strolling. He aimed at the first cat demon that reached the base of the tree and pulled the trigger. Bang! A headshot. Instant kill. The second one. Bang! Headshot. The third one attempted to circle around from the side, but before it could run 2 steps, it was taken down by a shot. 1 shot for each, clean and neat. He easily eliminated these cat demons. He jumped down from the tree, and as soon as his feet hit the ground, the system prompt sounded. Current experience points 194. 2200, only 5. 8 left. Sumu glanced at the panel, then at the corpses of the cat demons on the ground. If he kills 6 more level 2 demons, he will level up. However, there was no rush now as his gaze fell on the corpse of the venomous cat demon. Next to the corpse, a metal box glowing with a faint blue light lay quietly. A blue quality box. Sumu walked over, crouched down, and opened it. 3 beams of light simultaneously caught his attention. The first item was a tooth. It was a whole size larger than an ordinary cat demon's tooth, entirely dark green, with fine patterns on the surface, and a tip as sharp as a blade. It felt heavy in his hand, and he could faintly smell a hint of blood. Venomous cat demon tooth, blue type, special material effect, can be used for weapon enchantment or equipment crafting, adding the venom property to the equipment. There is a chance to poison the target upon attack, causing continuous damage. Sumu put the tooth away. This item would be useful when crafting equipment later. The second item was a talisman. On the light silver paper, complex patterns were drawn, subtly shimmering with flowing light. Sumu couldn't help but feel excited after just one glance. Level 3 Agility Breakthrough Talisman Type Consumable Effect. When LV2 experience reaches 200,200, using it can break through to LV3, forcibly directing the gained attribute points towards agility. Agility. Although what he wanted most was strength, agility wasn't bad either. He had already experienced how terrifying a venomous cat demon with 62 points of agility could be. Agility. Although what he wanted most was strength, agility wasn't bad either. He had already experienced how terrifying a venomous cat demon with 62 points of agility could be. If he could obtain similar attributes, his combat power would undergo a qualitative leap. The third item was a red glass vial the size of a finger. The vial was small, and the liquid inside was bright red, resembling concentrated blood, glimmering faintly under the sunlight. There was no label on the bottle, but the moment Sumu picked it up, the system prompt popped up. Small recovery potion, blue type, consumable effect, instantly restores 20 of health and injuries. Effective for levels below 10. Note: regeneration of severed limbs, internal organ repair, toxin removal. As long as one is not dead, it can bring you back. Sumu looked at this line of text, his pupils slightly constricting. Healing injuries. He had to understand that this was not a game. Injuries would manifest in reality. For example, if your leg was broken, you truly couldn't walk, and it would hurt, something he had learned from the chat in the channel. This potion could restore broken legs, shattered internal organs, and nerves damaged by toxins. It was equivalent to having an extra life. Sumu carefully placed the potion into the innermost pocket of his chest pouch and zipped it up. This item would not be used unless absolutely necessary. He stood up and glanced at the experience bar. 194. 2,200. Only 5. 8 left. First he would collect the treasure chest, then level up. He hurriedly crossed the ruins, squatting down in front of the steps of the shrine, pressing his hands on the lid of the chest. He opened it. The silver chest's lid was lifted, revealing only 2 items inside, but each one made his eyes light up. The first item was a dark black gun barrel about the size of half a palm with fine grooves on the surface, one end featuring a standard threaded interface for a gun muzzle. He picked it up to examine it, and the system prompt immediately popped up. Universal Suppressor, green type, firearm accessory effect, significantly reduces the noise produced when firing a gun when installed. Compatible with most firearms. Durability 100100. Note: functional accessory, no attribute bonus. Removable and reusable. Sumu's eyes lit up. A suppressor. This item came at the perfect time. The biggest headache he had when firing was the loud noise that would attract monsters and scare them away. With a suppressor, he could shoot freely while remaining concealed, neither startling his prey nor attracting unnecessary. He immediately screwed the suppressor onto the muzzle of the M500. The threads fit perfectly, and once tightened, the entire gun's outline became longer and more rigid. He weighed it in his hand, the center of gravity shifted slightly forward, but it was not a significant impact. Let's give it a try. He raised the gun, aiming at the trunk of a distant withered tree, and pulled the trigger. Bayou bayou. A very short muffled sound emerged as if someone had gently tapped their fist against the table. The muzzle lifted slightly, the recoil remained, but the noise was indeed suppressed to an extremely low level. Sumu nodded in satisfaction and turned his gaze to the second item. It was a scroll. Not the ordinary yellowed paper type, but a special scroll made of thicker material with gilded edges, its surface subtly flowing with ice blue patterns, and it felt slightly cool to the touch. One-time release, ice freeze, scroll, green type, consumable, effect upon release. All monsters below blue quality, within a radius of 10 meters from the user, will be briefly frozen. Control time decreases based on the target's level and quality. For LV-15 ordinary monsters up to 3 seconds. For LV-5-10 ordinary monsters up to 2 seconds. The effect on blue quality and above monsters is significantly weakened and may only cause slowing. Usage tier, open the scroll to activate, no mental power consumption required. Note, one-time item, the scroll disappears after use. Sumu carefully stored the scroll. He was well aware of the value of control-type skills. 3 seconds of control could be life-changing in battle, especially when facing speed-type monsters. If that venomous cat demon had been frozen for even a second, he wouldn't have had to fight so desperately. Moreover, this scroll provided area control, which could not only save his life at critical moments, but also create excellent output opportunities in group battles. 2 items, both fully functional. One solves the concealment issue, while the other addresses crowd control. The silver treasure chest was worth it. Having packed everything away, Sumu rose to his feet and swept his gaze across the surrounding ruins. The corpses of cat demons he had silently eliminated lay scattered about, most still intact, not yet decomposed. But he no longer had time to collect them. His experience bar lagged only 8 points from leveling up. First things first, ascend. To the east of the ruins, several cat demons prowled. One level 2 specimen crouched atop a collapsed chimney, leisurely licking its paws. E2 level 1s rubbed heads affectionately against a crumbling wall. The level 2 cat demon on the chimney tilted its head sideways and tumbled from the height, landing lifelessly amid shattered rubble. Experience gained 1. Current experience 195. 200. Startled by the sound of their comrades' fall, the 2 level 1 cat demons at the wall's base pricked up their ears and scanned the surroundings, but heard no gunshot, leaving them momentarily unable to locate the source of danger. Bayou bayou. 4 muffled reports merged into near simultaneity. Both cat demons dropped in. Experience gained 0. 1. Current experience 195. 200. Experience gained 0. 1. Current experience 195. 200. Still short by 6 points. Sumu did not linger in the ruins. Instead, he retraced his steps along the path he descended from the mountain, recalling several denser clusters of cat demons along the way. Returning now would let him clear them en route, just enough to reach the threshold. He moved swiftly, his steps light and deliberate. With the silencer attached, his entire tactical approach had transformed. Before, gunfire demanded caution, used sparingly if at all, so he relied mostly on close-quarters combat with a wrench. Now everything changed. He could advance while firing as though traversing a live-moving shooting range. A cat demon peered out from behind a thicket. It collapsed. Experience gained 0. 1. 2 others frolicked beneath a tree, chasing and nuzzling one another. They fell in quick succession. Experience gained 0. 1. Experience gained 0. 1. A level 2 cat demon perched warily upon a broad trunk, scanning the woods. Its nostrils flared, sensing something amiss. Sumu halted and raised his pistol, taking careful aim. This one reacted far faster than level 1s. The instant his finger pressed the trigger, it jerked backward behind the trunk. Yet it was still a fraction too slow. The bullet pierced behind its ear and detonated inside its skull. Its corpse plummeted into a pile of fallen leaves. Experience gained 1. Current experience 198. 200. Still short by 3 points. Sumu quickened his pace and located the last solitary level 2 cat demon halfway up the mountainside. Experience gained 1. Current experience 199. 200. Still short by 3 points. He scanned the area, no other cat demons in sight. Just as he prepared to move forward, movement flickered at the edge of his vision. A small level 1 cat demon, barely matured, huddled trembling behind a thicket of grass. Though the gunshots had been muted, the repeated collapse of its kin had clearly terrified it. Sumu raised his Experience gain 0. 1. Current experience 199. 8200. Still short by 0. 2 points. He waited a moment. No new adversaries appeared. So close. Sumu frowned and opened his system interface to check the experience bar. 199. 8200. 2 more level 1 kills, or 1 level 2, would suffice. He increased his pace heading toward the extraction point. The map indicated a vast forest ahead. Cat demon density there would likely remain high. Sure enough, within 5 minutes another level 1 emerged. Bayou. Experience gain 0. 1. Current experience 199. 9200. Just 0. 1 left. Sumu slowed his eyes, sweeping the woodland. A level 1 cat demon lay sunbathing atop a boulder, utterly oblivious to impending peril. He raised his pistol and aimed at its furry head. Experience gain 0. 1. Current experience 200. Experience threshold reached, level advancement available. Sumu exhaled, slowly holstered his pistol, and scaled a sturdy oak in 3 swift motions, settling astride a thick branch. From his pouch, he withdrew a pale silver talisman, the Tier 3 Agility Ascension Talisman Azure. He held it in his palms, studying its surface. The silver sigils shimmered, like living currents flowing subtly across the parchment. Warmth pulsed gently within his grip, as if the talisman breathed. Tier 3 Agility Ascension Talisman Azure grants ascension from level 2 to level 3 when experience reaches 200,200 and forcibly directs all attribute points awarded upon leveling toward agility. Sumu drew a deep breath. Activate. The talisman dissolved into a stream of silver light and merged into his body. As before, warmth bloomed from his abdomen and spread rapidly through his limbs and core. Yet this time the sensation was gentler. Not the violent tearing and reassembly of prior ascensions, but a slow, sustained permeation. White light coursed inward like countless slender streams, washing over every fiber of flesh, every bone. He felt with crystalline clarity, subtle metamorphosis unfolding within. Not strength, not raw power, but lightness. Yes, lightness. His entire being grew light. His limbs shed superfluous weight. His joints gained fluid grace. His muscles contracted and relaxed with newfound speed. Even his breath flowed easier, as if air met less resistance entering and leaving his lungs. He clenched his fist. No explosive surge of force, but his fist moved markedly faster. From neural command to full clench, nearly zero latency. The process lasted roughly 10 seconds, significantly shorter than before. The white light faded. Calm returned. Sumu opened his eyes and stretched his body. That sense of lightness remained, like shedding several kilograms of invisible burden, his movements now markedly more agile and refined. He opened his personal interface, named Sumu, level 30400, race human, hunger 72, strength 58, 56-2, constitution 25, 24-1, agility 14-8-6, spirit 18-17-1. Not bad. Though the stats still bore an uneven profile, they were vastly improved from before. Sumu nodded in quiet satisfaction, then turned his attention to what mattered most. Talent draw. He has reached level 3. The increase in personal level signifies a new opportunity for talent selection. Sumu pulled out a bottle of mineral water from his backpack, unscrewed the cap, and carefully washed his hands. Water droplets fell through his fingers, pooling on the floor of the cable car. A sense of ritual. Last time when the cable car was upgraded, he didn't wash his hands, resulting in the luck icon not appearing. This time he learned his lesson. Regardless of its usefulness, washing is better than not washing at all. After finishing all this, he took a deep breath and opened the talent selection interface. 3 golden cards floated before his eyes. Then he smiled. On the second card, the familiar flame icon appeared again, with the word luck inscribed within. Indeed, washing hands is effective. The cards flipped in sequence, clearly presenting 3 options. Option 1, information type, acquire the ability of trap perception. Within a radius of 50 meters, it can automatically detect all hidden traps, ambushes, and camouflage dangerous areas. Passive effect, no need to activate manually. Option 2, personal type, acquire the ability of dynamic vision. The eyes can track high-speed moving objects, clearly seeing rapidly changing scenes, greatly enhancing the ability to capture agile targets. Role type ability. Option 3, building type, acquire the ability to create basic talismans. Can produce low-level talismans, including silent barrier talisman, radius 20 meters, lasts 20 minutes, visual obscuration talisman, single target lasts 30 seconds, olfactory obscuration talisman, single target lasts 1 minute, tactile obscuration talisman, single target lasts 30 seconds, gustatory obscuration talisman, single target lasts 1 minute. Creating requires the consumption of mental power with a daily limit of 3 talismans. Sumu's gaze swept across the 3 options, his heartbeat slightly quickening. Option 1, information type, trap perception. Automatically detect traps and ambushes within a 50-meter radius. This ability is very useful when exploring unknown areas, especially when entering places that may have monster nests. Passive effect: no need to activate manually, saving trouble and effort. Option 2, personal type, dynamic vision. Able to track high-speed moving objects and clearly see rapidly changing scenes. Rule type ability. Option 3, building type, create low-level talismans. Silent barrier talisman. Isn't this the kind that Zhou Jinghua has been selling? He previously spent 15 units of food to buy one. Visual obscuration, olfactory obscuration, tactile obscuration, gustatory obscuration. These are talismans specifically targeting the 5 senses. If he chooses this option, he will be able to create these items himself without needing to buy them from Zhou Jinghua. Su Mu's gaze fell on option 3, his pupils slightly contracting. Dynamic vision. Rule type. It didn't specify the exact parameters. How fast can it track moving objects? How clearly can it see rapidly changing scenes? It doesn't say, but the 3 words rule type indicate everything unreasonable, indisputable. He recalled when he dealt with that venomous cat demon. 44 agility because his eyes could not keep up with the demon's speed of movement. The gun was empty several times, not because he was out of ammo, but because the cat demon twisted too quickly in the air, and he couldn't see its posture clearly, only shooting by instinct. Although he ultimately won, it wasn't a pretty victory. If it hadn't been for the weakness lock ability ensuring his hit rate, the outcome of that battle might have been completely different. But if he had dynamic vision, Su Mu's breathing became slightly rapid. If he could see the trajectories of those high-speed moving objects, then his weakness lock talent would be able to unleash its full power, compensating for its only flaw. If his eyes can keep up, his hands will naturally follow. The weakness lock will help him accomplish the rest. No monster, no matter how fast, can escape before him. Moreover, this ability is not limited to combat. During exploration, distant figures flashing by, things suddenly darting out from the darkness. He would be able to see them clearly. Su Mu took a deep breath, forcing down the impulse to choose immediately, and shifted his gaze back to option 3. Create talismans. Isn't this Zhou Jinghua's ability? Silent barrier talisman, 5 senses obscuration talismans, exactly the same. Previously he thought Zhou Jinghua was a lifestyle profession talismaker, but now it seems that he likely obtained this ability through the talent selection. He recalled seeing someone flaunting fireball technique in the channel similar to one of the options he had previously chosen. A thought suddenly surfaced in his mind. Could it be that these options he sees each time are randomly drawn from the ability pool of others on this? Zhou Jinghua's talisman-making ability, Lin Yui's potential intelligence ability, the fireball technique from that 5-person talent team, have all appeared in his options. Once or twice might be a coincidence, but so many times, it's highly likely not. Regardless, this discovery is currently just information for him. Knowing where these abilities come from doesn't have a direct impact on his talent selection, but in the future, when he encounters those with special abilities, he might be able to guess their trump cards. Su Mu shook his head, pulling his thoughts back. He hesitated no longer. He reached out and pointed to option 3. Selection successful. The golden card transformed into light particles, merging into his body. Su Mu blinked. There was no special feeling. No warmth, no sting, no physical change at all. He tried to quickly roll his eyes. Just like before, no difference. He tried to focus on a bird flying by outside. The bird wasn't flying fast, he could see it clearly already. No changes. Su Mu frowned. Is it because he hasn't encountered a high-speed moving target, so he can't feel it? Forget it. Rule-type abilities are like this, they are not felt in daily life, but their strength is revealed when used. He temporarily set this aside, and turned his attention to another equally important matter. Job change. He dug out the skill book from the deepest part of his backpack. The long spear on the cover glimmered coldly under the sunlight, its silver body, crimson tassel, and sharp tip. Although it was just a painted pattern, it exuded an imposing aura. Professional Skill Book, Spear Master Purple. Type Professional Skill Book. Effect allows the user to change class to Spear Master Purple. Class change requirement: level must reach LV3. Su Mu held the skill book in his hands, took a deep breath, and pondered slightly. Changing class to Spear Master meant that his primary weapon would be the spear belonging to a melee profession. However, according to his weakness analysis, a ranged profession would complement him better. But he thought again. As for a ranged profession, he could fully compensate using firearms, so there was no need to switch to a ranged class separately. Moreover, the most important thing was that he currently did not possess the class change book for a ranged profession. In this world, turning resources into true power as soon as possible was the hard truth. Furthermore, the spear was a mid-range weapon, which meant a wider attack range compared to other melee weapons. This allowed him to strike from a safer position while enjoying the double damage from extra attack. Thus, he decisively proceeded with the class change to Spearmaster. Class change. Su Mu spoke in a low voice. The skill book transformed into a dark golden light, surging into his body from the palm of his hand. This sensation was more intense than any previous experience. The dark golden light flowed like a living entity drilling into his skin from his palm, rapidly spreading along his veins and meridians. It was not warm but scalding, like a red-hot iron rod branding from within. Every inch of muscle and every bone was being reforged and rearranged by some force. Sumu gritted his teeth, gripping the branch beneath him tightly. He could feel something awakening inside him. It was not a skill learned afterward, but an instinct engraved deep within, as natural as breathing. The grip of the spear, the angle of thrust, the timing of sweeps, the rhythm of advances. Knowledge surged into his mind like a tidal wave, requiring no thought, no practice, as if he had been born with it. Meanwhile, his body was also undergoing changes. The muscles that had swelled due to the fruit of power became even more taut, not in an exaggerated way like those from gym workouts, but in a more refined and fluid form. It was as if every bit of strength was compressed to the extreme, without an ounce of excess fat. His bones emitted faint crack sounds. He could feel his spine straightening, his shoulder blades adjusting, even the joints of his fingers were realigning. Everything was changing towards a direction more suitable for combat. The most noticeable change was in his hands. His palms became rough, his knuckles thickened, and there were more hardened calluses at the bases of his thumbs. Remnants of years of gripping a spear. Although his body had not undergone such years, the power of the class change had directly etched these experiences into his flesh and blood. The entire process lasted about 30 seconds. The dark golden light dissipated. Sumu gasped for air, sweat covering his forehead. He looked down at his hands. Indeed changed. The patterns on his palms were deeper, his fingers longer and stronger, and he could feel an explosive power gathering when he clenched his fist. He opened the panel. Name Sumu. Level 30400. Race human. Profession Spear Master, Purple LV1. Class Attribute Bonus Strength 30, Constitution 20, Agility 15. Hunger Level 75. Strength 88. Constitution 45. Agility 29. Mental 18. Armor 53. Endurance 13313. Constitution Strength. Endurance Recovery 9 minutes 0. 2x Constitution. Professional Passive Spear Mastery. Using a spear deals an additional 20 damage. Professional Skills. 1. Combo Active Chain Skill. Thrust at the target unlocks the next phase upon hit, totaling 7 moves. Each hit increases the damage of the next move by 10. Cooldown time 12 seconds. Reduces all skill cooldowns by 1 second upon hit. On the 7th hit, the target will be knocked back 10 meters, costing 10 endurance points. 2. Lunge Active Prediction Skill. After a brief charge, dash forward 10 meters, launching the first enemy in the path, causing 13 seconds of control, depending on the target's level and tier, and 150 strength damage. Cooldown 15 seconds. Costs 20 endurance points. 3. Sweep the Army Active Sweep all enemies within a 5-meter radius, dealing 120 strength damage, and knocking them back 15 meters, depending on the target size and level. Cooldown 20 seconds. Costs 30 endurance points. Subsequent skills not unlocked must reach the corresponding level or obtain the skill book. Sumu glanced at the skill bar again. Looking at the skills of this profession, he silently calculated in his heart. It had control during advances, explosive damage, and area knockback. Although the 3 skills were not many, their functionality was quite complete. The lunge could be used to initiate, control the combo, to maximize output, and sweep to finish or control. The thought process for a full chain of attacks was very clear. However, to truly maximize the damage of this profession, the key still lay in effectively using the first skill. Combo. According to the description, this skill should be somewhat difficult to hit the target. And if not executed well, it might only hit once, rendering it a useless skill. But if he could land all 7 hits, the damage would undergo a qualitative change. But speaking of which, doesn't this perfectly suit him? Sumu's lips curled slightly. With the talent that any attack will lock onto the monster's weakness as long as the opponent was within his attack range, could they escape? This meant that the skill combo posed no risk of breaking the chain for him. As long as he struck, it would definitely hit. Stacking up to 7 layers was a certainty, and the 10 damage increase per shot was also assured. Moreover, the passive effect of 100 battles reduced all skill cooldowns by 1 second for each hit. With his accuracy, the trigger frequency of this passive was almost at its limit. The first skill combo has no cooldown. Combo lasts 12 seconds, lunge has a cooldown of 15 seconds, and sweep has a cooldown of 20 seconds. After executing a full chain of attacks, all skills would be reduced by 7 seconds. The cooldown would become 5 seconds, 8 seconds, and 12 seconds. If he combined this with the 3 seconds of control from lunge, he could charge and initiate with lunge to launch the enemy, follow up with the swift combo for 7 shots, and then finish with sweep to knock them away. Once the opponent lands, he could maneuver again. The cooldown for lunge would be ready, allowing him to go for another. A complete combo that left the opponent with almost no room to retaliate. Most importantly, the cooldown reduction effect from combo could continue indefinitely. If there were any additional skills. Sumu took a deep breath. This profession was impressive. Is this what an A-level profession is like? But then he thought again. No, this profession is powerful only in my hands. It relies on that talent for locking weaknesses. Without this talent, Spear Master is just a melee profession that relies on skill. Combo has to be maintained by himself, skills have to be aimed by himself, and launching has to be calculated by himself. Every shot strikes true, every skill hits precisely. The combo never breaks, and the cooldown is always refreshing. In his hands, this profession exceeds the limits indicated on the panel by far. Sumu suppressed his excitement and continued to read. However, this thing seems to consume stamina. This thing had not shown before. He reopened the panel, and indeed, there was a new line of numbers beneath. Stamina 133133, Constitution Strength Stamina, Recovery 4. 5 points. Second Constitution 0. 1. The stamina value is the sum of strength and constitution. Currently, he has 58 strength and 30 constitution, totaling 88 points. The recovery rate is constitution multiplied by 0.2, which is 6 points per minute. Sumu calculated the consumption of the previous combo. Charge 20 points, stab 10 points, sweep 30 points, 60 points. He can only perform it twice. This limitation is indeed considerable. However, compared to the strength of this combo, such limitations are entirely acceptable. Moreover, as he improves his constitution, this weakness will be resolved. What brought Sumu back to reality was another matter. His attributes seemed to have changed. He distinctly remembered that before leveling up, his attributes were 58 strength, 30 constitution, 15 agility, and 18 spirit. But that was after applying the breakthrough rune. Now looking again. Strength 88, 30, 88. Sumu stared at the panel for a while, a smile gradually forming at the corners of his mouth. Profession attribute bonuses: strength 30, constitution 20, agility 15. Just by changing his profession, he gained 65 attribute points. Changing professions also adds attributes. Sumu took a deep breath, suppressing the shock within him. He recalled the attributes of the monsters he had seen before. The level 2 blue giant axe wielder has 72 strength. At that time, he thought this number was ridiculously high. Even a 5-person team of the same level would surely perish. It's important to know that based on color, this should be considered a small boss-type monster slightly over the standard. Now he understood that it wasn't that the monsters were too strong, but rather that survival here was not measured by ordinary human standards. Before changing professions, even the highest attributes were only the limits of an ordinary person. After changing professions, he truly stepped into the threshold of the extraordinary. Those monsters are probably some kind of professionals or mutants. Their attributes are designed according to the standards after changing professions. And ordinary people who have not changed professions are naturally crushed in front of them. No wonder even a level 1 goblin can kill a grade talent user in seconds. No matter how high the talent bonus, it merely stacks on the base of an ordinary person. And goblins are solid mutant creatures, their starting attributes are simply different. Sumu leaned against the tree trunk and exhaled deeply. Thus, changing professions is the true starting point in this world. Reaching level 3, obtaining the profession book, completing the change. This is the real threshold to the extraordinary. Before this, everyone was just an ordinary person struggling to survive in this cruel world, including himself. If it weren't for that daily intelligence talent, not having obtained resources in advance, and not having struggled to level up to 3, he would probably be like those people in the channel still worrying about a bottle of mineral water. Sumu shook his head, temporarily pushing these thoughts aside. While he was thinking, a cold mechanical voice suddenly rang in his ears. Cable No. 886 area announcement detected that a survivor in this area has completed their profession change, achieving the pioneer accomplishment. Area function, update 1. Treasure chest drop rate increased. Probability of bronze and above quality treasure chests appearing slightly increased. Lasting for 3 days. 2. Monster drop adjustments. Probability of monsters dropping profession change books slightly increased, lasting for 7 days. The announcement echoed throughout the entire cable. Sumu was taken aback. This was announced already. He glanced at his profession column. Gunmaster Purple. So the first person to change professions also receives an achievement reward. However, the announcement stated a survivor in this area has completed their profession change without naming anyone. This is actually a good thing. He certainly didn't want everyone to know he was the first to change professions. Sumu opened the chat channel to see everyone's reactions. Sure enough, the news had exploded. Profession change. What is that? I haven't even reached level 1, and someone is already level 3. Still change professions. Pioneer achievement. Big shot, show your face. Treasure chest drop rate increased. That's great. Messages were flying by rapidly. Some were shocked, some envious, some discussing the new features, and others trying to figure out who the pioneer was. Some guessed it was Zhou Zhenghua because of his strong organizational skills and monster kills. Some guessed it was the leader of the 5-person talent team because they were the most efficient. Others speculated it might be a big shot who had been lurking since day one. Previously, Su-mu sold a blue profession skill book in the channel called Battlefield Medic. Could it be that buyer? It's possible. After all, that's the only profession book we've seen. Can a healer profession even be the first to change professions? That's impossible. Healers have no combat. What if they are a combat healer? Combat healers are still healers. Can they really be the first to kill a monster and reach level 3? Su-mu watched these discussions, his mouth twitching. He had already traded the Battlefield Medic book to Lin Weiner. If Lin Weiner used that book to change professions, then she would be the second to change, not the first. However, he did not explain. Let them guess. Just then a series of messages asking for information popped up. Su-mu glanced at them and ignored them. There was no need to respond to such matters. He was just about to close the channel when another message popped up. Sender Zhao Hongyuan. Su-mu had an impression of this name. The captain of the 5-person talent team discussed in the channel before was called Zhao Hongyuan. It was said that all members had combat-related talents and were well-coordinated. Yesterday, they could handle 2 or 3 zombies independently. Today, 3 of them leveled up to level 2 and were quite popular. Zhao Hongyuan, who did you sell that Battlefield Medic profession book to? There was no greeting, no polite language, not even a may I ask. It sounded like he was asking a question that should be answered without hesitation. Su-mu raised an eyebrow and did not reply. After a few seconds, another message popped up. Zhao Hongyuan. Su-mu stared at these words for 2 seconds, paused his finger on the screen. Then he clicked on Zhao Hongyuan's avatar and chose to block. Decisively. First of all, this profession book was given to Lin Weiner and was a transaction between the two of them. No matter the other party's intentions, he had no obligation to disclose the buyer's information. This is the most basic professional ethics. Secondly, if the other party had a normal tone, even just adding a may I ask, he might have considered his wording and politely declined. After all, it is better to get along with someone who can organize talented individuals than to have a bad relationship. But this condescending attitude. Su-mu shook his head. He couldn't be bothered to retort or teach the other party how to behave. Blocking was the simplest way to handle it. Out of sight, out of mind. As he closed the chat window, preparing to get up and stretch, a familiar notification sound suddenly rang in his ears. It was not the gentle prompt from the talent selection, but a more solemn and formal system announcement tone. Detected that you are the first survivor of the Blue Star cable to complete the job transition. Achieved hidden achievement job expert. Reward unlocked the second job slot. You may additionally choose another job for the transition. The transition conditions are the same as for the first job, requiring LV3 and the corresponding job transition book. Note the dual job system has been activated. You can freely switch between 2 jobs, sharing attribute bonuses, while skills have independent cooldowns. Congratulations on your job transition. Within 3 days, defeating monsters will increase the chance of obtaining weapons for this job through treasure chests or by using the roulette. Su-mu was taken aback. Second job slot. Dual jobs. He instinctively glanced at his job panel. Next to the originally singular slot for gun expert purple, there was now an additional blank slot marked with the 3 gray words unassigned. This means he can choose another job in addition to gun expert. Moreover, the attribute bonuses from both job stack and skills have independent cooldowns. This implies that he could finish a full combo of gun expert skills in battle, then switch to another job to execute another set. If chosen wisely, the skills from both jobs could synergize. Su-mu's eyes gradually lit up. Gun expert is a melee physical job centered on strength and constitution, adept at direct breakthroughs and area damage. If he chose a ranged job, such as archer, gunner, or mage, he would be able to balance both close and long-range combat, using gun expert's combos for suppression up close, while kiting with skills from another job at range. Alternatively, he could select a support job to heal himself and provide buffs. The field medic is a ready choice. Although its blue quality is a bit lower, it can heal, detoxify, and clear negative states, making it excellent for survival. Or he could choose a control-type job to maximize control chains. Gun expert already possesses stab control with its thrust and knockback with its sweep, so, if paired with a freezing or stunning control skill. Su-mu took a deep breath, suppressing his excitement. It was still too early to think about these things. He only had 2 job books in hand. The purple gun expert had already been used, and the blue field medic was given to Lin Yue. The remaining one. He glanced at his backpack, which was completely empty. He needed to get another one. Moreover, it couldn't be just any job. The choice of the second job relates to future combat power limits, and must be made with caution. Ideally, it should complement gun expert, either supplementing ranged output, enhancing survivability, or however, it was useless to rush now. Job books are rare, and can only be obtained through opportunity. Su-mu shook his head, temporarily setting this matter aside, and continuing toward the retreat point. The forest was very quiet. The afterglow of the setting sun filtered through the tree canopy, casting dappled shadows on the ground. Occasionally a breeze would blow, rustling the leaves, as if someone was whispering from afar. Sumu walked slowly, his gun resting on his back, holding the M500 in his hand. Although he had acquired a job weapon, the advantages of the handgun and long-range output remained irreplaceable, especially when dealing with those agile monsters, and when he didn't even have a long gun weapon. Ahead appeared a cat demon, a level 2 squatting at the tree root, licking its claws, completely unaware of the impending danger. Sumu raised his gun, aiming carefully. After installing a silencer, the sound of the shot was suppressed to a very low level. The moment he pulled the trigger, there was a short puff, like someone gently tapping a table with their fist. The bullet flew from the chamber, accurately hitting the cat demon's head. Then Sumu saw something he had never seen before. 42, a number floated above the cat demon's head, bright red, and particularly conspicuous in the sunset. Critical hit. Weak point damage. Sumu was momentarily stunned, his finger paused in the trigger guard. Previously, when he killed monsters, the system would only prompt killed XXX experience X, never displaying specific damage values. But now, he glanced at his attribute panel, then at the cat demon's corpse in the distance. After reaching level 3, he could see the damage values. No, wait. It wasn't the change brought by leveling up, but from the job transition. After the transition, more data-driven information was unlocked. Directly shooting resulted in 40 points of critical damage. This confirmed Sumu's earlier speculation about firepower. Of course, it also validated the idea that the real beginning of survival started only after the job transition. Sumu walked a few steps forward and found another cat demon. A level 1 smaller in size was napping on a rock. He raised his hand and fired. 38, again a critical hit. 38 points of damage. A level 1 cat demon's health is roughly around 40 points. A regular attack to a vital point can take it out in one shot. As he walked and killed, the experience bar slowly climbed. When he killed the 9th cat demon, a gray box dropped to the ground. Sumu opened it. Obtained long gun gray 1, a gray long gun appeared in his hand. The gun body was rough and the gun head was rusted, looking like something pulled out of a garbage heap. Long gun gray type, job weapon, sharpness 6, durability 30-30. Note the lowest quality, but at least it was a long gun. Sumu equipped it casually. The gun disappeared from his hand as if it had melded into the void. With a thought, the long gun rematerialized from the void, appearing in the palm of his hand. Move and it disappears. Move again and it reappears. It was as smooth as breathing. Sumu looked at his hand, then at the gray long gun, deep in thought. Sumu looked at his hand, then at the gray long gun, deep in thought. Previously, when he equipped the handgun, it didn't have this function. The gun had to be drawn from his waist, returned after use, and reloaded manually when he wanted to change bullets. But now this gray long gun, once equipped, could be summoned or retracted at will, like part of his body. He opened the system panel, carefully examining the equipment bar's description. Job weapon can be summoned, retracted at any time after equipping without occupying backpack space. Summoning is limited to this job weapon. So that's how it is. After the job change, the rules of the equipment bar have changed. Previously, he could equip a pistol and armor, and while he could see them on the panel, he still had to physically take them. Now it's different. The professional weapon can be summoned directly from the void, ready to use or put away at will. This sense of unity between man and gun is the true meaning of the job change. Sumu stowed the gray spear and continued forward. With the spear in hand, he decided to temporarily refrain from using firearms for monster hunting. Skills needed to be familiarized through real combat, and the cat demon before him was the best practice partner. A few minutes later, another cat demon appeared ahead. It was a level 2, crouching at the base of a tree, licking its paws, completely unaware of the impending danger. Sumu tightened his grip on the spear and approached slowly. The cat demon's ears perked up, sensing something, and it suddenly turned its head. Its amber vertical pupils met Sumu's gaze as it let out a low growl from its throat. It pounced towards him. Its speed was not slow, but to Sumu at this moment it seemed merely average. Combo. The spear pierced through the tip, accurately stabbing into the cat demon's chin. The cat demon's body exploded within its cranial cavity, dark energy bursting forth. Killed level 2 cat demon experience 1. Sumu withdrew his spear and instinctively glanced at the skill bar. The cooldown time for combo displayed as 9 seconds, which he knew. But at this moment, 9 seconds. Sumu paused for a moment. Something was off. He clearly remembered that when he used the thrust earlier, the cooldown started counting down from 12 seconds. Yet from the moment he shot until the cat demon's death, it had barely been 2 seconds. How did the cooldown jump to 9 seconds? Did he remember incorrectly? Or was it a miscalculation? Sumu furrowed his brows and continued walking forward. After about 5 minutes, another cat demon appeared in his line of sight. It was a level 2, lounging on a rock in the sun, its tail slowly swaying behind it. Sumu slowed his pace and stopped about 10 meters away from the cat demon. He took a deep breath, locked his gaze on the cat demon, and lightly tapped his fingers on the spear shaft. First confirmed the cooldown time. He glanced at the skill bar. Thrust available. Then he made his move. The spear lifted, and the tip struck the cat demon's chin. Just like before, it was a one-shot kill. The cat demon's corpse flipped half a circle in the air before crashing heavily to the ground. Sumu did not look at the corpse, but instead fixed his gaze on the skill bar. The icon for thrust dimmed, and the cooldown number began to count down. 12, 10. Stop. 10 seconds. Sumu's pupils slightly contracted. From the moment he shot to the kill, it was at most 1 second. But the cooldown had already jumped from 12 seconds to 10 seconds. This meant that in that 1 second, the cooldown had decreased by 2 seconds, an additional 1 second. Sumu stood still staring at the skill bar, his mind racing. Extra attacks. His talent, any attack hit triggers an additional attack. That earlier shot on the surface seemed like a single shot, but in reality the system counted it as 2 separate attacks. The cooldown rule is every hit reduces all skill cooldowns by 1 second. This means that his single shot actually counted as 2 hits. Thus the cooldown was reduced by 2 seconds. Sumu took a deep breath, his heartbeat beginning to quicken. If that's the case, he continued forward and found the third cat demon. It was a level 1, crouched in the bushes chewing on something. He directly dropped the cooldown by 2 seconds. As expected, a smile slowly crept on Sumu's lips. Extra attacks count as 2 hits. This means that with every skill he used, it was effectively like using it twice. With every skill hit, an extra attack would trigger, and each extra attack would reduce the cooldown of all skills by 1 second. What does this imply? The cooldown for combo is 12 seconds, and with 7 strikes it can reduce the cooldown by 14 seconds. His single target control thrust originally had a cooldown of 15 seconds. As long as he hits 7 times, reducing 14 seconds of cooldown, there would only be a 1 second gap. This creates a cycle where he can seamlessly connect thrusts with combos. This is outrageous. In such a scenario, even blue-level monsters wouldn't be impossible to defeat. After walking for about 30 minutes, Sumu kept defeating monsters, further confirming the fact that his skill indeed reduced the cooldown by 2 seconds. At this moment, a dark green figure appeared in the forest ahead. It was not an ordinary cat demon. This creature stood about half a person tall, covered in dark green fur, not the kind of green associated with leaves, but rather the kind that looks moldy and poisonous. The hairs on its back stood upright like they were filled with steel needles. Its eyes were crimson, with vertical pupils emitting a chilling light in the shadows. Most striking was its mouth. On either side of its lips were curved tusks protruding from the upper jaw, each about the length of a finger, glimmering with a dark green sheen. Venomous cat demon. Level 2 blue quality. Sumu paused and surveyed his surroundings. There were no other cat demons, just this one isolated. He tightened his grip on the spear, a slight smile playing on his lips. Previously, when encountering such creatures, he would have to draw his pistol, use grenades, climb trees, and plot for a long time. Now, he weighed the spear in his hand and stepped forward slowly. The venomous cat demon noticed him as well. Its crimson vertical pupils fixed on Sumu, and it let out a low growl from its throat. It arched its back, its hind legs coiling with energy. Sumu did not wait for it to make the first move. Thrust. The spear shot upwards, the tip precisely stabbing into the venomous cat demon's chin. The cat demon's body was propelled upwards by the force, its limbs flailing in the air, saliva dripping from its tusks in an arc. Thrust hit. Control time 1. 5 seconds. The venomous cat demon reached the apex of its flight before beginning to descend. Sumu did not wait for it to land. He stepped forward, and while the cat demon was still in the air, fired the first shot, not using a skill, but a direct normal attack. This shot was taken from an awkward angle. Not a direct stab, but an upward diagonal sweep, the tip slicing from the cat demon's abdomen to its chest, leaving a deep gash. Dark green blood sprayed from the wound, shimmering with a strange glow under the sunset. Then he followed up with a skill. The first shot hit. Combo first style hit. Subsequent damage 10. The venomous cat demon let out a howl in midair, attempting to claw at the spear. But its body was completely out of control, limbs thrashing in the air, unable to grasp anything. The second shot. Sumu flicked his wrist, the spear tip tracing half a circle in the air, piercing into the cat demon's ribs from the left side. The angle was tricky. With precise force, the tip passed through the gaps between the ribs, accurately stabbing into the lung. Combo second style hit. Subsequent damage 20. The cat demon's body stiffened suddenly. It opened its mouth, trying to spit venom, but its body had no leverage in the air, causing venom to drip from the corners of its mouth, corroding a blackened patch on itself. The third shot. Sumu did not use a thrust. Instead, he lightly tapped the spear tip on the cat demon's chest. As delicate as a dragonfly touching water, but the moment the tip pierced the flesh, a burst of dark energy erupted from the spear. Combo third style hit. Subsequent damage 30. The cat demon's eyes widened in shock. Its mouth opened and closed, then opened again, emitting a series of incoherent gurgling sounds from its throat. Dark green blood surged from the corners of its mouth, mixed with shattered internal organs. Sumu noticed that when the third shot landed, the cat demon's health bar was already empty. He did not stop. The fourth shot. The tip of the spear grazed the neck of the cat demon. It was not a stab, it was a cut. The sharp blade sliced through skin, muscle, and trachea, dark green blood spraying forth. The fifth shot. The spear tip pierced into the back of the cat demon's neck, emerging from its throat. The sixth shot. A twist of the wrist, the spear tip swirled within the cat demon's cranial cavity. The seventh shot. With a flick, the spear sent the cat demon's corpse flying, crashing into a large tree and sliding down limply. Then a thrust, sending the corpse of the venomous cat demon soaring into the air again. He did not continue the combo attack. Sumu retracted his spear, standing in place, staring at the battered corpse on the ground. A total of 9 shots, which seemed long, actually took only about 4 seconds to complete, and even then the thrust had already connected. The venomous cat demon had died with the third shot. A blue quality level 2 monster, which previously required him to struggle with a handgun, grenades, and terrain advantages, was now gone, without even completing a full combo. The gap between job changers and non-job changers was absurdly large. He recalled the time he faced the blue giant axe wielder. With 72 points of strength, 65 points of constitution, a chain restricting its movement. He fired 7 shots from his handgun, each hitting its head, barely managing to kill it. At that time he thought he was already strong. After all, most people in the channel were still struggling over a bottle of mineral water, while he could solo kill blue quality level 2 monsters. But looking back now, what was that strength? At that time he had no job bonuses, no job skills, no job weapons. He relied solely on a green quality handgun and 2 rule-type talents to hold his ground. Struggling against a monster that was restricted by chains was such a hassle. And now, a blue quality level 2 monster was dead before he even completed a single combo. He hadn't even finished the sweeping move or switched to a ranged weapon. This was the essence of job changing. A leap from ordinary person to extraordinary being. However, Sumu couldn't help but shake his head again. The enhancement post-job change was indeed significant. Attributes increased, skills unlocked, weapons summoned, at will, a transformation for anyone. But what truly allowed him to achieve qualitative change was not the gunslinger profession itself, but his talents. Weakness lock. Extra attack. Without these 2 talents, a gunslinger would just be a fairly decent melee profession. But with them, Sumu recalled the feeling he had when he used the thrust just now. What would this skill be like without weakness lock? He had experimented with it alone before. When activating the thrust without a target, his body would uncontrollably dash forward 10 meters, the entire process lasting about 2 seconds. If there was a monster within 10 meters in a straight line, he could reach it in just over a second, but if there was nothing in a straight line, he would dash out like a fool, unable to stop, exposing himself to danger. And what about with weakness lock? When he faced the cat demon just now, the moment he initiated the thrust, the spear tip teleported, precisely targeting the vital point. No need to aim, no need to predict, but hit right away. A skill that originally required careful timing, or else it might miss, or even put oneself in danger, had turned into an unbeatable divine skill. Not to mention the cooldown reduction brought by extra attack. Sumu thought about the combo attack. This skill, while called a combo attack, was more like a complete shooting technique. 7 forms, each with different angles, strengths, and techniques. Strike, stab, poke, cut, penetrate, turn, and deliver. Each move needed to be adjusted in real time according to the opponent's posture and reactions. Without weakness lock, using this set of skills would be extremely taxing. First, you had to determine where the opponent's vital points were. Head, neck, heart. Different monsters have different weaknesses, and the same monster may have varying weaknesses depending on its posture. Secondly, you had to predict the opponent's movements. Which way would it dodge? Would it block? Would it counterattack? Every judgment takes time, and by the time you finish judging, half a second has passed. Completing the 7 forms would require several seconds of judgment and adjustment time. Meanwhile, the monster being launched into the air only had 2 seconds of control time. By the time you judged, it would have already landed, and the combo would have long been interrupted, let alone the connections between each form. After finishing the first form, the angle and height at which the opponent was launched would affect the angle for the second form. After finishing the second form, the landing point and posture of the opponent would influence the choice for the third form. Each form needed to be adjusted based on the outcome of the previous form. A normal person trying to execute this combo would be drained just from the reaction time alone. But Sumu did not need to judge, did not need to predict, did not need to adjust. Weakness lock did all the judging for him. The spear tip would find the vital point by itself. All he needed to do was one thing: attack. Attack with the fastest speed. After finishing the first form, without waiting for his brain to react, his hands were already executing the second form. Completing the 7 forms took just a little over 2 seconds. 2 seconds. The monster had just landed and the combo was already finished. Then he followed up with the final strike, pushing the opponent away. During the pushback, the cooldown for the thrust had already reset due to the reduction from extra attack, and he charged forward again, ready to execute another sequence. The entire process was fluid. The opponent never landed, never countered, and had no chance to resist. This was the true power of a gunslinger paired with talents. The profession itself could only be considered strong. On a level foundation, excellent skill design, decent attribute bonuses. But what truly made it unbeatable were those two rule-type talents. Without weakness lock, the thrust could miss, the combo could break, and the sweeping move could deviate. Without extra attack, the cooldown reduction wouldn't be so fast, and there would be gaps in the combo connections. These two talents raised the ceiling of the gunslinger profession to a height he couldn't even fathom. Sumu walked along the forest path in the twilight, unable to suppress the smile on his lips. This profession, this talent seemed tailor-made for him. Sumu stowed the spear and walked over to the corpse, picking up the dropped box. Opening it. Obtain venomous cat demon tooth 1 blue. Obtain small healing potion 1. Looking at the items, Sumu frowned slightly. The drops had decreased, and their quality was not high. Could it be due to the increase in level? He shook his head. It was quite likely. After all, this thing had also reduced experience by tenfold. He stored the items and continued forward. After leveling up to level 3, the efficiency of experience gain had dropped sharply. Level 2 cat demons only gave 0.1 experience, while the level 1 ones required killing 2 just to gather enough for 0.1. In the past, he would have lost interest in wasting time in this forest. But now it was different. The gunslinger profession's martial skills needed to be honed in real combat. Each shot's angle, strength, and timing could not be summarized by mere numbers. The system provided the framework, but filling it in and mastering it required one's own effort. Sumu tightened his grip on the spear and delved deeper into the woods. For the next hour or so, he hardly stopped. Cat demons, goblins occasionally, mixed with a few lone zombie. He attacked whatever he encountered, initiating with a thrust, finishing with a combo, occasionally using a sweeping move to clear out things that pounced from the side. As he fought more, his techniques grew increasingly refined, and his reactions became quicker. Eventually, he didn't even need to consciously think about what technique to use. His body would instinctively make the decisions. Where the spear tip pointed, how much strength to use, and how to angle it, all felt as natural as breathing. More importantly, he realized his perception of danger was also changing. In the past, when faced with sudden situations, he would first need to identify what it was, judge how to attack, and then strike. Now it was almost a reflex. The spear summoned from the void, and he was already charging forward. There was almost no delay between perception and action. This was what came from the job change. Not just an increase in data, but an awakening of combat instinct. Of course, there was a cost as well. High-level players fighting low-level monsters faced atrociously low drop rates. After more than an hour of battle, he had killed at least 40 to 50 monsters, with level 1 not even dropping a bottle of water, and level 2 occasionally dropping some items. A few teeth, several pieces of shredded skin, and a bottle of the lowest grade small healing potion. On the first day, these would have been considered decent gains, but now Sumu couldn't even be bothered to take a second glance. Better than nothing, he thought to himself, casually stuffing the items into his backpack and continuing forward. The forest gradually became sparser, and the terrain began to flatten. According to the map, he was nearing the foot of the mountain. Just beyond a patch of bushes lay the open farmland, and the evacuation point was at the other end of the fields. Not the faint, elusive scent of blood, but a strong, fresh, and overwhelming stench of blood, almost with a metallic taste. Sumu's steps suddenly halted, the spear summoned from the void gripped tightly in his hand. He lightened his footsteps, lowering his stance, and crept towards the direction of the scent. After passing through a dozen meters of shrubs, an open space came into view. 7 or 8 cat demons were gathered in a circle, devouring something. Their dark red fur glistened with an eerie light in the sunset, the sounds of chewing and tearing mixing together like the whispers of some wild beast. The ground was stained with blood, dragging marks extending in all directions, with some leading into the adjacent bushes. Sumu's gaze swept past the cat demons and landed on what they were gnawing at. The corpse. Human corpses. For no 5. Scattered on the ground, some already torn beyond recognition, their limbs twisted at unnatural angles. Shreds of clothing mixed with blood and flesh, barely recognizable as some kind of dark uniform. Internal organs lay scattered around, contested by the cat demons. Sumu tightened his grip on the spear and approached expressionlessly. The cat demons noticed him. The one closest to the periphery lifted its head, its amber vertical pupils meeting Sumu's eyes, letting out a warning hiss. The others also gradually stopped chewing, turned around, arched their backs, ears flattened, and took up aggressive postures. 8 cat demons. 6 were level 1, and 2 were level 2. Sumu did not use any skills. The spear swept horizontally, the shaft striking the foremost cat demon, sending it flying into a tree trunk, sliding down limply dead. The second one lunged at him, the spear tip thrust and penetrating its eye socket and emerging from the back of its head. The third attempted to sneak up from the side, but Sumu sidestepped the spear's tail, smashing back, cracking its skull with a clear sound. Within 10 seconds, all 8 cat demons lay dead. Sumu sheathed his spear and walked towards the 5 corpses. Up close, the details were even more shocking. The corpses had been severely gnawed at, with several having their abdomens hollowed out, their intestines nowhere to be found. Bite marks and torn wounds were visible on their limbs, with some areas exposing bone. The skin on their faces had been mostly ripped away, leaving only blurred flesh and shattered bones. Yet Sumu's attention was drawn to some signs that should not have been here. Chop wounds. One of the corpses had a deep cut on its shoulder extending from the collarbone to the chest. The cut was neat, the edges smooth, indicating it was made by a sharp weapon. It was not a hack, but a chop. The cut was deep, nearly splitting the entire shoulder, the bone's cross-section, even and clean, severed by a single stroke. Another corpse had several long, narrow wounds on its arm, as if scratched by something extremely sharp. Not claws. A cat demon's claws would leave ragged, uneven wounds. But these wounds had smooth edges and uniform depths consistent with those made by a blade or sword. Sumu squatted down, examining the angles and positions of those wounds carefully. These chop wounds were distributed on the front and sides of the corpses, some on the arms. Those were left by a blocking stance. Some were on the torso, representing direct lethal hits. They had been in combat before their death. Not with monsters, but with someone wielding a knife. Sumu stood up and scanned the surrounding environment. Fresh scratches marked the tree trunks. They were not claw marks, but knife marks. The angle of the knife marks was low, slashing upwards. The depth was shallow, but very distinct. Several severed branches lay scattered on the ground, the breakage smooth, completely different from the jagged marks caused by cat demon bites. Someone had ambushed this team here. After killing the people, the smell of blood attracted the cat demons, who then gnawed the corpses to the state they were in now. Further evidence was that the bags of these individuals were missing. Sumu remained silent for a few seconds, his brows gradually knitting together. His greatest fear had come true. From the very first day he entered this world, he knew this would eventually happen. Human nature cannot withstand the test, especially in an environment lacking resources and rules. The law of the jungle prevails. The weak are prey to the strong, an instinct ingrained in our genes. He just didn't expect it to happen so soon. It was only the 3rd day. While most people were still struggling for a morsel to eat, others had already begun to kill. Sumu stood beside the corpse, remaining silent for a long time. He recalled those still discussing team formations, sharing experiences, and exchanging supplies in the channel. They probably still had no idea that in some corner of this cable someone had already aimed their gun at their own kind. Sumu shook his head. Thinking about this was futile. What mattered most now was to survive and grow stronger. As long as he was powerful enough, it didn't matter what others thought. Sumu took one last look at the 5 corpses and turned to leave. He quickened his pace and continued forward. However, his vigilance had heightened. His gaze constantly scanned the surroundings, and his ears caught every unusual sound. The gun had not been put away, it remained firmly in his hand. Now he had to guard against not just monsters, but also his own kind. And compared to monsters, humans were far more dangerous. Monsters have fixed behavioral patterns, weaknesses, and rules. The more you fight them, the easier they are to understand. But humans are different. You never know what the other side is thinking, what trump cards they hold, or whether they might suddenly turn on you. Sumu softened his footsteps, trying not to make any unnecessary noise. Every time he passed a dense thicket or a large rock, he would stop for a few seconds to observe, ensuring there were no ambushes before proceeding. Fortunately, he had not encountered anyone else along the way. It seemed that the killers were not traveling in the same direction. After more than an hour, Sumu finally reached the foot of the mountain. The terrain opened up and the forest became sparse. Through the gaps in the trees, he could already see the distant golden fields. The waves of wheat swayed in the wind, glowing warmly in the sunset. The evacuation point's vortex was at the other end of the fields, its purplish-black halo particularly eye-catching in the dusk. Sumu let out a sigh of relief and was about to quicken his pace, when a commotion broke out in the distance. The sounds of clashing mixed with human shouts and curses reached his ears. Someone was fighting, making quite a racket that could be clearly heard from hundreds of meters away. Sumu paused in his tracks. He tilted his head to listen for a few seconds, trying to determine the direction. The sounds came from the front, right about 200 to 300 meters away, likely from a small grove at the edge of the field. He hesitated, but did not choose to bypass the situation. The gun was put away, and he switched to an M500. The silencer was already attached, feeling heavy in his grip. When dealing with humans, this weapon's deterrent power was far greater than a long gun. A gun pointed at you is more effective than anything else. Sumu lowered his body and softened his steps, moving towards the direction of the sound. Passing through a thicket, he saw an open space ahead, where 5 people were entangled with 2 cat monsters. One was level 1, and the other was level 2. They were not much different from those he encountered on the mountain. However, the fighting style of those 5 caught Su Mu's attention. Their teamwork was quite harmonious. A tall, thin man at the front was holding a small round shield, standing at the forefront. When the cat monster lunged at him, he used the shield to block it, staggering back 2 steps, but managing to hold his ground. A short-haired woman beside him seized the moment when the cat monster was distracted and charged in from the side, plunging a dagger into the monster's flank. The cat monster yelped in pain and turned to bite, but a bespectacled young man behind raised his hand and sent a fireball straight at the monster's face. The explosion sent the cat monster staggering back, singeing patches of fur. Another stocky man flanked from the other side, wielding a hammer, and struck the cat monster on the back of its head. With a crunch, the cat monster's head caved in, slightly swaying before collapsing to the ground motionless. The level 2 monster was more troublesome. It was faster, and its claws had a wider reach. The 5 fought for a while, with one getting scratched and 3 bloody marks appearing on his arm, but it was not a serious issue. In the end, it relied on their cooperation. With the shield bearing the brunt, fireballs providing distraction, and knives and hammers finding openings from the sides, it took them several minutes to finally take down the level 2 monster. Su Mu crouched behind the thicket, watching quietly. The 5 individuals each displayed talent. Although not the kind of overwhelming power that could decide victory in a single strike, their cooperation was effective. They were far stronger than those chaotic teams in the channel. Once the battle concluded, a few of them panted heavily and began to gather the spoils. The tall, thin man with the shield slung it onto his back and walked over to the corpse of the level 2 cat monster, crouching down to pick up a box, opening it to take a glance, before casually stuffing it into his backpack. "How many kilometers left?" he asked. "About 3 or 4 kilometers, the short-haired woman glanced at the map. "Lu Chaos team requested assistance near the junction ahead. Do we still go?" The stocky man planted his hammer on the ground and wiped the sweat from his forehead. "The number of monsters we've encountered along the way has been increasing. By the time we arrive, that foreign team will likely have already left. Moreover, it's been a long time without any news from them. They may have already encountered trouble. If that's the case, can we really?" They completely wiped out Lu Chaos team. Not a single one of Lu Chaos 5 members escaped. "We should at least check it out," the tall, thin man said in a somewhat somber tone. "We just joined the guild. This is our first task. We should at least make an appearance. Let's move forward another kilometer, and regardless of whether we find them, we'll withdraw." The others fell silent for a few seconds before nodding. Su Mu crouched behind the thicket, his pupils narrowing slightly. "The foreign team. They completely wiped out Lu Chaos team." A somewhat frail boy pointed at the bushes where Su Mu was hiding, his voice filled with tension. Su Mu frowned. He had been discovered. His concealment was not bad, but with 5 people scattered around, it was normal for someone to spot him from the side. However, when Su Mu glanced at the one who noticed him, he leaned towards, believing it was some sort of talent at play. He did not panic. He stowed away the M500, brushed off the dirt from his clothes, and walked out from behind the bushes. 5 pairs of eyes fell on him simultaneously. Su Mu scanned the formation of the 5 individuals. The shield was in the front left, the fireball spell in the rear right, with daggers and hammers on either side. The coordinated formation was not random. If he were to turn hostile now, could he eliminate them all in an instant? Yes. With a thrust of his spear, he would knock the shield bearer aside, sweep away the hammer wielder, strike down the fireball spell caster and the one with the dagger, and finally deal with the frail one. 3 seconds at most. 4. Su Mu kept the assessment in his heart, his face revealing little emotion. One of the 5, a girl who appeared somewhat plump, yet well-proportioned, suddenly spoke up, her voice tinged with surprise. "Is it you?" Su Mu looked at her. She had a round face, fair skin tied up in a ponytail, and though her eyes were not large, they were bright. He was sure he did not know this person. Such looks might not be breathtaking, but they were definitely not forgettable after just one glance. "Ching-Wan, do you know, the tall and thin captain should be the leader of this team?" Turned to the girl, his tone somewhat surprised. The girl's face flushed slightly as she shook her head. "Not really. I just saw her talking in the channel before." She paused as if organizing her words. "It was on the first day, when everyone was in panic. He reminded us that there might be monsters below. I remember it very clearly. Because of his avatar." Her voice grew quieter, nearly inaudible, but she did not continue. Surely she couldn't say, because he was too handsome. "I remembered him at first glance, right?" They had only known each other for less than 3 days, and although they were already teammates, saying something like that in front of everyone would be too embarrassing. Fortunately, her mind was quick, and she suddenly thought of something, adding, "Moreover, he was the one who traded that Dr. Profession skill book in the channel before. I remember it very clearly because everyone was discussing that book at the time, and his name appeared many times in the channel." As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of the other few changed. The Profession skill book. At their current stage, everyone knew the high value of such books. Anyone capable of producing something like that would definitely not be an ordinary person. The tall captain glanced at Su Mu, his gaze carrying more scrutiny, yet his vigilance eased considerably. A person appearing alone in such a place was either a fool or truly powerful. And someone who could produce a profession skill book clearly would not be the former. However, one person still felt a bit too thin. All 5 of them had talents, had cooperated for 3 days, and had killed at least dozens of monsters. No matter how strong one person was, how strong could they really be? You alone? The captain asked. Sumu nodded yes. Before the captain could say anything further, the round-faced girl known as Ching-Wan already spoke up. It's very dangerous to be alone here. Her tone carried a hint of concern, not just mere politeness. Not just monsters, she lowered her voice. Recently, there have been foreigners hunting our people in this area. We have that has already encountered trouble. She spoke while looking at the captain, as if seeking his consent. The captain was silent for 2 seconds before nodding. Then he turned to Su Mu, his tone becoming formal. Brother, we are from the Talented Ones Guild. I am Han Lei, the captain of Team 3. These are my teammates. He gestured to the people beside him, giving a brief introduction, then changed the subject. Our guild is currently recruiting. The allocation from above is 5 to 7 people per team. We currently have 5 people and 1 spot left. Would you consider joining? Sumu raised an eyebrow slightly. The Talented Ones Guild. It was the organization led by Zhao Hanyuan. You must be a talented one, right? Han Lei continued, his tone somewhat probing. Being able to obtain a profession skill book is certainly not simple. As long as you tell me your talent type, I can help you sign up. With your conditions, there's definitely no problem joining our team. This team is quite reputable in the guild. All 5 of us have talents and work well together. If you join us, everyone can look out for each other, which is definitely better than fighting alone. The others listened and had no objections. One more person means more strength, and someone who can produce a profession skill book is guaranteed to be strong. Xinqing even let out a slight sigh of relief. Being in a team with such a person would at least not be a drag. Moreover, she secretly glanced at Su Mu, quickly averting her gaze. Such a handsome guy, one would naturally gain favor. Although it was the apocalypse now, who said one couldn't think about these things? She even felt that Su Mu had no reason to refuse. Who doesn't know the reputation of the Talented Ones Guild along this cable line? The guild leader's cable car was already at level 2, with personal levels also at level 2, and several teams had an average of level 2, with the lowest talent level being green. This information was practically public on the screen. Being able to join such an organization was an opportunity that anyone would desire. However, Sumu merely glanced at him indifferently and said no need. I'm used to being alone without constraints. After saying this, he nodded to the group farewell. He turned and left decisively and without a hint of hesitation. The 5 stood frozen in place, exchanging glances. After several seconds, the robust man, named, finally reacted, muttering softly, no sense of gratitude. Maybe he doesn't have any talent. The short-haired woman with the dagger, Zhou Xiaojie, interjected. Otherwise, who wouldn't want to join the Talented Ones Guild? The others thought about it and found it reasonable. After all, in their view, the conditions of the Talented Ones Guild were indeed generous. Those who could join would generally not refuse. If someone did refuse, it was most likely because they lacked talent and were afraid of being exposed. Only Xinqing looked at Su Mu's departing figure, feeling an indescribable sense of loss surge within her. No talent. She instinctively felt that it couldn't be true. That person's gaze was too calm to the point of seeming to disregard anything. That was not a facade of composure, but true, heartfelt tranquility. But she did not say anything. Now was not the time for such thoughts. Let's go. Han Lei retracted his gaze, glanced at the map. Let's head over to Lu Chao and the others. In any case, the mission needs to be accounted for. The group tidied up their belongings and walked in the opposite direction from where Su Mu had left. Not far ahead, several people suddenly stopped in their tracks. This was because not far in front of them, several corpses lay on the ground. 4 cat demons sprawled haphazardly on the open ground. Each one had been killed with a single blow, with the wounds precisely concentrated on their heads and necks, clean and efficient. These? Han Lei squatted down and examined one of the cat demon corpses. They haven't been dead long, the blood hasn't dried yet. The others exchanged glances, and then almost instinctively looked in the direction Su Mu had left. Though it was hard to believe, it was clearly not the work of anyone else. Did he do this? A team member asked, uncertain. Han Lei remained silent, carefully inspecting the wounds. Knife wounds. It doesn't seem like it. The wounds are fine and deep, as if pierced by some sharp object. Moreover, every wound hit a vital spot with tricky angles and precise force. One person killed 4 cat demons. Han Lei stood up, his expression somewhat grave. There are also second-level ones inside. Silence fell for a few seconds. So this means that guy's strength is unfathomable. No wonder he didn't join us. One person's tone carried a hint of self-mockery. He can take down 4 by himself, while the 5 of us are struggling to handle 2. If it were me, I wouldn't join either. Han Lei said nothing, merely glanced at the direction where Su Mu had disappeared before retracting his gaze. Let's go. Let's complete the mission first. Shin Xingwan stood still gazing at the darkening skyline in the distance, her heart filled with mixed emotions. He has strength, he has looks, and a stable personality. A person like that before the apocalypse would definitely be the kind of individual that was desirable yet unattainable. She looked down at herself, then back at the direction Su Mu had vanished, feeling a sudden sense of discouragement. She had some confidence in her appearance, but compared to someone as stunning as Su Mu, she felt somewhat lacking. What was she even thinking about? What time was it now? The third day of the apocalypse, and everyone was fighting for survival, yet here, she was dwelling on these thoughts. Shin Xingwan shook her head vigorously, trying to cast aside the chaotic notions. But, who says there isn't a chance? She bit her lip and quickened her pace to catch up with the team. Su Mu, meanwhile, was completely unaware of the reactions of the team behind him upon seeing the corpses of the cat demons. He was heading towards the evacuation point, walking at a steady pace. He stopped under a sturdy tree, climbed up quickly, and sat on a strong branch, opening the chat channel. The atmosphere in the channel was completely different from the daytime. Messages were flooding in quickly, but they no longer had the lively tone of forming teams and discussing strategies from the morning. Instead, it was filled with a stifling, anxious emotion, as if something heavy was pressing against everyone's chest, making it hard to breathe. Help! We were attacked near the foot of the western mountain. There's a group of foreigners, 5 or 6 people, killing anyone they see. We encountered them too. 3 of them, all burly men armed with knives. 2 from our team ran away, and old Wang was cut down. Who are they anyway? Why are they killing us? What else could it be? They're robbing for supplies. Killing people and looting gear. What's the difference from a game? Weren't we supposed to be teaming up? Is it already the third day, and they're starting to kill? Who are you talking about? They belong to another cable line, not in the same channel as us. Killing has no psychological burden for them. Su Mu read through the messages, frowning deeper and deeper. The most serious incident occurred on the southern slope of the western mountain, where a team of 6 was completely wiped out, and their supplies were looted clean. Someone in the channel posted the coordinates, stating there were at least 7 or 8 corpses there, all killed by sharp weapons. Another person shared a screenshot showing a few shadows in the distance. Though they were hard to see clearly, they could be identified as Caucasian, tall, holding knives and clubs. In an instant, the channel was filled with panic. Everyone be careful. A group of foreigners is operating near the western mountain, specifically targeting people from our side. It suggested not to act alone, at least team up with 5 or more before landing. Is there anyone organizing a response? We have people here too, we can't let them be so arrogant. Organize? Who's going to organize it? Zhou Zhenghua was injured today and is still recuperating. There's been no word from the Awakeners Guild either. The Awakeners Guild? Didn't Zhao Hanyuan say they were recruiting? Should we go and ask them? Ask for what? They only accept Awakeners, ordinary people can't even get in the door. Su Mu closed the channel, leaning against the tree trunk, and remained silent for a few seconds. He had already guessed this would be the outcome. 2 cable lines, 2 different groups, no shared identity recognition, no common interests, and they couldn't even communicate. Killing and looting was almost inevitable. The current question was, how long would this chaos last, and to what extent would it spread? He shook his head, no longer wanting to think about it. There was no point in worrying. What he could do now was to become stronger as quickly as possible, strong enough that no one would dare provoke him, strong enough to face any situation with a single shot. Jumping down from the tree, Su Mu did not rush towards the evacuation point. After all, there was only about a kilometer left to go, and he would definitely arrive before dark. Rather than hurrying back, it was better to take the opportunity to farm some more monsters during this time. While the experience was limited, the sheer number compensated for it. Moreover, he truly needed more practical combat to familiarize himself with the fighting rhythm of a gunman. Su Mu tightened his grip on the long gun and walked deeper into the forest. For the next hour or more, he first-level cat demons 1 shot. Second-level cat demons 1 shot. Each shot was a vital strike, each was a guaranteed kill. As he shot more, he even began to experiment with different techniques. This shot was a flick, that shot was a thrust, with angles becoming more cunning and force lighter. The gun felt increasingly like a part of his body, used however he wished without any hesitation. Occasionally encountering small groups of 3 or more, he no longer dodged. He initiated a thrust, sending 1 flying, followed up with a quick shot to drop the second, sweeping to knock aside the third, then turned to finish with a shot. The entire combo took only 3 to 4 seconds. During this time, he encountered 2 batches of people. They were all from his cable line, grouped in 3s and 2s, making their way along the path. Upon seeing Su Mu wandering alone in the forest, they cast wary glances. Su Mu paid them no mind and circled around at a distance. The other party did not approach either, and both sides tacitly maintained their distance, going their separate ways. In this world, the farther one stays away from unfamiliar strangers, the safer one feels. After grinding for over an hour, Su Mu stopped to take a sip of water and glanced at the experience bar. 32. 6,400. In just over an hour, he gained more than 30 points of experience, meaning he had killed over 300 monsters. Sumu packed away his water bottle and checked the items in his backpack. The teeth of the cat demon. Over 200 of them piled together like a heap of dark yellow pebbles. What can these things be used for? He didn't know, but since they dropped they must have some use, so he decided to keep them. The teeth of the venomous cat demon. 2 pieces dark green, larger than regular teeth, with fine patterns on the surface. Blue quality materials that could be used to craft weapons later. Food and water. Over 70 portions. Bread, biscuits, bottled water, chocolate, and a few boxes of canned food he scavenged from goblins. That should last him more than half a month. Materials. Over 10 iron ingots, 7 or 8 glass essences, all dropped from second-level monsters. First-level monsters now drop nothing. They are incredibly stingy. Also, there are 7 second-level breakthrough talismans. Sumu took a look at those talismans. White quality, each one inscribed with second-level strength breakthrough talisman, or second-level constitution breakthrough talisman, all white. He had ground over 200 second-level cat demons to acquire just 7. This drop rate is shockingly low. For ordinary people, these talismans are the stepping stones to level up. Without breakthrough talismans, even with enough experience, one cannot level up. And these 7 he has are enough for 7 people to cross that threshold. Sumu stored the talismans away and turned his gaze to the corner of his backpack, where a few bags of soil were. He had packed those when he was coming down the mountain. He hesitated for a moment when passing through a forest with thick humus soil, but ultimately stopped to shovel a few bags. Originally, he had no intention of wasting weight on planting so early. The soil was too heavy, taking up space, and not practical. But the blood ginseng was different. That thing cannot be consumed directly. One root steeped in water had already increased his constitution by 16 points, and he dared not imagine the effect of consuming the whole plant. However, the description stated clearly, the medicinal power is extremely domineering. Excessive consumption may cause chi and blood to reverse, leading to severe consequences. This item certainly has other uses, either for alchemy or in conjunction with something else. Before finding the correct method, he had to ensure its preservation. And the method of preservation is to plant it in soil. Thus, these bags of soil are meant for the blood ginseng. Sumu tightened the bag openings, ensuring they wouldn't leak, and then put on his backpack, heading towards the evacuation point. After walking for about 20 minutes, an open area appeared ahead. The vortex of the evacuation point was right in the center of the clearing, its purple-black halo particularly noticeable in the dusk. Sumu didn't rush over. He slowed his pace, circled around the clearing, and found the best vantage point at the edge of the forest, squatting down to observe for a full 5 minutes. There were no hiding spots around the clearing. To the north were open farmlands completely visible. To the south was the forest he came from, where he could see the situation at the forest's edge. To the east and west were low shrubs that couldn't conceal anyone. No ambush. He waited a little longer, confirming there were no anomalies, before stepping out from the forest and quickly walking towards the vortex. The moment he stepped into the vortex, he took one last glance around. As darkness fell, nothing could be seen clearly in the forest. Occasionally, distant roars from monsters could be heard, but they were far away. A sense of weightlessness washed over him. When Sumu opened his eyes again, he was back in his cable car. The interior of the cable car was just as it had been when he left. A cramped space, corners filled with supplies, a crafting table, and a forging table leaning against the wall. The upgrade progress bar showed that the cable car was still undergoing upgrades, and it would take several more hours to complete. Sumu unloaded his backpack and let out a long breath. Today had been fruitful. Blood ginseng, spear, silencer, freeze, scroll, breakthrough talismans, badges, and a pile of materials and food. Most importantly, he had completed his job change, obtained the purple class of Gunmaster, and activated the dual class slot. But right now the most pressing issue was not these. Sumu fished out the blood ginseng from his backpack, carefully unwrapped the wet soil. The blood ginseng lay quietly in the soil, its entire body a deep crimson color covered with fine patterns. The root that had been severed by shrapnel had stopped bleeding, the cut now crusted with a layer of dark red scab, as if the wound had healed. Sumu sighed in relief. As long as this thing is still alive, it's good. He wrapped the blood ginseng back up in the wet soil and placed it in the coolest corner of the cable car. Then he opened the chat window with Lin Yue. When thinking about trading for a device that can grow plants, the first thing that came to Sumu's mind was the planting platform blueprint Lin Yue had previously offered for trade. Of course, in Sumu's imagination, the other party should have a specialized cultivation dish for growing blue silver grass. If he suggested taking the blue silver grass directly to cultivate it himself, the other party wouldn't possibly dig it out, thus saving the need for that planting platform. Therefore, he took the initiative to ask. He typed a line, "Are you there?" After waiting a while, he got no reply. Sumu frowned. After waiting another 5 minutes, there was still no response. This woman must have gone out to scavenge for supplies. With her talent, if her information skill is indeed the same as his. then she should be able to acquire more than one piece of information today. She had told him earlier in the morning about an arms depot, stating it was extremely dangerous, clearly laying out the risk. As for herself, she must have gone to look for another relatively safe information point. A shrewd merchant. Sumu shook his head and closed the chat window. He glanced at the pile of soil in the corner, then looked over at the empty corner of the cable car. To grow the blood ginseng, he needed a planting platform. But with no one around, he could only wait. Sumu shifted his focus back to the other items in his backpack. First the food. Over 70 portions combined with what he had left over would be enough to last over a month. He sorted the food, placing bottled water on the left, bread and biscuits on the right, with canned food and chocolate in the middle. Next were the materials. Iron ingots, glass essences, cat demon teeth. He gathered the iron ingots and glass essences together and placed them in the material box next to the forging table. There were too many cat demon teeth, over 200 piled together like a small mountain. He took out a few to examine, but found no special uses, so he packed them in a bag and stuffed it in the corner. These will definitely be useful later. As for what use? That can wait. He kept the 2 teeth of the venomous cat demon in a small box separate from the regular teeth. The blue quality materials will be useful when crafting weapons later. Finally, he reviewed the 7 second-level breakthrough talismans in his hand. 1 for strength, 2 for constitution, 2 for agility, and 2 for intelligence. He had no use. He himself has already reached the 3rd level, so he has no use for the 2nd-level breakthrough talisman. Trading it would definitely be beneficial. Most people are still stuck at the 1st level, and advancing to the 2nd level is their most urgent need. The drop rate for the 2nd-level breakthrough talisman is infuriatingly low. After defeating over 200 2nd-level cat demons, he obtained only 7 copies. An ordinary team simply cannot farm this quantity. Sumu thought for a moment and decided to keep 1 to bait those freelancers with blueprints in the channel. After all, most talent wielders and ordinary people have joined guilds, so good items naturally won't flow out. Thus, for the remaining 6 copies, he planned to trade with Zhou Jinghua. He opened the chat window with Zhou Jinghua and sent a message, "Are you there? I have a profitable deal." He waited for a long time, but received no reply. Sumu sighed. Great, neither of them is available. He opened the channel again and posted a 2nd-level strength-type breakthrough talisman, along with a message selling 2nd-level breakthrough talismans only in exchange for blueprints, no food, no materials. Private messages for blueprints. The moment the message was sent, his private chat exploded. "Boss, I have iron ingots, would you trade 10 for it? I have food. 50 portions. Would you trade? Please, I only have a white weapon, is that okay?" Sumu scrolled through the messages, all of them nonsense. What he wanted were blueprints, not food or materials. He didn't lack those. Just as he was about to close the private chat, a new message popped up. Sender Zhou Ming. The note read, Talent Wielder Guild Outreach Department. Zhou Ming, brother Sumu, I have a blueprint for that 2nd-level breakthrough talisman. You have, would you consider trading it? A blueprint's attributes were sent over. Wooden stick blueprint, white type, weapon blueprint effect, can craft wooden. Sumu twitched his lips. A wooden stick. Gray. Does this thing even need a blueprint? Can't you just pick up a branch on the roadside? He directly replied, I already have that blueprint. Do you have any others? There was silence for a few seconds, then a message came, I don't have any other blueprints at the moment. But brother, I didn't contact you primarily for trading. Our vice president, Zhao Hongyuan, you might have heard of him. He previously asked about your class book, but you didn't respond, and he's a bit unhappy. Now he has stated that if he encounters you to send him your coordinates, there's a reward. Sumu frowned. I'm just giving you a heads up. Zhou Ming's tone was quite polite. If you're willing to trade this breakthrough talisman to me, I can speak a few good words for you in front of the vice president and smooth things over. We're all on the same cable line, no need to make things awkward, don't you think? Sumu stared at this message for a few seconds, then clicked on Zhou Ming's profile and chose to block him. Clean and decisive. He leaned against the wall, his brow tightly furrowed. Not because of Zhou Ming's threat. Such a level of threat seemed no different from a child playing house in his eyes. But it was because of Zhao Hongyuan. Just because he didn't reply to his message, he wants to put a bounty on his coordinates. Such a petty mindset, and he can still be vice president. Sumu shook his head. Such a person in a time of peace would at most be a bothersome colleague he could simply ignore. But in a post-apocalyptic world, those who hold a bit of power and are vindictive are the most dangerous. Because you never know when they might strike you for some inexplicable reason. However, he wasn't afraid. If Zhao Hongyuan really dared to cause trouble, the gun in his hand isn't just for show. A second-level talent wielder. In front of a third-level gunslinger, they are no different from being made of paper. But this incident served as a reminder to him. He has offended some people and must be more cautious in the future. Especially during descents and evacuations, he should keep an eye out and not get ambushed. Sumu made a mental note of this and continued to browse his private chats. After posting the breakthrough talisman, most of the people contacting him were freelancers, and the blueprints they offered were all of ordinary white quality, which he didn't care for. Just as he was about to close it, another message popped up. Sender Chenjun. Chenjun, brother Su, you're here. I finished the arrows for today, take a look. A trade request popped up, 200 wooden arrows neatly lined up in the bar. Sumu was taken aback. He looked at the time. It was just after 4 in the afternoon. Yesterday Chin-jun made over 200 arrows for him, and today, he made over 200 more. This guy didn't stay up late again, did he? What time did you get up? Sumu asked. 6 o'clock. Chin-jun replied quickly, I slept 4 hours, that's enough. Since I can't sleep anyway, I might as well make more arrows. Sumu fell into silence. Sleeping for 4 hours and spending the rest of the time making arrows, he truly admired this grind. He clicked confirm and stored the arrows. His quiver was already full, so the new ones could only be piled in the corner for now. Then he placed 20 portions of food and initiated the trade. Chin-jun accepted the food, hesitated for a moment, then sent another message, Brother Suam. I have a question. Go ahead. Do you still have that second-level breakthrough talisman? Sumu was slightly surprised. You want it? Chin-jun replied quickly, I just wanted to ask. Could you hold on to it for me? They'll give it to you once I trade food for the blueprint. Sumu frowned. What do you want the second-level breakthrough talisman for now? He asked. You don't have time to farm monsters. Chin-jun replied, quickly, a hint of confusion in his tone. Why not? Chopping down a tree gives 0-1 experience, and spending almost an hour making arrows gives 1 point of experience. I've already reached level 20 in experience. Sumu's fingers froze. Chopping trees gives experience. Making arrows gives experience. He instinctively opened the system panel, flipping through it for a long time, but found no related explanation. Such things were never mentioned by the system. Are you sure? He asked. Absolutely. Chin-jun said, though it's little, every bit adds up. I've made nearly 500 arrows in the past 2 days, and just from that I've gained 5 points of experience. Coupled with tree chopping, that's a total of 20 points. Sumu leaned against the wall and stared at this message for a long time. Crafting items gives experience. Chopping trees gives experience. These daily actions actually count for experience. He had never noticed this before. Since he leveled up entirely by killing monsters, where killing a level 1 monster grants 1 point of experience. It was like that before he changed classes. But Chin-jun was different. All his experience came from chopping trees and making arrows. Is that even possible? Sumu took a deep breath and firmly etched this information in his mind. The significance of this discovery goes far beyond Chin-jun can level up. This means that even ordinary people without combat power have ways to gain experience and level up. Chopping trees, mining, gathering, crafting. As long as one works, there will be rewards. This will impact the entire ecosystem of the cable line. But now is not the time to think about this. You don't need to trade anymore, just use wooden arrows to offset the price in the future, okay? There was silence for a long time. Okay. Without any hesitation, it seemed he had made a great decision. Sumu didn't pay much attention. Chin-jun is practical, diligent, and knows how to be grateful. Such people are rare in this world. If he can help a bit, why not? Moreover, he isn't helping for free. Chin-jun's arrows are the most crucial consumable in his quiver. The higher Chin-jun's level, the greater the quantity and quality of the arrows he can obtain. Mutually beneficial situations are always worth pursuing. And of course, Sumu hopes that the other party can go. Sumu had just closed the chat window with Chin-jun when another message popped up. Send her Lin Yue. It was just one sentence, unusually brief for her. Do you have any medicine? For treating external wounds. Sumu's fingers paused. He stared at the line for 2 seconds, his brow slightly furrowing. Treating external wounds. Are you hurt? He asked. There was no response from the other side. After a few seconds of silence, a trade request. It wasn't a text reply, but rather a blueprint sent directly over. Sumu opened it, and his eyes brightened. Medicinal wine recipe, blue type, consumable blueprint, brewing recipe effect, can brew medicinal wine. The effect of the wine depends on the type and quality of the herbs used for soaking. Basic effect: restores a small amount of physical condition, alleviates fatigue. Required materials: grains, coarse grains, rice 30, glass essence 1, herbs 1. Different herbs yield different effects. Brewing time 10 minutes. Note: the quality and type of herbs will directly affect the efficacy of the medicinal wine. High quality herbs may yield medicinal wine far exceeding the basic version. Sumu took a deep breath. Where did this guy get it? A blue quality recipe in today's trading market is definitely a top-tier item. The blue items he had previously spun from the wheel were all quite valuable. And this medicinal wine recipe. What level of wine could be produced if good herbs were used? His gaze fell on the line. Different herbs yield different effects, and a thought flashed through his mind. Herbs. Does blood ginseng count as an herb? That purple quality treasure, just soaking its roots in water, added 16 points to physical condition. If it were used to brew medicinal wine. Sumu suppressed the restlessness in his heart and didn't think further. Right now nothing was set in stone, thinking too much was pointless. What kind of medicine for treating external wounds do you want? He asked. Lin Yui's reply came quickly, her tone still flat. You decide. As a reference. Sumu stared at the line for a few seconds, quickly calculating in his mind. This woman must have gone out treasure, and she must have reaped quite a bit. At least 2 or more intelligence points, otherwise she wouldn't have gotten a blue blueprint. The arms depot, intelligence she mentioned before, was said to be extremely dangerous, clearly indicating she wouldn't go. And she likely went to find another relatively safe intelligence point. A cunning merchant. Yet this time, he wasn't particularly angry. Because he had received quite a bit from Lin Yue as well. Crafting station's tempered glass essence grenades. Each one was a good item. Just a matter of mutual benefit. However, how serious was her injury? With Lin Yue's personality, she wouldn't mention minor injuries at all. She would rather bear it herself than show weakness in front of others. The fact that she actively sought medicine indicated that her injury was significant. Sumu thought for a moment and rummaged through his backpack to find a small recovery potion. Restores 20 of physical condition and injuries, regrowing severed limbs and repairing internal organs. As long as she wasn't dead, she could be brought back. He had prepared this for emergencies. However, after changing jobs, 2 more bottles had appeared, so it wasn't as precious anymore. Now taking it out for trade didn't sting as much. Moreover, the medicinal wine recipe Lin Yue had sent was worth far more than this potion. Not to mention, he glanced at the blood ginseng wrapped in wet soil in the corner. If the medicinal wine recipe could indeed use blood ginseng for brewing, then trading this potion wouldn't be a loss. He placed the potion on the trading bar and clicked confirm. Almost the moment he placed it the other side, clicked confirm. Sumu was taken aback. So straightforward. With Lin Yue's personality, she shouldn't have just bargained, tested the waters, and then hesitated before agreeing right. What was going on today? But then he thought. Her urgency indicated that her injury was indeed serious. She didn't even have the heart to haggle and directly exchanged the blueprint for medicine. Sumu shook his head, too lazy to guess. The item had already been traded, and the other party's situation was none of his business. He put away the blue blueprint, and his gaze fell on the blood ginseng in the corners of his mouth, slightly raising. This blueprint came at just the right time. Meanwhile, on another gondola line, a gondola that had been upgraded once had a space much larger than the original, about 4 cubic meters. It contained many items, but everything was organized extremely well. Food on the left, materials on the right, weapons hanging on the walls, and medicines placed separately in a transparent plastic box. Each category was clearly separated, as if someone had measured the positions with a ruler. Lin Yue leaned against the wall, her face as pale as paper. Her right hand pressed tightly against her left shoulder, blood seeping between her fingers, dyeing half of her clothing red. The clothing on her shoulder had been cut open, revealing a wound underneath. Not a knife wound, not a tear, but a small round charred hole. A gunshot wound. The bullet had passed through her left shoulder, leaving a bullet hole in her chest. Although it hadn't hit the bone, a large portion of the muscle had been torn apart, and the blood wouldn't stop flowing. She had wrapped it with bandages a few times, but they were already soaked with blood, turning dark red. On the ground, a deformed bullet quietly lay there, still stained with blood. Lin Yue gritted her teeth, beads of sweat rolling down her forehead one by one. She had already taken antibiotics, but they only prevented infection and did nothing for wound healing. Such a penetrating injury would usually require at least a month's recovery. No strenuous activity, no rain, no water contact. One slip could lead to infection. But in this world, what does a month mean? It means she wouldn't be able to go out and gather supplies for at least 30 days. In those 30 days, her food would run out, and her level would fall behind others. By the time she could move again, the world would have left her far behind. She needed something that could allow her to recover quickly. Even if it only shortened her recovery time from a month to a week, it would be worth any price. So she found Sumu. She had originally just held a try-and-see attitude. She knew Sumu had good items. That purple profession book, that gun, those grenades. But she wasn't sure if he had any healing-type medicines. If he did, even just ordinary painkillers would be better than bearing it herself. Then she saw the item lying in the trading bar. A small recovery potion. Blue quality. Restores 20 of physical condition and injuries, regrowing severed limbs and repairing internal organs. Lin Yue stared at that line for a full 5 seconds, then clicked confirm without hesitation. The moment the liquid slid down her throat, a warm sensation surged from her stomach, quickly spreading to her limbs. It was not a burning or a sharp pain, but a slow, continuous comfort, as if she were soaking in warm water. That sensation spread from her chest to her shoulders, then down her entire arm, and wherever it traveled, the pain seemed to be drawn away bit by bit. Lin Weiner looked down at her left shoulder. The wound beneath the bandage, which had been oozing blood, had clearly slowed at this moment. She carefully unwrapped the bandage, revealing the charred bullet hole. The skin around the wound was visibly fresh. Granulation tissue grew from the bottom of the wound, pink and tender like the buds of early spring, gradually filling the gaping hole. First the muscle, then the skin. In just a few short minutes, the horrifying gunshot wound transformed into Then the scar began to fade, the color changing from deep red to light red, from light red to pale pink, and finally, it vanished completely. The skin on her shoulder was as smooth as ever, leaving not a single trace. Lin Weiner stared blankly at her left shoulder, raising her hand to touch it. It did not hurt. There was no discomfort. She tried moving her shoulder. It was as flexible as before her injury. Leaning against the wall, she let out a long breath. Those bastards had guns. She recalled the encounter from a few hours ago. She had just emerged from that intelligence point holding the blue blueprint, preparing to find the evacuation point to leave. Then she saw a group of people 5 or 6 Caucasians tall and strong, wielding knives and clubs with one person holding a handgun. She turned and ran. The group chased after her, shouting in a language she could not understand, but the tone was clear enough without translation. The gun went off, the bullet whizzing past her ear and striking a nearby tree trunk, sending wood chips flying. With the second shot, she felt as if her left shoulder had been struck hard, causing her to stumble forward for 2 steps, almost falling. But she did not stop. Gritting her teeth, she continued to run, diving into a thicket, emerging from the other side, and taking a wide detour to find the evacuation point. Fortunately, she ran fast. Thankfully, the group did not catch up. Thankfully, the bullet did not hit a vital area. Lin Weiner looked down at the deformed bullet on the ground, her gaze turning cold. Next time, don't let me encounter you. She picked up the bullet and placed it on the table, then took a handgun from the weapon rack in the corner of the cable car. It was black, heavy, and fully loaded. She had not finished sorting today's haul yet. But before that, she needed to do one. Lin Weiner opened the chat window with Su Mu and sent another message, thanks. She did not say anything more. Some things are enough to keep in the heart. When Su Mu received Lin Weiner's message, he was studying the recipe for the medicinal liquor. Thanks. He glanced at it, did not reply, and continued to focus on the recipe. This woman actually said thank you. But he didn't want to think about it. He had more important matters to attend to. This blueprint was simply tailored for him. He had been puzzled about how to use the blood ginseng, and now here was a recipe for medicinal liquor. Moreover, the recipe indicated that different herbs produce different effects, clearly leaving openings for high-quality herbs. Su Mu stored the blueprint, opened the trading channel, and sent a purchasing message looking for food. Boss, I have rice. 5 pounds in exchange for 5 loaves of bread. I have 3 pounds of millet in exchange for 3 packs of biscuits. How about sorghum? I have 2 pounds, just 2 portions of food will do. Su Mu read through the messages one by one, trading for anything he could. Rice, millet, corn, sorghum. In just a short 10 minutes, he had exchanged for over 30 portions of coarse grains. The price he paid was over 30 loaves of bread and biscuits. Those trading for food in the channel expressed immense gratitude, feeling they had struck it rich. After all, in their view, rice was practically inedible in the apocalypse. To eat it, one had to start a fire. To start a fire, one needed wood, and starting a fire outdoors was simply inviting monsters. Rather than keeping these inedible items taking up space, it was better to trade for something directly consumable, like bread or biscuits. Su Mu did not feel he had lost out. His food reserves had already exceeded 200 portions. Taking out 30 portions to trade for food was hardly a loss. Moreover, these coarse grains were not for eating. They were meant for brewing alcohol. If others found out he used food to brew alcohol, he would probably be scolded to death in the channel. It was only the 3rd day, and everyone was worrying about food while he began brewing alcohol. Luxurious, wasteful, and not focused on proper business. But Su Mu did not care. He glanced at the pile of food stacked like a small mountain in the corner. With over 200 portions, it was enough for him to eat for 2 to 3 months. Bread and biscuits have a limited shelf life, so keeping them would be a waste. It was better to trade them for something useful. Moreover, if this medicinal liquor could indeed be brewed using blood ginseng, the effects would definitely be worth these grains. Su Mu gathered all the materials. 30 portions of coarse grains, 1 portion of glass essence, and then he pulled out the blood ginseng from his backpack. He carefully unwrapped the wet soil covering it, and the blood ginseng lay quietly inside, a bright crimson color with a surface covered in fine patterns. The root that had been severed by the bullet had developed a layer of dark red scab at the break, as if the wound had healed. Su Mu took out a small knife from his backpack and cut a small piece from the thinnest root of the blood ginseng, about the length of a fingernail and the thickness of a pinky finger. A drop of dark red juice seeped from the cut, and that fresh scent wafted out again, filling the entire cable car with an indescribable fragrance. He did not cut too much. It was his first time brewing, and he did not know how it would turn out, so he decided to test the waters. Also, with something like blood ginseng, using a little less was always better. Su Mu rinsed the small piece of root with mineral water and set it aside. Then he re-wrapped the blood ginseng in the wet soil and placed it back in the corner. Next, he opened the medicinal liquor recipe. Would you like to brew medicinal liquor? Consume coarse grains 30, glass essence 1, in medicinal herbs 1. Time required 10 minutes. Confirm. And with his confirmation, a glass jar appeared out of thin air on the crafting table. About the size of 2 fists, transparent, with a wooden stopper at the mouth. Following the recipe's instructions, Su Mu first poured 30 portions of coarse grains into the jar, then added the small piece of blood ginseng root, and finally poured in the glass essence. That substance melted upon heating, turning into a transparent liquid that soaked the grains and medicinal herbs completely. The jar's mouth was sealed tightly, and a faint blue light flickered on the crafting table. Medicinal liquor brewing. Remaining time 9 minutes 58 seconds. Sumu leaned against the wall staring at the countdown with a sense of anticipation in his heart. 10 minutes, neither long nor short. He opened the chat channel and casually scrolled through. Still the same messages, requests to buy, sell, complain, and call for help. The Talent Association was recruiting while there was no news from Zhoujinghua, and the threat from foreigners continued. He glanced out the window again. The sky had completely darkened. Thick fog billowed, obscuring everything. But the lights on the parallel cable in the distance were closer than last night. Sumu frowned. He remembered that when he looked this morning there was about a kilometer between the two cables. Now it seemed to be only 500 or 600 meters. They were getting closer. This thing wasn't fixed. The distance between the two cables was narrowing, slowly, but it was indeed approaching. If this continued, sooner or later the two cables would converge. At that time, Sumu didn't want to when soldiers come one must block, when water comes one must cover. There was no use in overthinking now. He glanced out the window again, his gaze crossing the thick fog to land below the cable car. The height of the cable car was also changing. During the day, it was at least 200 to 300 meters above the ground. Now, it looked to be just over 100 meters. From above, the outline of the ground became much clearer. He could see the shape of the tree crowns, the rooftops of houses, and even vaguely discern something moving on the ground. In front of him, about 500 or 600 meters away, there was a massive outline. Sumu squinted, straining to see through the fog. It was a cluster of buildings. Not ordinary houses, but something with neatly planned towering walls resembling some sort of base. He saw the walls. Gray concrete walls, at least 2 people high, topped with barbed wire. Inside the walls were several low buildings, square-shaped like barracks or warehouses. The most eye-catching was a tower in the corner square with a platform on top resembling a watchtower. Sumu's pupils constricted slightly. He recalled the intelligence Lin Weiwei mentioned before. That is an armory. At that time he thought it was in some corner of a town, but he didn't expect it to be right ahead under his nose. Moreover, at the current speed and height of the cable car, he would soon pass directly above this base. Sumu subconsciously checked his number of descents. He had already used today's. Even if he wanted to go, but just passing by and doing nothing felt like a waste. Sumu's gaze fell on the liquefied gas bomb in the corner of the cable car. That was exchanged from Zhou Jingwei, sitting in the corner gathering dust. Weighing 20 kilograms, it had immense power, but the detonation time was uncertain, making its use quite risky. He originally planned to find an opportunity to dispose of it, but never found a suitable place. Now, Sumu looked at the military base outside the window, then back at the liquefied gas tank in the corner, a slight smile forming on his lips. Not going down doesn't mean he can't do something. However, he needed to first confirm whether that was indeed the military base Lin Weiwei mentioned. With that thought, he remembered that he had just forgotten to ask her for the planting platform. He opened the chat with Lin Weiwei and typed a few words. By the way, how is the cultivation of your blue-silver grass going? After sending it, he felt a bit embarrassed. Clearly wanting to ask for the planting platform, yet he beat around the bush asking about the blue-silver grass. Wasn't that a bit too awkward? Whatever, that woman isn't exactly kind. The reply came back quickly, it's alright, the growth is good. What's up? Sumu considered his words carefully. I was thinking. Since your blue-silver grass has been cultivated for a while, why not let me take care of it here? After all, your space isn't large and I have space here. You want the planting platform, right? Sumu? This woman, can she be any more direct? I knew you weren't that kind. Lin Weiwei replied with a rolling eyes emoji. I've already used the blueprint for the planting platform, so I can't give it to you. But I can make one for you for free. Sumu was taken aback. Free? What are the conditions? He asked. No conditions. Sumu stared at the message for several seconds, feeling something was off. When did this merchant become so generous? Last time he exchanged 2 barrels of fuel for 3 blueprints, and the other party turned around and sold oil lamps for 700 or 800 portions of food. He still felt pain thinking about it. Now the other party suddenly said they would give him a planting platform for free. Did the sun rise in the west? Really, no conditions? He asked again. Are you annoying? If you don't want it, then forget it. I want it. Sumu replied without hesitation. No matter her motives, he would take it first. In any case, he wasn't foolish. If the other party raised any unreasonable demands later, he would just refuse. He thought for a moment and asked, by the way, about that military base you mentioned. Is it right in front? I see a large cluster of buildings from the cable car with walls and a tower looking like a military camp. The other party was silent for a few seconds. Yes, that's the place I'm talking about. Sumu glanced at the increasingly closer buildings outside and asked, are there level 5 monsters inside? Yes. The intelligence I received states unknown level suspected to be above level 5. Moreover, that thing. Lin Weiwei paused, is not an ordinary monster. What do you mean? Literally. I advise you not to go there. Sumu's brows furrowed. Understood. Sumu replied, I've already used up my number of descents. I can't go down even if I want to. That's good. Lin Weiwei said, don't die. Sumu didn't reply again. He closed the chat box, his gaze returning to the liquefied gas bomb in the corner. There were level 5 monsters in there, and the area of level 5 monsters should mean that the levels of other monsters wouldn't be too low. Level 3, level 4, and there might even be other level 5s. Throwing a bomb down whatever it can kill is fine, gaining some experience shouldn't be a problem, right? Just consider it clearing out inventory. Sumu walked to the control panel and opened the external weapon interface. There were 2 weapon slots on the roof, one containing a small arrow box, and the other empty. Would you like to place the simple gas tank explosion device? Confirm. The liquefied gas tank disappeared from the corner of the cable car and appeared in the weapon slot on the roof. Sumu glanced at it through the interface. That tank was securely fixed in the slot with a fuse connected to a thin wire extending to the control panel. Deployment method: manual detonation. After igniting the fuse, you can choose to deploy immediately or with a delay. Sumu didn't rush to take action. He stared at the increasingly closer cluster of buildings outside, estimating the distance in his mind. At the current speed of the cable car, it would take a few more minutes to reach directly above the base. He would throw it when he reached the center position. The cable car moved forward slowly. The outline of the military base became increasingly clear. Gray cement walls topped with rusty barbed wire. Within the walls, several low buildings stood squarely, resembling barracks or warehouses. A tower in the corner was square, with an empty platform on top. Silence. Too much silence. A military base, even if abandoned, should have monsters lurking about. Yet after observing for so long, Sumu hadn't seen a single moving thing. Were those monsters hiding inside the buildings? Or were they waiting for something? Sumu shook his head, deciding not to think further. No matter where they were hiding, it didn't concern him, as he wouldn't be going down. He would just drop the bombs and run regardless of what they hit. The cable car reached directly above the base. Now's the time. Sumu pressed the release button. The gas canister fell from the top of the vehicle, the fuse igniting and trailing a thin stream of sparks in the darkness as it plummeted towards the military base below. He looked down through the glass. The canister grew smaller and smaller, eventually disappearing into the thick fog and night. Then he heard a sound cutting through the air. It wasn't the wind from the falling canister, but rather a sharper, more piercing sound, as if something was moving at high speed. However, before he could discern it, there was a loud boom. A fireball erupted from the ground, glaringly bright in the darkness. The explosion lit up half the base, the shockwaves swirling the surrounding dust into a visible circular. Then system notifications began flooding the screen. Kill LV3 mutated creature experience 1. Kill LV3 mutated creature experience 1. Kill LV4 mutated creature experience 3. Kill LV3 mutated creature experience 1. A series of notifications, at least a dozen. Sumu's experience bar jumped from over 30 to over 40. Not bad. This saved him half a day's worth of grinding. But Sumu didn't celebrate for long, because the explosions didn't stop. After the first explosion came the second, third, and fourth. Each one louder than the last, each one more intense. It wasn't the explosion of the gas canister, but rather a larger-scale chain reaction explosion. Fireballs rose from the ground one after another, illuminating the entire base as if it were daytime. Sumu's eyes widened. The sounds came one after another like dominoes falling with no end in sight. The cable car began to shake violently. It was no longer the slight tremors from before, but a true, significant shaking. As if someone below was frantically swinging the cable. Sumu grasped the control panel to steady himself, his eyes fixed on the view outside. Fire soared into the sky. Thick smoke billowed. The sound of the explosions was deafening. Even from 100 meters up, it felt like a hammer pounding against his eardrums. And the system notifications had gone wild. Kill LV3 mutated creature experience 1. Kill LV4 mutated creature experience 3. Kill LV4 mutated creature experience 3. Kill LV5 mutated creature experience 20. Kill LV4 mutated creature experience 3. Sumu's pupils constricted sharply. Level 5. That level 5 monster was blown to bits. He stared at the notification, his heart racing. A level 5 mutated creature experience 20. He had grinded for an entire afternoon to get just over 30 points, and now he received 20 points in one go. And it wasn't stopping. The explosions continued, the notifications kept flooding in. His experience bar jumped from over 40 to over 60, from over 60 to over 80, from over 80 to over 100. Finally it settled at 312. 4,400. Sumu stared blankly at that number, his mind going blank. 312.4. Just over 80 points away from reaching level 4. He glanced at his hands, then at the sea of flames outside, his lips twitching. Such good luck. Did he just ignite the ammo depot and blow up the entire base? He originally intended just to drop a bomb to gain some experience, and clear out his inventory. Yet one explosion had wiped out their nest. Level 3 or level 4 or level 5, a whole lot were killed. His experience shot up from over 30 to over 300, nearly a tenfold increase. Sumu took a deep breath, leaning against the wall, staring at the ceiling for quite a while. Then he smiled. It wasn't a proud smile, but rather one that was hard to describe, tinged with absurdity. Luck is truly an inexplicable thing. But soon he couldn't smile anymore. Because he thought of something. How many treasure chests would drop with so many monsters killed? Level 3 or level 4 or level 5. Each level's treasure chest was far superior to those he had opened so far. Blue, perhaps even purple. If he could go down to pick them up. Sumu glanced out the window. The base below had turned into a sea of flames, thick smoke billowing, making it impossible to see the ground. Moreover, it was already dark with fog rolling and obscuring everything. Even if he had more attempts to descend, he wouldn't dare to go down at this moment. What a pity no more attempts left. Sumu shook his head, dismissing those thoughts. Just getting experience was already good enough. Treasure chests were left to fate. As he was pondering, a message popped up. A trade request from Lin Wanwei. A planting platform, one neatly placed in the trade box. The price box was empty. It was indeed free. Before he could click to confirm, Lin Wanwei's next message arrived. Was that you just now? Sumu clicked confirm, and the planting platform appeared in the corner of the cable car. While setting up the planting platform, he replied, "What? Don't play dumb." Lin Wanwei's message came quickly. Explosion. Military base. Besides you, I can't think of anyone else who would do such a thing. Sumu thought for a moment, and replied, "That was me." There was silence on the other end for a few seconds, then a message came through, tinged with a mix of helplessness and admiration. "Sometimes I really admire you. How does your brain work? Using bombs to blow up an ammo depot, triggering chain explosions to farm monsters. No wonder your level rises so quickly. First you used grenades to blow up zombies, now you're using gas canisters to blow up a military base. Next, are you going to use missiles to blow up a city?" Sumu's lips twitched slightly. A missile. He would like that. The tactical missile blueprint was still gathering dust in his backpack, and he couldn't gather any materials. But I'm more curious. Lin Yue sent another message. How did you find the ammunition depot? Even if that military base is abandoned, the ammunition depot is usually hidden in the most concealed place. You throw bombs down from above, can you hit accurately? Sumu pondered for a moment and replied, "If I say it's luck, would you believe me?" There was silence on the other end for a long time. At this moment, in another cable car, Lin Yue stared at the text, momentarily stunned. Luck. She was originally calculating whether Sumu's talent was of the target locking type. After all, the other party had accurately hit monsters in such dark conditions, so precise, it was unlike a normal person. But if it was just locking, then how could the spinning wheel be explained? That kind of thing purely relies on chance, having nothing to do with locking or not. Lin Yue recalled Sumu's performance on the spinning wheel in the haunted house. 3 consecutive times, all were good luck. The probability of hitting consecutively with 1/2, 1/3, and 1/6 was so low, it could be ignored. And this time the other party. But wasn't this luck too, against the heavens? Lin Yue recalled her own experience, encountering monsters while opening treasure chests, fighting desperately to get something, and then running into a group of foreigners. If it weren't for the gun in her hand intimidating them, she probably wouldn't even have had the chance to run. What was worse was that she had clearly run far away, yet they still opened fire, and a stray bullet hit her shoulder. How could the gap between people be so huge? She sighed, closed the chat window, and stopped thinking. Overthinking was tiring. At this moment, Sumu was also pondering the same question. He stared out at the sea of flames, his mind repeatedly turning over the same question. Was his luck really this? When he said luck, he was actually being dismissive of Lin Yue. But upon careful thought, from entering this world until now, his luck had indeed been somewhat abnormal. On the first day, he found the goblin nest without encountering any monsters. The second day, the spinning wheel didn't yield anything either. Now he casually threw a bomb down and directly detonated the ammunition depot, blowing up the entire base. Once or twice could be luck, but what about 3 or 4 times? Sumu frowned and began to sort out the few rule-type abilities he possessed. First was any attack will lock onto the monster's weakness. He could understand that it was literally what it said. No matter how he struck, the attack would automatically find its way to the vital spot. This ability also took effect when throwing grenades, which was why he could accurately throw bombs into a pile of zombies and drop a liquefied gas tank directly above the military base from a height of 100 meters. But what about the ammunition depot? He hadn't thought at all about the ammunition depot at that time. He just threw it in a random direction, with the target being within the base range, not the ammunition depot. Yet the result happened to blow up the ammunition depot, triggering a chain explosion. This could not merely be explained by locking. Sumu recalled another talent. When facing unknown blind box type events that are half good and half bad, he can always obtain the best part through observation. The description of this talent was half good and half bad, meaning that as long as there were both good and bad outcomes, he could take the best one. Did the explosion of the ammunition depot count as half good and half bad? He threw the bomb down, and it could either hit empty ground yielding nothing, hit a few monsters gaining some experience, or hit the ammunition depot, causing a massive explosion. 3 outcomes: good, neutral, bad. He got the best one. Incredible. Sumu's pupils constricted. If this talent also worked for throwing bombs in such random events, wouldn't that mean as long as what he threw had a chance to hit something good, it would definitely hit? That would be 2 against the heaven. Sumu leaned against the wall, staring at the ceiling, his mind a chaotic mess. But soon he shook his head again. No, that wasn't right. The premise of this talent was observation. He needed to observe to obtain the best part. But when throwing bombs, he hadn't observed anything at all. He just threw it casually. Moreover, on the first day when he encountered the goblin lair, he had not faced an unknown blind box type event to gain the best part through observation. He didn't have that talent. So, perhaps it really was just good luck? Sumu thought for a long time, but couldn't come up with a definite answer. Forget it. Whether it was due to talent or luck, the result was good. Why overthink it? He shook his head temporarily, setting the matter aside, and his gaze fell back on the distant base. The flames gradually faded from sight. The cable car continued forward, gliding smoothly through the night, as if nothing had ever happened. Sumu withdrew his gaze, taking one last look at the still burning sky, and then completely turned away. He did not receive any more kill notifications. The chain explosions of the ammunition depot had probably ended. The remaining monsters either weren't hit or had long run far away. He glanced at the experience bar. 312. 4,400, needing 87. 6 points. What a pity. If there was another wave, he might have directly leveled up to level 4. But one shouldn't be too greedy. Going from 30 to over 300 in one day, nearly a tenfold increase. What else was there to be dissatisfied about? Sumu shook his head and turned his attention back to the cable car. The planting platform was already placed in the corner. It was the one Lin Yue had traded over. It was a square wooden structure about half a meter wide with just enough depth to bury the whole blood ginseng, including its roots. There was a thin layer of nutrient soil on the surface provided by the system, but the amount was not enough. Sumu poured the few bags of soil he had brought down from the mountain into it, leveled it out, and watered it with some mineral water, mixing the soil evenly. Then he carefully took the blood ginseng out of the wet soil, placed it in the center of the planting platform, and buried the roots in the soil. At the moment the roots touched the soil, the blood ginseng moved. It wasn't the kind of shaking caused by the wind, but the entire plant seemed to come alive, quickly drilling its roots into the soil, its stem and leaves slightly trembling, as if stretching its body. In just a few seconds it transformed from a plant buried in the soil to a plant growing in the soil, merging with the earth, as if it had originally grown there. Sumu was taken aback. This thing could actually drill itself into the soil. He recalled the scene from when he was on. The blood ginseng was buried at the bottom of the pit. If it weren't for the shrapnel from the grenade cutting its roots and letting the juice seep out, he wouldn't have discovered it at all. Now it seems that even if he found that pit, if he were to dig with just his hands, the item would likely burrow away through the soil, and by the time he managed to dig it up, the ground would have long been empty. A sense of hindsight relief surged in his heart. Such rare treasures of heaven and earth were indeed not easily obtained. He was able to acquire it partly because he had precise coordinates from the information, and partly because the shrapnel from the grenade had conveniently severed the roots. That attack triggered a weak point lock, accurately hitting the essence of the blood ginseng, wounding it and preventing it from escaping. Luck. But it was not all luck. Sumu squatted in front of the planting platform, staring at the blood ginseng that had quietly grown in the soil, lost in thought. In the future, when encountering similar treasures of heaven and earth, one should not think of digging slowly and carefully. One must strike first, control it with a long-range bomb, or use something to trap it. In any case, one should not give it a chance to escape. He stood up and brushed the soil off his hands. The brewing of the medicinal wine was complete. Inside the glass jar on the crafting table, the liquid had turned a deep red. It was not a murky red, but rather a clear and transparent color like that of a ruby. The small section of the blood ginseng's root had completely dissolved, disappearing in the liquid, leaving only a few grains of residue settled at the bottom. Sumu picked up the glass jar and twisted the wooden cork. A rich aroma of wine wafted towards him. It was not the sharp smell of ordinary white liquor, but rather a subtle sweet fragrance like a mix of herbs. And he opened the system panel to check the attributes of the medicinal wine. Blood ginseng medicinal wine, blue type, consumable effect, permanently increases 15 points of constitution, 10 points of agility, and 10 points of strength after consumption, and slowly restores a large amount of damaged constitution along with pain relief effects. Requires soaking for 12 hours before consumption. Note the effects are only valid for the first 3 jars. After consuming 3 jars, the permanent increase effect disappears, and changes to a temporary increase lasting 12 hours, a not stackable. Sumu gazed at the text, his pupils slightly constricting. 15 points of constitution, 10 points of agility, and 10 points of strength. This was nearly double the estimated 8 points of constitution, and it also added agility and strength. Moreover, it also included a slowly restores a large amount of damaged constitution. This item not only enhances attributes, but can also be used as a healing potion. Although he did not know if it had the limb regeneration level of effect, like small recovery potions having pain relief effects means that being able to continuously heal during regular battles is already a very practical ability. The only pity was that the effects were only valid for the first 3 jars. After consuming them, the permanent increase would turn into a temporary increase, significantly reducing the effectiveness. 3 jars. This meant that he could obtain a maximum of 45 points of constitution, 30 points of agility, and 30 points of strength from the blood ginseng medicinal wine. Sumu glanced at the size of that blood ginseng in the corner, estimating in his mind. 1 jar uses a small section of the root, and 3 jars use 3 small sections. The root he cut off was just the thinnest one. The main body of the blood ginseng still had 5 or 6 thicker roots. That would be sufficient. The only trouble was the time. 1 jar needs to soak for 12 hours, so 3 jars would take a day and a half. This is under the condition of continuous brewing. If there were other formulas that required blood ginseng, he would need to keep some as backup. Sumu resealed the glass jar and placed it beside the planting platform. Just wait. After all, there is no use in hurrying. As he was thinking, a message popped up. Sender Zhou Zhenghua. Brother Su, sorry I was busy earlier and didn't see the message. The few second-level breakthrough symbols you mentioned, I'll take them all. What kind of blueprints do you want? Sumu leaned against the wall, thought for a moment, and replied, any blueprints related to the cable car would be fine. I will select a portion and exchange them based on their value. Zhou Zhenghua did not elaborate and directly sent over a list of blueprints. Sumu scanned through them one by one. Most of them were basic blueprints of white quality. Iron ingot making, glass essence refining, simple work. These were either things he already had or could not use. He quickly scrolled down until he saw 3 blueprints, and his finger paused. The first one, grain storage beginner. Type cable car construction blueprint effect, stores grain, prevents spoilage, and moisture, extends the shelf life of food. Construction requirements, iron ingot 10, a mysterious stone 10. Construction conditions, cable car, level, must reach LV5, unlock deputy position. Or find an abandoned cable car for modification. Current cable car level, construction limit 1. Sumu's gaze lingered on the line, cable car, level, must reach LV5, unlock deputy position, for a long time. A level 5 cable car can unlock a deputy position. He had completely been unaware of this information before. What is the deputy position? Another compartment? Or can it carry additional building space? Regardless of what it is, this information itself holds great value. Moreover, the grain storage's function is not insignificant. His food supply was increasing and the shelf life of bread and biscuits was limited. If no preservation measures were taken, they would spoil over time. The grain storage would perfectly solve this problem. More importantly, the construction conditions mentioned, or find an abandoned cable car for modification. He instinctively glanced back. Through the rear window of the cable car, he could see the abandoned cable car behind. It had not lit up since last. The people inside were likely dead. Abandoned cable car. Sumu noted this information in his mind and continued to read. The second blueprint, wooden board. Type cable car building material effect, produces a wooden board that can extend outward from the cable car, expanding space. Requirements, wood 1, mysterious stone 1, attributes, armor 1, weight capacity 100 kilograms, note extremely fragile, must be used with reinforcement measures. Sumu's eyes lit up. Extending outward from the cable car, expanding space. This meant that the cable car's space could not only be expanded through upgrading, but also by extending outward with boards. Although a wooden board only has 1 point of armor and is as fragile as paper, its significance lies not in how sturdy it is, but in the potential it provides for expanding outward. Since there is a wooden board, there must also be stronger materials. What about blueprints for steel plates? What about blueprints for concrete? Just because they are not available now doesn't mean they won't be in the future. Moreover, this thing could be used to build platforms. Laying wooden boards outside the cable car to serve as a balcony. Placing a turret, a trap, or even a planting platform on it would not take up space inside the cable car. Sumu took a deep breath and looked at the third blueprint. The third one was not a blueprint, but a scroll. Building upgrade scroll, white. Type consumable. Effect, upgrades a non-main building on the cable car that is below level 2 by 1 level. Requirement, 20 deceptive stones. Note, only effective for the cable car's auxiliary buildings, cannot be used on the cable car itself, and cannot be used on buildings of blue quality or higher. Sumu's gaze fell upon the words non-main building. The buildings on the cable car. Arrow towers, traps, granaries, wooden platforms. All these things belong to non-main buildings. In other words, this scroll can upgrade them to level 2. His small arrow box is currently level 1, with a base firepower value of 15. How much will the firepower value increase after upgrading to level 2? Will the range increase? Will the loading speed become faster? I don't know, but it will definitely be stronger than now. Sumu did not hesitate. I want all 3 of them, he replied. Name your price. Zhou Zhenghua quickly replied, 3 blueprints in exchange for 3 level 2 breakthrough symbols in your hand. Sumu thought for a moment. 3 blueprints for 3 symbols. Among them is a scroll which is worth much more than ordinary blueprints. This deal is not a loss. Deal. The transaction was completed. The 3 blueprints and the scroll appeared in Sumu's hands while the 3 breakthrough symbols went to the other side. Just as Sumu was about to close the chat window, Zhou Zhenghua sent another message. Thank you. Sumu was taken aback. Thank what? Isn't this a normal transaction? But he quickly realized. What Zhou Zhenghua needed most right now was the breakthrough symbols. He was about to face the knocking ghost in battle and his brothers needed to level up quickly. The drop rate for level 2 breakthrough symbols is abysmally low. Relying on themselves to farm them could take ages. These 3 breakthrough symbols can at least get 3 people to level 2. For Zhou Zhenghua, this is not an ordinary transaction, but a timely assistance. No need to thank me, just a transaction, Sumu replied. He paused and asked, have you thought of a way to deal with that? The other side was silent for a moment. We'll take it one step at a time. Zhou Zhenghua's message carried a heavy fatigue, but tonight, I'll have most people team up in pairs using the dormitory function to stay together back to back. This should prevent surprise attacks. Sumu raised an eyebrow. The dormitory function. This was a feature he unlocked only after upgrading to a level 3 cable car. He didn't expect Zhou Zhenghua to have already implemented it so thoroughly. 2 people in one cable car back to back, one facing the door, and the other facing the window, ensuring that no matter which direction that thing comes from, someone will see it. This method is indeed reliable. What about you? Sumu asked. Are you alone? I found a like-minded friend, Zhou Zhenghua said. Tonight the 2 of us will be in one cable car, facing the same direction. Waiting for it to come. Sumu fell silent for a few seconds. Facing the same direction. Not back to back, but facing the door together. This means they are not passively defending, but actively waiting for that thing to come to them. They are preparing for a showdown. That level 2 breakthrough symbol. Zhou Zhenghua sent another message, is extremely important to me. Thank you. Sumu did not pick up on this. He thought for a moment and typed a line. Wishing you success. The other party did not reply. Sumu closed the chat window, leaned against the wall, and gazed at the faint lights visible through the thick fog outside, remaining silent for a long time. What exactly is that thing? From Zhou Zhenghua's description, it is an old man dressed in gray standing in the ruins after an explosion, watching them through the flames. His face carries an expression of seeing something interesting. It does not attack or chase, it just stands there watching. But it kills. Every half hour it appears like clockwork. Those who hear the knocking sound, if they are facing away from the door, will die. Zhou Zhenghua said that only those who have seen it will be targeted by it. And seeing does not necessarily mean seeing it with one's own eyes. Descriptions through language count as well. Sumu touched the pistol at his waist. He has seen that thing. Zhou Zhenghua told him about it. So it will come looking for him sooner or later. But he does not plan to wait for it to come to him, like Zhou Zhenghua. He has his own rhythm, his own plans. When the time comes, it will naturally come. Until then, what he needs to do is to constantly grow strong enough to take down whatever comes with a single shot. Sumu retracted his thoughts and was about to close the chat window when another message popped up. Sender Xin Qingwan. Sumu glanced at the name, and the round-faced girl he met at the foot of the mountain appeared in his mind. With a ponytail, fair skin, and eyes not big, but very bright. A member of the 3rd team of the talent union. He opened the message. Xin Qingwan. Sumu, are you there? I have a deal. Sumu frowned. A deal? Someone from the talent union is looking to trade with him. He thought for a moment and replied, what kind of deal? The other party did not waste words and directly sent over deceptive fire white. Type building trap. Effect: when ignited, it creates a safe zone with a radius of 5 meters capable of dispelling low-level deceptive creatures. Consumes 1 deceptive crystal every 12 hours. Placement: any location, ground, wall, cable car, etc. Note: the flame is a ghostly blue, ineffective against ordinary beings, and only has a dispelling effect on deceptive creatures. Sumu looked at this blueprint, and his first reaction was, white quality in exchange for a level 2 breakthrough symbol. This is too much to ask. He has the Mist Dispeller blueprint, which can illuminate a radius of 10 meters, and does not consume deceptive crystals. This deceptive fire only has a 5-meter range, and requires a deceptive crystal every 12 hours. It seems inferior to the Mist Dispeller. But the next second he saw that line can be placed in any location. Any location. This means this thing can not only be placed on the cable car, but also on the ground. In the wild, at the retreat point, anywhere a temporary camp is needed. Sumu's pupils contracted slightly. He had been pondering a question: the deceptive creatures only appear at night. What if he couldn't make it back to the cable car before? He can see the value of this, surely the other party can see it too. So why does Xin Qingwan still want to trade it? Is it for a second-level breakthrough talisman? This deal seems to be entirely in his favor. Are you sure you want to trade this? Sumu asked. The reply came quickly, laced with a hint of barely perceptible amusement. You have indeed recognized the value of this item. That's right, I want to exchange it for a second-level breakthrough talisman. Sumu did not respond immediately. The other party sent another message. Additionally, I have another piece of information for you. Our Vice President Zhao Hongyuan has already teamed up with a few others to target you. Be careful. Sumu frowned. Zhao Hongyuan. It's him again. Just because he didn't reply to his message, he wants to form a coalition against him. His scheming mind is smaller than a needle's eye. But why did Shen Qingwan tell him this? She is clearly a member of the Talent Association, and Zhao Hongyuan is her vice president. Is she not afraid of being punished for leaking information? Sumu thought for a moment and replied, What do you want? The other party fell silent for a few seconds. Nothing in particular, Shen Qingwan said. In the future, just prioritize trading good items with me. Sumu stared at the words for a few seconds, understanding what she meant. This is not a trade, this is an investment. She is using this blueprint and a piece of information to buy his priority trading rights. Or rather to buy an opportunity to establish a long-term relationship with him. This woman is not simple. Alright, Sumu replied, but I have to ask, where did you get this item? Was it dropped by a monster? No, it was not dropped during the day, Shen Qingwan said. It was at night. The night before yesterday, I was lucky and caught a phantom bat using a snare trap, and it dropped this. Sumu pondered. Monsters drop daytime resources during the day. Food, water, iron ingots, glass, essence, breakthrough, talismans, occupation books. Monsters drop nighttime resources at night. Phantom crystals, nutrients, phantom fire, fog lamps, and other items related to the phantom race. Two systems that do not interfere with each other, yet are equally important. I see, Sumu said. Let's make the trade. Both confirmed. 1 second-level breakthrough talisman for 1 phantom fire blueprint, plus a piece of information. The trade was completed. Sumu stored the phantom fire blueprint carefully, not rushing to use it. He cannot use this item right now. He is already in the cable car, and does not need to spend the night in the wild. However, keeping it may prove useful at some point in the future. Meanwhile, in another cable car, Shen Qingwan closed the chat window, leaned against the wall, and let out a long breath. She had a considerable amount of supplies piled neatly beside her. On the wall there was a handwritten schedule. Wake-up time, meal times, channel browsing times, rest times. Neatly written like a project progress plan. The first step in building rapport is complete. She muttered to herself, picked up a notebook from the table, turned to a new page, and wrote a few lines. Targets, 3rd level, suspected of possessing multiple rule-related talents. Extremely strong, cautious by nature, and does not easily trust others. Today's progress successfully established a trading relationship and secured a promise of priority trading rights. An additional piece of information has been shared, and the other party has received it. Next steps: find suitable trading items, and maintain low-frequency, but high-quality contact. Avoid excessive enthusiasm that may cause aversion. She paused, thought for a moment, and added another line below. Zhao Hongyuan's side needs to be monitored continuously. His action plan may become an opportunity to establish a deeper connection with Sumu. After finishing, she closed the notebook, leaned against the wall, and stared at the ceiling in a daze. The night before yesterday, she was lucky and caught a phantom bat using a snare trap, which dropped the phantom fire blueprint. At that time, she thought this item was of little use. Within a 5-meter range, it also consumes phantom crystals, which is less efficient than hanging a few oil. It wasn't until today, when she encountered Sumu at the foot of the mountain, that she suddenly realized the true value of this item lies not in itself, but in its potential to become the first transaction between her and Sumu. A strong person does not care about ordinary material exchanges. But phantom fire is different. It is a product of the night, one of the rare items on the market that can provide shelter in the wild. This scarcity is the key to attracting strong individuals. And her gamble paid off. Sumu immediately recognized the value of the phantom fire and completed the trade without hesitation. Shen Qingwan's lips curled slightly upwards. However, this is just the first step. How to maintain contact with him and how to gain his trust will take time. At least now he has remembered her name. Naturally, Sumu was unaware of the notes Shen Qingwan was writing on her side. After closing the chat window, his attention returned to the cable car. It was completely dark outside. Thick fog rolled and the lights outside blurred into clusters of indistinct glows. The lights on the parallel cable line in the distance were closer than last night. Sumu did not light the oil lamp. He wanted to see if the phantom bats would be attracted if he didn't turn on the lights. Now there are over 400 arrows in the quiver piled up in the corner of the cable car, and it is time to use them. Instead of letting these arrows gather dust, he might as well use them to earn experience and gather nighttime resources. Moreover, he indeed needs more materials from the night. Phantom crystals, nutrients, and those special items that only drop at night. For example, Shen Qingwan's phantom fire blueprint was dropped by a phantom bat. Of course what he needs most now is phantom crystals. Without them many blueprints cannot be crafted. Sumu walked to the control panel and checked the status of the quiver. Small quiver LV1 white ammunition 400100, 300 rounds overflow automatically stored in backup storage attack. Range 100 meters base firepower value 15 current status standby. He looked up at the window. In the thick fog something could be seen moving vaguely. It wasn't one of those small creatures that thud against the glass, but rather larger, more indistinct shapes that moved slowly in the fog like some giant creature gliding through the night sky. Sumu stared at those shapes for a few seconds before shifting his gaze away. He would not concern himself with them, the quiver would handle it automatically. All he needed to do was wait to collect experience. Just as he was about to close his eyes and rest for a moment suddenly, the cable car shook slightly backward. It wasn't a gentle shake caused by the wind, but rather as if the entire compartment had been pushed from behind by something jolting abruptly before coming to a complete stop. Sumu suddenly opened his eyes and grabbed the long spear beside him. What is going on? He walked to the window and looked outside. The thick fog remained obscuring everything. But the cable car had indeed stopped. The previous sensation of steady movement had completely vanished. The whole carriage felt as if it were nailed in midair motionless. Sumu frowned and opened the chat channel. The messages had exploded. What the hell? Why did the cable car stop? Mine has stopped too. It can't move at all. It can't move. What's going on? Does anyone know? Is it a system malfunction? Oh no, we're stuck in midair and there are monsters below. What should we do? Calm down. Everyone stay calm. Let's first figure out what happened. No one knew what was going on. There were no announcements, no hints, no system messages. The cable car had stopped without warning like an elevator with its power cut, suspended in midair completely still. Sumu stared at the channel for a while, his frown deepening. He instinctively thought, should he try using fuel to power the cable car? If he could move, while others couldn't, he would be the only one able to move freely. That advantage was too great. But the next moment he dismissed the idea. The first one to act would stand out. In a situation where no one knew what was happening, the first person to move would be the most conspicuous target. If there was any danger, he would be the first to bear the brunt. He wouldn't be the one to stick his neck out. Besides, why did the cable car stop? Was it a system fault? Was it the ability of some monster? Or was it the rule of this world itself? Acting recklessly before understanding the cause would only expose him to danger. Sumu rested the long spear on his knee, leaned against the wall, and stared into the dense fog outside. The cable car was stopped. Everyone was trapped in midair with monsters below, fog above, and cable lines stretching endlessly to the sides. Today was destined to be anything but peaceful. Night had fallen. At this moment Sumu was not sleeping. Leaning against the wall with a handgun in hand, his gaze shifted between the fog outside and the messages in the channel. The kerosene lamp was unlit, and the only light in the cable car came from the faint blue glow of the control panel screen, casting his face in shadow and light. The messages in the channel were scrolling quickly, but the content was mostly the same. Does anyone know why we stopped? Mine has stopped too, but won't move at all. Could it be a malfunction? Malfunction? This isn't a computer, it can't just malfunction. Has anyone seen anything? It's pitch black on my end, I can't see anything. Me too, it's all foggy outside. I can't even see the nearby cable car. Sumu scrolled through the messages, but found no valuable information. No one knew why the cable car had stopped, how long it would remain stopped, or even if this was a normal occurrence, or if something had gone wrong. Until a message made him stop scrolling. Have you guys noticed? There seems to be a city ahead. When the cable car stopped, I happened to glance into the distance. Through the fog, I vaguely saw a large silhouette like tall buildings, but it was hard to see clearly. A city? What city? I saw it too. Directly ahead the fog was too thick to see clearly, only a large dark mass was visible, but it did resemble a cluster of buildings. We've passed so many towns without stopping, why stop here? Could it be intentional? To make us land in this place? Land? Are you kidding? Going down at night is just asking for death. Then why stop here? No one could answer that question. The discussion in the channel shifted from, why did we stop, to what will happen next. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Some began to recall the terrifying experiences of the first night, others speculated whether something more terrifying would appear tonight, and some had already started to arrange their affairs in the channel. Sumu turned off the channel and walked to the window, trying to see through the fog ahead. He could see nothing. His dynamic vision ability allowed him to see fast-moving objects in the daytime, but at night in the presence of fog this ability was utterly useless. He needed light, something to disperse this damned fog, to see what was around him. He needed a fog dispersal lamp. But making one required 10 eerie crystals, and he only had a few saved up, which was far from enough. What was more troubling was that so far tonight no monsters had attacked his cable car. The aero box was quiet, and the traps had not been triggered, though everything around was as silent as a dead zone. Without monsters there were no eerie crystals. Without eerie crystals, there was no fog dispersal lamp. Without a fog dispersal lamp, he could only remain as he was unable to see or know anything. Sumu took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. Panicking wouldn't help. Wait. He sat back down, reopened the channel, and continued to monitor the messages. About 10 minutes later, a message made him sit up straight. Look ahead. Is there a light? I can vaguely see a red that seems to be burning. Sumu immediately walked to the window and looked ahead. Deep in the fog there indeed was an extremely vague bright spot. Dark red flickering in the black fog like a dying ember. If he hadn't been looking for it, he wouldn't have noticed at all. Someone had started a fire in the cable car. No, it wasn't. A kerosene lamp wouldn't emit light of this color, nor would it make the flames so conspicuous in the fog. This was a real burning flame. Something was burning. Sumu stared at the red dot for a few seconds and opened the channel. Sure enough, more people had noticed. I see it. Right ahead, about dozens of parking spaces away, there's a light. I see it too. What is that? Is the cable car on fire? No way. How could a cable car catch fire? Who would start a fire in a cable car? It's not a fire. Did you hear? Did anyone hear any sounds? The channel fell silent for a few seconds. Then a user named Lu Yang sent a message, his tone clearly trembling. I'm near that location. I can hear sounds. Sounds of fighting, very loud, and the sound of something hitting the metal. Inside that cable car. At least 3 people are fighting. The channel fell silent instantly. Sounds of fighting. 3 distinct sounds. Only one person could have ownership in the cable car, while others were merely invited inside. Zhou Jinghua. Sumu's mind flashed with this name. Zhou Jinghua had mentioned that tonight he would face off against the knocking ghost. 2 individuals facing the same direction, waiting for its arrival. Now that direction was ablaze with fire, filled with sounds of combat, and 3 distinct voices could be heard. It was him. Sumu fixed his gaze on the dimming red, his fingers gently tapping on the long spear. He wished to know what was happening over there, but he was too far away, at least several cable car positions apart, and he couldn't discern any details through the thick fog. All he could see was that the red dot faded from bright to dim, then to nearly invisible, and finally, it vanished completely. The flames extinguished. The channel fell into a deathly silence. No one spoke. Everyone stared in that direction, waiting for something, but nothing happened. There was no news, no announcements, no activity. After a long while, Lu Yang sent another message, his voice trembling more than before. There is. Something is crawling out of that cable car. I can't see what it is, it's too dark, but it is climbing along the cable. What is it? Is it a monster? You should run. Run from what? How can I run on the cable car? The channel descended into chaos. But Lu Yang did not reply again. Sumu furrowed his brow, staring in that direction, repeatedly contemplating a possibility. Crawling out of the cable car, moving along the cable. If it were a monster, it should be flying. Climbing the cable. That is a human action. Zhou Jinghua. He opened the chat window with Zhou Jinghua and typed a line, how's it going on your end? After waiting a few seconds, there was no reply. He sent another message, are you still alive? This time the response came swiftly, just 2 words, bitter victory. They let him escape. Sumu sighed in relief, but then furrowed his brow again. Bitter victory meant they had won, but it was not an easy win. Moreover, the latter part, they let him escape. That thing ran away, it did not die. Ran away? Sumu asked. Yes. We scared it off, but did not kill it. Sumu paused for a moment, then asked, how did you deal with it? What methods did you use? There was silence on the other side for a moment before a message came through, we used everything we had. If you encounter it again, Zhou Zhengguo's last message read, just run if you can. Don't be brave. Sumu closed the chat window, leaning against the wall, staring at the ceiling. Just run if you can. But could he run? That thing would chase him along the cable. And he was on the cable with nowhere to escape. However, he suddenly thought that both Zhou Jinghua and that friend had not changed their professions, and their attributes were far inferior to his, yet they managed to scare that thing away. Although he mainly focused on physical output, he had attribute superiority along with 2 rules-type talents, weakness, locking, and extra attacks. If that thing came after him, who would scare whom away was still uncertain. What he feared most were rule-type abilities. For instance, something like you will die if you turn your back. That kind of thing is unreasonable, it doesn't consider attributes or levels. If the rules say you will die, then you will die. Sumu took a deep breath. No matter what, he must first increase his strength. Once the blood ginseng medicinal wine was brewed, his attributes would increase again. Once he mastered the skills of the gun master, his combat power would rise to another level. By that time, if that thing still dared to come. He touched the M500 at his waist, then glanced at the long spear resting on his knee. Physical attacks are ineffective. Then he'll just shoot a few more times. 1 layer of skin isn't enough. Then he'll shoot 2 layers, 3 layers. He didn't believe that there was anything in this world that couldn't be killed. In the channel, after nearly 20 minutes of silence, Lu Yang finally sent another message, it's not a monster. It's a person. The one crawling out of that cable car is a person seriously injured and covered in blood. He crawled onto my cable car, knocked on my door, and I let him in. What did he say? Someone asked. He didn't say anything. He passed out as soon as he came in. I bandaged him, and he is still unconscious. What does he look like? Is he one of ours? Yes. He looks like one from Zhou Zhengguo's team. I saw his avatar in the channel before. The channel was once again in an uproar. Some began to speculate about what had happened. Some tried to contact Zhou Zhenghua, and some suggested going to check that cable car. But more people chose to remain silent. They vaguely sensed that what happened tonight was far more complicated than they had imagined. Sumu did not participate in the discussion. He closed the channel and turned his attention back to the outside. Several minutes passed. Finally, a long-awaited sound broke the silence. Tap, tap, tap. It was not the kind of dense rain-like banging from the first night, but sporadic, intermittent tapping like something was tentatively touching the glass. The arrow box moved. Whoosh, thud, whoosh, thud. Automatic targeting, automatic. Within 100 meters, as long as something entered the shooting range, the arrow box would unhesitatingly shoot out a wooden arrow. Those things flew very fast, but against the arrow box's lock-in, it was futile, no matter how fast. Kill notifications began to flood the screen. Killed LV1 Phantom Experience 0. 1. Killed LV1 Phantom Experience 0. 1. Killed LV2 Phantom Experience 0. 1. Sumu glanced at the experience bar, then looked at the vague shadows outside. These creatures were not high-level. Level 1 gave 0. 1 a level 2 also gave 0. 1 is similar to farming cat monsters during the day, but their numbers were numerous. The arrow box almost fired an arrow every few seconds, and the kill notifications continued incessantly. Unfortunately, there were no treasure chests. Sumu soon realized this problem. The creatures killed by the arrow box fell from the sky, plummeting to the ground. From a height of 100 meters, they simply disappeared. He could only watch helplessly as the potential boxes vanished into the darkness. Wasteful. Sumu hesitated for a moment, but ultimately turned off the automatic shooting of the arrow box. Experience was important, but he had already filled up to level 3. Without resources, it was purely wasteful. Especially the phantom crystals. He urgently needed phantom crystals to create fog lamps. Without fog lamps, he could only remain like this, unable to see anything and passively taking hits. He equipped the animal traps. Although this method was inefficient, it had the advantage of being able to obtain something. Each time he captured one, a box would appear in the cable car containing real phantom crystals. Sumu placed both traps on the roof of the car and patiently waited. A few minutes later, animal trap captured prey. Killed LV1 Poison Firefly Experience 0. 1. Obtained Phantom Crystal 1. Outside the window, those creatures were increasing in number. He caught glimpses of their silhouettes through the animal traps. They were the size of fists with a dark red glow at their tails, standing out vividly in the darkness. A poisonous firefly crashed against the glass with a pop, then exploded. Dark green liquid splattered onto the glass, hissing with a corrosive sound, leaving behind a charred mark. Sumu frowned. This thing can self-destruct. He leaned closer to examine the marks on the glass. The corrosion was shallow for the LV3 cable car glass. This level of damage was almost negligible. But he remembered those still stuck on the first and second level cable cars. For their metal cabins, this degree of corrosion could be fatal. He opened the channel, and indeed the news had exploded. Damn, this thing can self-destruct. A hole has corroded in my metal cabin. Me too. The glass is fine, but the metal can't withstand it. Help. The top of my cable car has been corroded through. Those things fell in from above. Use glass. Acidic substances are ineffective against glass. Who has glass essence? Willing to pay a high price. The channel was instantly in uproar, messages flying rapidly. Some analyzed the acidic properties of the venom, while others began to seek glass essence at high prices, and there were those sharing makeshift methods to resist the corrosion using quilts and clothing. Panic and chaos spread, but the instinct to survive drove everyone to desperately think of solutions. Sumu watched these messages without participating. He turned off the channel and redirected his attention back to the window. Time flowed slowly. Soon someone in the channel found a countermeasure. This thing attacks and immediately corrodes objects, but it cannot corrode glass. Someone deduced that this was acidic venom, which does not react with glass. In an instant, the price of glass essence skyrocketed. Because some in the channel could use glass essence to, as long as they defended the interior of the cable car with glass, at least after the metal was damaged, any further impacts by these monsters would hit the glass they held. Monsters generally do not attack from above or below, meaning that as long as a glass defense was formed, it could hold. Without glass, some fabric could be used. At least it could slow the corrosion down. Even if there was nothing on either side, one could still barely survive the night. As for what happens next, that would be another matter. Sumu exchanged some of the glass essence he had for food, storing it away. After all, he didn't lack this substance for now, and trading for some food reserves was not a bad idea. As for him, the corrosive liquid from these monsters had little effect on his defenses. Although the durability of the cable car was decreasing after more than half an hour of impacts, it barely lost a little, posing no real threat. He continued to use the traps to collect strange crystals, patiently waiting for the materials for the fog-dispelling lamp to accumulate. He turned off the channel and kept his eyes on the traps. Time passed by slowly. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. The efficiency of the traps was indeed low, averaging a catch every 10 minutes. But they were stable. After 3 hours, Sumu had gathered 8 strange crystals. Adding the ones left over from before, he finally had enough for 10. Sumu took a deep breath and clicked on the fog-dispelling lamp blueprint. Do you want to create fog-dispelling lamp LV1? Consumption: high-intensity glass essence 10, strange crystal 10, tungsten wire 3. Confirm. A faint glow appeared on the crafting table as various materials floated into place, beginning to assemble automatically. After a few minutes, a spherical lamp about the size of a basketball appeared in Sumu's hand. Its shell was transparent glass with a long tungsten wire inside, and the base was made of metal with a small fuel interface on top. Fog-dispelling lamp LV1 white-type built-in pendant for cable car effect dispels fog within a 10-meter radius around the cable car and illuminates the area at night. Fuel consumption 0.01 liters of fuel, or 0.01 strange crystal per hour. Current fuel none. Sumu installed the fog-dispelling lamp on the top of the cable car. The lamp lit up. It was not the dim yellow light of a kerosene lamp, but a cold white light that was somewhat dazzling, like a high-powered searchlight. The beam pierced through the thick fog, illuminating the area within 10 meters of the cable car. Sumu finally saw the situation outside. Those creatures were densely packed around the light, like a dark red curtain. Their size was not much bigger than a fist, and their overall shape resembled moths, but their wings were translucent, covered in dark red patterns. Their bodies were gray-brown with swollen abdomens and a dark red glow at their tails, like a fuse about to ignite. The most disgusting part was their heads. They had no eyes, no mouths, just a round fleshy ball covered in tiny holes. Dark green slime continuously seeped from those holes, dripping down and creating long threads in the air. Poisonous fireflies. There were both first and second levels, with the second level being larger and the red light at their tails brighter. Sumu stared at those creatures for a few seconds, gradually relaxing his frown. They were not coming for him. The flight direction of those poisonous fireflies was fixed. They flew from east to west, heading in the same direction at a speed that was neither fast nor slow, like some migratory birds. The cable car just happened to block their path, which is why it was being constantly struck. They had no intent to attack and didn't even notice the existence of the cable car, simply flying, crashing, and self-destructing mechanically. If they weren't blocking the way, these creatures would pose no threat to the cable car at all. But that was the most terrifying. Sumu looked at the endless stream of incoming poisonous fireflies, a chill rising in his heart. They were not coming for the cable car. They were merely passing through. Just passing through had already caused heavy casualties among the survivors on this cable line. If they were truly aiming for the cable car, if they actively attacked. He dared not think further. Sumu withdrew his gaze and continued using the traps to collect strange crystals. With the fog-dispelling lamp lit, he could clearly see the working process of the traps. Those poisonous fireflies crashed into the traps, caught by the steel teeth, struggled for a bit, and then died. Then a box appeared in the cable car, and when he opened it, there was another strange crystal. Although the speed was slow, it was stable. After another 2 hours, Sumu had gathered more than 20 strange crystals. Just as he was contemplating whether to do something else, suddenly a golden light surged from his body, not like a warm, gradual infusion, but like a tide suddenly rushing up, enveloping him completely. Sumu was stunned. Had he leveled up? He glanced at the experience bar. 0.800 filled. No breakthrough talisman used. Sumu stood still, feeling the golden light flowing within his body, his mind racing. He had used a breakthrough talisman when he leveled up to the second level and again to the third level. Why was it not needed this time? Was it because of the job change? Or is it that the breakthrough talisman is only for those who haven't changed jobs? After changing jobs, leveling up no longer requires a breakthrough talisman. The more Sumu thought about it, the more he felt this possibility was quite high. Before changing jobs, he was just an ordinary person needing a breakthrough talisman to break through the limits of his body to level up. After changing jobs, he had already stepped into the threshold of extraordinary beings, where the limits of his body were redefined by the professional system, making leveling up a natural process. If that's the case, then the value of the breakthrough talisman needs to be reassessed. It is only useful for those who haven't changed jobs. For those who have already changed jobs, it is worthless. As the golden light faded, Sumu opened his personal panel. Name: Sumu. Level 4, 0.800. Race: human. Profession: gun master, purple. Strength: 88. Constitution: 53. Agility: 29. Spirit: 18. Unallocated attribute points: 25. With 25 free attribute points, which is more than twice what he had before, and he can allocate them himself. Sumu did not rush to allocate points. He first opened a bottle of mineral water, washed his hands thoroughly, scrubbing them several times. A sense of ritual. Then he took a deep breath and clicked on the talent selection interface. 3 gilded cards floated before his eyes. On the third card, the familiar flame icon reappeared. Lucky. Sumu's lips curled slightly. Indeed, washing hands was useful. The cards flipped in sequence, and 3 options were clearly listed before him. Option 1, information gained the danger warning ability. Within a radius of 50 meters, it automatically senses hostile creatures towards the host and marks them as red dots on the minimap. It activates passively, requiring no manual activation. Option 2, personal gain, the Iron Body ability. Reduces physical damage by 10, only providing damage reduction against piercing, cutting, and blunt force damage. Rule type ability. Option 3, building gain, the resource collection ability. Within the attack range, all resources belonging to the host will be automatically transported to a designated area in the host cable car. It activates passively, requiring no manual activation, and filtering options can be selected. Sumu's gaze swept between the 3 options, his heartbeat slightly accelerating. Option 1, danger warning. Automatically senses hostile creatures within a 50-meter radius and marks them on the mini-map. This ability is simply divine when exploring unknown areas. No matter where the opponent hides, as long as they are hostile to you, you can detect them in advance. The risk of being ambushed is minimized. Option 2, Iron Body. Reduces physical damage by 10. Simple yet effective. A 10 damage reduction means he can withstand attacks that would otherwise inflict serious injuries, greatly enhancing his survival ability. Option 3, resource collection. Within the attack range, all resources belonging to the host will be automatically transported to the cable car. Rules. Sumu's gaze landed on option 3. Automatic resource collection. He recalled the boxes that dropped to the ground when he used the quiver to farm monsters. All wasted, not a single one could be collected. If he had this ability at that time, those drop boxes would have automatically appeared in his cable car. And not just boxes. All resources belonging to the host. This means that anything he killed but didn't manage to pick up, as long as it is within the attack range, will automatically belong to him. The value of this ability is far beyond mere convenience. It means his farming efficiency can double or even triple. After all the monsters killed on the cable car have a distance, and the dropped resources would fall below the cable car, now they are delivered right to him. Sumu took a deep breath. Both danger warning and Iron Body are powerful, but resource collection is simply too compatible with him. He has a quiver, grenades, and long-range attack methods, often killing monsters from a distance, leaving no time to collect treasure chests. With resource collection, all these issues are resolved. Moreover, this ability is within attack range, quiver for killing monsters, resource collection for collecting items, creating a perfect loop. Option 3. Sumu reached out and pointed to option 3. Selection successful. The gilded card transformed into light particles, merging into his body. In the next moment, items began to appear in the corner of the cable car. First, it was the mysterious crystals, appearing one by one out of thin air, landing in the corner with a crisp clinking sound. Then came the boxes, one after another, piling up into a small mountain. Then came the materials, haphazardly piled together. Sumu stared blankly as the pile grew taller and taller, a smile gradually forming at the corners of his mouth. He opened the system prompt and took a look at the detailed record of resource collection. Automatic collection, mysterious crystal 1. Automatic collection, mysterious crystal 1. Automatic collection, poison fireflies, poison sac 1. Automatic collection, mysterious crystal 1. Automatic collection, mysterious crystal 1. In just a few minutes, he received dozens of mysterious crystals, over 10 boxes, and a pile of random materials. Sumu squatted in front of that pile of items, rummaging through them quickly, estimating in his mind. Just the mysterious crystals alone numbered over 160. This far exceeded the number he shot with the quiver tonight. The extra ones belonged to others. No, now most of the people in the cable car have no means of attack, so with his attack range it is impossible to have this many. The only possibility is that those who were killed by the self-explosion of the poison fireflies with the boxes dropping to the ground became unowned resources and were then deemed as his belongings. He collected them all. Sumu took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. This talent is ridiculously powerful. He couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. He had previously regretted the waste of arrows, as using arrows without obtaining mysterious crystals was equivalent to a loss. But now with this talent, it greatly enhances the effectiveness of the arrows. More importantly, he no longer needs to worry about leveling up. With this in mind, Sumu no longer hesitated and directly activated the automatic attack of the quiver. Whoosh! Thud! Whoosh! Thud! The quiver began working again. The kill prompts flow, and this time every poison firefly that was shot down would have its dropped boxes automatically appear in the corner of the cable car the next second. Sumu even took out an M500 equipped with a silencer and began shooting at the blurry figures outside the window one shot after another. Plenty of bullets, no regrets. With each kill, boxes automatically appeared at his feet, saving him the time to bend down and collect them. The number of mysterious crystals rose rapidly: 107, 108, 109, 200. Sumu looked at that number, unable to suppress the smile on his face. Tonight he made a huge profit. Thus he continued until the horizon turned a pale white. Outside the window, the venomous fireflies gradually dwindled from a dense curtain of dark red to just a few scattered ones, eventually disappearing entirely. The thick fog slowly dissipated, and the morning light filtered through the glass, casting soft golden spots inside the cable car. Sumu put down his gun and let out a long breath. Tired, but not physically tired. At his level, staying up all night was nothing. It was a mental exhaustion. The entire night was filled with nervous excitement and tension, constantly monitoring the outside, the traps, and the ammunition in the quiver, leaving him with hardly a moment to relax. He leaned against the wall, closed his eyes for a moment, then opened them, beginning to tally the night's harvest. Mysterious crystals, 412 pieces. Sumu looked at this number, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Over 400 mysterious crystals, a thought unimaginable a day prior. Back then he had to budget carefully. Even for a single crystal, gathering materials for a fog lamp took him half a day. Now over 400 lay piled in the corner like a heap of gray-white pebbles, easily grasped by the handful. However, there could have been more. Sumu glanced at the quiver. The ammunition was exhausted. Last night Shinjun hurriedly made 200 arrows and sent them over, adding to the remaining stock, totaling over 600 shots, all used up. With over 600 arrows he had taken down more than 600 venomous fireflies, but as the night wore on the monsters became fewer and the quiver often remained idle. Otherwise that number could have at least doubled. Those monsters were indeed migrating. The main force had already passed, and those that collided with the cable car were just a few stragglers. In the later half of the night there was hardly anything to shoot, and he could only rely on traps to gradually accrue. Sumu took another look at the bullet stock. The 1,000 free 9mm bullets made yesterday had seen less than 500 used. It wasn't that he didn't want to use them, there were simply no monsters to shoot. Within a visibility range of 10 meters, it was utterly empty, not even a ghostly shadow in sight. No matter how many bullets he had, there was nowhere to fire. Once daylight broke, he could once again get 1,000 bullets for free. This talent was simply tailor-made for prolonged battles. The wooden arrows, however, had all been used up. Over 600 shots, none remaining. Sumu opened the chat window with Shinjun and sent a message: let's take a break today, and I can make some arrows tomorrow when I have time. No need to chop down trees, just gather wood in the channel. No reply came from the other side. At this hour Shinjun was probably still sleeping. That gaming addict only sleeps 4 or 5 hours a day, spending the rest of his time chopping trees and making arrows. Sumu sometimes genuinely worried that he might collapse from exhaustion. He closed the chat window and opened his personal panel, glancing at the experience bar. Level 4, 110. 6,800. He had gained over 100 experience points overnight. Most of them were from first and second level venomous fireflies, with the first giving 0, 1 and the second 0, 1. Although the quantity was large, the individual experience points were too low. After an entire night, he had barely over 100 points. However, Sumu was already quite satisfied. Over 100 experience points would require him to defeat over 1,000 cat demons during the day to earn. Although he was tired at night, at least he didn't have to run around, he could just sit and wait. Next were the attribute points. He had yet to allocate the 10 free attribute points granted from leveling up. Sumu pondered for a moment and opened the attribute panel. His current base attributes were Strength 88, Constitution 53, Agility 29, Spirit 18. The blood ginseng medicinal wine could enhance his constitution, so no additional investment was needed there. Spirit wasn't needed for now. Strength and agility were the core of combat. 6-4. He assigned 15 points to strength and 10 to agility. Sumu allocated the points and the panel data flickered. Strength 103. Agility 39. He clenched his fist, feeling the changes. The increase in strength was quite apparent. His muscles felt as if they had been compressed again, firm and powerful. The boost in agility, while not as noticeable as strength, did result in a slight improvement in his bonus reaction speed. Satisfied, Sumu closed the panel, his gaze falling on the 2 jars of medicinal wine in the corner. 2 jars of blood ginseng, medicinal wine, both brewed last night. The first jar was brewed when he returned to the cable car, soaking for 12 hours, ready by dawn. The second jar was made from the second batch of roots in the later half of the night, also ready before sunrise. The only regret was that he couldn't brew a third jar, because he couldn't gather food anymore. Sumu opened the trading channel, looking at the purchase and sale information, his brows slightly furrowing. Yesterday he had exchanged 1 loaf of bread for a pound of coarse grains, and it went smoothly, gathering over 30 pounds in just a few minutes. But today those selling food suddenly raised their prices collectively. 3 loaves of bread for £1, tripling the price. He flipped through the trading records and found an interesting pattern. The same few people kept selling him grain. Clearly they had discovered some storage of food previously and brought it back to the cable car in bulk. Yesterday he had made a significant haul, which alerted them to the business opportunity, prompting them to hoard. Sumu let out a cold laugh. Price increase. Not buying anymore. 3 loaves of bread for £1 of coarse grain. That price on the third day of the apocalypse was nothing short of robbery. If he accepted, food prices would only rise higher in the future. He would definitely need to brew more wine. Although the blood ginseng medicinal wine could only enhance attributes 3 times the value of the recipe itself, was far greater than that. If he let the other party dictate the price, now gathering food would only become more troublesome in the future. For the sake of immediate attributes, if he let the other party dictate the price, now gathering food would only become more troublesome in the future. For the sake of immediate attributes, he wouldn't block his future path. He wasn't that foolish. Anyway, he already had the 2 jars of medicinal wine. There was no rush for the third. He could easily search for food himself. With such a large city ahead, how could he not find a granary? If necessary, he could let them stew for a few days. Once they realized that no one else could afford those coarse grains except him, the prices would naturally drop. Sumu closed the channel, ignoring the price-increasing sellers. He walked to the planting platform, crouched down, and looked at the blood ginseng. The blood ginseng grew quietly in the soil, its crimson stems and leaves glimmering slightly in the morning light. The thinnest root that had been cut off earlier had already formed a scab at the break, and Sumu squinted. It seemed to have grown a little compared to yesterday. Very slight, it was almost unnoticeable at first glance, but it was indeed growing. This thing was recovering quite quickly. Sumu reached out, carefully digging through the soil to find another root. It was slightly thicker than the first, about the width of his pinky, a deeper color with fine lines on the surface. He used a small knife to cut off a section, and dark red juice seeped from the cut, releasing a fresh scent once more. The body of the blood ginseng trembled slightly as if in pain. Sumu ignored it, rinsed the cut root with mineral water, and then replanted the blood ginseng back into the soil. This time the blood ginseng integrated into the soil faster than last time. The root touched the soil and automatically burrowed in, disappearing without a trace in just a few seconds, with only the crimson stems and leaves remaining visible. Sumu stared at the blood ginseng for a few seconds, a thought suddenly popping into his mind. Could this thing possess some sort of spirit? He shook his head. No matter whether it had any spiritual essence, it was sufficient that it could grow. He took out the nutrients obtained from the disassembled monster from his backpack and scattered them around the planting platform. The moment the nutrients touched the soil, the leaves of the blood ginseng trembled slightly, as if breathing. Then he looked at the 2 jars of medicinal wine that had already been brewed. He did not rush to drink. Sumu picked up the segment of the root that had been rinsed with mineral water, examining it in the palm of his hand. It was dark red with fine lines on the surface, and juice was still seeping out from the broken end. He sniffed it. The fragrance was delightful, and just the scent lifted his spirits. Previously he had soaked the root in water, gaining 16 points in physique. But that was soaking in water diluted. What would happen if he ate it raw now? Sumu placed the root segment in his mouth and chewed it a few times. The taste was quite strange. It wasn't bitter or astringent, but an indescribable flavor that seemed to mix metal and herbs. The juice burst in his mouth, and that fresh essence surged down his throat, reaching his stomach. Then a wave of warmth rose from his stomach. It wasn't the frantic heartbeat and bursting veins he felt when drinking the root water, but a gentler, slower warmth. It felt as if someone had lit a lamp inside him, with heat spreading from his stomach to all around, gradually soaking every inch of flesh and blood. It lasted for about 10 seconds before the warmth dissipated. Sumu opened the panel. Physique, 5,356. An increase of 3 points. It was much less than soaking in water. Soaking had added 16 points, but eating it raw only added 3. The effect decreased significantly. Sumu thought for a moment and cut a smaller segment of the root. It was thinner than the previous one, only the thickness of a toothpick. He placed it in his mouth, chewing. The warmth rose again, but this time it was weaker and lasted only a few seconds. Physique, 5,657. An increase of 1 point. Eating again would have no effect. Sumu tried once more, but this time there was no warmth at all. Chewing the root felt like chewing wood with no reaction. It seemed this thing, like the medicinal wine, had resistance. The first effect was the strongest, the second greatly diminished, and the third was almost non-existent. Sumu stored the remaining root properly, choosing not to eat more. Rather than waste it by eating raw, it would be better to save it for brewing wine. The medicinal wine could at least steadily increase attributes, while eating raw would soon be no different from eating grass. Moreover, the main body of the blood ginseng was still intact. What would happen if he consumed the whole plant? He dared not try now. The description clearly stated. The medicinal properties are extremely potent. Awakens may lead to reverse flow of qi and blood with serious consequences. He would not take risks until he found the correct method of consumption. Sumu tidied up the soil on the planting platform, watered it with some mineral water, and added the collected fertilizer, then walked over to the 2 jars of medicinal wine. He twisted open the wooden cork of the first jar. The aroma of the wine wafted through the air. The deep red liquid swayed slightly in the glass jar, resembling a melted ruby. Sumu tilted his head back and took a sip. The moment the liquid entered his throat, a warm sensation rose from his stomach. It was not the weak warmth he felt when eating the root, but a stronger, more surging flow of heat, as if someone had lit a fire within him. The heat spread from his stomach to his limbs, surging into every muscle, every bone, and every blood vessel. He could feel his muscles tightening slightly, his bones creaking gently, and the blood in his veins rushing faster. That sensation lasted for about 10 seconds before gradually calming down. Strength 10. Agility 10. Physique 15. Then a gentle warmth did not dissipate, but remained in his body, as if a pool of warm water was slowly flowing in his chest. Sumu looked down at the panel. Under the attribute column, a new status icon appeared: blood ginseng, medicinal wine recovery, continues to restore physique, 1 per second, lasting for 12 hours. It also had pain-relieving effects, providing immunity to light and moderate pain. Sumu was taken aback. It turned out it didn't just wear off after drinking, it would continue to take effect for 12 hours. He initially thought he would have to drink a whole jar to achieve this effect, but unexpectedly, just 1 sip activated it. If that's the case, could he exploit a bug? He picked up the wine jar and took another sip. No prompt. No reaction at all. He took another sip. Still nothing. Sumu frowned and opened the attribute panel of the wine jar. The text on it had changed: blood ginseng, medicinal wine, blue type, consumable effect, restores a large amount of lost physique slowly after drinking, lasting for 12 hours, and has pain-relieving effects. Note: no permanent attribute enhancement effect remains. Effective only on the first consumption. Multiple consumptions by the same person will not stack, and others drinking it will not gain permanent attribute enhancements. Indeed, he could not exploit a bug. The permanent attribute enhancement was only effective for the first sip. Any subsequent sips would only refresh the duration of recovery, without increasing attributes. Moreover, this thing recognized its user. Since he had consumed it, it would not provide any permanent enhancement effects if he gave it to someone else. Sumu set down the first jar and picked up the second one, tilting his head back to drink another sip. Strength 10. Agility 10. Physique 15. The same warmth, the same attribute increase. The attributes of the second jar had also changed, now resembling those of the first jar, with only recovery and pain relief effects remaining. Sumu placed the 2 jars of wine side by side, looking at them with a slight smile. Although he couldn't exploit a bug, the value of these 2 jars of wine far exceeded those 60 attribute points. The remaining liquid with each sip could continuously restore physique for 12 hours, and also provided pain relief. This was simply a divine skill in battle. It was equivalent to carrying a sustained healing buff. As long as he drank a sip in advance, he could continuously recover health for the next half a day. Adding the 4 points gained from eating the root raw before, along with the attribute point distribution of 15 for strength and 10 for agility, his attributes had undergone a tremendous. The 2 jars of wine had increased his strength by 20, agility by 20, and physique by 30. Adding the 4 points gained from eating the root raw before, along with the attribute point distribution of 15 for strength and 10 for agility, his attributes had undergone a tremendous change. Name: Sumu, level 4, 110. 6,800. Race: human. Hunger level 75. Strength 123. Physique 87. Agility 59. Spirit 18. Armor 53. Sumu stared at the numbers on the panel, taking a deep breath. 123 points of strength. 59 points of agility. 87 points of constitution. What does this mean? The blue quality giant axeman he had previously dealt with had 72 strength, 65 constitution, and 28 agility. Now his attributes completely overshadowed that monster. If he were to encounter a foe of that caliber, now he wouldn't even need a handgun, it would be a one-shot affair. As for encountering others, his current attributes were directly 7 times that of a normal level 1. Even level 2 would be 5 times that. Moreover, the most important thing is that this is the overall attribute. If we talk about effective attributes, it is even more than 10 times, which amounts to an absolute dominance. Once he transfers his second profession and utilizes all the remaining parts of the blood ginseng. No, I can't get carried away. Sumu quickly suppressed the sense of pride swelling within him. After all, who knows what other variables might arise in this world? After a long while, Sumu collected his thoughts. He closed the panel, leaned against the wall, and looked out at the sky gradually brightening outside. Just as he was about to close his eyes for a brief rest, suddenly a cold mechanical voice echoed throughout the cable line. Cable line No. 886 area announcement approaching Ashen City. The cable car will halt for 72 hours upon arrival, during which all survivors will be forcibly dispatched into the city. Please prepare accordingly. The cold mechanical voice reverberated throughout the cable line, each word hammering into everyone's eardrums. Sumu frowned slightly. Forced dispatch. He wasn't afraid of entering the city to scavenge for supplies. For him, the city meant richer resources, higher-level monsters, and a denser distribution of treasure chests, which was actually a good thing. But the word forced made him faintly detect an unusual aura. The rules of this world never act without. Since they are forcing everyone into that place called Ashen City, it means there must be something waiting for them, or rather there is something that needs them to trigger it. Sumu leaned against the wall, lightly tapping his fingers on the long gun, quickly calculating various possibilities in his mind. But he did not continue to think deeply. After all, he had only been in this world for 4 days, and the information he possessed was too limited. All analysis was merely speculation. Instead of overthinking it, would be better to first observe the reactions of others. He opened the chat channel. The messages were exploding with a speed of scrolling that made it almost impossible to read. What the hell? Forced dispatch. I don't want to go down. The city is filled with monsters. Can we refuse? I don't want to die. It's over. I haven't even reached level 1. Going down is just sending myself to die. Calm down. Everyone calm down. The announcement said upon arrival, we haven't reached yet. There's still. Prepare for what? I don't even have a decent weapon. What can I prepare? Is there anyone strong who can take me along? I'm willing to give up all my supplies. Panic, despair, pleading, various emotions intertwined in the channel. Yet there were some voices that were completely different from the others. Forced dispatch. Isn't this just the officials handing out benefits? An ID named Zhao Honyuan spoke in the channel, his tone, laced with disdain. The resource density in the city is more than 10 times that of the wild. Normally we wouldn't even dare to enter, but now they're just sending us in. This is simply a godsend opportunity for us talented ones. Exactly. Another ID chimed in, I'm just missing breakthrough symbols and profession books. This trip might just help me gather them all. I suggest ordinary people not to fight us for resources. If you go down, it's just sending yourselves to die. Better to find a safe place to hide until the 24 hours are up. After all, the announcement only said forced dispatch. It didn't say you had to go down to die. The talented guild members spoke freely in the channel, their words revealing no concealment of disdain for ordinary people. Sumu watched these messages, his expression unchanged. He did not participate in the discussion. At such a time, saying anything would be useless. Panic would not subside due to his few words, and those who were pleased would not temper their sharpness because of his reminders. He continued to scroll down. Then he saw Zhou Xingwo's message. Everyone listen to me. The forced dispatch has become a foregone conclusion. Complaints and panic won't solve anything. I suggest everyone gather at the southern gate of Ashen City after landing. We will try to provide shelter, but the number is limited, first come first served. As soon as Zhou Xingwo's message was sent, the channel fell silent for a moment. Brother Zhou, you're still here? That's great. I knew Brother Zhou wouldn't leave us hanging. Brother Zhou, what happened last night? I heard some were severely injured over there. Don't ask too much, Brother Zhou, said the gathering place. Just follow his instructions. Zhou Xingwo did not respond to those questions. He simply sent another message. Additionally, I want to remind everyone of one thing. The people on the adjacent cable line will also be forcibly dispatched to the same city. According to yesterday's intelligence, those people are not friendly towards us. Please be cautious and try not to. As soon as this message was sent, the atmosphere in the channel instantly changed. Yes, those foreigners killed many of us yesterday. Damn it, just thinking about it makes me furious. We have people too, why should we be afraid of them? Exactly. If they dare to come, let them come back, without success. Brother Zhou, organize us, we'll take them on. The crowd was incensed. But Sumu noticed that over in the talented guild, Zhao Honyuan and others did not express any opinion on this matter. They neither responded to Zhou Xingwo's call for gathering, nor expressed any stance on dealing with the foreigners. The channel was left with their previous comments about godsend opportunities, and then fell silent. Sumu let out a cold snort. He had already experienced Zhao Honyuan before. Narrow-minded, vengeful, and evidently ambitious. Such a person might just be an annoying colleague in peaceful times, but in the apocalypse with a little power in hand they think about how to expand their influence. How could they be willing to serve as someone else's pawn? However, at least on the surface, the talented guild also made their stance clear. Our talented guild is not. Zhao Honyuan finally sent another message. If those foreigners dare to harm our people, we certainly won't be polite. This statement was impeccably cautious. Neither promising to protect ordinary people, nor refusing to deal with foreigners, leaving room for maneuvering. Sumu closed the channel and stopped looking. All in all, it's just empty talk. When they truly enter the city, who helps whom, and who harms whom remains uncertain. What he was most concerned about now wasn't their position, but how to utilize today's time to further enhance his own strength. Tomorrow he would enter Ashen City. Before that, he needed to at least reach level 5. Sumu closed his eyes, intending to take a short nap and restore his energy. However, he lay there for quite a while, tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep. Not sleepy. Not only was he not tired, but he felt invigorated, his mind clear as if he had just downed 2 shots of espresso. Sumu was taken aback. He recalled the 2 sips of blood ginseng liquor he had consumed earlier. That concoction was known for its fatigue recovery properties. He had initially thought it merely alleviated fatigue, but he was surprised by its potency strong enough to keep him wide awake. If I had known, I wouldn't have drunk it, Sumu muttered as he sat up from the ground. Since he couldn't sleep, he might as well get. He opened the daily intelligence interface. Current available usage 1. Would you like to use it? Confirm. Information: there is an abandoned gas station approximately 12 kilometers away from your location. There is a bronze treasure chest. Please note, there is a LV5 mutated creature active in that area. Sumu frowned as he read the information. 1 piece of information, just 1 bronze treasure chest, and a level 5 monster guarding it. Was his luck this bad today? He flipped through the previous intelligence records. On the first day, there was a silver treasure chest and a bronze treasure chest. On the second day, a bronze treasure chest and a lucky roulette. On the third day, a purple quality blood ginseng. Every day brought double rewards, yet today there was only a single bronze treasure chest, and it was being guarded by a level 5 monster. 12 kilometers away. The cable car had stopped, and he could only walk there. Even in a straight line, it would take at least over an hour plus the time spent searching and fighting, at least 3 to 4 hours. Spending 3 to 4 hours to obtain a bronze treasure chest while having to face a level 5 monster. Not worth it. Sumu memorized the information but decided not to act immediately. However, thinking of the level 5 monster reminded him of another matter. That was the military base. In that military base, there were the so-called level 5 monsters and an arms depot. Yesterday, he had blown up that base with a liquefied gas canister, triggering an ammunition depot explosion. The system prompt clearly indicated, kill LV5 mutated creature experience 20. That level 5 monster had already been killed in the explosion. Sumu's eyes slowly brightened. In other words, that military base was likely devoid of level 5 monsters now. Inside that base there might be an arms depot, treasure chests, various supplies, and even boxes dropped from the monsters that had been killed last night. Those boxes might contain the items he needed. More importantly, the military base was not far from his. Last night the cable car had stopped in the middle of the night, and he had just passed through that area. Now that the cable car was stationary, the military base should be just a few kilometers away. On foot he could reach it in half an hour at most. Instead of spending 3 to 4 hours to obtain a bronze treasure chest, it was better to spend an hour checking out the military base, where he might find better loot. Sumu made up his mind, and was about to pack his things when a private message popped up. Sender Lin Yue. Lin Yue, are you there? Sumu frowned, and replied, speak. Lin Yue, I remember I still owe you an intelligence, right? Sumu raised an eyebrow slightly. This woman, when did she become so proactive? He hadn't even mentioned the debt of information, yet she brought it up herself. Right. He replied, you finally remembered. Lin Yue did not respond to him, but sent another message. There is currently information about a level 3 monster, and a roulette located about 10 kilometers ahead. Do you want it? Sumu's eyes lit up slightly. A level 3 monster, and a roulette. Placing these two together meant high risk and high reward. As long as the guarding monster could be defeated, a roulette was basically a sure win. Yes, he replied without hesitation, but then added, however. Why are you being so kind? Offering me such information voluntarily? Lin Yue did not answer. Sumu thought for a moment and sent another message. Could it be because your luck is too bad and you think going there would be a wasted trip, so you gave it to me? The other side fell silent for a while. Then Lin Yue's message finally popped up, her tone tinged with impatience. Take it or leave it. There is one condition. If you get something useful from the roulette, sell it to me at half price. Sumu stared at the message, a slight smile forming at the corner of his mouth. Half price. With his talent, whatever good item came out of the roulette would still be at his discretion. Even if he sold it to Lin Yue at half price, it would still be a huge profit. Deal, he replied, it's a deal. Lin Yue did not say anything more and directly sent over the information. A precise coordinate. Sumu noted down the coordinate, closed the chat box, leaned against the wall, and fell into deep thought. Now he had 2 pieces of information. One was the information Lin Yue had just given. A university campus located about 10 kilometers ahead with a resource roulette and a level 3 monster. The other was the daily intelligence provided. An abandoned gas station located 12 kilometers ahead with a bronze treasure chest and a level 5 monster. The 2 locations were not far apart, both within a range of 10 kilometers. However, both locations had a problem. The distance was far, requiring at least 3 to 4 hours round trip, and the monsters were of a high level. Sumu hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to go to the military base he had blown up last night first. The reason was simple. That base was only a few kilometers away from his current location, and he could reach it on foot in about an hour. Moreover, the level 5 monster in the base had already been killed in the explosion, leaving only the treasure chest dropped by the monsters that had been killed last night and the possible arms depot and supplies. This opportunity to pick up the leaks would truly be missed if he let it pass. As for the gas station with the bronze treasure chest, it didn't matter whether he went or not, and regarding the university campus coordinate given by Lin Yue, it could wait a little longer. After all, that location was already within the city, and it would definitely be dropped once. If he could gather enough experience and supplies at the military base to level up before tackling the level 3 monster and the level 5 monster, he would have a much greater chance. It is worth noting that the coordinate Lin Yue provided was over 10 kilometers away, while the abandoned gas station provided by the Daily Intelligence was only 12 kilometers, where even a bronze treasure chest was guarded by a level 5 monster. Logically speaking, this was somewhat unusual. How could such a place only be guarded by a level 3 monster while the roulette was present? Meanwhile, in another cable car, Lin Yue closed the chat box, leaned against the wall, and stared blankly at the ceiling for a while. Her decision to give the information about the resource wheel to Su Mu was based on 3 considerations. First, she indeed owed Su Mu a piece of information. Previously, he had helped her deal with the blue giant axe wielder, and had given her a small recovery potion of favor she had always remembered. Though she didn't speak of it, she was not the kind of person to forget her debts. Second, the small recovery potion Su Mu had given her yesterday had saved her life. The bullet had passed through her shoulder. If it weren't for that potion, she might not even be able to lift her arm now. Such a grace was worth a piece of information. Third, and the most important reason, she was just too unlucky. Lin Yue recalled her previous experiences with treasure chests. She had opened a silver chest and found 3 grenades, while others got armor, weapons, and skill books. She ended up with 3 iron lumps. After finally encountering a resource wheel, it turned out that Su Mu had drawn 3 times in a row, leaving her with nothing. With such luck, why would she take a chance on the wheel? That would be going to acquire good items. It was more like going to die. Rather than waste the information herself, it was better to give it to Su Mu. With his incredible luck, he would surely draw out something good. Then she could buy it at half price, a win-win situation. Lin Yue sighed, picked up the blue profession book titled Field Doctor from the table, and glanced through it. Job change requirement reached level 3. She was currently at level 2, still quite far from level 3. She needed to quickly level up. She put away the profession book, slung her backpack over her shoulders, walked to the control panel, and pressed the descent button. Today she also had her own goals. A purple-black vortex appeared as Lin Yue took a deep breath and stepped in. Su Mu spent a few minutes counting his supplies. Bullets. He had over 509mm bullets left from the 1,000 he had crafted for free last night, all stuffed into his backpack. 2 small recovery potions, and 1 freezing scroll. He only brought 2 pieces of chocolate and a bottle of water for food. His rifle was stored in the void, ready to summon at any moment. The M500 was tucked in the right pocket of his chest, rigged, the suppressor tightly screwed on. Everything was ready. Su Mu walked to the control panel and pressed the descent button. The cable car door opened, and the purple-black vortex appeared. He took a deep breath and stepped in. The moment the sensation of weightlessness faded, Su Mu had already tightened his grip on the pistol. His vision was still not fully clear, but the sound of wind and distant roars rushed into his ears. He quickly scanned his surroundings. This was a sparse forest area with not very tall trees and an open view. In the distance, he could see a few blurry figures about 200 or 300 meters away, walking in different directions. Other survivors. Su Mu ignored them, lowered his posture, discerned the direction, and headed towards the back of the cable car. After confirming it was safe, he checked the retreat point, as always. However, this time the retreat point was different from before, as it was precisely where he had landed earlier. This had one advantage. That was the ability to adjust based on personal strength. Then he could slowly push forward. Once he encountered danger, he could directly escape to the retreat point. After all, he had come from there, so the terrain and potential dangers along the way were clear. Of course, there were also downsides. The retreat point, lacking randomness, could easily be blocked. However, Su Mu guessed that such occurrences were unlikely. He also wondered whether that group of foreigners would cause trouble. The military base was in the direction he was heading, and it would take about an hour to walk there. He walked at a steady pace, maintaining a speed that allowed him to respond to sudden situations at any moment. The forest was quiet, occasionally accompanied by the rustling of leaves as the wind passed through the treetops. After walking for less than 10 minutes, a wandering monster appeared ahead. It was not a cat demon, but a creature he had never seen before. It had a dog-like body, but with longer limbs covered in gray-black scales, a flat head, and a wide mouth, revealing rows of sharp teeth. It had no eyes. On either side of its head were narrow slits, presumably used for sensing smells. Su Mu halted, and information about the monster appeared before his eyes. Scent beast, LV2 strength, 28 constitution, 35 agility, 22 spirit, 5 skill tracking, can track targets by scent, a level 2 monster with average attributes. Su Mu did not draw his gun. He summoned his rifle from the void and thrust it forward. The tip of the gun accurately pierced the scent beast's head, and before it could even let out a scream, it fell to the ground. Kill LV2 Scent Beast Experience 0. 1. Scent Beast Scales 1. Sumu glanced at the prompt. The drop rate was indeed higher than before. Yesterday, killing level 2 monsters, it was good if 1 out of 10 yielded a box. Now his first kill had already dropped materials. He continued to walk forward. The closer he got to the military base, the higher the density of monsters. Levels 1, 2, and 3 of various types. Most were unfamiliar to him. Some resembled giant lizards, others mutated wild boars, and some were fleshy orbs covered in tentacles. Sumu slaughtered his way through using his rifle to stab or sweep. Every strike was aimed at vital points, every hit a guaranteed kill. What made him frown slightly was that he encountered several level 3 monsters. Although they were all of ordinary quality in front of his 123 points of strength and 59 points of agility, they were no different from paper. One shot for each, clean and neat. However, the issue was that the frequency of level 3 monsters appearing was too high. Previously, when grinding cat demons in the West Mountain, he hadn't seen a single level 3 monster. Yet now in just half an hour's journey, he had encountered 5 or 6. The level of monsters was rising. No, it wasn't the monsters that were improving, it was the area he was in that was changing. The cable car journey was taking them through increasingly dangerous places. The first day was goblins and zombies, the second day was cat demons, and the third day was toxic fireflies and scent beasts. The further he went, the higher the average level of the monsters. Sumu noted this discovery in his mind and quickened his pace. After about another 20 minutes, the trees ahead suddenly became sparse, and the view opened up. An open area appeared before him, at the end of which was a gray concrete wall. The military base had arrived. The wall was 2 to 3 people high, topped with rusty barbed wire. The iron gate that should have been the main entrance had been blown off, leaning to one side, the frame twisted and deformed, covered with charred marks. Sumu slowed his pace, pressed against the edge of the wall, and cautiously peeked inside. The scene inside was even more devastating than he had imagined. The location of the ammunition depot had turned into a huge pit at least 20 meters in diameter, with a depth estimated to be 2 or 3 stories high. At the bottom of the pit lay a layer of black-gray dust mixed with dried blood and bits of flesh. Several buildings around were damaged to varying extents. The nearest barracks had been almost leveled, leaving only a half-standing wall. The roof of a farther warehouse had collapsed halfway with cracked walls, but the main structure still stood. The furthest 3-story building was the least damaged, with only shattered window glass and walls marked by shrapnel. The ground was littered with the remnants of the explosion. Charred pits, scattered debris, and overturned vehicle wreckage from the shockwave. A faint smell of gunpowder lingered in the air, mixed with the scent of blood and some indescribable burnt odor. There were no monsters. At least within his field of vision, not a single one. Sumu waited for a moment, confirming there were no anomalies, before stepping through the gap in the wall. He first checked the open space and the edges of the buildings outside the blast zone. He hadn't gone far when he discovered the first box beside a collapsed wall. A gray quality metal box, half buried in the pile of rubble covered in dust. Sumu squatted down and opened it. Acquired steel ingot 1. Not bad. He continued forward, gradually discovering more boxes in the various corners of the ruins. Some were pressed under broken bricks, some wedged in twisted steel rebar, and others half buried in ashes. Each was left behind after monsters were blown to bits as the shockwave from the explosion scattered them everywhere. Sumu picked them up one by one, opened them, and stored them in his backpack. Steel ingots, iron ingots, glass essence, strange crystals, various monster teeth, and scales, a few small recovery potions, and 2 level 2 breakthrough talismans. A mixed bag, quite a variety, but nothing particularly valuable. Moreover, the quantity was much less than he had anticipated. The explosion last night had prompted the system to indicate that at least 30 to 40 monsters were killed. Levels 3, 4, and 5 were included. There should have been at least 20 boxes. Yet after rummaging for a long time, he only found a little over a dozen. Sumu frowned, carefully searched the outer area again to confirm he hadn't missed anything, then headed towards the large pit. The ground at the edge of the pit was cracked with fissures extending outward like a spider's web. Sumu stood at the edge of the pit and looked down. The bottom of the pit was devoid of anything but ashes and rubble. No boxes. No corpses. Not even a slightly larger bone in sight. The box from that level 5 monster was not here either. Sumu's brow furrowed even more tightly. He circled around the pit and walked towards the nearest building. It was a 2-story barracks, half of the roof collapsed, walls cracked, but the overall structure was still relatively stable. The door had been blown off the frame askew, and inside it was dark. Sumu summoned his rifle, holding it in his right hand, while his left hand moved towards the pistol at his waist, stepping lightly as he entered. The interior of the barracks was a mess. A large section of the ceiling had collapsed, with gypsum debris and wooden beams scattered haphazardly on the floor. There were several cracks in the walls, letting sunlight squeeze in and casting mottled shadows on the ground. The air was filled with dust, and a musty smell mixed with a faint scent of blood. Sumu quickly searched the first floor. A few rooms, each similar bunk beds, toppled wardrobes, scattered personal belongings. No monsters, no boxes, nothing of value. He went upstairs to check the second floor, and the situation was similar. Beds, wardrobes, miscellaneous items, no supplies, no treasure chests. The only thing that caught his attention was a map hanging on the wall. A detailed map of Ashen City marking the streets, buildings, and even the layout of underground pipelines. Beside it were several pages of documents densely filled with data, mostly inventory records of some supplies, and personnel allocation sheets. Sumu rolled up the map and documents, and stuffed them into his backpack. These items might prove useful later. Exiting the barracks, he headed towards the second building. This was a 3-story building with a beige-tiled exterior and dark glass windows looking much more upscale. The entrance was a tempered glass door, one pane was shattered, and the other was hanging askew on the frame. Sumu walked inside. The first floor was a lobby with marble floors, and behind a reception desk hung a plaque that read Ashen City Military Management Area. He quickly scanned around. No monsters, no boxes. Just as he was about to head upstairs, he suddenly caught sight of a small pile of ashes on the floor next to the reception desk. This was not ordinary ash. It was the residue from burnt charcoal with a few charred wooden sticks scattered around, clearly taken from the nearby tables and chairs. The ashes still held residual warmth. He could feel a slight heat when bringing the back of his hand close. Someone had made a fire here. And not long ago. Sumu's pupils shrank slightly, gripping his rifle tighter. He moved quietly, pressing against the wall as he made his way to the stairs. Upon reaching the second floor, the corridor was very quiet. On either side were tightly closed doors, each with nameplates. Archive room, conference room, command room. Just as he was about to push open the first door, he suddenly heard a rustling sound coming from ahead. It was faint and intermittent, like something was moving slowly. Sumu halted, straining to listen. The sound was coming from the end of the corridor behind the door of the command room. It was not the roar of a monster, nor was it a scraping sound, but rather the sound of a person, muffled, suppressed, as if someone had something blocking their mouth, making a whimpering noise. Sumu frowned, moving quietly as he approached that door step by step. The door was slightly ajar, with weak light seeping through the crack. He gently pushed the door open with the tip of his gun and took a quick glance inside. Then his pupils contracted sharply. The scene behind the door froze him in place. A woman was bound to an upright table, her limbs restrained, her body positioned in a big shape. She was missing her clothes, her hair disheveled across her face, obscuring much of her features. Her mouth was gagged with a pale pink piece of cloth, reducing her to muffled whimpers. Her skin was covered in purple bruises, swollen in some areas, and some spots were oozing blood. Her gaze was hollow, as if her soul had been drawn out, leaving only an empty shell. But just as Sumu opened the door, her gaze slowly turned towards the entrance, looking at him. The moment her hollow eyes met Sumu's, a flash of terror crossed her face. Her body suddenly shrank, desperately curling up into the corner of the table, and a more frantic whimper escaped her throat. But then terror shifted to hope. This is not a sign of discontinuation. This book will continue to be updated. Note: chapter disarray is being corrected. We please refresh, it has now been fixed. First and foremost, allow me to sincerely apologize to every reader who is following this book. Yesterday, due to a serious error in the review process, the order of the newly published chapters became completely chaotic, resulting in some readers encountering content that was out of sequence, leading to a fragmented reading experience. I understand what chapter disarray means for a work of strong continuity. It can abruptly transport you at the most critical moments of the plot, revealing content that should have appeared later, and may even leave you confused, frustrated, or inclined to abandon the book due to the inability to find the correct reading order. All of this is my responsibility. I fully recognize that every reader who opens a book invests not only a few minutes of time, but also a trust and expectation. In the midst of your busy work, during quiet nights, or on the subway during your commute, you choose to open my book and follow the stories I have penned, sharing laughter, emotions, tension, and anticipation. This companionship is invaluable, yet I have let you down due to my own negligence. Regarding the specific reasons for this mistake, I do not wish to elaborate excessively. The review error ultimately resulted from my failure as a creator and publisher to maintain proper oversight. I should have meticulously verified the sequence of each chapter, repeatedly confirmed the coherence of the content before publication, and addressed any issues immediately upon discovery. Unfortunately, these shoulds were not fulfilled, and it was only after substantial reader feedback that I realized the severity of the problem. I am currently in the process of urgently revising, verifying each chapter, and readjusting the order to ensure that each chapter returns to its rightful position. I kindly ask all readers to do one thing: please refresh your bookshelf and directory, clear your local cache, and reread in the correct chapter order. If issues persist after refreshing, please inform me promptly in the comments or reader group, and I will address them. I understand that for readers who have already encountered the disordered chapters, even if corrections are made now, the feelings of having been spoiled and the disruption of the reading rhythm cannot be entirely compensated for. I feel deeply guilty about this, and no eloquent words can diminish the impact of this situation. I can only promise that for each chapter released in the future, I will personally conduct 3 rounds of verification, checking chapter numbers, ensuring continuity, and confirming publication times to prevent similar issues from occurring again. Moreover, as a gesture of apology, I will strive to increase updates in the near future as a token of my support. Finally, I want to express that this book's journey to today has never been solely due to me, but rather because of each one of you who has silently supported it. Every one of your reads and every comment is the driving force that compels me to continue writing. I do not wish to disappoint you due to my oversight, nor do I want this story to be overshadowed by my carelessness. Please grant me another chance to make amends with better content and more thoughtful updates. Once again, I apologize and sincerely thank every friend willing to continue reading. She stared fiercely at Sumu, shaking her head violently, not in a rejection of "don't come closer," but rather in a plea of "save me." With just a glance, he could roughly guess what had happened. In this apocalypse, he had seen too many depictions of the ugliness of human nature. But when this scene truly unfolded before his eyes, the impact was far more intense than any written description. He remained silent, his gaze shifting away from the woman as he quickly scanned every corner of the room. Just then a sudden noise came from the side. A figure darted out from the shadows behind the table, moving frantically and stumbling towards the door. Sumu's gun barrel instantly turned towards it. It was a tall white man hunched over with a vacant expression and murmuring something incoherent. His clothes were tattered and his face and hands bore burn marks, with a large patch of his hair singed, making him appear quite deranged. Since Lin Yue mentioned that this world seemed capable of translating other languages, Sumu had been able to discern that the other person was speaking a foreign language. However, the system's built-in translation function rendered those garbled words into something he could comprehend. "Ghosts. They are coming. They are outside. No, don't come closer." He repeated these phrases like a madman. Sumu shifted his gaze away from the madman, casting a brief glance at the woman on the table. Her expression changed the moment she saw the madman. The emptiness replaced by hatred, as if she intended to devour that person alive. Sumu withdrew his gaze and aimed his gun at the madman. However, just as the barrel pointed at him, an elusive sense of danger suddenly surged from his heart. It did not come from the madman. It came from somewhere else. Sumu's brain completed the judgment in a fraction of a second. Without hesitation, he lunged forward, summoning the long gun from thin air. Thrust. The skill activated. His body vanished from the spot, in an instant appearing right in front of the madman the next moment. The tip of the gun thrust upward from below, precisely piercing into the madman's jaw, penetrating through the cranial cavity. The madman's body was sent flying into the air, and before it hit the ground, he had already ceased to breathe. Almost simultaneously. Bang! A gunshot exploded from another direction in the room. The bullet whizzed past the spot where Sumu had just stood, striking the door frame and sending wooden splinters flying. Sumu did not even turn to look. At the sound of the gunshot, he had already drawn the M500 from his chest and aimed it towards the direction the bullet had come from. In the corner behind a pile of debris, another white man was holding a handgun, his face filled with disbelief. He clearly did not expect Sumu to dodge the bullet. That speed was no different than teleportation. But his surprise lasted less than half a second. Bayu, bayu, bayu. The suppressor reduced the gunfire to an extremely low level, with 7 soft sounds almost merging into one. 7 bullets, all hitting the head. The white man now had 3 blood holes in his forehead, his eyes wide open, his body stiffening for a moment, before he fell straight down, still tightly gripping the gun. Kill, LV2 human. Sumu did not let his guard down. He maintained his shooting stance, slowly sweeping the gun across every corner of the room. Sealing windows behind the door under the table. After confirming there were no other threats, he slowly lowered his gun and approached the bound woman. The woman was fixated on the 2 corpses on the ground, her hatred so intense it seemed ready to spill over. But when her gaze shifted to Sumu's face, her expression noticeably softened, as if something she had been forcefully holding back was finally easing. Sumu said nothing. He picked up a fallen coat from the ground and casually draped it over her, covering the horrifying wounds. Then he reached out and removed the gag from her mouth. Her lips trembled, cracked and bloody with swollen. She opened her mouth, producing a hoarse and barely audible voice. "They are beasts." Each word seemed to be squeezed out from between her teeth, filled with deep-seated hatred. Sumu did not respond. While keeping his gun trained on the surroundings, he asked what happened. The woman took a deep breath, as if suppressing her turbulent emotions, and then began to speak in fragments. "We are a small team. 5 people, all endowed Yesterday afternoon we encountered this group of foreigners near the evacuation point. She paused, her voice trembling. They killed my teammates. The men, all of them. The women. I'm the only one left. Sumu remained silent. They tied me here, wanting me to lure the monster. Her voice grew quieter, as if she were recounting something unrelated to herself. They said this place is an arms depot filled with equipment, but there are monsters guarding it. They were afraid to go in, wanting me to be the bait. And then, last night a bomb suddenly fell from the sky. It wasn't thrown by them, it just fell from above. It blew up the entire ammunition depot, killing many monsters and several of their people. Sumu's brow twitched slightly. A bomb that fell from the sky. That was the liquefied gas tank he had thrown. The explosion lasted a long time with fire and smoke everywhere. The woman continued. They were forced to run inside into the buildings that hadn't been hit. It was too dark last night to see anything. They were afraid to go out and spent the night here. Sumu frowned. Spent the night? In this building? You mean to say they stayed here all night? He asked. The woman nodded. Is there something outside? Sumu asked again. A flicker of fear crossed the woman's eyes, but it was quickly suppressed by hatred. They sent a few people out to check the situation, and then they never came back. They said there are things outside. I didn't dare to go out and see you. I don't know what they are. Sumu remained silent for a moment, then asked how many of them were there. 5, the woman said. When they brought me here last night, there were still 5. 2 were killed by you and the other 3. They went out last night and never came back. Sumu's brow tightened even further. 3 were missing and 2 had died here. That group of foreigners now had only 3 people whose whereabouts were unknown. Outside there were things he was unaware of lurking. He glanced at the corpse of the madman on the ground, and then at the... He said there are ghosts outside. Sumu pointed at the madman. What does that mean? The woman shook her head. I don't know. He had gone mad last night, constantly muttering about things outside, things watching them. The others didn't believe him, and after going out they never returned. Sumu fell silent for a few seconds, then pulled out a small knife from his backpack and cut the ropes binding the woman. The moment the rope broke, her body went limp, sliding off the table and kneeling on the ground. She wrapped herself tightly in her coat, her head down, her shoulders trembling slightly. Sumu did not look at her. He turned and walked towards the 2 corpses, crouching down to inspect their dropped belongings. Beside the madman's corpse there was nothing, not even a gray box. Sumu frowned. The items dropped by humanoid monsters seemed different from those of ordinary monsters. He approached another. The white man who had been shooting from the corner. Beside the corpse a light blue box lay quietly on the ground. Sumu opened it. His eyes suddenly lit up. Inside the box were several neatly arranged items. An M4A1 carbine, black in color, slightly worn, but overall intact. It came with a 30-round magazine fully loaded with bullets. M4A1 carbine, green type, ranged weapon, base firepower 28, magazine capacity 30 rounds, rate of fire fully automatic about 12 rounds per second, optimal range 200 meters, recoil medium, a Glock 17 pistol also of green quality, with a magazine capacity of 17 rounds and firepower of 20. Glock 17, green type, ranged weapon, base firepower 20, magazine capacity 17 rounds, rate of fire semi-automatic about 3 rounds per second, optimal range 50 meters, a flashbang, a smoke grenade, and 2 fragmentation grenades. Additionally, over 105 56mm rifle rounds and 2 fully loaded Glock magazines. Sumu took a deep breath. The value of these items, considering just the firearms, was far greater than any silver treasure chest he had opened before, combined with ammunition and throwing items. Just as he was about to pack the items into his backpack, a sudden cacophony erupted behind him. Bang bang. Sumu turned sharply. The woman had stood up at some point, holding a metal pipe she had picked up from the ground, madly striking the corpse of the madman. 1 hit, 2 hits, 3 hits. The pipe struck flesh and bone, producing dull thuds. Blood and flesh splattered, hitting her face, body, and hair. She did not stop hitting again and again, as if trying to pound all her hatred, humiliation, and pain into the already unrecognizable corpse. Sumu did not stop her. He withdrew his gaze and continued to collect the items on the ground. M4A1 carbine, Glock 17, ammunition, grenades, flashbangs, smoke grenades. All packed into his backpack. Since his job change, his backpack had transformed into a space of another dimension. The physical size remained unchanged, but its capacity had become weight-based. As long as the total weight does not exceed the limit, items can continuously be added without filling the space. His current strength was 123 points with a maximum load of 615 kilograms. The supplies in his backpack, along with the firearms and ammunition he had just picked up, totaled less than 10 kilograms, well below the limit. After packing everything, Sumu stood up and walked deeper into the room. This room was the command room, fairly spacious, with several metal cabinets and a long table against the wall. He opened the cabinets and rummaged through them. Most were empty, only finding a few documents and a map. He walked a few more steps, pushed open a half-closed door, and entered the adjacent room. He then froze. Inside, neatly stacked, were a dozen military green metal boxes. The boxes were sealed, marked with white numbers and labels. Sumu hurried over and pried open one of the boxes. Inside was a gun. An M4A1 carbine, brand new, wrapped in oil paper with a desiccant still in the magazine slot. 10 guns per box. He pried open the second box. Bullets. 5. 56mm rifle rounds were stacked neatly with thousands in each box. The third box. Grenades. American-made M67 fragmentation grenades, green and oval, with intact safety pins neatly stacked in foam molds. 20 grenades per box. The fourth box. Smoke grenades. 20 per box. The fifth box. Flashbangs. 20 per box. Sumu stood in front of the pile of military boxes, took a deep breath, and slowly exhaled. He had struck it rich. Not a small fortune, but a substantial one. These weapons were enough to arm a small army, and he would take them all. He quickly estimated. 12 M4A1 carbines, 8 Glock pistols, over 3,005. 56mm rounds, over 1,009mm rounds, and 2 boxes of grenades, totaling 40, 20 smoke grenades, and 20 flashbangs. The total weight was approximately 300 kilograms. His current weight limit was over 600 kilograms, and fitting all of this in would still leave room. Without hesitation, Sumu began loading the military boxes one by one into his backpack. With each box he packed, the system prompted him that his weight was increasing, but he was still far from the limit. Once he had finished packing, he carefully checked the room again to ensure he hadn't missed anything before turning to leave. When he returned to the command room, the woman had stopped her assault. She knelt beside the 2 bloodied corpses covered in blood, gasping for air. Her coat had slipped down, exposing part of her shoulder, which she did not attempt to pull up. Her face, hair, and hands were all splattered with blood and bits of flesh. Sumu glanced at her, said nothing, and stepped outside. As he reached the doorway, a hoarse voice came from behind. "Thank you." Sumu paused for a moment, turned back to... The woman's face was smeared with blood, her clothes disheveled, and her hair stuck to her face. But the look in her eyes when she looked at Sumu was sincere, pure, and filled with untainted gratitude. Sumu nodded, said nothing more, and turned to leave the room. He did not take her with him. It was not a lack of compassion. In this world, everyone must rely on themselves. He could save her once, but he could not save her for a lifetime. Moreover, taking along an injured person without combat capability would be irresponsible to both her and himself. Stepping out of the building, the sunlight was blinding. Sumu squinted to adapt to the light, discerning the direction as he walked towards the third building. It was a 3-story structure, the least damaged, with only shattered windows and traces of shrapnel on the walls. He cautiously surveyed the outside for a moment. Just as he reached the door and was about to push it open, suddenly, a dull thud echoed from behind. Sumu suddenly turned around. The woman jumped down from the second-floor window. Her body thudded against the concrete ground, producing a dull sound. Blood spread out beneath her, quickly forming a small puddle. Her posture was twisted, her limbs bent at unnatural angles, her head tilted to one side, eyes half open, gazing at the sky. Her expression was calm. Sumu stood still, staring at the mangled corpse, remaining silent for a long while. At one moment something seemed to stir within his heart, but he quickly shook his head. There seemed to be a flicker of anger within him. He did not expect her to do this. He thought after venting her frustrations she would find a way to survive. But she chose death. Sumu sighed. He walked over, rummaged through his backpack, and pulled out a spare coat covering the woman's body to hide the gruesome sight. Then he stood up and continued towards the third building. The dead had already perished while the living still needed to survive. The third building was a warehouse, its main door blown off, and it was empty inside save for a few toppled metal frames and some scattered parts. Sumu quickly searched through, finding nothing. The fourth building was a garage housing several military trucks and jeeps, all affected by the explosion, burnt down to their frames. He rummaged through and found a few barrels of fuel, which he packed into his backpack. The fifth building was a standalone 2-story house resembling an officer's dormitory. Sumu searched through and found some living supplies, bedding, clothing, and a few bottles of unopened liquor. But there was nothing of real value. He packed a few bottles of liquor into his backpack. Brewing alcohol from grains was too expensive, but if there was ready-made liquor, it could be used directly for tinctures, saving the steps and costs of brewing. After searching the last building, Sumu stood in the open area, surveying his surroundings. The gains from the military base were far richer than he had anticipated. 2 firearms, a large amount of ammunition, 40 grenades, smoke bombs, flashbangs, and various materials and supplies. But there were also things that puzzled him. He had not found the box of the level 5 monster. The number of boxes from the monsters blown up last night was far fewer than he had expected. Perhaps it was collected by those foreigners. Just as he was thinking this, a faint sound suddenly came from the distance. The sound of battle. The clashing noises mixed with human shouts and roars came from the second building. It was from behind that officer's dormitory. The sound was faint, not close, but particularly clear in the silence of the ruins. Sumu frowned, stood up, and looked in that direction. At that moment he noticed something. The place where the woman had jumped the corpse was gone. He clearly covered her body with the coat, but now the coat was still on the ground soaked in blood, crumpled, and under the coat there was nothing. No corpse, nothing at all. Sumyu's pupils contracted sharply. He hurried over, crouched down, and lifted the coat. There was a large pool of blood on the ground, but the center of the blood was empty, as if something had dragged the body away from the pool of blood. Sumu stood up, his gaze sweeping around. The blood on the ground was only this puddle with no traces extending outwards. At that moment he suddenly remembered. The corpses of the monsters inside were all gone as well. It should be noted that after the monsters exploded the boxes, the corpses should have remained at the spot. Previously he thought the boxes would not be shattered by the explosions while the corpses would be blown to pieces in the blast, but he overlooked the fact that all these corpses were actually gone. He had completely ignored this point. A thought flashed through his mind, causing a slight chill to run down his back. Those corpses were not blown to pieces, but had been taken away by something. What could be collecting the corpses? Sumu took a deep breath, suppressing the chill within him. He glanced towards the officer's dormitory. The sound of battle continued, and it was getting closer. He did not want to go over. No matter what was happening over there, he did not want to get involved. He had already gained enough for today, and did not need to take any extra risks. Sumu turned around, and walked back the way he came. After taking a few steps, he suddenly stopped. His gaze abruptly shifted to the corner of the officer's dormitory. There a shadow dashed out from around the corner, moving with incredible speed, heading straight for him. Sumyu's pupils contracted. Hundreds of meters outside the military base, Han Lei was crouched behind a bush, holding a pair of binoculars, cautiously observing the movements within the base. It really is a military base, he whispered, his tone filled with excitement. I felt something was off when I saw it from the cable car, and I didn't expect it to actually be an armory. Last night's explosion should have cleared out most of the monsters inside, right? Sun lay crouched beside him, gripping a hammer, his eyes bright. Even if there are still some left, they must be severely injured. If we can get our hands on the supplies inside, do we still need to care about Zhao Hongyuan's expression? Keep your voice. Zhou Xiao Jie shot him a glare, gripping a short knife, scanning the surroundings warily. This place feels off, it's too quiet. Han Lei didn't respond, continuing to scan the inside of the base with his binoculars. Suddenly his movements froze. Wait. There are people over there. The others immediately tensed up, looking in the direction Han Lei pointed. Through the sparse trees, they could vaguely see several figures moving at the edge of the base. They're foreigners, Han Lei frowned, adjusting the focus of the binoculars. 5. No, 6 people. They are sneaking towards that building, apparently also headed for the armory. Damn it, Sun Lei spat. Don't rush, Han Lei lowered his voice, let them scout first. In a place like this there can't be nothing at all. As soon as he finished speaking. A shrill scream came from the direction of the base, sharp and piercing, shattering the morning silence. Han Lei abruptly raised the binoculars. At the edge of the base the group of foreigners had just entered the shadow of a building, and before they could disperse, a grayish-white shadow sprang out from the ruins. Fast. Incredibly fast. Han Lei's binoculars couldn't keep up with the shadow's movements, only catching glimpses of a blurred figure weaving between the 6 people. With each pause one person fell. What is that thing? Zhou Xiaojie's voice trembled. No one answered. Everyone was fixated on that direction, trying to see the true form of that shadow. Within 5 seconds, all 6 people fell. 2 individuals barely had time to react before they were pinned to the ground. A third person attempted to create a dirt wall for defense, but the grayish shadow crashed through the wall, tearing the person in half. The 4th individual unleashed a torrent of flames from both hands, igniting everything within a 10-meter radius, yet the shadow emerged unscathed from the fire. The 5th person, armed with a gun, fired several shots in rapid succession. The bullets struck the shadow, producing a dull metallic thud, yet the shadow did not even flinch. The last person turned to flee, but before he could take 10 steps he was caught. The scream abruptly ceased. 6 corpses lay scattered in the ruins, blood spreading across the gray concrete ground. The last person turned to flee, but before he could take 10 steps he was caught. The scream abruptly ceased. 6 corpses lay scattered in the creature was twice the size of an average person, its body covered in dark red muscle, with no skin, the muscle fibers exposed to the air like a flayed human specimen. Its head was flat, lacking eyes, the nose reduced to 2 small holes, while its mouth was exaggeratedly large, stretching to the roots of its ears, filled with sharp barbed teeth. It crawled on all fours, with its forelimbs noticeably more robust than its hind limbs. Long bony spikes protruded from the joints of its fingers, sharp as daggers. A thick tail swayed slowly behind it, splitting into 2 at the tip. The liquor. Han Lei's voice was as dry as sandpaper. He activated the reconnaissance function of the binoculars, revealing the monster's attributes before his eyes. Liquor LV5 blue. Strength 112. Vitality 98. Agility 91. Mentality 15. Skills silent movement wall climbing tongue strike launches tongue attack at distant targets causing piercing damage. Remarks a product of biochemical mutation extremely fast with incredible strength. Recommended to engage with long-range heavy fire. Do not approach. 112 points of strength. 98 points of vitality. 91 points of agility. Han Lei's hands trembled. If they had recklessly ventured in earlier, they would be the ones lying on the ground now. Is eating a corpse. Shun Qingwan's voice came from beside him. She had taken the binoculars at some point and was intently staring in that direction, her face pale. Don't look. Han Lei reached out to reclaim the binoculars. Just then the licker's movements suddenly halted. It lifted its head, its flat skull turning towards a certain direction, as if sniffing or listening. Shun Qingwan followed its gaze, the lens of the binoculars slowly sweeping over the ruins, the buildings, and the explosion pits on the open ground. Then she spotted a person. That individual stood at the entrance of the second building holding a long gun. Looking, this is that Sumu. Han Lei snatched the binoculars, and indeed the figure standing at the entrance of the building. How did he get here? Sun Lei leaned closer, lowering his voice. And why hasn't he run away? Doesn't he see that thing? Maybe he hasn't noticed. Zhou Xiaojie's words were cut off. The licker moved. It abandoned the corpse it was gnawing on, dropped to all fours, and charged in Su Mu's direction. Its speed was even faster than before. The grayish shadow left a blurred trail on the ground, heading straight for the person standing at the building's entrance. It's over. Sun Lei closed his eyes, unable to bear watching. Han Lei gritted his teeth, his hand, holding the binoculars, trembling. He knew Su Mu was strong. Someone capable of wielding a professional book, someone who can handle a cat demon alone, must possess significant power. But against a monster of this caliber, even strength is futile. After all, it was a level 5 blue quality licker with 112 points of strength and 91 points of agility. Bullets couldn't even penetrate its muscle. Shun Qingwan bit her lip, hard, her nails digging into her palm, drawing blood. She watched the figure in the binoculars, a surge of indescribable fear and helplessness washing over her. She wanted to warn him, but she dared not shout. If she did, the licker would discover them, and the entire squad would perish here. She could only watching that figure be torn apart by the creature. And at that moment, Su Mu saw the shadow. With enhanced dynamic vision, the licker's trajectory became clear to him. Not a blur, but a distinct, predictable arc. It surged out from the ruins, alternating its limbs, each touch on the ground unleashing immense thrust, propelling its body forward. Indeed, it was fast, more than twice as quick as the previous venomous cat demon. But Su Mu could see clearly. He even had time to activate reconnaissance and take a glance at its attributes. LV5 blue licker. Strength 112, vitality 98, agility 91. Armor 49. Su Mu's brow furrowed slightly. Not because the attributes were too high, but because he noticed several distinct wounds on its body. There was a deep wound on its left ribcage, muscle protruding, revealing white ribs underneath with charred edges. Its hind leg was also missing a large chunk of muscle, limping noticeably as it ran. A penetrating wound from a bullet was present on its head, although it didn't hit a vital spot. Dark red blood dripped down its flat skull, covering half of its face. It survived last night's explosion, but was severely injured. Had it not been for these wounds, its attributes would likely have been higher. Without hesitation, Su Mu pulled out the M500 from his chest holster and fired a shot. Bayou. The bullet accurately struck the licker's head wound, detonating inside its skull. 2. Su Mu's pupils contracted. 18 points of damage. His M500 was of LV3 green quality with a base firepower value of 22, meaning it should have dealt at least 40 points of damage to a vital spot. Yet it only dealt 3 points, indicating that the licker's armor absorbed most of the damage. Approximately 50 points of armor, coupled with its own muscle density and skin toughness, did this mean it was practically immune to firearms. He fired 7 shots. Bayou. 7 bullets, 14 hits, all striking the same spot on its head. But each shot's damage was decreasing. Not because the bullet's power was diminishing, but because the licker in high-speed motion changed the angle and distance of the hits. 1, 2, 1, 3. A total of 14 instances of damage, with the highest being just 3 points.